How are you guys? Like this video for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. What do you think of the countdown that some people have seen recently? Is there really a three-body civilization? There are still 6 hours left before the countdown ends. How will your investigation team respond? Ahem, the higher UPS are taking this incident very seriously. We are still discussing it. I'm sorry I can't comment on this until the results come out. On TV, a group of reporters with cameras were surrounding a middle-aged man in a white shirt, asking questions one after another at a rapid pace. On the sofa, Liu An stared blankly at the TV. I've really been reborn, and it's just before the arrival of Killing Zone. The countdown broadcast on the news was not about the three-body civilization, but the countdown to the opening of the Killing Zone. The Killing Zone opens once every 10 days, and each time 100,000 new people are randomly selected to enter. The chosen ones will be teleported into worlds full of monsters. These monsters are well known to everyone. Zombies, Terminator T-800, aliens, vampires, skeleton sea, transformers, brother boss, may all appear in the killing space. The chosen ones have only one goal: to survive and kill as many monsters as possible. If you survive, you will get space rewards, become an evolver, and reach the peak of your life. Failure and death. Before his rebirth, Liu An was just one of the many survivors. In the early stage, he was not selected by the space and could only rely on killing monsters that descended into reality to slowly increase his strength. It was not until the 9th time that the space descended that I was chosen and had the opportunity to enter the killing space and experience the feeling of becoming stronger quickly. When the battle for the country's destiny began, his whereabouts were exposed by an internal traitor and he was besieged by many countries. Although he killed 1,000 enemies, he also lost 800 of his own and ended up dying in the end. Thinking of that man, Liu An's breathing became a little heavier, and anger rose in his heart. Instead of being a good person, he has to be a villain. If I could do it all over again, I could settle some accounts in person. You traitor Zhao Tai, just wait for me. Grandpa, your grandson called you. At this moment, a special phone ringtone suddenly rang. Liu An was stunned. He hadn't heard this familiar ringtone for many years. Turning his head to look at the mobile phone on the table, a caller ID with the note grandson was quite eye-catching. Is this the current head of the company? Why are you calling me? It seems like you want me to work overtime at night to finish a summary report. Long forgotten memories surfaced. Liu An picked up the phone, hung up decisively, and then blacklisted him. When is it? The end is approaching, and I still work. Liu An swept his wrist, and his wrist was a mysterious mark. It is a spatial mark and also the entrance to the killing space. When the countdown ends, this mark will appear on the wrist of everyone who can see the countdown. Through the mark, they can enter the space after the space is opened. Logically, he shouldn't have had this period of time. But at this moment, the spatial mark seemed to be reborn with him. In other words, he could use this mark to enter the killing space when the space descended for the first time. After living a new life, he knew the order in which all the monsters appeared in the killing space before the national destiny was opened, and he also knew some special strategies of some spaces. As long as you keep steady and don't act recklessly, you will definitely be able to leave others far behind. Liu An suppressed the excitement in his heart and probed into the mark with his mind. A row of data that only he could see appeared in his mind. Name, Liu An. Strength, 10, Strength, Physical Attack. Constitution, 8, affects endurance and defense. Speed, 9, Speed, Reaction. Spirit, 20, Spirit, Willpower. The average four-dimensional attribute of healthy adults is 10. Talent, none. Skills, none. Killing value, 0. Killing monsters can gain killing value, which can be used to improve strength. Combat power rating, none. Liu An frowned, glanced helplessly at the takeaway leftovers on the table, and sighed in his heart. In this world full of hextech, there are fragile college students everywhere. It's pretty good that he has 8 points of physical fitness. Fortunately, I felt some mental comfort. Ding! God level entry system activated. Kill special creatures to plunder creature entries. The entries from low to high are white, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold. Awakening talent, Eye of Insight, gold. Eye of Insight, gold active talent, can see through the entries of living beings. Golden Thigh. As an old bookworm, how could Liu An not know the system? The entry for plundering living beings, he is going to make it big. Rebirth and Foresight and system, a king bomb at the beginning, this round Liu An is going to spiral up to heaven. Liu An patted his face, trying hard to suppress his lips that were about to twist, and calmed his excited heart. It's a small scene, it's all a small scene, stay calm. According to the TV report, there are less than 6 hours left before the space opens, so we can make some plans. Liu An's eyes sparkled. After the advent of space, some ordinary things have undergone wonderful changes. For example, energy beads. Normal strength growth can only be achieved by accumulating killing points by killing monsters and exchanging them for upgrades, but source beads may be an exception. They contain a large amount of special energy, which can be directly absorbed and transformed to enhance their own properties. Free attribute points that were later called wild by later generations. It's worth a ton of money. Unfortunately, not many energy beads were exposed in later generations, and many of them were of unknown origin. There were only a few that Liu An could remember. In the sea city where Liu An was, there were only 2 that he remembered. A stone under a stall in Haishi Antique Street, used as a table footstool. This one is the easiest to get. He can just go and get it when the vendors in Antique Street close their stalls late at night. There is also a dragon ball located in the room decoration of a charming massage parlor, the one with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. It's not difficult to obtain. Thinking of this, Liu An got up and left his residence. It's not long since nightfall, and there's still an hour or 2 before the Antique Street closes. Let's go to the Folklore Street first to look for something new, energy beads. This charming street is the most popular place for men in Haishi, bar none. At night, it becomes a paradise for men and also a famous den of money. Fengqing Massage Shop is the largest massage shop located on Fengqing Street. At this time, the reception hall of the Style Massage Store. Welcome, how many bosses? 1. Room 688. Liu An said in a low voice while wearing a mask. The receptionist didn't take it seriously. Many people came here wearing masks, and there were quite a few people gathering around like Indians, so it was nothing strange. Oh, you're a regular customer. What a coincidence, rooms 688 and 888 are both vacant. Boss, please come this way. Liu An silently followed the receptionist towards box 688. The energy bead of later generations is from the 688 box. It is said that it was discovered by a cleaning lady, who later boasted about it on the internet, attracting a huge amount of traffic. Now, this energy bead has returned to him. The nightlife at Fengqing Street has just begun, and inside the police station not far from Fengqing Street, the police officers are ready to go. I won't say any more. Whether or not Haishi can become a civilized city depends on this action. Let's head to Fengqing Street and set off. Following the leader's order, all personnel took action. Police cars drove away one after another, heading quickly towards Fengqing Street. Chapter 2. Entering the private room, Liu An immediately saw the double dragon playing with a pearl ornament on the table. At first glance, it seems ordinary. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed ordinary. It's a few dozen bucks worth of stuff, and it feels cheap and made of plastic. But who could have thought that this cheap thing would be blessed by heaven and turned into an energy bead sought after by thousands of people? Boss, Do you have any familiar technicians? The receptionist handed the tablet to Liu An. The tablet shows technicians in uniform. Each one is beautiful and heavily made up, some have dazzling headlights, some have extremely aerodynamic bodies, and some have extremely outstanding tail lights. Each one has its own characteristics. Let's pick her. Liu An randomly picked one that looked pleasing to the eye. The main reason is that the headlights are too eye-catching, and the car paint is white and the car film is tight, so the driving experience should not be too bad. Okay, boss, what project are you looking at? We have a promotion recently. The full set of Ascension packages originally priced at 1,688 is now only 999. Do you want to try it? Can. 3 minutes later, a woman with an impressive figure walked in. Hello, boss. Technician number 38, Ting Ting, is here to serve you. Liu An glanced at the other party's proud headlights and nodded. Go take a shower first. Ting Ting said coquettishly, Boss, I just washed it an hour ago. Go wash it again. Okay. Ting Ting put down the toolbox in her hand helplessly and walked towards the bathroom. There is no way, the customer is God. Although it is troublesome, I have no choice but to wash it again. Looking at Ting Ting entering the bathroom, Liu An stood up and walked to the double dragons playing with a pearl ornament, and reached out to press the dragon ball. With a strong pull, the dragon ball broke away from the ornament and fell into Liu An's hands. Now the space has not yet arrived, and the dragon balls have not yet been transformed into energy balls. We have to wait a few more hours. Easy, too easy. Thinking about the things that countless people fought for in his previous life, and how he got them so easily in this life, Liu An couldn't help but smile. He put the dragon ball in his pocket, sat down on the sofa beside him, turned on the TV and started watching. It's still early now, and I have to pay even if I go out, so I should enjoy myself. 5 minutes later, Ting Ting came out wrapped in a bath towel. Boss, I've finished washing. Put on your clothes and come on. Liu An stood up and lay down on the massage bed beside him. Wear clothes. Ting Ting was confused, but considering that some customers just like the temptation of uniforms, she didn't say anything more. He put on his clothes right in front of Liu An and walked towards Liu An. A few minutes later, Ting Ting helped Liu An relax his shoulders and neck with a resentful look on her face. I came to a massage parlor and it was just for relaxation. Who would do that? Massage is not her strong point. Massage requires extremely high arm strength. She usually uses her legs and waist to exert strength, and occasionally uses her fingers and pectoralis major muscles. She really doesn't use her arms much. Tired, so tired. Also, I just did a manicure yesterday. Boss, are you really not going to consider other services? Ting Ting asked again without giving up. Liu An was enjoying it with his eyes closed, but after hearing Ting Ting's words, he thought about it and nodded. Well, my shoulders and neck are almost done, give me a head massage. Okay. Ting Ting was overjoyed, haha, we're finally getting to the point. Ting Ting immediately reached out her hand towards Liu An's lower body. But he was caught by Liu An. What do you want to do? Don't you want a head massage? Ting Ting glanced at Liu An's lower body. I'm talking about the upper level, not the lower level. I'm asking you, are you professional or not? Ting Ting's expression froze, her eyes twitched, and her look became even more resentful. What kind of people are these? Come to the massage parlor for a massage. At the same time, isolation bars had been erected outside the Fengqing massage shop, and the reception staff in the lobby had been taken under control. Exclamations continued to be heard from each box. Then a group of people swarmed in and escorted the naked men and women out of the box. There were already quite a few people squatting in the corridor. Outside the door of box 688, a middle-aged man who was the team leader was putting his ear to the door and listening. You can faintly hear the sound of conversation coming from inside. Boss, is this method okay? Okay, that's the position. Continue. The frequency is okay. Well, we can go deeper into one point. Good boss. Through the conversation, I have already imagined the scene of capturing the energy-rich leader. He took a deep breath and gestured to the people behind him. Then he suddenly kicked the door of the box. After the door was kicked open, he rushed in first. Shy, don't move, squat down and hold your hands, Captain Lin was halfway through his speech when he could not continue. I saw a man wearing only massage clothes, lying obediently on the massage bed. A neatly dressed and well-built technician is giving the other person a massage. It looks like a massage service that couldn't be more formal. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It's just that the female technician's resentful expression is a little abnormal. An hour later, at the door of Fengqing massage shop, Liu An, who was already dressed neatly, took back his ID card. You can go to another place for massage next time. The blind massage place on the next street is pretty good. The team leader patted Liu An's shoulder with a complicated look in his eyes. Well, I'm just here to give it a try. They are indeed not very professional. Liu An nodded seriously, ignoring the resentful look of technician Ting Ting not far away. Okay, there's a special operation here today. Let's go. Okay, Officer Lin, you guys are busy. Liu An was overjoyed and turned away. I was secretly happy in my heart. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen to me. I actually saved money because of the inspection. An hour later, Liu An returned home and took out two things. A stone, a dragon ball. He took the stone back from the antique street. The other energy bead was inside the stone. Nothing unexpected happened during the whole process. The stone has been there for a long time, who cares whether it is lost or not? Now, all the benefits have been gained by Liu An. There is more than an hour left before the space arrives, and all we have to do now is wait. As for preparing for space monsters, there is no need. Except for clothes, no non-space items are allowed in the space. There's no point in preparing. It would be better to conserve your energy and adjust your condition to cope with the coming killing. Time passed by minute, and when it reached midnight, everyone who could see the countdown had a space mark appear on their wrists at the same time. Then, a message was projected from the mark into the void. Killing zone is officially opened. Reporters with space seals will be transported to the killing zone in 3 minutes. Countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 3. Liu An ignored the reminder and looked at the table. The stone and dragon ball have changed drastically at this time. The originally transparent dragon ball now turned golden, with light flowing inside the ball, which was mysterious and extraordinary. I don't know when the stone broke into pieces, revealing the golden beads inside. 2 energy beads that are hard to come by in the future appeared. The Eye of Insight is opened. Name, Energy Bead. Features, contains special energy, which can strengthen itself by absorbing it, increasing its attributes by 5 points. Liu An was overjoyed, he knew that the energy beads could enhance his own properties. But I didn't expect it to increase by as much as 5 points. 2 equals 10 points. If he could get a few more, he could become a formal evolver. Pity. This thing is too rare, whether you can get it depends entirely on luck. The countdown was approaching, Liu An no longer thought about it, picked up 2 energy beads, and touched them on his space mark. Ding! A large amount of special energy has been detected. Absorbing it can enhance your own attributes. Please choose the direction of enhancement. Physique +7, Speed +3. The next second, Liu An felt a surge of energy flowing into his body from the energy bead. The first few killing spaces are relatively simple, so endurance and stamina are particularly important. The longer you persist, the more chances you have to kill more monsters. Otherwise, I would be out of breath and tired before I kill 2 monsters, right? As for speed, the faster you run, the higher your chance of survival. The energy comes and goes quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The most obvious manifestation that Liu An felt was that he had less fat, his waist was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and he had more energy when walking. These are all the benefits of greatly improving your physical fitness. Name, Liu An. Strength, 10. Constitution, 15. Speed, 12. Spirit, 20. Talent, Eye of Insight, Gold. Skills, none. Kill value, 0. Combat power rating, none. Finally, it's not crispy anymore. Liu An couldn't help but sigh. The next second, he felt a flash before his eyes. When he came back to his senses, the scene around him had changed. At the same time, a series of words appeared in the void. Welcome to Killing Floor. The following is an introduction to space rules. 1. The highest rule, stay alive. 2. Killing monsters has a chance to reveal various material cards, but the cards cannot be taken out of the space. 3. Killing monsters will help improve your strength and rating after the survival ends. 4. Non-space items are prohibited from being brought into the space. 10. This space will be open for 1 day, and the monster will come in 10 minutes. Countdown, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Liu An just glanced at the information that appeared, confirmed that it was the same as what he knew, and then stopped paying attention to it. Every time you enter the space, the rules information will appear. In his previous life, he had already studied this information thoroughly. He took a quick glance to determine whether the rules had changed because of him, the butterfly. Looking around, he found that he was in a 4-person dormitory. He walked to the table and looked at the items on it. It's a freshman's student ID card. He stood up, walked to the window, looked outside for a few times, and then he was sure of the environment he was in. The day and night time and reality within the space are different. The reality is that even at night or early morning, once you enter the space, it may not still be night. For example, now it is noon and the sun is shining brightly. Liu An was in a university dormitory. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open with a creak, and then 2 young men who looked like students walked in. One of them saw Liu An and said with a smile, "Liu An, you don't have classes this afternoon, let's play together." Liu An narrowed his eyes, knowing that this was the identity assigned to him by the space. He immediately shook his head and replied, "You guys play, I'm about to leave." Then he sat on the nearest chair, took out his cell phone and started collecting information. He needed to make sure whether the information about monsters in his mind had changed. This is very important. That's a shame, third brother, let's play by ourselves. The 2 of them gathered together, sat on a bed, and started playing games online. A few minutes later, Liu An breathed a sigh of relief. There is no need to worry about his butterfly problem. The monster this time is definitely not different and is still a zombie. The internet is full of news about the spread of unknown viruses. This is actually a hint given by the space. If you are lucky, you can use it to discover the monsters and take precautions. As for whether you can infer the monster's situation through the information, it all depends on your luck. Knowing what was going on, Liu An put away his phone and looked at the 2 people who were concentrating on playing the game. The purpose of these 2 people arranged in the space is actually very simple. When the countdown is over, the 2 will turn into man-eating zombies and attack himself. According to the information revealed in the previous life, many people failed at the very beginning. Thinking of this, Liu An stood up and walked to the 2 of them. "You refused to play when I told you to. Come on, I'll show you how I kill everyone." One of them noticed Liu An approaching and said something nonchalantly, his attention still focused on the game. Liu An looked at the 2 people who were playing games with their heads down, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Instantly, he struck 2 powerful blows on the 2 men's defenseless necks, and they fell to the ground. Afterwards, Liu An found a bed sheet and tied the two men to the bed. Wait for the two to mutate. There is no benefit in killing two people now. After they turn into monsters, killing them can not only increase energy, but also explode supply cards. After doing all this, Liu An went out. 5 minutes later, Liu An returned to the house with a fire axe. He placed the fire axe on the table and just looked at the two unconscious people. The 10-minute countdown reaches 0 and the monster arrives. Monsters are coming, killing begins. As words appeared in the void, the two people who were originally unconscious suddenly twitched all over, their bodies sometimes stretched straight and sometimes curled up. Their skin became shriveled and wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a smell of decay emanated from both of them. The skin lost its color and turned pale. In the blink of an eye, the two completed the transformation from humans to zombies. They had become zombies and woke up from their coma. They opened their eyes, and their pale pupils stared at Liu An, while their bodies began to struggle frantically. But under Liu An's bondage art, the two could only twist their bodies. Liu An couldn't bear to look at the devil's figure, and his eyelids twitched. Liu An opened his eye of insight and scanned the area. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Combat Power Rating: Trash. Lootable Entries: Zombie Breath, White, Super Hearing, Yellow. Looking at the display of plunderable entries, Liu An raised his eyebrows, and then a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Zombie Aura and Super Hearing. Doesn't this force me to cheat? But I like it. Chapter 4. Liu An grinned, raised the fire axe, and with a few swipes, the two zombies were dead. Successfully killed an ordinary zombie, killing +1. Successfully killed an ordinary zombie, killing +1. First kill of zombies, public platform permissions opened, chat permissions opened, transaction permissions opened. Several pieces of information appeared in succession in the void, which were hints of space. Liu An was already very familiar with the chat and transaction permissions, so he simply chose to ignore them. Liu An set his eyes on two balls of light, one white and one yellow, floating above the corpse. It's the entry for zombies. He reached out and touched the light ball of the entry, and the next second, the entry disappeared in Liu An's hand. Ding! Obtained entries: Zombie Breath, White, Super Hearing, Yellow. Zombie Breath, White. After use, you will have the breath of an ordinary zombie. Super Hearing, Yellow. The hearing system will be greatly enhanced and more details will be heard. The abilities of the two entries were instantly integrated. Among them, Super Hearing is passive, but he can choose to use or not use the zombie breath. Liu An moved his ears, and all the sounds within a 10-meter radius were taken in, clearer than ever before. Suddenly looking to the left, I saw a mosquito flying in the air. About 1 meter away from him. Normally he would not be able to hear the sound of the mosquito's wings vibrating, but at this moment, the buzzing sound of the mosquito's wings vibrating seemed to be right next to his ears. Very good, the hearing has been improved at least several times. Out of curiosity, Liu An used the breath of zombies. There was no change in appearance, but the breath of a living person on his body disappeared instantly, replaced by a smell of decay unique to zombies. Judging from his breath alone, Liu An is definitely a zombie now. Unfortunately, according to the system instructions, items of the same grade cannot be plundered repeatedly. You can only plunder more advanced entries to cover them. The permission to upgrade the entries has not been opened, otherwise he would definitely have pushed the two entries to the limit in this space. However, I am content now. Bearing the aura of zombies is like turning on the invisibility cheat among zombies. It can save a lot of time. Thinking of this, Liu An no longer hesitated. He just drove away the zombie aura, carried a fire axe, opened the door and walked out. The hunt begins. Let's set a small goal first, kill 100 of them. After going out of the door, there was a long corridor in front of me, with 3 staggering figures in the corridor. It's a zombie. The three zombies heard the sound of the door opening and all looked towards Liu An. Then they turned around and gathered towards the place where the sound came from. Liu An subconsciously stepped back a few steps and tightened the axe in his hand. The closest zombie arrived at the door first, sniffed Liu An, sensed the scent of the same kind, and turned around and walked into the dormitory. 1, 2, 3 zombies were like this, and Liu An could no longer hold back the smile on his face. The entry about zombie aura is absolutely amazing. Looking at the zombies gathered at the door, Liu An silently raised the fire axe. As they chopped melons and vegetables, blood splattered everywhere and 3 heads rolled to the side. Net profit of 3 kill points. At this moment, a white transparent card suddenly floated out from the body of a zombie, just hovering quietly in the air. Liu An was overjoyed when he saw this. It's not easy to explode something. I quickly picked it up and saw that on the card it said, a Bidakwe brand electric car. Bidakwe electric bicycle, a green brand electric bicycle with a speed of up to 60 km per hour. Ride it and even the traffic police can't catch up with you. I couldn't catch up with him, so I stopped him directly when I saw him because he didn't wear a helmet. Liu An complained silently and put the card into his pocket. The card is very easy to use. Once you select activate, the physical object will appear. Once an item is materialized, it cannot be transformed back into a card state. The card will be automatically calculated as kill value when it leaves the space. Each card can be exchanged for 100 kill points. Therefore, cards are hard currency in this space and will be used as currency for transactions in the future. There are many types of space cards, such as materials, equipment, medicine, etc. Among them, survival supplies and medical items are the most sought after. In addition to the low explosion rate, it is also because of the large market demand. Food and water are the most basic needs. Some killing spaces have no water or food at all. Now is the first time the space is opened. It is relatively simple and only needs 1 day to stay there. Even if you don't drink water for a day, it is not a big problem. The importance of supplies cannot be seen for the time being. But it was different afterwards. The second time it was opened it took 2 days, the third time it took 3 days, and so on. In the later stage, it may take several days or more, and if there is not enough food and water, you may not know how you died. The cards popped out, which was a good start, and Liu An became even more excited. Continue. After listening carefully, Liu An energetically picked up the fire axe, strode to the dormitory next door, kicked the door open, and rushed in. 10 seconds later, holding a fire axe covered in even more blood, he walked out of the dormitory and continued to walk towards the next one. Half an hour later, Liu An killed another zombie in a dormitory, then stopped, found a table and chair to sit down, began to rest, and took stock of his gains. He took out 3 cards and looked at them one by one. Bidakwe electric car *1. Original black stockings *1. Branded sanitary napkin daily use 8 pieces *1. Apart from the means of transportation, the rest are useless cards to Liu An. Of course, there is a saying in later generations that there are no useless cards, only applicable scenarios and suitable people. Imagine if a woman is in the killing zone and her relatives suddenly come to visit her, and they come to visit her in large numbers. What should she do? At this time, branded sanitary napkins are extremely important. They are absolutely a necessity among necessities, more necessary than water and food. Same thing with leggings. You can't rob a bank without them. Without it, how can you let others know that you are here to rob? How do you highlight your personal style? Therefore, these cards are useless to Liu An, but it is different for others. It can be traded to people in need in exchange for the resources you need. Liu An put the card away, and with a thought, he opened the chat channel. Is there anyone here? I'm trapped in a hotel bathroom. Does anyone have a pack of toilet paper? I killed someone. This is what it feels like to kill someone. Will I turn into a zombie if I get hurt? I don't want to die. Is there a doctor? Are you in the same mall? There are already hundreds of messages in the chat channel, but most of them are useless. Liu An shook his head secretly. Posting chat messages requires killing points. 1 kill value per message. I really don't know the value of killing value, and I'm posting these useless words here. Not finding any useful information, Liu An turned to look at the trading platform. The platform was empty, there was nothing. Either no one got the card, or they used it directly after getting it, or they didn't have time to understand the usefulness of the trading platform. Liu An narrowed his eyes and immediately felt that it was profitable. Now he is the only one who knows that the cards can calculate the killing value. He can take advantage of the information gap and collect the cards in everyone's hands. Of course, we still have to wait for some time. We have just entered and there are too few cards. Everyone is not well funded. Let it grow fat before cutting. Chapter 5. Now, we should improve the efficiency of killing monsters. Thinking of this, Liu An narrowed his eyes, looked down at the dull fire axe in his hand, and stood up and left. The axe is too inefficient, so get some weapons first. Even though he was cheating, he was still using the most primitive way to kill zombies. The previous plan needed to be changed, it was indeed inappropriate. After leaving the dormitory building, Liu An took out an electric bike key from somewhere. He pressed the horn button on the key and walked along the row of electric vehicles under the dormitory. Ding ding! 2 noises were heard and the lights of an electric car flashed twice. Liu An grinned, "It's you." Ignoring the surprised looks of the zombies not far away, Liu An got on the car, turned the key, adjusted the navigation on his phone, and headed towards the nearest municipal bureau. I ride my beloved motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Liu An hummed a song silently and rode his 2-wheeled electric vehicle calmly through the campus. It would attract the attention of the surrounding zombies from time to time, but after they sensed the aura of the same kind in Liu An, they stopped paying attention. Liu An's ease and calmness formed a sharp contrast with the staggering figures of the zombies. While passing by a school building, Liu An heard a cry for help. "Help! Handsome guy, help!" Liu An stopped the car and looked towards the direction where the call for help came from. On the second floor of the building, a tall woman in pajamas was standing on an air conditioner unit in fear, waving her hands at Liu An. Because of the large range of motion, it is inevitable that some things that should not be exposed will be exposed. But in this situation, the woman can't care about so many things. Asking for help is the first priority. Next to the woman, there was an open window, and several zombies were sticking their heads out, grasping frantically in the air. There were also a lot of zombies gathered right below the woman. It seems like there is no way to go up to heaven and no way to go down to earth. Believe in yourself and stay here and don't move. Liu An replied to the girl in pajamas. The woman in pajamas was overjoyed when she heard this. The emotions on his face were hard to conceal, and he nodded frantically. Okay, I won't move, I won't. But before he could finish his words, his expression froze on his face. Liu An turned his wrist and rode away on his bike. As adults, you must be responsible for your own actions. What to save? As long as the pajamas girl listens to him, behaves herself, and doesn't do anything rash, she won't die. Although the opponent's situation is a dead end with no way out, this time the killing space only lasts for 1 day. There are no task requirements yet, it's completely a welfare bureau. Even if you don't eat or drink, you will be teleported away and gain benefits when the time is up. There is absolutely no need to save people. Seeing Liu An going away, the woman suddenly collapsed and shouted frantically, come back, UBD, are you a man? Come and save me." Listening to the woman's gradually collapsing curses, Liu An drove faster. See, this is human nature. People in later generations are used to this kind of thing. In space, the best way is to take care of yourself. You may think you are the protagonist or the savior, but within an hour at most, someone will make you experience what a human accident is. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. This is the code of conduct in the killing zone. He met several survivors along the way. Some of them were shouting at Liu An from afar in the house, some were in a dying state, and some even tried to seduce him. Unfortunately, the other party was unable to attract much attention from Liu An due to insufficient capital. The 4 survivors made Liu An secretly sigh with emotion. The density of random distribution of personnel is a bit high. Although there are 100,000 survivors this time, we can eliminate those who died when the monsters arrived and those who hid. Tens of thousands of people are scattered in a city the size of a provincial capital, and the probability of meeting 4 survivors in one school is indeed very high. It is probably the first time that the space is opened, so the difficulty has been reduced so that everyone can huddle together for warmth. Thinking of this, Liu An twisted his wrist and rode the electric scooter quickly out of the school gate, following the navigation, all the way to his destination. Along the way are chaotic streets and damaged stores, all caused by the arrival of monsters. Seeing the scrapped cars almost blocking the traffic, Liu An was glad that he didn't drive a car, otherwise he would have no way to escape after leaving the school gate. The current electric donkey is still better. Liu An happily rode his electric scooter towards his destination. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic, well, unless there is a road construction ahead. After riding for not long, Liu An was forced to stop. There was a road being built ahead, and it was blocked by a fence. Through the fence, one could see that several large holes had been dug in the ground behind, and there were several thick pipes placed next to them. It was obvious that they were repairing a sewer. Liu An looked at the navigation on his phone and muttered to himself, "This navigation is broken. It can't even show the road construction. Bad review." Fortunately, we are not far from the police station now, about 1 kilometer away. Liu An simply gave up on the electric car. Walked towards the police station on foot. At the same time, at the entrance of the police station. Bang! A stone hit the trash can in front of the police station. The noise immediately attracted the attention of several figures wandering in the yard. Several zombies staggered towards the sound. In a shop not far away, 2 figures were hiding inside, looking at the zombies stealthily through the crack in the door. "It's done. We finally lured these zombies out." A man wearing black-framed glasses raised his fist excitedly. But the other man with acne all over his face looked scared and worried. "Brother Dong, are we really going to take a risk? Isn't it better to stay here?" The man with glasses looked at the man with acne seriously, pushed up his glasses with his hand, and his eyes sparkled. "We have no choice. Based on my years of experience reading novels, these zombies will definitely evolve. When that happens, we will definitely die. Only if we get the weapons can we survive. Otherwise, our good start will be wasted." They were extremely lucky, as they were near the police station when they showed up. After the monster descended, the 2 happened to escape to this lingerie store. By accident, he killed the shop owner. After that, he took over the magpie's nest and dared not go out again. After understanding the situation, the man with glasses began to suffer from paranoia and prepared to get weapons. There happened to be a police station nearby, but the police station was also full of zombies. The man with glasses, who was familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war, immediately decided on a strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, which led to this scene. After the unremitting efforts of the man with glasses, he finally lured out several zombies wandering in the yard. The conditions for entering the police station compound are met. The acne-prone man still looked worried. There are 5 zombies in the yard alone, who knows how many more there are in the police station. There are only 2 of us, I'm worried. There's nothing to worry about. We don't have to resort to force. We are different from zombies. We have brains. Brother Dong interrupted the other person and pointed to his head. Just like before, we just need to use diversion and trickery to lure the zombies away. Even if we take a step back, if all else fails we can still run away. Zombies can't catch up with us. What are you afraid of? Okay, I'll get my things ready and we can go. At this moment, the acne-prone man grabbed the glasses man's clothes and pointed outside the door and said, Brother Dong, look, there is actually someone. Chapter 6. It's normal that some people are not very normal. After all, there are 100,000 people. Don't make a fuss. The man with glasses waved his hand and didn't care. No, Brother Dong, that guy wasn't attacked by zombies when he was walking down the street. What? How is that possible? The man with glasses quickly leaned over the doorway and started looking. What caught my eye was a young man, walking calmly and leisurely on the street. The zombies coming and going acted as if they didn't see each other and had no intention of attacking each other at all. This doesn't make sense, I'm not Sister Li. Dong Ji muttered to himself subconsciously. A face full of doubts about life. Brother Dong, it seems his target is also the police station. Police, I think the same as you do. At this time, Liu An had already arrived at the door of the police station. He saw several zombies in police uniforms wandering around a trash can at the door. I looked at the trash can in confusion, but there was nothing special about it. There are no broken limbs, so why are you wandering around the trash can? The doubt lasted only a second before he stopped thinking about it and walked into the police station compound. But after walking a few steps, Liu An stopped again, turned around and said to the zombies, Hey, what are you guys doing around the trash can? Come back and stand guard. I don't know if they understood what Liu An said, but the zombies looked at each other blankly, then actually walked back into the police station and continued wandering around. Only then did Liu An nod with satisfaction. That's right, the police station will be safer with more guards. Then he turned around and walked into the game. But this scene almost made the man with glasses explode with anger. It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. I spent half an hour making a feint to the east and attacking in the west before printing out the zombies. And this BD responded with just one sentence. Damn you, you immortal boss. The man with glasses lost his composure at this moment. No one would be able to remain calm when faced with this situation. Brother Dong, calm down, calm down. The acne-prone man hurriedly held the other person down, fearing that the glasses man would get excited and make some noise, thus attracting the zombies outside. Brother Dong, this is not the point. Why don't the zombies attack him or even listen to him? The man with glasses took a deep breath after hearing this, suppressed his anger, and used his IQ to take the upper hand again. Yet, not attacking and listening to him, this guy is definitely abnormal. Unless what? The acne-prone man asked quickly. Unless the other party has obtained some kind of treasure, that's not right. At most, it can protect him from being attacked, but it definitely can't make the zombies obey. By the way, he seemed to have said the word brothers to those zombies just now, right? The pimple-faced man nodded, yes, he said brothers. Seeing the acne man's affirmation, the glasses man looked as if he had expected it and subconsciously pushed up his glasses. I see. If that's the case, then there is only one truth. He doesn't seek survivors. He is a zombie, a high-level zombie. Advanced zombie. Yes, they are found in those apocalyptic novels. Second evolved zombies have a similar appearance to ordinary people, and some have various superpowers, and can even control low-level zombies. The acne man suddenly realized, oh, that's how it is. If he is a high-level zombie, then that would explain what happened just now. The man with glasses' expression changed. Oh no. The high-level zombies have strong reconnaissance capabilities. We can't stay here any longer. We have to move to another location. Otherwise, we won't know how we died. After saying this, the man with glasses prepared to pack up again. But he was grabbed by the acne-ridden man. What's wrong? Brother Dong, that guy just came and led a few zombies to the vicinity of the store. It seems that our door is blocked by zombies. Man with glasses. FK him. He did it on purpose, he definitely did it on purpose. On the other side, Liu An entered the police station and found that there were many more zombies here. Most of them were wearing police uniforms. Liu An walked quickly through the area and finally stopped at a safe passage, where he found what he was looking for. Building floor plan. Liu An simply searched and found his target. Special Equipment Management Department of the Special Police Brigade. There's definitely the equipment he needs here. 10 minutes later, Liu An looked at the rows of weapons and ammunition in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Step in and start choosing. No more bulletproof vest, it's too heavy, a tactical vest will be fine. Night vision goggles are great. It will be nightfall in a few hours, so they will come in handy. Give me 2 submachine guns. I can't take more than that. Bullets, the more the better. Tear gas and flash grenades, keep some ready. After choosing and selecting, Liu An armed himself fully. Unfortunately, no grenades were found. Grenades are special items, and this is not a foreign country, so they are strictly controlled. Even if the special police team wants to use grenades, they have to apply for approval at various levels. However, if you don't have grenades, then don't have them. These things are enough. Looking at the arsenal which had hardly been reduced, Liu An thought for a moment and opened the trading platform. Put all the stun guns, batons, flash grenades, blast shields, and bulletproof vests on the shelves, and set up bartering for them, with 1 card for each piece of equipment. There is no limit to the type of cards, we accept all. Of course, Liu An has no plans to put submachine guns and rifles on the shelves for the time being. Now that it's on the shelves, weapons and ammunition are flying all over the place. If someone were to target him and attack him with a weapon, he would have no place to cry. There is no problem with the stun gun. It is disposable, has a short range, and a slow speed. It will not kill people. At most it will cause muscle spasms. It has no effect on him. As for whether anyone would trade, Liu An believed that no one could resist the temptation of these things. Not now, I will definitely be able to trade it out in the evening. After taking a quick look at the much emptier warehouse, Liu An turned and left. The killing time continues. Liu An did not start a massacre directly in the police station. For the time being, he still needs the zombies to guard the ammunition here to prevent his house from being stolen. So he walked out of the police station fully armed. He deliberately led all the zombies outside the police station into the police station yard, then closed the yard door to prevent the zombies from hearing the noise and running around, and then walked towards the street not far away. I will never forgive him. Seeing the locked gate and nearly 10 zombies wandering in the yard, the man with glasses couldn't help but roar in a low voice. The acne-prone man covered the glasses man's mouth and quickly persuaded him, Brother Dong, calm down, you must calm down. Actually, from a side perspective, this is a good thing. Look, there are no zombies at the door anymore. We can run away. Speaking of which, we should thank that senior zombie. Man with glasses. Thanks to him, my God. A minute later, the two chose to leave from the bottom of their hearts. I can't stay in this place anymore, it's too frustrating. Living in Bungbu is totally unbearable. Chapter 7. When the two left, Liu An was already standing on the roof of a shop on the next street. Looking down at the scattered zombies on the street. Afterwards, Liu An took out a small box of 20 cm long firecrackers from somewhere, took out a lighter, lit them, and threw the firecrackers. Crackle! The deafening sound spread all around. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire street and even the zombies in several neighboring streets. They all took steps and rushed over here. Liu An just waited silently. After the firecrackers were set off, Liu An bent down and took out another load from the box behind him. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers continued to ring out. It constantly attracts nearby zombies to gather here. All over the street, the number of zombies was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the zombies gathered in a pile, Liu An grinned. The killing begins. Then, holding the submachine gun in both hands, he fired at the zombies below without even looking. Da-da-da-da-da. Tongues of flame spewed out, and countless orange-yellow bullets were fired out of the gun, heading towards the group of zombies below. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere and roars were heard. The scene was very bloody. But to Liu An, these were all minor scenes. He had seen even more disgusting things in his previous life. Can you imagine the feeling of a companion who was standing right next to you being trampled into a meat patty by the monster, with blood splattering all over his body? Having experienced many such scenes, I can't stand the slightest ripple in my heart when I see the killing happening now. The only thing left is excitement. I was excited that I finally didn't have to struggle anymore and could control the life and death of monsters like God. This role change made Liu An addicted. The sound of gunfire lasted for several minutes. There were only a few bullets left, and the temperature at the muzzle was frighteningly high due to the continuous firing of bullets. The air that came into contact with the muzzle showed signs of distortion. But the result was still gratifying. There were no zombies standing on the street. They all fell down. The ground in the area was almost soaked with limbs and blood. This is what it means when blood flows like a river. Liu An looked at his kill value. Kill value, 320. Looking at the value of over 300, Liu An felt a sense of pride. Thinking back to his previous life, he fought hard to get through this space, and if he could kill 100 of them, it was already a great achievement. I've never thought of clearing monsters in units of hundreds like we do now. His starting point is so high now. As long as he doesn't waste time in the later stage, his achievements will be unmatched. With so much killing value saved, when the settlement comes, you can exchange it for a large number of items to enhance your strength. At the end of each space, the surviving survivors will first enter a settlement space. In the settlement space, you can use the accumulated kill points to purchase some special items. Retracting his thoughts, Liu An took a deep breath, looked at the bloody body parts on the ground, frowned, then jumped into the bloody body parts and began to pick up the cards. The only downside is that you have to pick up the cards yourself. Fortunately, the explosion rate is low, so it is not difficult to pick it up. After killing so many, I only had 8 left in my hand. Brand shampoo 200 ml *1. Sterilizing spray *1. High explosive grenade *1. 550 ml mineral water *3. Fish flavored shredded pork *2. Still, each has its uses. Shampoo may seem useless, but if you have been in the killing space of a forest environment for a long time and your hair is stringy and tangled, it would be nice to have a bottle of shampoo. As the saying goes, there are no useless cards, only suitable scenarios. Liu An put the card in his pocket, and the grenade card was stored and unfolded separately. Convenient for immediate access when encountering danger. This is a habit developed in later generations. Tap 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 tap. At this moment, 3 people appeared at the end of the street in a panic. Run! That guy is coming after me. This way, there are no zombies here. The 3 of them turned their heads and looked back from time to time, as if something terrifying was chasing them behind them. But when the 3 of them got closer and saw clearly the terrifying scene on the street, they suddenly stopped and their bodies stopped uncontrollably. With a look of horror on his face, he looked at Liu An, the only one standing on the street, and at the dead bodies lying on the ground. Old, boss, the ground is full of dead zombies. You don't have to tell me, I can see it. Wang Fa was also unlucky. A few people were lucky enough to meet each other and were able to huddle together for warmth and hide in a shop. Suddenly a burst of firecrackers attracted all the zombies on the street. Looking at the underground supermarket across the street, several people's minds suddenly became active. After some planning, he sneaked into the supermarket across the street and bought some weapons. But as soon as I entered, I met a big guy. In desperation, several people could only flee in panic. As a result, I didn't expect that before I could escape from the big guy's pursuit, I encountered this terrifying scene again. A real river of corpses and blood. Ugh! One of them couldn't help but retched. But because there was nothing in his stomach, he only spit out a few mouthfuls of saliva. The man standing is a man, and he has a weapon. We are saved. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. One of them was the first to see Liu An's identity from his outfit. He was immediately overjoyed, and then rushed towards Liu An. Brother, we are human, we are human, we are not injured. You have weapons, quickly attack the zombies chasing us. Boom! At this moment, a wall at the end of the street suddenly broke open, and a huge body about 3 meters high appeared in Liu An's sight. It's a unique zombie. Ordinary zombies have atrophied muscles and frayed skin, but this zombie's skin is intact and its muscles are thorny, giving it the appearance of a devilish muscle man. His thick arms almost caught up with Liu An's thighs. This is no ordinary zombie. Insightful eyes. Name, Mutated Zombie. Combat Power Rating, 1 star early stage. Entry, Zombie Aura, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow. Liu An's eyes flashed. It is indeed a mutated zombie. In the previous life, it was rumored that they encountered different zombies in the first space. They had various abilities, but their numbers were extremely rare. Originally, Liu An didn't encounter one along the way. Unexpectedly, while standing still, the other party actually came to his door. Liu An wants the entry for strength enhancement. As for the 1-star initial combat power rating, Liu An is not too worried. Combat power rating is an intuitive way to judge strength in killing space. If a single attribute exceeds 30, it will be regarded as 1 star. Subsequently, every time a single attribute increases by 30, the rating will be increased. Of course, even for the same star, they are also divided into early, middle, and late stages. For the highest attribute, every 10 improvement is considered a classification. Taking mutant zombies as an example, the strength attribute is estimated to be the highest. It's definitely over 30, but since it's the early stage of 1 star, it's definitely not over 40. The strength and explosive power of ordinary people are 3 to 4 times. Liu An's killing devices in hand, coupled with rich combat experience, it is not a problem to deal with. Chapter 8. On the other side, the mutated zombie looked at Liu An with confusion. Originally he thought Liu An was a human being, but after careful perception, he found that the other party was a zombie. Then why are all the zombies on the ground dead, and only this one is standing? But his limited IQ did not allow him to think about so many profound questions, so he just looked at Liu An twice more and then continued to focus his gaze on the 3 people who were fleeing. Roar! The mutant zombie suddenly roared at Liu An. The voice is neither human nor animal, and it is hard to describe. But from this roar, combined with the other party's eyes, Liu An could actually feel what the other party meant. Little guy, stop those 3 foods. Liu An probably guessed what the other party meant. As for the prefix, Liu An filled it in himself. After all, in front of a 3-meter tall big guy, he was indeed short of normal height. But in the next scene, the mutant zombie showed the expression of an old man in the subway. The 3 of them stopped, but why did it feel like the little guy was chatting with them? Chatting with your food? I don't understand. The limited brain capacity causes the mutant zombies to burn up the CPU. The 3 people had already arrived in front of Liu An. The leader was a young man in his 30s wearing a floral shirt and jeans. It was Wang Fa, the eldest of the three. Wang Fa said to Liu An, "Brother, be careful, he is very powerful." Liu An just glanced at the three of them and said coldly, "Stay away." But Liu An's attitude seemed cold and inhuman to the three of them. Although I was upset about the cold shoulder, I didn't dare to do anything rash, because the other party had a gun in his hand. The three of them looked at the submachine gun in Liu An's hand and the pistol and stun gun on his waist with envy and swallowed their saliva. Wang Fa's eyes gleamed, but he didn't leave. Instead, he said, "Hey buddy, do you have any weapons to share with us? For example, a stun gun. If 4 of us fight that monster together, we'll have a better chance of winning." Wang Fa was very smart and did not ask for the submachine gun directly. He didn't even ask for a pistol. These are powerful weapons. Even if he asks for help, the other party will not give him the same treatment as a stranger they just met. But if you change it to an electric shock gun, it will be different. At least you won't die, and the range is short, so you can avoid it if you are prepared. In addition, the other party has a submachine gun in his hand, so he probably won't take the stun gun too seriously. Faced with the extraordinary pressure from monsters, the other party is very likely to give them some self-defense weapons. As if to increase his credibility, Wang Fa continued, "Don't worry, brother. We are on the same page now. We will not harm you. Besides, you still have a powerful weapon. We can swear to deal with after you kill the monster, I will return the weapon to you." The other two were stunned when they heard this, and then nodded in agreement. Looking at the weapons on Liu An's body, he couldn't hide a hint of greed. If they had these weapons, they wouldn't be chased all over the street by a monster. Liu An sneered in his heart when he heard this, and the abacus beads of the opponent were hitting his face. As long as he dares to borrow, the other party will definitely not return it. The promises made within the killing zone are all bullshit, not even a single punctuation mark can be trusted. Liu An didn't want to waste his breath and was ready to convince people with virtue. The muzzle of the gun turned and pointed at the three people, then he spat out a word coldly. "Roll." The three of them twitched their cheeks and cursed Liu An in their hearts for being ungrateful. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but say, "Boy, we are all trying to survive. Only by sticking together can we be the king." Bang! With a gunshot, the head of the younger brother who was speaking exploded, and blood splattered all over Wang Fa and the other man. Wang Fa and the other man stood there in a daze. His face was pale and bloodless. Kill someone, the other party killed someone. As Wang Fa and the other man looked stunned, Liu An turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the two of them. No! Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard, and the remaining 2 people fell to the ground. "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave." After leaving a word, Liu An turned his gaze to the mutated zombies. At the same time, on the 4th floor of a building in the distance, the 2 men looked through the window at where Liu An was with pale faces. They happened to be hiding here, attracted by the noise made by the mutated zombies, and witnessed the whole process. One of them, who looked like a younger brother, couldn't help but comment in a low voice. "Chi, brother Chi, this is a ruthless person. It seems that apart from zombies, people cannot be trusted easily. It's too dangerous." Huang Qi's eyes flickered, and he pointed at Liu An in the distance and said, "Did you see it? What are you looking at? That man's weapon. As long as we can get the weapon, we can definitely move sideways in space. But that man won't give us weapons. Haha, that zombie is not a good guy. Maybe we have a chance." Roar! The mutant zombie roared and rushed towards Liu An. Originally, the mutant zombie was still burning the CPU on the spot, but when Liu An killed the 3 foods, the mutant zombie couldn't help it. In his opinion, Liu An deliberately did not eat the prey he killed, which showed that he did not take him seriously at all. This is a provocation. Whatever the purpose, this is unbearable. Since you can't bear it, then fight. The mutated zombie suddenly started moving, rushing towards Liu An with unparalleled power. Knock, knock, knock. Every step taken on the street causes the nearby ground to vibrate slightly. It fully demonstrates its power. Seeing the mutant zombies rushing towards him, Liu An remained calm and silently analyzed the strength of the mutant zombies in his mind. He's strong and his defense doesn't seem weak either, but luckily he doesn't have much brains. The speed is much weaker than the strength, but it is still faster than him and within the acceptable range. After some analysis, Liu An made a decision to use fire suppression, hoping that there would be enough bullets. Thinking of this, Liu An raised his gun and started shooting at the mutated zombies. Shoot and retreat quickly. Da-da-da-da-da. Under the blast of countless bullets, the mutant zombies that had not yet reached Liu An were shot into a honeycomb. Bullets penetrated into the bodies of the mutant zombies, destroying their bodies. But zombies are corpses. As long as there is nothing wrong with their skull and spine, they will not be truly dead. Therefore, the mutated zombie instinctively crossed its arms to protect its head and continued to approach Liu An, but its speed was far slower than before. Liu An could barely hold the other party back. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, a series of sounds of blank shots were heard. The submachine gun in my left hand is out of bullets. The few bullets left were all used up in this wave. Chapter 9. Upon seeing this, Liu An had no choice but to throw away the submachine gun that had been empty in his left hand. He continued to charge with his right hand and touched his body with his left hand. A card appeared in his hand. The next second, the card disappeared and was replaced by a black grenade. High explosive grenade. At this time, he didn't care about the 100 kill value. As long as you can kill the opponent and capture the entry, everything is worth it. With this thought in mind, he pulled off the bracelet and threw it towards the mutated zombie. Then, he turned around and ran away. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the street. A cloud of dust stirred up. Liu An stood behind a bunker and looked towards the explosion site. As the dust fell, the scene in the explosion zone was gradually revealed. I saw a small pit on the ground. At this time, the mutated zombie was lying beside the pit and struggling. Half of his body disappeared, the remaining leg was bone white, and his upper body was full of bullet holes. For ordinary people, this kind of injury would have killed them long ago, but for zombies, even if there is only one head left, they can still bite people. At this time, the mutated zombie was still struggling to crawl towards Liu An, shedding a lot of blood along the way. Liu An walked toward the mutated zombies with a cold face. As he walked, he threw away the submachine gun that was out of bullets, and casually pulled out the spare pistol from his waist. When he got close, he saw the mutated zombie with only one hand still crawling towards him, and decisively pointed the gun at its head. Bang 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 bang! Successfully kill mutated zombies and gain 100 killing points. Hey, kill point is back! In the distant building, Huang Qi, who was sizing up the battle, looked at Liu An's equipment and became even more envious. But he seemed to have thought of something, and his face became a little gloomy. The opponent actually had a deadly weapon like a grenade. It's a pity that we didn't see a lose-lose scenario. Boss, that man seems to be uninjured, what should we do now? Huang Qi squinted his eyes and made calculations in his mind. Change of plans, go downstairs and follow the man. Why are you following the other party? The younger brother asked in confusion. You are stupid. He has killed so many zombies, and the ammunition must have been almost consumed. He will definitely go back to replenish the ammunition. We just need to follow him. The more Huang Qi talked, the more excited he became, as if an arsenal of weapons had been displayed in front of him. But boss, even if the other party has weapons, will they give them to us? What should I give in? The weapon is not his in the first place. Unless he keeps guarding the weapon all the time, as long as he leaves, it will be our chance. Liu An didn't know the little thoughts of these people. He was doing business now. Acquired entries: Zombie Aura, yellow, Strength Enhancement, yellow. Zombie Breath, yellow. After use, you will have the breath of mutated zombies. Ordinary zombies will automatically avoid them, and you can simply command them. Strength Strengthening, yellow. Greatly improve one's own strength. Super Hearing cannot be obtained due to repetition, and only 2 other entries are integrated into the body. The next second, the zombie aura on Liu An suddenly became several times stronger, becoming the same as a mutated zombie. It's a pity that there are no ordinary zombies around for him to experiment on. At the same time, a majestic energy and blood burst out in the body, and the muscles on the body became more angular, but the whole person did not become as big as a zombie. Rather, simply improve muscle density and bone density to better adapt to the current body. Originally, Liu An was worried about turning into a big guy like him, but now that he saw this change, he felt relieved. Sure enough, the products produced by the system are excellent. In just a few seconds, Liu An's body seemed to have been transformed, and he felt full of strength. Subconsciously looked at his own attributes. Power 3-3. Physique, 15. Speed 1-2. Spirit 2-0. Talents: Eye of Insight, gold, Zombie Breath, yellow, Super Hearing, yellow, Strength Enhancement, yellow. Skill: none. Kill value: 420. Combat power rating: 1-star. Early stage. A strength enhancement actually increased his strength by 23 points, from the original 10 points to 33 points. The strength attribute has exceeded 30, officially entering the 1-star initial combat power rating. Although he knew that plundering entries might improve his attributes, when the facts were placed in front of him, he still couldn't be complacent. Others can only improve attributes when leaving the space, but he can improve within the space. The only way to improve is by simply killing monsters. Just ask who else. After a moment to calm down, Liu An looked at the mutated zombie and exploded another item. A white card. The difference from ordinary cards is that the pattern on it is a big question mark. Lottery card. Draw cards that can only be revealed by mutated monsters. Cards can extract a variety of items, such as special supplies, special equipment, treasures of heaven and earth, and even basic attribute points. Picked up the card. Lottery card. You can randomly draw an item. Liu An subconsciously rubbed his hands. The feeling of opening the blind box was exciting and exciting. Then decisively chose to use it. Ding! The draw is successful and you will get a set of special nanosuits. Special nanosuit: constant temperature, constant pressure, constant cleaning, fireproof, waterproof and resistant. You can change the style at will. It turned out to be a nanosuit. Liu An was overjoyed. The introduction may seem simple, but it is extremely practical. Killing floor is not always a cool autumn, it can also be extremely cold, scorching heat, or even a negative pressure zone. The survivors are not only thinking about monsters, but also how to survive. With this nanosuit, Liu An's survivability in space will be greatly increased. Moreover, the defense of the nanosuit is far superior to that of ordinary clothing, and it can withstand basic firearms. As long as it is not hacked by armor-piercing bullets or special weapons, it will hardly wear out. This can be regarded as adding a layer of protection to Liu An's defense. Every time a set of this thing appears in later generations, it can be sold for a sky-high price. In his previous life, Liu An didn't know how much effort he put into getting it, but he didn't expect that he would have it now in this life. Liu An decisively took off his clothes, put on the nanosuit, and turned it into a special combat uniform. Perfect. He glanced around again and found nothing good, then turned and walked towards the police station. Replenish ammunition and keep killing. Not long after Liu An left, 2 people appeared on the street. Officially Huang Qi and 2 people. Go, follow, and keep your distance. Oh. Chapter 10. A few minutes later, Liu An returned to the outside of the police station again, his face suddenly darkening. I saw that the gate of the courtyard had been opened at some point, and all the dozen zombies in the courtyard were dead and fell on the ground. Oh no, someone robbed my house? Liu An didn't think twice, he stepped on the ground and rushed into the bureau quickly. Behind a big tree in the distant courtyard, a short zombie was poking the body of another zombie with his black nails out of boredom, as if he was looking for something. The next second, as if sensing something, the figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and appeared again under the big tree. The target was Liu An, who had already rushed into the bureau. The short zombie sensed Liu An's aura, tilted his head, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Just as the short zombie was about to chase Liu An, he suddenly turned his head and looked outside the courtyard gate. I saw two sneaky figures hiding in a store, looking towards the police station. It was Huang Qi and the other man. Brother Qi, it turns out that boy got the weapon here. That should be it. Look, he has killed all the zombies in the yard. Brother Qi, should we charge now? What the hell, you're going to charge for your life? Wait until that guy leaves. Hey, Brother Qi, look, there's a zombie kid at the door across the street. Hey, he seems to be walking towards us. Huang Qi took a look, pursed his lips and said, let's go, while there are no zombies around, go out and kill him. I can't handle an adult zombie, can I handle a zombie doll? Then, the two men rushed out of the shop with weapons in hand. But the next second, they both froze in place. It's because the zombie child disappeared at some point. But how is this possible? They saw each other before they rushed out, and they didn't pay attention to the little zombie for 2 or 3 seconds at most. How could the other party disappear in such a short time? Qi, Brother Qi, this place is not haunted, is it? Pa! Huang Qi raised his hand and slapped the other person on the head. What the hell, the rules said it at the beginning, there can only be one kind of monster in each space. There are only zombies here, there can't be another kind of ghost. But, the child really disappeared. It probably ran back to the yard. Let's look for it. We finally found a little creature. We can't let it run away. The two of them stood side by side, not daring to walk around. They looked ahead carefully, trying to search for the whereabouts of the short zombie. At this moment, Huang Qi felt something poking his kidneys. Without even looking at it, he reached out and scratched it. He said unhappily, "Be careful, kid, your weapon has poked my waist." "Boss, it's not me, my weapon is raised." "Bullshit." Huang Qi grabbed the thing behind him that continued to poke his kidneys. A cold, flat, long object. "Look, I've caught you. If it's not you, then it could be, As if he thought of something, Huang Qi stiffened all over and slowly turned his head to look behind him. I saw a short zombie pointing his finger with curiosity. The long nails were held in his hands. "Zombies!" Huang Qi yelled, and the baseball bat in his right hand fell down, hitting the short zombie's head. Bang! Crack! The baseball bat broke under Huang Qi's horrified gaze, and the short zombie also shrank his head, as if he was dazed by the blow. Run! In the critical moment, maybe it was because his potential was stimulated, but Huang Qi reacted immediately, threw away the half-broken baseball bat, turned around and ran. When Huang Qi ran 2 meters away, the younger brother finally remembered and chased after Huang Qi in panic. After being hit, the short zombie's curious look disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a brutal and murderous look. Roar! The next second, the short zombie stepped on the ground, and his body turned into a black shadow, quickly chasing after the younger brother. Puff! Fingers stretched out, and 5 long sharp nails instantly sank into his waist. Then he withdrew his hand, and a bloody kidney, mixed with large pieces of skin, was torn off by the short zombie. Ah! After being attacked, the younger brother could only scream and fell to the ground twitching. Huang Qi heard the noise behind him, took a quick look, shuddered, subconsciously protected his waist with both hands, and ran even faster. But the running posture with both hands protecting the waist is quite strange. The short zombie looked at Huang Qi, who was running even faster, with more murderous intent in his eyes. He raised his hand and swallowed the kidney, then licked his lips, looking as if he was still unsatisfied. He reached out and grabbed again, and the younger brother's other kidney appeared in his hand. The younger brother screamed, and his wastes disappeared. He struggled for only 2 seconds before he was completely silent. The short zombie swallowed the kidney, looked at Huang Qi, who had already run into the police station compound, and started chasing after him. Huang Qi was so panicked at this point that he ran into the police station yard without realizing it. He hurriedly closed the gate in an attempt to slow down the speed of the short zombie. Then he quickly rushed into the bureau. Huang Qi now has only one thought left, to go in and find that person. As long as he finds that person, he can survive. After trying his best, he finally got into the game. Then he opened the door, closed the door, and locked the door, and the whole action was done in one go. With the heavy door blocking his way, Huang Qi felt that he finally had hope of survival. Who? Huang Qi gasped violently. But the current situation did not allow him to think too much, and he had to find that person as soon as possible. Huang Qi turned around and prepared to observe the situation. In an instant, Huang Qi's body froze, and the expression of surviving a disaster on his face was frozen at that moment. When I turned my head, I saw countless pairs of eyes staring at me. Anyone would be frozen. Huang Qi was like this at this moment. Being stared at by dozens of zombies. Zombies, the bureau is full of zombies. He broke into the zombie den. No, it's impossible. I saw him come in. How could there be so many zombies? How could he not kill them all? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next second, zombies riot. Roar. The zombies quickly overwhelmed Huang Qi. No, this is not true, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. On the other side, Liu An had no idea what was happening at the door. At this time, he had already replenished his ammunition. After sealing the door of the ammunition depot again, he swaggered out of the police station. When passing by the hall, he looked at the zombies in chaos and surprise. What's going on? A zombie melee? Why are they fighting each other? Looking at the blocked exit door, Liu An said coldly, "Disperse, be quiet." Following Liu An's words, the chaotic zombies paused, and the next second they seemed to understand and scattered in all directions. Liu An was happy to see that the zombies were obedient. Before, Liu An would never have been able to do this. Now with the zombie aura, yellow, I can really control these ordinary zombies accurately. Seeing the zombies disperse, Liu An looked at a bloody figure on the ground. My eyebrows immediately raised. When did the zombies start killing each other? Could it be that they were too hungry? However, Liu An did not think much about it. He walked to the door, kicked the mutilated body aside, opened the door, and walked out. Just stay at home and find food when you are hungry. After leaving a few words, he closed the door again. Chapter 11. Liu An walked towards the courtyard gate calmly. Suddenly, Liu An's ears moved, and it seemed that his super hearing heard something. He suddenly turned his head to look to the side, and saw a black shadow coming towards him. Bang! Before Liu An had time to react, he felt a pain in his lower back and was hit by a huge force. He couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. Liu An had rich combat experience. He instinctively steadied his body and rushed forward a few steps until he came to a flower bed. He leaned against the flower bed and then looked up at his previous position. I saw a short zombie that looked like a child standing there, looking at me with its head tilted. The eye of insight swept towards the other party immediately. Name: Mutated Zombie. Combat Power Rating: 1-star midterm. Entries: Zombie Breath, yellow, Super Hearing, yellow, Speed Enhancement, yellow. It turned out to be a mid-stage 1-star mutant zombie with a speed of over 40. Feeling a slight pain in his lower back, he subconsciously reached out to touch it. He was secretly glad that his suit was not damaged. Fortunately, he had changed into a new nano battle suit. If he had still been wearing the previous clothes, he would have been injured by this attack. Being injured is not scary, what is scary is the virus. The other party's nails that are shining with black light are not vegetarian. At the same time, Liu An also secretly reflected on himself. Since his rebirth, everything has been going smoothly for him, and he has been able to obtain entries, which has made him less vigilant. It seems that even if you are familiar with the characteristics of space, you can't be careless. After all, this is a killing zone, not a place for vacation. Tap 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 tap. While Liu An was stunned, the short zombie attacked him again. The target is directly the kidney. I don't know if it's because of my taste or because of my size. Liu An didn't think twice and charged forward firing. Da-da-da-da-da. Probably because it was the first time the short zombie encountered a gun, he did not even dodge and was hit by many bullets in an instant. Liu An even more intentionally aimed at the opponent's lower body and head. At that moment, the short zombie was hit by many bullets in the legs, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. But the short zombie also reacted very quickly. He growled, and his figure changed instantly. He stopped rushing forward and dodged behind a big tree. Behind the big tree, there were many bullet holes on the short zombie's body, and black blood was constantly flowing out. One of them even hit his neck, causing a piece of skin and flesh to be lost. Some parts of his legs were so deep that bones were visible, which was estimated to have a significant impact on his speed. The red light in the short zombie's eyes grew brighter, and his killing intent was stronger than ever before. But the sound of gunfire did not stop in his ears, and he did not dare to go out for a while. On the other side, Liu An did not dare to stop shooting. While changing his position, he shot at the big tree where the short zombie was. He quickly analyzed the tactics in his mind. The short zombie was moving so fast that he could only see a black shadow as it moved. More difficult to deal with than the mutant zombies with enhanced strength. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be faster, and that's not just talk. Fortunately, like the power-type mutant zombies, their brains don't work very well, so they can be put to good use. Liu An subconsciously twisted his waist, hoping that his waist could withstand it. At this time, behind the big tree, the short zombie had climbed to the top of the tree without anyone noticing. At this moment, he was staring at Liu An with a cold look. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Liu An to stop. Click, click, click. The gunshots suddenly stopped, and a mechanical sound suddenly rang out. The time is now. The short zombie turned into a shadow and rushed in front of Liu An in an instant. He stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed Liu An's waist. Faced with the mutant zombie's lightning-fast attacks, a cold light flashed in Liu An's eyes. He was caught off guard before and was in a very embarrassing situation. Now that he knew the opponent's tactics, he leaned against the wall with his back, reducing his attack surface. When he was attacked, he remembered that he had fought monsters so many times in his previous life. Just when the zombie was about to touch the corner of Liu An's clothes, Liu An did not defend himself. Instead, he turned his wrist, pointed the muzzle of the gun in his right hand at the attacking zombie, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The previous lack of bullets was just the result of Liu An's left hand charging, while his right hand simply stopped pulling the trigger and pretended to have no bullets. It's for this moment. With a bang, the mutant zombie's sharp claws grabbed Liu An's waist fiercely. But because Liu An was well prepared, he endured the severe pain in his waist and relied on the nano battle suit to withstand the attack. Then, metal bullets were reflected in the mutant zombie's pupils. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets entering the body was constant. But the short zombie reacted quickly and subconsciously protected his head. The head was protected, but the body could not be protected. As it continued to be injured, its ferocity increased. He flashed to Liu An's left side. I don't know if he noticed something, but the weapon on his left side had no bullets. Then he jumped up, swung his arms, and instinctively grabbed Liu An's face. If the kidneys cannot be broken, then the face which is not protected by clothes will be broken. Liu An remained calm in the face of danger. In terms of combat experience, even the short zombies could not catch up with him even if they rode their horses. With a turn of his wrist, the submachine gun with empty bullets was raised up, blocking the opponent's sharp claws. Then, he decisively let go of the weapon that had missed again with his right hand, and threw a hook punch, hitting the zombie's chin hard. 33 points of strength are no joke, all of it was applied to the chin of the short zombie. Crack! With a crisp sound, the short zombie's chin instantly sank into his mouth, and his body flew upwards uncontrollably. The jumping attack of the short zombie gave Liu An opportunity to hit the opponent hard. This is not over yet. A cold light flashed in Liu An's eyes. I will kill you while you are sick. He suddenly raised his right leg and did a side kick, hitting the short zombie's leg hard before it hit the ground. Crack! There was a crisp sound from the short zombie's leg, and it was immediately deformed. Then he was kicked away heavily by the huge force. Aren't you fast? I'll break your legs and see if you can still be fast. After doing all this, Liu An stood where he was and did not follow up to prevent a counterattack. If it were any other monster, Liu An would definitely launch another combination of punches if he was in the upper hand. But the ones on the other side are zombies, and you can't deal with them according to common sense. If they really hit him during his attack and he's infected with the virus, he won't even have anywhere to cry. Anyway, the opponent's legs have been broken now, so there is no need to take any more risks. Bang! The short zombie fell to the ground, then jumped up as if nothing had happened, and then pop, fell to the ground. My leg was broken and I couldn't jump. Liu An grinned and couldn't help but challenged. Haha, you can jump and run, right? Come here, I'll stand, and you try running. As he spoke, he slowly took out a spare magazine from his waist and replaced it with the submachine gun in his right hand. Then he aimed at the head of the short zombie struggling on the ground. Da-da-da! Successfully kill the mutant zombie and gain 100 kill points. As the short zombie was shot in the head, a yellow ball of light appeared next to its body. Liu An quickly stepped forward to pick it up. Obtained entry, Speed Enhancement, Yellow. Speed Enhancement, Yellow greatly increases your own speed. The next second, Liu An felt changes in his legs. After a burst of numbness, the bone muscle density, which had already increased once, increased again, and waves of strength continued to surge from his legs. Strength, 33. Constitution, 15. Speed, 40. Spirit, 20. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Speed Enhancement, Yellow. Skills, None. Kill Value, 520. Combat Power Rating, 1-star Midterm. Chapter 12. Speed Enhancement gave Liu An 28 points of speed, which was more than Strength Enhancement. Liu An's speed was directly increased to 40 points, barely reaching the 1-star midterm combat power rating. It's not that short zombies are more powerful than strong zombies, but their focus is different. A power-type mutant zombie, in addition to strength, must also have a strong physique, otherwise how much protein powder would it take to build that kind of size? As for this short zombie, most of its attributes should be added to its single speed. This is why there are differences in the enhancement of different attributes. However, now it's all good for me. Liu An smiled and looked at the lottery card that the short zombie had dropped. He picked it up and chose to use it directly. Ding! Extraction successful, obtained an awakening potion. Awakening potion, a mature and stable oral potion with no side effects. After taking it, there is a high probability of awakening one's own talent. It turned out to be an awakening potion. What do you think? I was just thinking about my talent, and now it's here? Awakening potion, taking it can awaken your own talents, and it is sold for 300 kill points in the killing mall. Originally, Liu An was planning to exchange a bottle when the bill was settled. Unexpectedly, I got it directly now. In other words, he can awaken his talent now. Thinking of his talent, Liu An decisively chose to return to the armory and not kill the zombies. Nothing is more important than awakening your talent now. He returned to the armory, closed the door, and made sure he was safe. Then he couldn't wait to open the potion and drank it. Liu An felt an indescribable heat quickly surging throughout his body, and his temperature was rising rapidly. If there was a thermometer, one could directly see that Liu An's body temperature instantly rose from over 30 degrees to 40 degrees. The enthusiasm comes quickly and goes away quickly. It lasted less than 5 minutes before completely fading away. Ding! The innate ability has been awakened successfully. Obtain Supernatural Dimension. Dimensional space initially has an independent space of 1 cubic meter, which can be used to store non-living items. Ding! The host has awakened his own innate ability, and the ability has been converted into an entry item. Obtained entry, dimensional space, white. Awaken your own talents, unlock entries, and increase your authority. Refresh 1 upgrade point every day. Upgrade points can be used directly to improve the entry level. A series of information made Liu An excited. The superpowers from the previous life appeared, although the superpowers from the dimensional space had no attack power. But in this world, it is the most practical magical skill, no doubt about it. Items stored in the dimensional space are not included in the inspection of the killing space. In other words, Liu An no longer had to worry about food and water from then on. While others were struggling for water and food, he didn't have to worry about survival supplies at all and just had to focus on killing. Even though the dimensional space is only 1 cubic meter now and it seems that it can't hold much, it can still grow. The way to grow is to use mental power to expand. For every 10 points of mental strength increased, the dimensional space can open up an additional cubic meter of space. It's simply the best ability to stockpile supplies. This time there is also an entry system, and you can even upgrade your abilities through upgrade points. Unfortunately, the upgrade point has just been unlocked and will not be refreshed until the early morning. By the way, what changes will occur after the dimensional space entry is upgraded? Can living things also be collected? However, before that, we should first expand the dimensional space. His current mental strength is 20, enough to double the dimensional space. Thinking of this, Liu An sat down on the spot, closed his eyes, adjusted his state, and then his mind sensed a square unknown space. It is the dimensional space. He immediately filled the entire unknown space with his mental power, and then began to push frantically from the inside out. As Liu An's mental power took effect, the entire space began to expand slowly. Soon, a 2 cubic meter space appeared. Liu An grinned, "It's done." With a thought, the charge in Liu An's hand disappeared, and then he looked around. "Now that I have the talent, I don't need this place anymore." Thinking of this, Liu An stood up and began to organize his weapons. Prepare the magazines one by one, fill them with bullets, and then store them in the space. This way you can just take the magazine when you need it. While cleaning up, I checked the chat channel. At this time, the chat channel became unusually lively. Most survivors have begun to adapt to the current situation, so they naturally have more free time to chat and share their gains. By the way, what are your initial attributes? Is there anyone worse off than me? My strength is 7, my physique is 6, my agility is 9, and my spirit is 12. Ha ha ha, you upstairs look so weak, 10 is an average attribute. I'm a fitness coach, my strength is 12, and my stamina is also 12. I used the door card bug to kill 6 zombies. But not a single card dropped. The drop rate of this card is too low. No, I killed 2 of them and both of them had their cards exploded. Bro, you have bad luck. I have some news for you. Look at the trading platform and you will see that a big shot has sold off a large amount of weapons and equipment. There are stun guns among them. I saw it a long time ago. I've already got a stun gun. It's really effective. Upstairs, worship. We have only killed 2 zombies so far. How can we kill zombies more efficiently? It's easy. Gather all the zombies together and kill them with one RPG. If I had an RPG, would I still be sitting here chatting with you guys? Dig a big pit, lead all the zombies into the pit, and then set it on fire. Or you can lead them to the gas station and blow it up directly. I know that too. The problem is that the streets are full of zombies. I can't even get out now, and I'm going to lead them to the gas station? I'll probably become a zombie before I get there. Messages are refreshed one after another on the chat channel. I took a few glances but didn't see any useful information. Liu An even scoffed at the method of detonating a gas station. If the sole purpose is to get rid of the zombies, it is feasible to lure them to the gas station and kill them all in one go. But this also means that you can forget about keeping the exploded cards. The card lasts for 3 minutes, after which it disappears. Wait until the aftermath of the explosion is over before picking up the daylilies, the flowers will be cold. Moreover, the indirect killing of monsters by blasting, unlike the direct killing by bullets, will greatly reduce the explosion rate of monster cards. If you kill 100 zombies directly, 3 or 4 cards will pop up. Then, if you use natural factors to kill monsters indirectly, you will only get 1 card. A gap of 3 times. The killing efficiency has increased, but the explosion rate will decrease. You know, cards are the main source of killing value. A card with 100 kill points is equivalent to killing 100 zombies. Therefore, the best way is to kill monsters and get cards honestly. There is a price to pay for taking shortcuts. Of course, this is true for ordinary people, but for Liu An, it seems to be possible. After all, he has advantages far beyond others. It is entirely possible to implement some unconventional operations. Liu An began to quickly plan a feasible and efficient killing plan in his mind. Chapter 13. Fire, freezing, corrosive liquid, furnace. One thought after another emerged, and then was rejected by Liu An. These either lack lethality, or are consumables that cannot last long, or affect his later card collection and explosion rate. It would be nice if there was an assembly line for destroying items. You put zombies in and the cards come out automatically, Liu An suddenly thought of something. Large crushing machine. This thing perfectly meets his requirements. When the zombie jumps in, minced meat and cards will come out in less than 2 seconds. All he has to do is stand at the receiving station and pick up the cards. As long as the machine keeps on producing, the cards will keep on producing. The explosion rate is estimated to be lower, but it is definitely much better than detonation. At least you won't miss any cards. Let's do the math. If there's 1 zombie every 5 seconds, that's 12 zombies per minute, and 720 zombies per hour. A large crusher can digest 3 or even 5 zombies at the same time, which means 2 to 3,000 zombies per hour. He doesn't have to do anything, just sit and wait, and there is no waste in the whole process. The more Liu An thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Others may also need to consider how to attract the zombies to jump into the crusher on their own initiative. Liu An doesn't need that. The upgraded zombie aura can perfectly control these ordinary zombies. This method is most suitable for him. As for large crushers, they are even easier to find. Car processing plants, sand and gravel yards, and even large garbage disposal sites all have them. Thinking of this, Liu An could no longer stay. Time, Time is the killing value, time is the card. He quickly put away the magazines he had prepared and threw boxes of bullets into the dimensional space. Only then did he take a look at the place, turn on the navigation, and leave quickly. Half an hour later, Liu An stood in a large automobile processing plant, looking at the big guy in front of him with surprise. It turned out to be a large crusher known as the Red Giant Grinder. The 44-ton mechanical behemoth was now parked safely on a 100-ton king truck. In the truck cab, a zombie was shaking his head, looking for a way out. However, due to his limited intelligence, he couldn't even open the car door and could only wander around the cockpit in vain. It is estimated that the Red Giant had just been transported here or was about to be transported out before the zombies arrived, and now it is a good opportunity for him. Liu An glanced around and saw only a few zombies wandering around. He frowned. It seems that we need to move to another place. The geographical location of a car processing plant is generally not very good. There are not many residents nearby, and naturally there are not many zombies. The number of zombies that can be attracted is limited. Liu An did it as he thought. He opened the door of the cab and got inside. Because Liu An had a yellow zombie aura, the zombie in the cab was so obedient that he was kicked out by Liu An. A few seconds later, the truck started slowly, left the processing plant, and headed towards the downtown area. After 10 minutes or so, Liu An didn't know how many cars he had knocked over before he finally stopped the truck. The group of zombies following behind him also stopped. These zombies were attracted by the sound. They originally thought there would be flesh and blood to eat, but they never expected that what came out was a same kind of theirs. The zombies were stunned, and the limited CPU was spinning frantically. Liu An grinned, the show was about to begin. Half an hour later, a powerful piece of music pierced the night sky. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most rocking? What kind of singing is the most cheerful? Countless zombies on the street stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. Then, following instinct, he walked towards the source of the sound. At this time, at the source of the sound, Liu An was holding a large loudspeaker that he found from somewhere, and was commanding the zombie team by suppressing his breath. "Line up, everyone line up for me. I'm talking about you. Don't think you're special just because you're missing an eye. Stand in line. Well, you don't even have legs. You crawl so slowly. Why are you joining in the fun? You're slowing down the whole team. Get out of line, get out of line. You, the newcomers, go line up over there." Under the suppression of Liu An's high-level aura, the zombies subconsciously obeyed the orders, lined up silently, and kept moving forward. In front of the zombies is a slope made of steel plates, and at the end of the slope is the material entrance of a red crusher. At this time, the zombies were jumping into the crusher one by one. Then a handful of blood spurted out and turned into a pile of minced meat, which was discharged onto the conveyor belt at the rear. The end of the conveyor belt was facing the sewer. Liu An stood 2 meters in front of the sewer, holding a loudspeaker, paying attention to whether there were any cards popping out and adjusting the cue. On top of the truck, there are several 1-meter-high square dance speakers. The music is played from these speakers. There were even several large speakers hung on the roofs of the surrounding buildings, all playing at the highest volume. Watching the killing value continue to soar and a card appear from time to time, the smile on Liu An's face never disappeared. Easy, really easy. As his combat power rating increased, the experience gained from killing these ordinary zombies was greatly reduced. Originally, each one gave 1 kill value. As his strength increased to 1 star, his kill value was halved when he killed monsters below 1 star. Each one becomes 0.5 kill value. Alas, this is the price of becoming stronger. But Liu An did not regret it. If he had the chance again, he would still choose to strengthen the entry. After all, this is a free way to obtain attribute points, there is no need to take risks, and you can continue to improve the entries. Taking all the benefits into consideration, the mere reduction in killing value is not a big deal at all. The worst that can happen is just killing more monsters. Besides, the faster you kill monsters, the more cards you get. One card has 100 kill points, which is the bulk of the kill points you get. Liu An found the correct way to kill monsters, but the chat channel exploded. Brothers, I feel like I'm in a fantasy world. I can actually hear exciting music in this dangerous zombie world. You're not hallucinating. There really is someone playing music. I know this song. Come, sing it with me, I'll fill the glass with good wine so you can stay. Damn it, which BD did this? I'm not far away, and the streets are so crowded with zombies that I don't even dare to show my head. Hey, I took advantage of the sound to kill 2 zombies. Does the guy who was close to the source of the sound know what happened? I know, I was close. But I don't know how to describe it. If I say that I saw the zombies lined up obediently and jumped into the crusher one by one, would you believe it? I don't believe you. Do I look that stupid? It's okay for zombies to commit suicide, but they also line up to commit suicide. Are you kidding me? Not to mention the lively chat channel, time does not stop passing. Time passed by minute, and when the number of zombies in one location decreased significantly, Liu An would decisively move his position. Start the next round of killing. Now that he can start over again and kill monsters like this, Liu An doesn't want to waste any time. The killing process lasted until the early morning. Ding! The entry upgrade points have been refreshed. Chapter 14. Liu An paused, then while guiding the zombies, he couldn't wait to look at his attribute list. Strength, 33. Constitution, 15. Speed, 40. Spirit, 20. Talent, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, plus, Super Hearing, Yellow, plus, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, plus, Speed Enhancement, Yellow, plus, Dimensional Space, White, plus. Entry upgrade points, 1 point refreshed daily, can be accumulated. Kill value, 75-63.5. Combat power rating, 1 star midterm. The attribute list now has an additional column for entry upgrade points, and, except for the golden entry for Eye of Insight, AN sign appears on each entry. This means that these entries can be improved. Unfortunately, although it can be upgraded, only white entries can be upgraded to yellow at once. According to the instructions given by the system, if you want to upgrade a yellow entry to blue, you need 2 points, blue to purple requires 4 upgrade points, red 8 points, and gold 16 points. If you upgrade a white item to gold, the total points consumed are 31 points. If you refresh 1 point every day, you can upgrade an entry to gold in 1 month. I don't know if there are other ways to get upgrade points, but for now, I can only wait and see. As soon as Liu An thought about it, the upgrade points disappeared, and instead, the dimensional space, white, was upgraded to the dimensional space, yellow. Dimensional space, yellow initially has an independent space of 10 cubic meters, used to store non-living items. With the improvement of his innate abilities, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Liu An's mind, which was about the additional changes in the dimensional space. As the grade is upgraded, special functions appear. The main thing is that the opening method has changed. Originally, only items that had come into contact with Liu An could be stored in the space. But after the upgrade, it became possible to collect objects within a 1-meter range around Liu An with just a thought. No contact is required during this period. Don't underestimate the difference between contact and non-contact. For Liu An, he can make the most of it. For example, if someone shot him with a gun, Liu An could only hide before, but now he can place the entrance to the dimensional space 1 meter in front of him, and the bullets will automatically enter the dimensional space when they approach this area. Space. He only needed to think about it and set the exit in the direction of the enemy. When the bullet appears again, it will continue to shoot at the enemy. It's really a weapon for countering injuries. If he had this ability in his previous life, how could he have been killed by Zhao Tai and others? Unfortunately, it can only hold objects for now. If it could hold people, it would be even more useful. Of course, these are all matters for the future. Now, let's expand the dimensional space to its maximum. Late at night, the killing continued. During this period, Liu An moved to many places and was seen by many survivors, which caused an uproar in the chat group. As more and more survivors saw the zombie committing suicide, they also saw Liu An, who had no zombie-like features at all. After a heated discussion, news about the Corpse King spread like wildfire. This zombie king has a human appearance and can command the zombies to line up to commit suicide as sacrifices. He likes to eat humans. His strength is unknown, but he is extremely powerful. Some people saw the zombie king smashing the head of an ordinary zombie with one punch. If you accidentally encounter it, be sure to hide well. Liu An also saw the content of the chat group, but he did not make any explanation. It didn't matter if he had made a mistake, so he could still kill zombies with peace of mind. He even punched a zombie's head to pieces just to show other survivors. The purpose is to arouse fear among the people. Now it seems that the goal has obviously been achieved. During the killing, no accidents happened, and no idiot jumped out and thought he could fight the Corpse King alone. After all, it's just one day, why not just stay here and hide? Why risk your life? Even if you can kill the zombie king, what does it matter? Do you really think that all these zombies are just for show? If the zombie king dies and the zombies riot, they will be in danger. In a dark street in the city, dozens of zombies were wandering aimlessly. Deathly silence filled the entire street. The noise of cans on the ground being blown away by the wind would attract the attention and chase of the zombies. At this moment, a series of weak sparks suddenly exploded in a completely dark alley. Beep, beep, beep. After a burst of silenced gunfire, dozens of zombies on the street were wiped out. The two exploded cards silently hovered above the corpse. Tramp! Tramp! The sound of footsteps on the ground, 5 figures walked out of the alley one after another. All 5 of them were dressed in camouflage uniforms, tactical vests, and night vision goggles, showing their professionalism in their actions. Judging from the equipment, they are all police items, the same style as what Liu An got. Obviously, these people are also the beneficiaries of police equipment. This is normal. The city is so big, there must be dozens of police stations, so it is not surprising to have several sets of equipment. The leader gestured with his hand, and the 4 people behind him immediately dispersed and began to check for the zombies one by one. The leader stood vigilantly in place, constantly scanning the surrounding environment to prevent any danger from happening. The remaining 4 people quickly checked the zombies on the ground. If they encountered a zombie that was not yet dead, they would decisively raise their guns and shoot. After a while, the 5 people gathered together again. Report to the captain, all zombies are destroyed. A team member handed over 2 cards. Captain, it's a plate of spicy shredded chicken and a piece of bread. Cao Bin frowned, took the card, and put it away without even looking at it. He looked up and scanned the area, then whispered, "Stop for a minute to restock our ammunition and prepare to clear the next street. It's night time and the zombies have limited vision, so kill as many as possible." Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly replaced their ammunition. A minute later, everyone set off again. I crossed 2 streets and walked into a dim street. The street lights on this street seemed to be all broken, so the whole street looked gloomy. Not long after they walked forward, Cao Bin, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped. At the same time, a pleasant bell sound came from the shops on both sides. Cao Bin lowered his head with a grim expression, and saw a fishing line appeared under his feet. The fishing line spanned the entire street, stretched straight, and was fixed in the shops on both sides of the street. The bell sound came from the shops on both sides. Warning line. Man-made. Cao Bin then looked ahead with a serious expression, fearing that there might be an ambush. After taking a closer look, I found something even more outrageous. Through the dim light, one can vaguely see that the ground 1 meter away from the cordon is densely packed with thumbtacks, iron nails, and glass shards not far from your feet. It directly paved the entire street. Obviously man-made. Chapter 15. Captain, there is someone in the store at 10 o'clock ahead. Just then, a team member suddenly spoke up. Cao Bin looked up and vaguely saw several figures hiding in the shadows. Looking through the night vision goggles, Cao Bin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he vaguely recognized the shape of an object. It's a gun. These people have guns. Don't do anything extreme, just retreat slowly. Cao Bin made a decisive decision and then left with everyone. Obviously, this is the territory of this group of survivors. There is no conflict of interest among them, and there is no need for any special interactions. In a shop, 4 figures were hiding by the window and watching. Several of them were wearing bulletproof vests and holding submachine guns, dressed almost the same as Cao Bin and others. If there is any difference, it is temperament. Cao Bin and others have a special temperament that makes one can tell at first glance that they are from the military. Even though these 4 people are wearing these clothes, they still give people a nonchalant feeling. Brother Xian, they've retreated. It looks like they're not zombies. One of them, a tall man wearing a tactical vest and looking fierce, immediately spat and said, if they retreat, they are no longer zombies. Maisie, you have a good brain. Put these things out to test them. Hee, it's okay. I saw it all on TV. I didn't expect it to be so useful. A thin man with pockmarks on his face scratched his head and responded. Not bad, not bad, my Qinglong club is in need of talents like you. At this moment, a burst of explosive music resounded through the sky, and the sound was getting louder and louder, or rather, the sound was moving towards here quickly. FK, where does this music come from? Why is it so loud at night? Are you trying to kill yourself? Wait, Brother Xian, do you think it could be the music Zombie King mentioned in the chat group? Hey, don't tell me, is it really possible? Everyone, get ready. The prey is coming. If you take down the Corpse King, I will reward you 10,000 each when you get out. Thank you, Brother Xian. Brother Xian is awesome. You are my little apple. I can never love you enough. The little red face warms my heart. Light up the fire of my life, fire 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 fire. The truck was carrying explosive music, and in the distance behind it were countless zombies attracted by the music. But because of his slow pace, he was left far behind by Liu An. But fortunately, the music was loud enough, so there was no need to worry about losing the zombies. Just as Liu An was humming a little tune and driving along a street. Bang! Bang! There were 2 explosions, the truck's tires deflated, the vehicle lost control instantly, and crashed into a shop on the side. Fortunately, Liu An reacted quickly enough, slammed on the brakes, and stopped just before the collision. Liu An opened the car door with a gloomy face and got out. Crunch, crunch. The sound of soles of shoes crushing broken objects was heard. Liu An looked down and saw the ground was covered with broken glass and nails. The 2 front wheels of the truck had long been deflated, and there were at least dozens of nails stuck in the tires. It endured things it shouldn't have to endure. Damn! Liu An couldn't help but curse. Who is the wicked person who did this? There are so many nails on the street. Does he have any sense of public morality? Don't you know that it's very hard for the sanitation lady to sweep the floor? At this time, on the 10th floor of a building 100 meters away, Cao Bin and his companions who had originally left were hiding there. Not long after they walked, they heard some exciting music and instantly thought of the music Zombie King, so they quickly hid in the building. At this time, several people were looking at the situation on the street through the window. The street was pitch black and it was impossible to see anything with the naked eye, but with the night vision goggles, I could get a rough idea of what was going on. Lao Zhang, what do you think? Is it the Corpse King mentioned in the chat channel? Cao Bin said to a gentle-looking man. It must be that Corpse King that made such a big noise. After Lao Zhang finished speaking, a muscular man in the team couldn't help but speak up. Captain, should we go and do something? Let's kill the Zombie King before those ordinary zombies arrive. This is the Corpse King. Based on my years of experience playing games, good things will surely appear if you kill him. Before the man finished speaking, Lao Zhang spoke first. I don't recommend it. According to the intelligence we have collected, the Zombie King's ability is far superior to that of ordinary zombies. If you miss a strike, it will easily backfire. If an accident occurs, the probability that one of us will be injured is 100%. Muscle Man, I can kill from a distance. With your sniping ability, the probability of a successful sniper kill at night is less than 60%. Only 60%, how different is that from committing suicide? Besides, those people were closer to the Zombie King. Once we kill the zombie, there is a 90% chance that we will fight with him. And there is a 50% chance that we will get hurt. Unless we give up the benefits voluntarily. The muscular man's cheek twitched when he heard this, and he couldn't help but speak. Lao Zhang, I'm asking the captain, not you. Captain, this is a lone Corpse King. This is a rare opportunity. Do you want to snipe it? He looked at Captain Cao with anticipation. Bin. Cao Bin's face darkened slightly. After pondering for a moment, he made a decisive decision. Wait and see. On the other side, Liu An stood on the street with a gloomy face. He turned off the music and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. His ears kept shaking. Obviously, Liu An was searching for the culprit through his super hearing. The next second, Liu An turned his head and looked in one direction, which was the shop where Brother Xian and his 4 companions were hiding. He heard a sound over there. Just as Liu An looked towards the shop, a loud shout came from inside the shop. Beat him for me, kill him, I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan. Then, a series of sparks suddenly lit up in the dark shop, and submachine gun bullets cut through the night sky, accompanied by gunshots, shooting towards Liu An. Liu An paused and his face darkened. Have a gun. The most important thing is that they just attack him without any reason. Do they really think he is a pushover? As he thought about it, a new dimension opened silently in front of him. When the bullets were about to approach Liu An, 1 meter in front of him, the space suddenly twisted and the bullets disappeared. This scene was seen by no one under the cover of night. In the distance, Cao Bin and others were still looking around. The muscular man was muttering to himself. Old Zhang, look, I told you before, don't analyze too much, just do it. Look, the people over there have already started, but this Corpse King is just standing there stupidly. No matter how powerful he is, even facing so many bullets, you have to fight back. My Corpse King, Corpse King. How many killing points can it be worth, and how many good things can it explode? Old Zhang, who was getting impatient, suddenly spoke out. Shut up, it's so annoying. You're a grown man, why do you talk so much? Then, without turning back, he stared at the motionless figure standing on the street through the night vision goggles. FK, Lao Zhang, you're attacking me personally. Why can't a man talk more? You made me miss a good opportunity, and you didn't even let me say a few more words. Exercise your pectoral muscles less. Use your brain more. The brain is a good thing. Open your eyes and see what's wrong with the Corpse King. Lao Zhang couldn't help but retort, continuing to stare at Liu An. The muscular man curled his lips and looked at the corpse king on the street in the distance, saying, "What difference can it make? It's standing well. Hey, why doesn't this corpse king have any reaction to being shot?" As he spoke, the man also discovered something was wrong. Normally, after being shot, the body will subconsciously make a series of reactions. Falling to the ground, retreating, dodging, and tilting the body due to being pierced by bullets are all instincts and cannot be avoided or overcome. But the corpse king in front of him didn't react at all and still stood there. Although I couldn't see clearly due to the distance, I could still tell where the other person was standing and whether he was moving or not. Moreover, he actually felt a strange sense of relaxation from the other party's standing posture. "Go relax, there are hundreds of bullets, why relax?" Chapter 16. Lao Zhang said without raising his head, "I've been staring for so long and found that the building behind the corpse king has not been damaged at all. What does this mean?" Lao Zhang answered to himself without waiting for the other party to answer. "It means the other party used an unknown force to make the bullet disappear." "What? Lao Zhang, don't tell me that this corpse king has superpowers. Isn't this something imaginary?" Lao Zhang grinned and said, "Haha, the killing field has appeared, the zombies have appeared, the attribute panels are all there, and a superpower, is that outrageous? Also, didn't you notice that there is a talent column in the attribute panel? I think superpowers should belong here." The muscular man fell silent after hearing this. There is no way to refute it. There is no way to refute it at all. Although he didn't want to admit what Lao Zhang said, he could not deny that the other party's logical analysis was flawless. Subconsciously, I looked at the figure standing on the street. Can he have superpowers? On the street, the gunfire lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Inside the store, the four men had emptied their bullets and looked at Liu An, who was standing there motionless. One of them couldn't help but say, "Brother Xian, this corpse king should be dead. But why is he still standing? He's definitely dead. With so many bullets fired, it's not too much to get hit by dozens of bullets. As for why he's standing, you ask me, who should I ask? Maybe this is the last pride of being a corpse king. You, go out and take a look." "Oh, me? Nonsense, if it's not you, then it's me." Only then did the younger brother reluctantly walk towards the store door. But just as I stepped out of the store, puff! The little brother's head exploded in front of him. Blood splattered all three of them. Everyone's pupils shrank, and without even bothering to wipe them, they subconsciously looked outside the store. What they saw were golden bullets, so close that they didn't give the three any time to react. Puff, puff, puff. Countless bullets poured down, and the three were shot into sieves in an instant. On the wall behind everyone, 4 bullet-shaped gaps appeared. Before death, the three had only one thought. Why didn't I hear any gunshots? Where did the bullet come from? Why does it look so familiar? On the street, Liu An moved his ears and listened for a while. Feeling that there was no movement in the store, he calmly walked towards the store. A minute later, Liu An walked out of the store with 3 cards in his hand and an unhappy look on his face. "Only 3 cards, so damn poor." I got on the truck with complaints in my heart, and then the exciting music started again. Not long after, the sound of chaotic footsteps was heard at the end of the street. It's a large wave of zombies. By the way, this generation of zombies is not powerful and too slow. Seeing the zombies coming, Liu An started the truck and headed towards the original destination. "It's just that there are no tires, just keep driving." It's not his car anyway, so as long as it can last until tomorrow noon without being scrapped, it'll be fine. The zombies also followed the music, twisting their waists and following away. A few minutes after all the zombies disappeared, Cao Bin and others appeared on the street again. When I came into the store and saw the miserable scene inside, I couldn't help but wipe the sweat from my forehead. Among them, the muscular men sweated the most. Fortunately he was persuaded. Otherwise, it is very likely that they would be the ones lying here now. Well, Captain, what do we do next? Go in the opposite direction. The Corpse King is too dangerous and we can't deal with it. Try to stay away from it. Liu An's killing lasted from night to day, until there was only half an hour left before the end of the space, and he was forced to stop. It's not that Liu An wanted to stop, but that the big killer went on strike. Looking at the red giant that was emitting a burnt smell, Liu An couldn't help but complain. What do you mean by imported? That's it. It turns out that domestic products are the only best. There was not much time left, and Liu An was not willing to move to another place to kill, so he just found a clean room and began to count his harvest. Kill value, 1.96W. The kill value of nearly 20,000 was mainly due to the transfer of positions and the summoning of zombies, which wasted a lot of time. Of course, the most important reason is that the rating upgrade affects the income from killing points. Fortunately, it is still within an acceptable range. If we continue with the previous killing speed, not to mention the consumption of ammunition, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. As for the cards that exploded, the base number is large, so even if the explosion rate is reduced, the number is still considerable. There are 229 cards of various types. Of the 229 cards, 152 were obtained by killing monsters, 3 were found on 4 people who wanted to kill him, and the remaining 74 were exchanged for police supplies on the trading platform. For this, Liu An paid the price of 74 kill points. The trading channel is a free platform, but after a successful transaction, a certain amount of killing value will be deducted from the person placing the order. If your own killing value is sufficient, it will be deducted directly. If your own killing value is not enough, it will be calculated as negative and deducted after leaving the space. Therefore, without enough kill points, you can't even trade anything. Of course, this killing value is just a drop in the bucket for Liu An. 74 kill points exchanged for 74 cards, each card can be exchanged for 100 kill points from the space, which is simply the best way to make a small investment for a big gain. Liu An now has 229 cards in his hand. Once he leaves the space, he will have more than 20,000 killing points. This time space travel is equivalent to a crazy 40,000 kill value. Make a lot of money. It feels so good to overcome the information gap. Liu An sat happily among the pile of cards and began to sort through them. As long as there is a dimensional space, just because others cannot take something out does not mean Liu An cannot take it out. A quarter of an hour later, Liu An finally selected the cards that were useful to him. Amphibious Motorcycle *1. Perpetual Solar Car *1. Special Hemostatic Agent *2. There are 4 cards in total, all of which are difficult to obtain in reality. After Liu An materialized all the items, he put them into the dimensional space. Cards can only be materialized in the killing zone, cards in the real world cannot be materialized as items. Therefore, the best way is to directly realize the income space and make it available at any time. Of course, this is only because the dimensional space has been upgraded, otherwise Liu An would never consider taking out large items like cars. Bite. This killing zone ends, return. At the end of 24 hours, Liu An felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a white space. A row of golden subtitles appeared in the void ahead. Although the font size was not large, Liu An could still clearly see the content. Killing floor ends, ratings are being settled. Survivors survive, basic rating, D. Kill more than 100 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to C level. Kill more than 1000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to B level. Kill more than 10,000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to A level. Hold more than 100 material cards, and the rating will be upgraded to S level. Kill 2 mutant monsters of higher level, and upgrade to SS level. Final rating of survivors, SS level. When the final rating appeared, the entire space suddenly lit up with a golden light. A transparent golden light curtain hung down from the sky. This light curtain not only appeared in front of Liu An, but also a golden light curtain appeared in the settlement space of all survivors. At the same time, a loud voice rang in the ears of all the survivors. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the SS level rating. The conditions for opening the rating list are met. The rating list is officially opened. As the voice fell, a golden list appeared from the golden light curtain. The list slowly unfolded, and the three big words at the top came into view. Rating list. Chapter 17. Rating list. First place, Liu *, SS level. Second place, Huang, C level. Third place, Wang, C level. Fourth place, Cao*, C level. 100th place, Sun, C level. The appearance of the rating list immediately excited all the survivors in the settlement space. They started posting messages in the chat channel. Note: as long as you are not out of the killing floor, the chat and trading channels can be used normally. FK, I'm also rated C, why am I not on the list? SS level rating, are you kidding me? You must be cheating. Are you mentally retarded? You think this is a game? Why don't you try to cheat for me? I am a D-rated rookie. May I ask the masters, how can I get a C-rated rating? According to the rating instructions of the space, if you kill more than 100 monsters, you can reach C level. But I want to say that I have killed at least 300 monsters and am still C level, and I just made the list. A C rank boss has appeared on the list. According to the boss, if you kill 1000 monsters blindly, you can reach B rank, 10,000 monsters can reach A rank, and 100,000 monsters can reach S rank. 100,000 is impossible. Even if we kill 1 per second on average, we won't reach 100,000 in 24 hours. This calculation is wrong. S level and above cannot be achieved simply by killing monsters. Hey, the rating rewards are out. My rating is D, and the rewards are +1 to all attributes, +1 to free attributes, and +100 to kill value. Can you guys show me the rewards? C level, all attributes +2, free attribute +2, killing value 200. I am also C level, the reward is the same as above. My little girl is a D level girl, so miserable, please comfort me, please hug me, woo woo. The one upstairs, please shine the headlights. I'll help you identify the size. Is the top ranked S-rated master here? Please show me your SS level rewards. Please use the data to smash me to death. Based on the rewards for D and C levels, I think I have roughly guessed the rewards for B and A levels. As for the levels above, I don't know if there will be any changes. I think I know it too. What's the riddle upstairs? Now that you know what's going on, tell me. The chat channel was extremely lively. No matter what rating they got, everyone was a novice and couldn't help showing off. Among them, there are also some smart people who have roughly calculated the subsequent rewards. As to whether it is right or not, only time will tell, unless Liu An is willing to make his reward public. SS level rating rewards, all attributes +6, free attributes +15, killing value +1500. This was the reward Liu An received. Far more than the smart people in the chat channel expected. Liu An looked at the SS level rating and curled up the corners of his mouth. The advantage of foresight is too great. SS level evaluation, no one has ever achieved it in the previous life. In the previous life, the highest rating was S level. As for the ratings above that, there were speculations, but no one had ever obtained them. Even the rewards for S rating are kept secret, and all we know is that the rewards are very generous. Unexpectedly, I would have the opportunity to find out the truth in this life. There are really a lot of rewards for SS level rating. The free attributes alone have 15 points. I guess S-level rating is not bad either. No wonder those S-level experts in the previous life improved their strength faster and faster in the later stages. Now I finally found the reason. In the previous life, the A-level rating rewards announced were, all attributes plus 4, free attributes plus 4, killing value plus 400. In addition to the kill value, there are 20 attribute points gained. When upgraded to SS level, it becomes 39 points. With a difference of 19 attribute points, it is surprising that the strength does not improve quickly. Ding! 225 cards remaining detected, automatically converted to 2.25 W kill value. Current kill value, 4.36 W. Ding! The killing value is detected to be greater than 100, the killing mall is opened, and the killing value can be exchanged for mall items. The words appeared again in the void, and then, an additional piece of information appeared in Liu An's mind. It is about the use and rules of the killing mall. Liu An was already familiar with these, so he didn't look at them anymore. With a thought, a golden interface appeared in front of him. At the top of the interface are 4 big words, Killing Mall. Below are several major categories, namely, skills, equipment, attributes, medicine, and special categories. There are many items in each category. These items are all things that should appear in this space background. Taking this space as an example, it is a zombie city background. Then there will be no items related to cultivation or fantasy. If the setting is ancient, modern technology and weapons will not appear. Focus on one that matches the background and make it different each time. Liu An glanced at the interface, then decisively selected the attribute category. The rest are auxiliary, and attributes are the basis for determining personal strength. The attribute class list is the simplest, with only 4 options. Strength plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. Physique plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. Speed plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. Spirit plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. Looking at the required killing points, Liu An couldn't help but sigh again. I still remember the first time I exchanged them, I could only stare enviously at the choice and wasted no time. It's not like now, even if all of them are exchanged, it will only be a fraction of his killing value. With a thought, Liu An chose to exchange all of them. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 400 points, remaining killing value, 4.32 W. Liu An chose to promote all. The human heart is hard to predict, he had experienced this in his previous life. In this life, he was destined not to form a thankless team. In this life, he will travel the world alone and surpass all countries with his personal strength. As a lone ranger, you need to balance all 4 aspects and have no weaknesses in order to survive longer. However, balanced addition of points will also result in no single item standing out, and growth will be much slower than that of a single upgraded evolver. But Liu An would care, because he is a man with a system. This growth slowdown can be solved with 1 entry. If 1 doesn't work, then 2 will do. It's just a matter of killing a few monsters. As Liu An finished his selection, the mall attribute list was refreshed again. Strength plus 10, exchange required killing value, 1000 points. Physique plus 10, required killing points for exchange, 1000 points. Speed plus 10, exchange required killing value, 1000 points. Spirit plus 10, exchange required killing value, 1000 points. The added attributes remain unchanged, but the kill value required for redemption has increased tenfold. Liu An was not surprised, it was expected. This is the rule of the mall. If you redeem the same item for the second time, the killing value will increase. This is true not only for attributes, but also for weapons and abilities. When the next space ends, these things will be reset back to 100 kill points. If you don't have much killing value, you can save it up and redeem it only once each time the space ends. This is the most economical approach. However, this approach is equivalent to restricting the speed of development of one's own strength in disguise. If I encounter a powerful monster in the space next time, I will most likely die in it due to my lack of strength. There are pros and cons, and it all depends on the individual. If you want to become stronger quickly in a short period of time, you naturally have to pay more. With a thought, Liu An chose to exchange all of them again. Just 4,000 kill points, a drop in the bucket. Ding, 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 4,000 points, remaining killing value, 3.92 W. The mall attribute list is refreshed again. Strength plus 10, exchange required killing points, 10,000 points. Chapter 18. Liu An pondered for 2 seconds and decided to exchange his physical and mental strength. Strength and speed have been enhanced through terms, so simply improving physical fitness and spirit is enough. The killing points cannot be used up, and the remaining ones can be exchanged for some items to deal with the next monster. Ding, physical and mental attributes plus 10, killing value consumed 20,000 points, remaining killing value, 1.92 W. The new one becomes a 100,000 kill value exchange value. Liu An immediately gave up the idea of continuing to exchange attributes. The attribute surge ended, and Liu An's attributes also underwent a drastic change. Strength, 59. Constitution, 51. Speed, 66. Spirit, 56. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Speed Enhancement, Yellow, Dimensional Space, Yellow. Entry upgrade points, 0, 1 point refreshed daily, can be accumulated. Kill value, 1.92 W. Free attribute, 15 points. Combat power rating, 2 stars early stage. The highest attribute speed is 66 points, and the combat power rating has reached the early stage of 2 stars. By the way, in the previous life, in which dimension did the first 2-star evolver who was revealed end? The 3rd time, or the 4th time? He couldn't remember clearly, but now he did it the first time the space ended. Just ask who else? Besides, he still had 15 points of free attributes left unallocated, and Liu An did not plan to use them for the time being. With his strength, it is enough for now. He will keep the 15 points of free attributes for now. If he encounters any situation, he can directly upgrade it to solve it. Just like when he encountered the speed zombies before, if Liu An had 15 free attribute points at that time and went all in on speed, he wouldn't have been so passive and put himself in danger. Looking at the remaining killing value, Liu An continued to pick items. According to memory, the monster that will appear in the next space is the legendary zombie. The so-called zombies are the result of the resentment and foul air of heaven and earth, and they are immortal. It does not enter the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, and is even excluded from the 6 paths of sentient beings. Zombies are divided into white zombies, black zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, and ghosts. Of course, with so many zombies, there will be a lot of all kinds of zombies. Some zombies with special talents will develop various special abilities, such as iron skin, blood sucking from a distance, and fearlessness of sunlight. Of course, these are zombies from myths and legends. Most of the monsters in this space are black zombies among ordinary zombies. To deal with zombies, glutinous rice, coxcomb blood, black dog blood, etc. can all be used. But these things are good at self-protection but lack the ability to cause harm. You still need to exchange some things that can be used to deal with it from the space. The first is weapons. Weapons are very important to kill zombies quickly and efficiently. The peachwood sword can effectively kill zombies, but it is not Liu An's best choice. In the previous life, someone had already developed the best weapon to fight monsters. Laser sword, standard edition. The temperature of the blade can reach 600 degrees, and it can cut through iron like mud. Need to be used with energy stone. Killing value required for exchange, 500. Laser sword, energy version. The temperature of the blade can reach 800 degrees, and it can cut through iron like mud. Solar charging, 2 hours of charging, a full day of use. Killing value required for exchange, 3000. Laser sword, unlimited edition. The temperature of the blade can reach 1000 degrees, and it can cut through iron like mud. Unlimited energy, no need to worry about lack of energy anymore. Killing value required for exchange, 5000. With a high temperature of 1000 degrees, even a zombie with iron skin and bones would be cut like tofu. This is the best weapon against zombies developed by later generations. It is much more useful than that peachwood sword. The peachwood sword can only deal with zombies and is not effective against other monsters. But the laser sword is different. As long as it's not a ghost, you can kill it with caca. There are 3 types of laser swords to choose from. The first one is already developed by the world's technology. The latter 2 are space optimized. The standard version of the laser sword only requires 500 kill points, which seems to be a good deal, but Liu An knows that this is a big pitfall. This is because an energy stone has 100 killing points but can only be used for 10 minutes. Then the energy source needs to be changed. It is a bottomless pit of continuously consumed killing value. If it is used as a temporary high lethality weapon, it is enough. But if you want to use it as a common weapon, you are seeking death. It's embarrassing to suddenly run out of energy during a battle. While enjoying the cheapness, you also have to bear the risks and troubles. But even so, because of its cheap nature, it is still loved by many people. Liu An had an idea and directly chose the infinite version. He doesn't lack this little killing value. The infinite version can meet most needs in terms of energy and lethality. Ding! Buy the laser sword, unlimited version, consume 5000 kill points, remaining kill value, 1.42 W. The next second, something resembling a knife handle that was about 10 centimeters long appeared in Liu An's hand. There is an inconspicuous button on the side of the handle. The blade will appear instantly when you press it. When putting away the knife, just press and hold for 5 seconds. Now that we have weapons, we are guaranteed to deal with the monsters next time. But the killing value is something that needs to be spent. Only fools would save it. 3 minutes later, the killing value was completely reduced to 0 due to Liu An's buying spree. Weapon, Desert Eagle, modified version, contains unlimited armor-piercing bullets. Killing value consumed, 5000. Weapon, Single Soldier Vulcan Gatling, modified version, contains unlimited armor-piercing bullets, 6000 revolutions per minute. Killing value consumed, 5000. Skill, Firearms Mastery, Master Level. Killing value consumption, 2000. Skill, Sword Skill Mastery, Master Level. Killing value consumption, 2000. Medicine, Sandhu Light Blood 10 ml, upgraded version, *2, a seasoning made from concentrated blood essence, diluted with water for use. It has a strong attraction to blood-eating creatures within a radius of 10 miles. Killing value consumed, 200. Long-range weapons, group attack weapons, weapon proficiency, and drugs that can attract zombies, the preparations are complete. In this space, skills are divided into 5 levels: low level, intermediate level, advanced level, master level and perfect level. Corresponding to 100/500/1000/2000/5000 kill values respectively. Master level is enough. After all the killing points were used up, Liu An had no desire to stay here and decisively left the settlement space. In the blink of an eye, I was back home again and glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky, but it was still early morning. It was the early morning of the next day. A day had passed, and the rebel and 2 energy beads that had lost their energy were still quietly lying on the table. It seemed that nothing had changed. Only an infinite sense of power was rising from Liu An's body. After returning, the first thing Liu An did was to go out for some barbecue. I was in a hurry to kill people all day in this space. I could only eat bread, and my mouth was dry. On the other side, countless survivors returned to reality and captured all major platforms in the real world in just over 10 minutes. Taiba, forums, and short video platforms are occupied by all kinds of self-narrative videos. Some smart people started live streaming directly, and their followers increased at an alarming rate. The returning people quickly refreshed people's understanding of the killing zone and even the entire world. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night that attracts the attention of the entire nation. Chapter 19. A military base, conference room. A person was standing on the podium in front, reporting intelligence. This person is CAO Bin. Report, the killing zone situation report is complete. Following CAO Bin's closing remarks, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, the leader, a thin man with a square face, spoke up, "Thank you for your hard work. Continue with your analysis of the ratings and rewards." "Yes." CAO Bin responded, then organized his speech and spoke again. Preliminary analysis shows that rewards are related to ratings, and ratings are related to the number of kills. During this operation, the team killed more than 900 zombies. In a deliberate test, I personally killed more than 600, and the other 4 team members killed 50-150. I received a C-level evaluation this time, ranking 4th on the rating list. The other 4 people received 3 C-levels and 1 D-level, but none of them made the list. Rewards: 4-dimensional attribute +2, free attribute +2, killing value 200 points. After a pause, CAO Bin continued. Based on the information collected from the chat channel and based on big data analysis, we have the following conjectures. The confirmed ratings are divided into DSS grades. And, according to big data analysis, there is a 90% probability that there is an SSS grade. The requirement for a D-level rating is survival. As long as you survive, even if you don't kill a single zombie, you can still get a D-level rating. Rewards: 4-dimensional attribute +1, free attribute +1, killing value 100. C-level evaluation requires a single person to kill 100 zombies to achieve it. Level D and Level C are confirmed data, and the data below are derived from big data. They are for reference only. B-level evaluation requires a single person to kill 1000 zombies with an 86% chance. Rewards include +3 to the 4-dimensional attribute, +3 to the free attribute, and a 92% chance of a kill value of 300 points. The same goes for the A-level evaluation. As for the levels above that, the S-level and SS level, we cannot deduce them due to insufficient data. I exchanged the killing points for physical fitness and speed attributes. My physical fitness and speed are now twice that of an average person. I haven't felt any side effects for now. All the remaining kill points were exchanged for this thing. As he spoke, CAO Bin took out a suitcase and opened it, revealing a medicine inside. This potion is called Awakening Potion. It is sold in the Space Mall for 300 killing points. After taking it, it can activate a person's innate abilities. I exchanged for 2 of them, and I have already used 1 of them. I also activated the ability to control lightning. CAO Bin waved his hand, and several small lightning bolts appeared in his palm, slowly gathering into a thunder ball. The blue light seems magical, but it is full of danger. The big guys looked at the blue thunder ball without any surprise, only deep worry. If this thing cannot be controlled, the consequence will be the collapse of the social order of Dragon Country. The entire meeting lasted until dawn. Subsequently, the reported information was quickly organized into analysis reports and submitted to higher levels. In just 10 minutes, it was presented in front of the big leader. Half an hour later, a special department called Bureau 816 was established. Corresponding establishment date, August 16. Cao Bin was appointed as the department head. The main responsibilities of the 816th Bureau are to discover and absorb talents from space, and to prevent and deal with chaos caused by evolvers in various places. The first thing Cao Bin did after taking office was to directly screen the survivors of this space through military big data. As long as you have spoken online, whether it is via text message, phone call, major platforms, or moments, as long as there are clues left, you cannot escape the screening of big data. Living in the information age, while our horizons and knowledge are broadened, we will naturally lose some things. The next day, the sun was shining. The enthusiasm for killing floor on the entire internet has not decreased at all, but has become more and more intense. Log into any platform, and the top 10, no, even the top 30, of the trending searches are all related to killing floor. No wonder it's so popular. Some lucky people have activated their superpowers by chance and showed them off online. Some of them use flames to grill chicken wings, some create ice cubes out of thin air to make coffee, and some even grow 2 wings to deliver takeout. These special abilities make ordinary people envious. There were also people who used Earth Escape to rob a bank, but they were not proficient enough and escaped directly to the nearby police station. When my buddy came out, he was faced with a bunch of uncles in uniforms. He felt so desperate. However, these special abilities have completely ignited the public's emotions. They all look forward to the arrival of the next killing space, hoping that they will be selected. At this time, Liu An was watching the news on TV at home. As for my previous job, I decisively fired my boss the second day after I came out of the space. It's already this time, why are you still working? Can money be more important than improving your abilities? As long as he wants, he can take the initiative to join the military and gain attention. But he didn't want to deal with the military for the time being. The military department is not a monolithic entity. There are many high-ranking officials who are in the Han camp, but their hearts are with Cao's camp. He would not expose himself without absolute strength to protect himself. Liu An switched the channel out of boredom, and a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs appeared on TV. At this time, the other party is conducting street interviews, and the questions they ask are also the hottest topics today. Excuse me, if you have the opportunity to enter the killing zone, would you enter? Passerby A, no. Oh, why don't you want to go in? Don't you want to get superpowers and become a Superman? It is undeniable that there are great opportunities if you go in, but you could get killed. I have money and power, why would I take the risk? Besides, does growing wings make you a Superman? Aren't you still delivering food? Little girl, there are no monsters in this world. Money is everything. Unfortunately, I just have a lot of money. Liu An looked at this person's remarks coldly. Who said there are no monsters in this world? If we calculate the time, that thing should have appeared by now. He muttered to himself, then took out his cell phone and searched for relevant information. Sure enough, some special news popped up. All parts of our country have suddenly been shrouded in a poisonous miasma. Many people have fallen into coma, but there have been no deaths so far. The poisonous miasma continued to linger. According to onlookers, human figures could be vaguely seen in it. Relevant departments are studying the source of the poisonous miasma. Official notice: the poisonous miasma area will be completely blocked. Official appeal: for your own safety, please do not approach before the poisonous miasma dissipates. A series of reports illustrate the abnormality of the real world. Ordinary people would just treat it as a curious piece of news, but Liu An knew that a monster was about to come. Chapter 20. The real world is not safe. The monsters that appear in the killing space will descend into the real world one by one. For example, the poisonous miasma this time is a sign of the arrival of monster zombies. Previous research has shown that poisonous miasma is the product of instability in two spaces. Once the space stabilizes, the poisonous miasma will dissipate, and that is when the zombies will come out. As for how long the poisonous miasma will last, it will not dissipate until the second space descent ends. For example, this time's poisonous miasma will not dissipate until the next space ends, and the next poisonous miasma will not dissipate until the third space ends, and so on. Eventually, there will be more and more monsters in reality. People's living space is constantly being compressed. Of course, the arrival of monsters in reality also has its benefits. It is danger as well as opportunity. Killing monsters in the real world will not earn you kill points or cards, but you will get something special. Evolution crystallization. However, a hexahedral red evolution crystal will appear in the brains of some monsters. It contains the power of evolution, which can be absorbed by people to improve their attributes and awaken their special abilities. However, the explosion rate of evolution crystals is very low, and the efficiency of absorption is not high either. Therefore, the evolution speed is not as fast as in Killing Floor. After going through a space once, as long as you are alive, you will get a minimum of 2 attribute points as a reward, and this does not include items that can be exchanged for killing points. 2 points of attribute are equivalent to absorbing 20 evolution crystals. Taking zombies as an example, it takes about killing 200 zombies to get it. For someone like Liu An, to achieve 39 attributes at a time, he would need 390 evolution crystals and he would have to kill nearly 40,000 zombies. Furthermore, there is an upper limit to the amount of evolutionary crystals that the human body can absorb daily. It takes time to digest. The average person absorbs about 10 to 20 pills a day, depending on their physical condition. If you want to improve 39 attributes, it will take at least half a month. Although the daily absorption amount will increase as the strength increases, it is far less fast than entering the killing space. Those who were not chosen by the space in their previous lives could only become stronger and protect themselves through this method. Even some people who are not doing well in space will increase their strength by killing in reality. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If there is a chance, Liu An will also try it. Of course, his target is not ordinary zombies, but mutant zombies. 10 days may seem like a long time, but in fact it passes by in a flash. Liu An made all the preparations and waited for the space to open for the second time. Liu An did not use the entry upgrade points he had earned these days, but instead accumulated them all, ready to use them as appropriate after entering the space. When the countdown reached 0, a golden font was projected from the space mark. The second killing zone is open, do you want to enter? Old survivors can choose to enter or not enter the space after it is opened. The number of old survivors is not within the limit of 100,000. The so-called 100,000 people each time refers to the newcomers selected by the space. In other words, when the killing space was opened this time, the number of people entering it far exceeded 100,000. Moreover, as the number of times it is opened increases, the number of people present in the space will increase each time. Liu An had already made plans and made his choice decisively without any hesitation. Enter. With a flash of golden light, Liu An's figure disappeared. Welcome to Killing Floor. The following is an introduction to space rules. 1. The highest rule, stay alive. 10. This space will be open for 2 days, and the monster will arrive in 5 minutes. Countdown, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The same rules are introduced, the only difference is the survival time and preparation time. Compared with the first time, it took 1 more day, becoming 2 days. The preparation time before the monster's arrival was also reduced from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. As the number of times the space is opened increases, the difficulty will become higher and higher. Therefore, the earlier you enter the space, the greater the benefits. Of course, the risk is also higher. Ignoring the prompt message, a bright light suddenly appeared in the dark surroundings. I saw Liu An holding a flashlight that he got from somewhere and shining it around. This is a room of about 100 square meters, with tablets enshrined on one side of the wall. There were cobwebs entangled on the tablet and dust was everywhere. It was obvious that this was a deserted place. In the center of the room, there was an ancient coffin. The coffin lid was tightly closed, and there were a lot of tattered paper objects piled around it. After taking a deep look at the coffin, Liu An walked quickly towards it. With a slap of his side palm, the coffin lid was opened, and a pale and peaceful face came into view. It was a corpse. He took 2 glances to make sure that the other party had not turned into a zombie. It seems that the monster is undoubtedly a zombie. Afterwards, Liu An looked around again and confirmed that it was this coffin. Then he opened the door and walked out. Stepping out of the room, a small courtyard can be vaguely seen under the moonlight. The small courtyard was overgrown with weeds and had no gate. It was obvious that no one had taken care of it for many years. The flashlight swept across the courtyard, illuminating it brightly. Through the courtyard doorway, you can vaguely see the mountains and forests outside the door. I walked through the courtyard with a flashlight and came outside. Looking back, I saw a tattered plaque above the gate with 4 big characters written on it. Liu's Ancestral Hall. This name. The corners of Liu An's mouth twitched, he suppressed the urge to complain, and looked towards the front of the Ancestral Hall. There are towering trees everywhere, and there is a faint path in the forest that leads straight into the distance, and no one knows where it extends to. It was quiet all around, with only a thin mist filling the air. It gives people a eerie and terrifying feeling. Liu An walked around the courtyard with a flashlight and roughly understood the situation there. This is a remote ancestral hall, surrounded by wilderness and forests. The coffin was probably that of a deceased person from a nearby village, which was carried to the ancestral hall for temporary placement. I wandered around for more than 4 minutes and didn't see any human traces. He returned to the ancestral hall on time. Looking at the quiet coffin, Liu An turned his wrist and a black handle appeared. The next second, a red light knife appeared in his hand. Laser knife. As soon as all this was done, several rows of text appeared in the void. Ding! Monsters are coming, first day's mission is released, guard the ancestral hall. Guarding the ancestral hall, staying inside the ancestral hall until dawn. Monsters are coming, killing begins. As words appeared in the void. As expected, the mission appeared. This was the first time there was no mission in the space, which was considered a benefit for novices. But with the advent of the second space, the space will issue a basic task every day. There is no qualitative task, everyone's task is different. Some are about killing monsters, some are about going to a certain location, and some may be about finding an item. If you complete the task, your rating will be increased. If you fail to complete it, your rating and reward will be reduced. Liu An's mission was to hold on until dawn. According to the intelligence he knew, it would be either 6 or 8 hours before dawn. It's been so long, I can't remember clearly. But it doesn't matter. He is very skilled and brave, he can hold on even for 10 hours. Bang! With a loud bang, the coffin lid suddenly flew up and then fell heavily to the ground. A figure stood up straight, violating the principle of joint force. Zombies appeared. Chapter 21. A golden light flashed in Liu An's eyes, and a flash of insight passed through him. Name ordinary zombie. Combat power rating, 1-star initial stage. Lootable entries, zombie body, white, bloodthirsty recovery, blue, blood tracking, yellow, olfactory perception, yellow. It is indeed a legendary creature. Liu An's eyes sparkled when reading the series of entries. Roar. The zombie appeared with his own aura. He growled and 2 streams of grey air spurted out from his nostrils. For a moment, he was so domineering that it felt like the dead had returned. Whoosh! At this moment, a red light flashed across the zombie's body. The next second, the zombie that returned from the dead was split into two. Zombie, pawn. Liu An retracted the laser knife and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. What are you doing posing and yelling in the middle of the night? You're disturbing the neighbors, don't you know? Ding, kill ordinary zombies, killing value +1. First kill zombies, public platform permissions opened, chat permissions opened, transaction permissions opened. The space prompt arrived as expected. Each time the space is opened, various permissions will be reopened. No surprise. Looking at the one kill point, Liu An showed helplessness on his face. Originally, the killing value of each zombie should be 2 points, but because his overall strength is already 2 stars, this resulted in the killing value being halved. However, Liu An didn't think much about it. Who cares about their own strength? If the killing value decreases, just reduce it. Just kill more people. Besides, he doesn't just rely on killing points to improve his strength. Isn't there another entry? Liu An set his eyes on a group of light balls next to the zombie corpse. It is the entry for zombies. Liu An rubbed his hands and absorbed it eagerly. Ding, get entries, bloodthirst recovery, blue, blood tracking, yellow, olfactory perception, yellow. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue recovery speed is tripled. After sucking blood, recovery speed is increased tenfold. Blood tracking, yellow after use, you can track creatures with blood. Olfaction perception, yellow after use, you can detect the breath of living people through smell and perceive their behavior and actions. Liu An only absorbed 3 entries. As for the entry about the zombie body, after careful consideration, he decided to give it up. Although the zombie body has an astonishing growth ceiling, its shortcomings are also very obvious and it is subject to many restrictions. The most important thing is that this entry will be disfigured. If the zombies here were the so-called Pangu zombies, Liu An would have considered it. After all, it's pretty good to be able to preserve your appearance and even achieve immortality. He can upgrade his entry and no longer be afraid of the sun. But now even dogs don't want this kind of zombie body. The abilities of the 3 entries were instantly integrated. Liu An first felt his whole body warm up and his nose itchy, and then several new ways to use these abilities came to his mind. There was no response anymore. I subconsciously glanced at the attribute list and found that there was no change in the 4-dimensional attributes. I don't know if it's because the attributes are too high. But among these 3 abilities, the sense of smell surprised him. This ability actually allows him to build a model of a living creature in his mind after locking onto it. Even if you close your eyes, you can still clearly see where the other person is and what he or she is doing. Quite magical. However, this ability also has obvious shortcomings. Only effective against living, breathing creatures. If the other party holds his breath, he will not be able to sense it. This is also the reason why when dealing with low-level zombies, if you hold your breath and don't move, the zombies won't be able to find their targets. So, will there be any changes after the upgrade? Is it possible to sense the surrounding situation without using eyes? Even dead things can sense it. If this works, then this ability will be very practical. After thinking about it, Liu An couldn't help but improve the quality of his sense of smell. Consumes 2 upgrade points, leaving 9 upgrade points. It was originally 10 o'clock, but after midnight, another point was refreshed. Therefore, there are 9 points remaining. White needs 1 point to increase to yellow, yellow needs 2 points to increase to blue, blue needs 4 points to increase to purple, purple needs 8 points to increase to red, and red needs 16 points to increase to gold. Olfactory perception, blue after use, you can detect the vitality of living people through smell and perceive their behavior and actions. The original breath turned into vitality. In other words, even if the other party does not breathe or holds his breath, Liu An can still sense his behavior. Even the perception range has expanded a lot. Now, once Liu An turns on his sense of smell, any living thing within a 10-meter radius cannot escape his perception. Yes, it's like having a mini radar. Name, Liu An. Strength, 59. Constitution, 51. Speed, 66. Spirit, 56. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Speed Enhancement, Yellow, Dimensional Space, Yellow, Olfactory Perception, Blue, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Blue, Blood Tracking, Yellow. Entry Upgrade Points, 9, 1 point refreshed daily. Kill Value, 1. Free Attribute, 15 points. Combat Power Rating, 2 stars early stage. 5 minutes later, Liu An sat in the yard with a bored look on his face. Looking at the door silently. Complained secretly. Being randomly assigned this kind of guarding mission greatly affects his speed in killing monsters. But he had no way to leave the ancestral hall, so he could only sit in the yard, staring at the gate eagerly. Bored, Liu An opened the chat channel. Seeking glutinous rice, black dog, rooster blood. My mission was to find toilet paper. But where can I find toilet paper in this desolate mountain? I wonder if there is anyone who would be generous enough to trade a stack of toilet paper for me? Does this count as completing the mission? Are you as miserable as me? I am trapped in a cell. There are 2 old-fashioned rifles hanging on the wall outside the cell, but I can only watch helplessly without a key to open the door. The task was for me to unlock the door and get out myself. Which great god has a hammer? Trade one to me. Where are you? I will come to save you. The guy above, are you trying to save people? You are just craving for guns. It's useless. Guns do little damage to zombies unless you shoot them in the mouth or eye sockets. Seeing only a few messages in the chat channel, Liu An sighed inwardly. There are so few messages, it must be because there are not many people who can kill zombies. Although zombies have many weaknesses, it is extremely difficult to kill them if you don't have the corresponding equipment. Most survivors can only protect themselves when they encounter zombies, but it is difficult to kill them. Looking at the several messages asking for help, Liu An found that there were still quite a few smart people. Know how to take shortcuts to seek help. It's like widening the road. For example, if someone wants toilet paper, as long as someone is willing to trade it to him, the space will determine that his task is completed. Searching for an item like this is the simplest task. The biggest advantage of the survivors is that they can chat at any time and trade across spaces. If you make good use of this, you can get a good kill value even if you don't kill zombies. Just like what Liu An is going to do next. Baby, on the shelf. Chapter 22. Liu An took out items one by one from the space: glutinous rice, rooster combs, boy's urine, black dog blood, melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, bread, peachwood sword. Liu An put items on the shelves one by one. All items were set up for barter, and the only tradable items were cards. Another way to gain kill points is through cards. As long as you get a lot of cards, you can get good results even if you don't kill zombies. Last time, Liu An benefited from the card. Before coming in this time, he filled the dimensional space. Just for this moment. This is why the dimensional space is said to be a magical skill in the survival space. After putting everything that could be put on the shelves, Liu An no longer paid attention to it. Don't worry about no one replacing it. With so many newcomers, there are always some who are taken advantage of. Even if the old man from the previous space knew the value of the cards, he would definitely exchange them for these things in desperate situations. The main point is that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. At this moment, Liu An's ears moved suddenly. The next second he stood up excitedly. Here we come. Tread, tap. Liu An didn't have to wait too long. A few seconds later, 2 stiff figures happily jumped in front of the courtyard gate. There are 2 zombies. I opened the Eye of Insight and took a quick look. They were all ordinary zombies. Liu An immediately lost interest. 10 minutes have passed and only 2 zombies have appeared. This is too inefficient. At the gate of the courtyard, 2 zombies locked onto Liu An with their noses twitching. Roar! With a low roar, they all rushed towards Liu An. Liu An showed impatience, a red knife light appeared in his hand, he stepped on the ground, and his figure turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. The next second, a red knife flashed, and the 2 zombies were frozen in place. Then, a black line appeared on the bodies of the 2 zombies, and the zombies suddenly broke into 4 pieces. The cuts were charred black and emitted a burnt smell. Liu An flashed back to his previous place again, sat down, and continued waiting. I just killed and waited, and killed, and an hour later, I killed another wave of zombies. Liu An roughly figured out the routine of this mission of guarding the ancestral hall. As long as you don't kill the zombies, no more zombies will come. Whenever you kill zombies, the next wave of zombies will arrive in about 10 minutes, and the number will increase by 1 compared to the previous wave. The difficulty is gradually increasing. As long as Liu An does not kill the zombies, suppresses them and waits for 1 night, the mission will naturally be completed. If the strength is insufficient, this method may be adopted. But this is not what he wants, he just wants to kill his way through the darkness. The faster you kill, the more zombies you will face. Liu An even thought this was too slow. The main problem is the 10-minute waiting time in the middle, which is really torture. Thinking of this, Liu An decided to give it a try. A small red medicine bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. There were 7 small words written on it. 3 flowered pale blood, upgraded version. Pharmacy, Sanhu light blood 10 ml, upgraded version. A seasoning made from concentrated blood essence, to be mixed with water. It has a strong attraction to blood-eating creatures within a radius of 10 miles. Liu An took out a basin filled with water and poured the 3 flowered pale blood into the basin. The next second, a strong smell of blood rose into the sky. With the courtyard as the center, it spread out in all directions. Done. Now all we have to do is wait for the zombies to come. With an expectant look on his face, Liu An sat down on a chair and waited. In an open space in the forest not far from the ancestral hall. Here, there are obvious signs of human cleaning around, with tombstones everywhere, it turns out to be a cemetery. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood filled the air. The next second, the ground began to wriggle, and a pair of black, hairy hands penetrated the ground and stretched out. This palm seemed to have a head. Countless hands stretched out from the ground, followed by heads and bodies. They turned out to be zombies. After the zombies appeared, they all followed their instincts and jumped towards the ancestral hall. In a dark and damp cave. A coffin stood deep inside the cave, with a piece of yellow paper pasted on it. From time to time, a faint golden light flashed on the yellow paper, indicating that it was not just a show. At this moment, a strong bloody smell filled the cave and quickly came to the coffin along the hole. A small part of them entered the coffin through the gap. After a few seconds, the coffin seemed to generate some kind of suction, quickly sucking in the surrounding blood and air. The whole process lasted for nearly a minute, the suction suddenly stopped, and then the coffin began to shake violently. The talisman paper above the coffin glowed with golden light, as if trying to suppress it. But as time passed, the coffin began to shake more and more. When it reached a certain point, a crack suddenly appeared on the coffin. Bang! With a loud bang, the main body of the coffin suddenly shattered, the wooden boards flew everywhere, and a figure surrounded by black air appeared in the same place. It's a zombie in armor. This zombie has a face that looked like it had been splashed with sulfuric acid, and its exposed skin is covered in thick hair. It has a pair of captivating green pupils. His aura far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. The armored zombie slowly moved its head, and as its nostrils twitched, a large amount of bloody smell was inhaled into its nasal cavity. As a large amount of blood and energy rushed into its body, the armored zombie's eyes became more alert. The next second, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and its figure shot out of the cave quickly like a cannonball. All this has nothing to do with Liu An. He has killed another wave of zombies, this time 7 of them. Liu An looked outside the door, then looked at a bowl of sanhuadangsu soup, and frowned. It's been more than 10 minutes, and I haven't seen any extra zombies. Could it be that there are no zombies near this ancestral temple? But I won't. There is no reason why there are no zombies in a burial ground in the wilderness. The rich blood energy of a portion of sanhuadangsu can only last for an hour and then decay. I hope it won't be wasted. When another wave of zombies was killed, the zombie that was lured in didn't wait for the day, but waited for 3 cards. If it doesn't explode, it's fine, but if it does, it's shocking. Liu An had killed so many zombies before, but there was not a single card left. Liu An even thought he had not checked the almanac before going out today. I didn't expect to be waiting for him in this wave. 10 caddies of premium glutinous rice *1. Boys urine 500 ml *1. Mineral water 500 ml *1. 2 cards for dealing with zombies and 1 card for daily necessities. Liu An decisively collected them all. It's impossible to use it, wouldn't it be nice to exchange it for killing value? Tap tap tap. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps faintly came into Liu An's ears. Liu An was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Here it comes. He immediately stepped forward and came to the gate of the yard. He raised his hand to take out a flashlight, and shone a beam of light towards the grove. Hiss! Liu An took a breath of cold air. In the grove, there were densely packed jumping figures. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them. The zombies are coming, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Originally it was technology and ruthlessness, and now after being strengthened in space, its power cannot be underestimated. Chapter 23. If it were other survivors, they would have to deal with so many zombies at once. Even if the opponent is a 2-star strength, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. It's because these monsters have no moral principles and they really fight in groups. What's more, there is corpse poison. If you really get infected, the consequences will be very troublesome. But for Liu An, this is not a problem. He is not afraid of too many monsters coming, but he is afraid of not having any monsters coming. All fear comes from lack of firepower, but Liu An has no shortage of firepower. The next second, a big thing with a black metallic luster appeared in Liu An's hand. It is the modified version of Vulcan Gatling exchanged from space. Contains unlimited armor-piercing bullets, 6,000 revolutions per minute. Today, let's consecrate this powerful weapon. With the killing weapon in his hand, Liu An felt a sense of heroism in his heart. But Liu An did not attack immediately, but turned around and retreated into the ancestral hall. Just standing at the gate of the ancestral hall waiting. The reason for this is to take into account the cards that explode after the monster dies. This is the main source of killing points. Now he is confined here and cannot go out, so he can only kill these monsters in the courtyard. Moreover, this ancestral hall is indeed a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are walls all around, no windows, and the only entrance is the door. As long as he guards this entrance, he won't have to worry about monsters attacking from other directions. As for the roof of the ancestral hall, the buildings here are at least 5 or 6 meters high. Unless the opponent can fly, there is no need to worry too much. Besides, as long as he kills quickly, there is no such thing as stacking people up. He looked at the weapon in his hand, thought for a moment, then waved his hand and threw out a stone table, the kind commonly seen in parks. Then he placed Gatling on the table. The reason why Liu An has this stone table is mainly because after the dimensional space was upgraded, Liu An has been pretending all the time. He likes the sense of security that comes with being filled up. This stone table was originally intended to be kept as a backup or used to hit people, but unexpectedly, it was used here. That's easy. He muttered to himself, threw out a chair, sat down on it leisurely, and waited silently. These zombies were really slow, and after waiting for a long time, they finally arrived. He jumped into the yard happily. Of course, Liu An didn't know whether the zombies were happy or not, but there was a good saying. I think it's enough for you to be happy, otherwise why do you have to jump and walk? When the leading zombies passed half the distance of the courtyard, Liu An pulled the trigger with excitement. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless armor-piercing shells turned into streams of light, forming a terrifying metal storm that poured down towards the monsters in the dense forest. Puff, puff, puff. In the darkness, there was a series of sounds of metal piercing flesh. The zombies paused in their forward steps, and then fell down one after another like wheat being cut. It fell so cleanly and neatly. These zombies never thought until their death that they thought they were already unsportsmanlike enough and were ready for a group fight. As a result, the other party showed no respect for martial ethics and directly cheated. The first batch of zombies suffered the most. They were beaten into SpongeBob SquarePants. His body was riddled with bullet holes and blood. Some heads were blown off. How miserable it is! 6,000 revolutions per minute, Liu An fired for a full 2 minutes, or more than 10,000 rounds, before he stopped. There were no zombies standing in the courtyard. Not only were the zombies gone, but a portion of the courtyard wall was also missing. It was directly destroyed by Liu An's firepower. Even outside the yard, the zombies that had not originally been able to squeeze into the courtyard were killed outside. As for further away, you can vaguely see zombies on the way, but it will take some time. Liu An held the laser knife and rushed towards the zombies decisively. Last hit, pick up cards, last hit. The whole movement was smooth and flowing, as if it had been rehearsed tens of thousands of times. It only took more than 20 seconds to clear the battlefield. The harvest was quite good, 8 cards of various types. The effect is good, then, continue. Next, Liu An fell into a cycle of killing monsters and cleaning up the battlefield. But Liu An never gets tired of it. It's easy, efficient, and you can get a good harvest, so why not be happy? Only Liu An had a Gatling gun with unlimited bullets. If he had any other weapon, he wouldn't have been able to last that long. This is the benefit of foresight. Liu An finished collecting the cards again and was about to go back to the Gatling gun when a sound of breaking air suddenly rang beside his ears. He stepped on the ground and quickly moved to the side, holding the laser knife in front of him, then looked forward. I saw a tall zombie wearing dark bronze armor standing there. Liu An was not surprised but happy when he saw this. With this appearance and temperament, it is obvious that he is a special zombie. The eye of insight swept over decisively. Name, Mutated Zombie. Combat Power Rating, 2 stars early stage. Lootable entries, Zombie Body, Yellow, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Yellow, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Blue, Blood Tracking, Yellow, Olfactory Perception, Yellow. There is one more entry for Copper Skin and Iron Bones, not bad, not bad. The mutant zombie sneaked an attack on Liu An, then saw that the other party had dodged, so he just glanced at Liu An and walked towards the ancestral hall. It felt that the source of the rich blood energy was in the house ahead. It longs for this bloody power. As for the blood food that you just avoided, it won't be too late to kill him after he gets the things in the house. But before he took 2 steps, he saw a flash before his eyes and saw Liu An, whom he identified as his blood meal, appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Big guy, are you ready? Liu An stood behind the Gatling gun, weapon in hand, playing with it. Roar! The mutant zombie felt provoked. He exerted force with his feet and flew towards Liu An in the air as if he was flying. But the next second, a large metal net composed of countless metal bullets also appeared in front of him. Da-da-da-da-da! Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, the mutant zombie only felt that his body was hit by terrifying things all over his body, and then penetrated. The iron body that he was so proud of seemed like a piece of fragile paper in front of this thing, torn apart in an instant. Before he could think about what it was, dozens of yellow bullets magnified in his eyes. Bang! The head exploded. The body fell like a rag. Ding! Kill mutant zombies, kill value plus 200. Killing people at the same level, the kill value finally returned to normal. Looking at the fallen ball of light, Liu An picked it up decisively. Ding! Get the entry, copper skin and iron bones, yellow. Copper skin and iron bones, yellow greatly enhances one's physical defense, making it immune to damage from ordinary swords, guns, and weapons. The next second, Liu An felt a warm current flowing through his body. A tingling sensation spread through the bones all over the body, and the skin gradually became firmer. The warm current comes quickly and goes away quickly. Liu An glanced at the attributes and found no changes in the physical condition column, but he could definitely feel the difference in himself. After thinking for a while, he took out an ordinary dagger and tried to cut his arm. The blade scratched the skin as if it was scratching a piece of metal, without even a trace of white mark. After applying some more force, a red mark appeared. Liu An smiled. With this kind of defense, ordinary zombies can't break through it at all. This time, he is invincible in this space journey. Then, the killing continues. Ding! The basic task of protecting the ancestral hall is completed. Reward, 100 kill points. Chapter 24. When the sun rose, a prompt indicating that the mission was completed appeared in front of Liu An. At the same time, the corpses that were originally piled up like mountains in the entire ancestral hall quickly turned into black gas under the sunlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. All the corpses disappeared, leaving behind a dilapidated courtyard that looked like it had been bombed. Liu An also put away his powerful weapon and took stock of his gains. Cards, 38, killing value, 4,823 points. In one night, more than 4,000 zombies were killed, with average efficiency. The main reason is that there are fewer and fewer zombies coming later. Maybe all the nearby zombies have been attracted. But now that the mission was accomplished, Liu An no longer had to guard the ancestral hall, so he left decisively. The sun rises and the darkness retreats. The zombies automatically retreated into the darkness and lay dormant. The crisis was temporarily resolved, and the survivors went out one after another to start looking for living people and survival supplies. Liu An walked through the woods, killed a snake disguised as a branch, and continued moving forward. In the killing world, there are not only monsters, but also many non-intelligent lives. But compared to monsters, these non-intelligent lives are weak. If a creature is so weak that it is killed, no kill value will be obtained. But it is also a big test for the survivors. If bitten by a venomous snake, it can be fatal. Unless you are as powerful as Liu An. Not long after walking, Liu An suddenly stopped and looked forward. A few seconds later, the grass in front shook. Then, a rabbit suddenly jumped out. When the rabbit saw Liu An, the two-legged beast, it seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then it kicked its legs and quickly passed Liu An and ran away. The little rabbit seemed to have taken the lead. The grass in front shook again, and countless rabbits, squirrels, and mice appeared in front of Liu An. However, they all ignored Liu An and ran past him to the back. Bang! A wild boar also jumped out from behind the bushes and rushed towards Liu An in panic, with no intention of stopping. Liu An frowned and dodged to the side. The wild boar missed its attack, but it did not turn its head to look at Liu An and continued to rush forward with its nose held high. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the bushes. Liu An's face was solemn. He stepped on the ground and jumped directly onto a nearby big tree. He climbed to the top of the tree in no time. Then he avoided the cover of the trees and saw into the distance. Black smoke curled up and red light shot into the sky. Fire! Damn! Someone flipped a table and set the mountain on fire. This was Liu An's first thought. The reason why we are so sure that it was set by someone and not a natural fire is because this time it was zombies. The place where the zombies are located is filled with extremely yin energy, and the trees are contaminated with a large amount of yin energy. It is difficult to start a fire without human intervention, and it is absolutely impossible to create such a fire just by lightning strikes. Who is the idiot who wants to burn the mountain in the daytime? Even if you want to burn it, you should wait until the monsters come out at night. During the day, the zombies are hiding. What can we burn if we burn the mountain at this time? Besides, if the forest is really burned, the zombies will come out at night and it will be much easier to find people. There will be no place for them to hide. Liu An couldn't help but complain. At the same time, the chat channel was filled with curses. Who the hell set the fire? I'm still on the mountain. Which grandson can't afford to play? Even if you want to set a fire, wait until I come down the mountain. FK. I was blocked by a bunch of zombies on a tree last night. I just got down from the tree and the fire spread over me. I'm going to FKU. I finally found a tree hole to sleep in, but when I woke up, my butt was burning. My lord! Everyone gather in the direction of the fire. There is a village here. The one upstairs, your tail is exposed, it was you who set the fire. CAO, you dare to show your head after setting the fire? You just wait for me. Countless people cursed with their mouths, but their bodies honestly chose to move towards the direction of the fire. It's simple, it's safe over there and there must be people there. Otherwise, you will be chased by the flames and you don't know when it will end. It is better to rush directly towards the source of the flames. Maybe I can reunite with others. As for whether it might be a trap, just asking, what's the point? Are you picturing them sweating, or are you picturing them not having showered? At this time, on a small road at the edge of the forest, a group of 2 people were standing there, silently watching the increasingly crazy fire. Brother Donkey, isn't this a bit too high profile? Our brothers might get burned to death if they fail to attract attention. One of the men with pockmarks on his face spoke first. The man with a long face waved his hand. What are you worried about? If you can't even escape from this little fire, you're not going to survive. It's better now. With such a big fire and the message you just sent, people from miles around will come. That's enough. Let's go back to the village and meet up with June. Oh. At this time, Liu An was staring at the fire, lost in thought. Just because he suddenly remembered something. Village, flames. Isn't this village the famous Tang Tang village? As far as he knew, there were 9 villages in this space. The 9 villages are distributed in various areas, and each village is separated by several hills. But in the previous life, there was a very famous village in this space, and that was Tang Tang village. The Tang Tang village destruction incident. Reports from previous lives mentioned the general circumstances of the incident, which was caused by arson of the surrounding woods. Without the shelter of the trees, all the small animals were scared away by the fire. The monster couldn't find any living blood-sucking creatures, and Tang Tang village had gathered so much blood food that it attracted the attention of all the zombies in the surrounding area. The village was surrounded by zombies and eventually destroyed. Countless survivors were turned into zombies. After recalling for a moment, Liu An jumped off the tree and walked decisively towards the direction of the fire. Liu An's original goal was to go to the village, not to save people, but to find a map of the village. Zombies are different from zombies. They have a homesickness complex. During the day they retreat into their nests and sleep. As long as you can find the zombies' lair, killing zombies during the day is definitely several times easier than at night. Liu An happened to know the information of several zombie gathering places, but they were all near different villages. As long as he has a map, he can maximize his advantage of foresight. Quickly travel between several large villages, looking for zombie gathering places. Maybe you can even run into some mutant zombies that can drop items. Thinking of this, Liu An increased his speed a bit. Chapter 25. As you get closer to the flame area, the surrounding temperature begins to rise. Just as he got close to the flame, Liu An discovered that the direction of the flame was blocked by a stream about 6 or 7 meters wide. Flames rose on the other side of the stream, but the other side of the stream was not affected at all. But at this moment, a group of people were gathered by the stream. This group of people, both men and women, sat together and seemed to be eating grilled fish. It's like a gathering by the stream. Liu An's arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention. Just as Liu An was observing, a Mediterranean man in camouflage uniform stood up first and walked towards Liu An with a smile. "Are you going to the village, little brother? Don't hit someone who smiles at you." The other party's attitude was acceptable, so Liu An nodded in response. "Yes. Haha, little brother, don't be nervous. We all have the same goal. We are all going to the village. But you can see that the fire ahead is raging. It's hard to get in for now. Fortunately, there's a stream separating us. So, we are all waiting here to rest. We are ready to cross the burnt area when the fire is smaller. Little brother, since you are going to the village too, why not join us and wait together?" The Mediterranean man extended an invitation. Liu An understood after hearing this. A forest fire is not so easy to cross. The power of the flame is only secondary. There is also high-temperature radiation, smoke and other toxic gases, which are all very deadly. The high temperatures of forest fires are far beyond what the human body can withstand. Once you get close, you will not only suffer severe burns, but your clothes may even catch fire instantly. At the same time, the flame will release strong heat radiation. Even if you are not in direct contact with the flame, you will feel a strong burning sensation and suffer indirect burns if you are near it. You may even lose too much water without realizing it. Secondly, a large amount of smoke and toxic gases will be released during the combustion process, causing breathing difficulties and even poisoning symptoms. These hidden dangers are even more deadly. Even if there are people among them who have enhanced their physical fitness, if they try to pass through like this without any protection, they will be skinned alive if they don't die. Therefore, this group of talents is ready to wait. But Liu An looked at the fire and thought that he would have to wait at least 2 or 3 hours before he could cross. He doesn't have that much time to wait here. "Thank you for the invitation, but I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave first." The Mediterranean man was not surprised to see Liu An's answer. Many of them made the same choice as Liu An, but in the end they still came back in disgrace. He is not in a hurry, not at all. Some people learn their lesson only after they suffer a loss. "Okay. Then please do as you please, little brother." The Mediterranean man replied with a smile on his face, turned around and returned to the crowd. As the Mediterranean man returned, everyone began to talk in low voices. "Another stubborn one. That's normal. You were the same at that time. You were still too young. Ahem, who would have thought it would be so dangerous inside, and it was so hot that it was hard to breathe. By the way, how many meters do you think he can advance? It's not that I look down on him, but he looks so weak that he will retreat after 10 meters at most. I don't think so. Look at his clothes, they are clean and tidy. He doesn't look like he has been chased by zombies. He must be quite good at it. It's no use. I was almost the same as him when I came here. I ran through the fire and ended up covered in dust. Open, guess how many meters this guy can go. If he forces his way in, he can only get 20 meters at most. If he's smart, he can get his body wet first, then cover his mouth and nose, and he can get 10 to 20 more meters. He's so young, he probably doesn't have any experience in this area. He probably forced his way in. Considering that his clothes are clean, I guess he forced his way in about 23 meters. Then I can't guess 20. Although everyone's discussion was in low voices, Liu An still heard it clearly. Liu An laughed in his heart. How could these people guess what he was like? How can ordinary people know the joy of cheating? Not to mention other things, just his nano battle suit itself has the characteristics of constant temperature and fire resistance. The flames and heat radiation were no longer a threat to him. As for poison gas, just wear a gas mask. For him, the biggest danger is open flame. It is quite troublesome if the flaming branches falling from overhead hit you. However, Liu An has already figured out a solution. He opened the entrance to the dimensional space directly above his head, so that no matter what falls, it cannot hit him. After this combination of punches, the forest fire that was fraught with danger to others was just a minor trouble to him. Ignoring everyone's about him, Liu An walked towards the stream. When we arrived at the stream, we found that it was not deep, about the depth of a calf, and the water was clear and you could see the bottom. Occasionally a small fish swims by, looking quite comfortable. Liu An's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. How do you think he will cross the river? Just wait over there and wet your clothes. That way you can get farther away. I don't think he would choose this. Look at his clothes. He is a clean person. He would choose to skip stones to cross the river. Haha, you can cross the river by stepping on the rocks in the river, but those rocks are not easy to step on. Xiao Huang, you have experience, tell me. Oh, forget it. These broken stones are wet and slippery, and I can't stand on them at all. Besides, the distance between each stone is different. It's impossible to get through without getting wet. It's impossible. Today I've got this to say. 3 pieces at most. This kid will definitely fall into the water. If he doesn't, I'll chew the stone. You're a dog if you break your promise. Liu An ignored everyone's, but the other party had guessed one thing, and he really didn't want to get involved. Although the water was not deep and he could wade across it, he didn't want to get wet if he could. He glanced a few times, determined the stone to land on, then took a step and jumped onto another stream stone. Feeling the slippery ground under his feet, Liu An did not lose his balance. His various attributes are here, so this instability is completely manageable for him. Then Liu An exerted force on his feet, and after a few jumps, he had crossed the stream. The whole movement was smooth and flowing, as if the ground under his feet was not slippery stones. Shit! He really jumped over. Xiao Huang, are you sure those stones are the same as you said? Of course, you saw my situation at that time. So what's wrong with this guy? This guy must have increased his speed attribute. Only in this way can his balance and nerve reflexes reach the level of crossing the river. Hehe, this doesn't seem to be important, but I seemed to hear someone say he wanted to chew on stones just now. At this moment, someone teased the man surnamed Huang. Xiao Wang's expression froze. He looked at the stones in the stream and his eyes twitched. I just... Xiao Huang, there are so many people watching here. The teasing man spoke again and directly blocked Xiao Wang's mouth. Xiao Huang looked at the playful smiles of the crowd, his expression changed again, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Woof woof woof. Everyone. Xiao Huang, you are really..." Before the man finished speaking, a woman exclaimed, "Ah, look, he didn't take any protective measures and went straight in." Chapter 26. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly looked up at the sea of fire on the other side. Liu An just walked forward straight ahead without any protective measures and stepped directly into the burning area. He walked forward slowly and leisurely, without a trace of impatience, as if he was strolling in the back garden. How is that possible? Can't he feel the heat? Also, judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to be having any difficulty breathing. I guess it's because of the added constitution, so the heat resistance is higher. If that's the case, it's possible. After all, you weren't in direct contact with the flames. Then why didn't you have difficulty breathing? This. I see. He is holding his breath. He is moving so slowly to reduce the energy consumption from the intense movements. This way he can walk longer. That makes sense. Everyone was talking about Liu An's strange behavior. At this time, an old man in his 50s with half-white hair sighed, "Alas, it's useless. This little cleverness can't support us to cross the fire zone. The forest fire is more dangerous than this. I hope he can wake up as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer a great loss." "Ah, look at that tree." At this moment, a woman suddenly pointed above Liu An and exclaimed. Everyone looked subconsciously and saw that a branch of the big tree right above Liu An broke and fell down due to the burning of the flames. The most important thing is that when the branches broke and fell, they also pulled down many branches that were about to collapse. For a moment, the entire tree trunk seemed to have a chain reaction. Flames splashed everywhere, like a long flaming dragon, smashing towards Liu An. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy objects fell to the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising into the air, covering Liu An's entire body. Everyone looked pale. This is one of the reasons why they would rather wait than risk crossing the fire area. There are too many uncertainties. Crisis may occur from front to back, left to right, up to down, or anywhere else. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were under the tree, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. "Should we go and rescue them?" the girl who had screamed before suddenly spoke up. "Save, what can we do? And who will go? Are you going?" "That's right. He can only blame himself for this bad luck. Who told him not to listen to advice? I told him to wait. He made this choice himself. We are all adults, and we should be responsible for our own actions. Oh, what a pity. You don't value your life at such a young age." The woman's words immediately brought everyone back to their senses, and they all started to retort. "Are you kidding? I just saw an accident happening right in front of me. Who would dare to go in now and save people? Are you kidding?" Seeing this, the woman had no choice but to give up. She just sighed subconsciously. As for asking her to save people, don't joke about it. If her hair is burned and she becomes bald, she will cry to death. "No, look." At this moment, another person exclaimed. The smoke and dust gradually settled, and an intact figure appeared in everyone's eyes. The other person was still wearing neat clothes and had a calm expression, as if nothing had happened just now. He kicked away the branches that were blocking his way and continued to walk forward slowly. How is it possible? How can he be okay? Look at his clothes. They are still as clean as new. This. Impossible, he definitely didn't hide just now. Do you think he has supernatural powers? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No way, is he the boss who got a C rating in the last space? Mediterranean nodded solemnly and said, "It's possible. Otherwise, how can we explain this phenomenon? If it were you, would you be able to live in peace?" There was a moment of silence. The older man in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that the other party is not a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, but is really powerful. It's my narrow-mindedness." Everyone fell silent again, staring blankly at Liu An disappearing in the flames, their eyes full of envy. Liu An didn't know how everyone reacted, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. He just used the dimensional space to transfer the fallen branches. Not to mention, as long as you are not a human, this evolved dimensional space is quite useful. After a while, Liu An passed through the flame area and came to the burning area. That is the area where the fire had just raged. At this moment, only sporadic flames were still burning in front of us, leaving only the black tree trunks. All the leaves and grass turned to ashes, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of ashes. With one step, the entire sole of his foot sank into the ashes. A feeling of heat enveloped the soles of my feet. When I looked up, I saw that the combat boots on my feet were actually softening. Fortunately, the quality was good and it didn't melt. But it can also indirectly reflect the temperature inside these ashes. Of course, this is also because the flame has just burned through this place, and the temperature is higher. After 2 or 3 hours, it will not be like this. Liu An moved his mind and extended the nano battle suit to his feet, wrapping his shoes. Although he is not afraid of these temperatures, his shoes are not. This is just Liu An. If it were someone with a normal physique of around 10 points, even if the shoes were fine, they would get their feet burned before walking far. Secondly, the air is filled with a lot of pungent gases. Liu An reached out and took out a gas mask from the space and put it on his face. Only then can we continue to move towards our goal. Because there were no weeds or jungle blocking the way ahead, the movement was much faster. It gets easier as you go. In just half an hour, Liu An saw a village in the distance. One can vaguely see that quite a few people have gathered in front of the village. The entrance of Tengteng village. 2 groups of people are confronting each other. A middle-aged man with triangular eyes and a gloomy look was leading a dozen people wearing uniform camouflage uniforms and holding old-fashioned rifles. They were blocking the gate of the village and not letting anyone enter the village. A few meters away from the middle-aged man, there was a group of survivors dressed in various clothes. You are going too far. This village is not yours. Why don't you let us in? That's right. You are too overbearing. You want to enter the village and charge an entry fee. How is this different from a local bully? We are all survivors, and the best way is to stick together and keep each other warm. You are just standing still and cutting off your own arm. You will not end well. Everyone was talking about the behavior of the man with triangular eyes. Faced with everyone's complaints, the man with triangular eyes remained unmoved. As long as he is online, no one can do anything to him. As if he was annoyed by what everyone said, the man with triangular eyes suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot into the sky. Shut up, everyone! The sound of gunfire instantly enveloped the entire place. Everyone was stunned and looked at the man in horror. I don't have that much time to play with you. Either hand over one of your belongings before you can enter the village, or get out of my way. You're just an eyesore. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't go into the village, there will be nowhere to hide when night falls. If something unexpected happens, don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the triangular eyes moved his mind, and an ice cone appeared out of thin air beside him, flying in the air and pointing at everyone from afar. This person actually possesses supernatural powers. Chapter 27. The man's words made everyone angry, but looking at the gun in his hand and the ice cones floating beside him, they dared not say anything. It's not that they are heartless, but the body lying on the ground not far away reminds them not to be impulsive. The other party really dares to kill people. Looking at the group of people who dared to be angry but not to speak out, the man with triangular eyes sneered disdainfully. Oh, a bunch of rubbish. Okay, I'm too lazy to say any more. To put it simply, either hand over your goods and enter the village, or get out of here and stop blocking my business. After Triangle Eyes finished speaking, he winked obliquely at 2 or 3 people in the opposite crowd. The 3 of them immediately understood. One of them came out immediately. It was the donkey brother who had set the fire before. He had a face that didn't look like a good person, but he said timidly, after entering the village, everything we find in the village will belong to us. Triangle Eyes narrowed his eyes and said, sure. I, Zhang Jun, am not the kind of person who would do anything extreme. I only charge the entrance fee to the village, and I don't care about anything else. What you can obtain in the village is up to you. From what I know, although this village is dilapidated, there are still some metal weapons and food. If you can get them, it won't be difficult to kill the zombies. After listening to Zhang Jun's words, everyone was a little shaken for a moment. Brother Donkey, who stood up, gritted his teeth and expressed his opinion. Well, I'll pay it then. After saying this, Donkey took out a white bandage from his arms. This is a first aid bandage. I bought it from the killing mall for 10 killing points. Can I use it to exchange for a place to enter the village? The triangular eyes and big mouth opened wide. My dear little brother, you are very open-minded. Once you hand in your things, you can enter the village. Good. Afterwards, Donkey handed in the bandage and walked into the village under the attention of everyone. After a moment, a shout was heard in the village. Oh, there is glutinous rice here. Now we don't have to worry about dealing with zombies. The voice came from Brother Donkey who went in. Following Brother Donkey's words, the people who were hesitating were shocked and their hearts were moved. Everyone knows the lethality of glutinous rice to zombies. If you hand over some items, you can enter the village. Not only can you get shelter at night, but you can also get weapons and sticky rice to fight zombies. It's not unacceptable. I'm a newcomer this time, and I don't have any space items. But I encountered a peach tree in the forest before, and cut a few branches to make a peachwood spear. This is for you, can you enter the village? Just then, a man with pockmarks on his face jumped out. It was the other person who set the fire earlier. Sure. Zhang Jun was happy. Liu and Ma Ziyi have good acting skills and are smart, so they could be reused. These two people were arranged by him. It makes full use of people's herd mentality and greed. In this world, only routines can win people's hearts. If you want people to hand over their things obediently, you have to use some tricks. As Ma Ziyi entered the village again. After a while, Ma Ziyi's voice was heard. Ha ha ha, I also found glutinous rice. I must kill a few more monsters tonight. This time my rating will definitely improve a lot. Upon hearing this, everyone could no longer hold back. They handed over everything they had and rushed into the village to search for glutinous rice. The old man had something in his hands. As for newcomers, they have nothing to create, so they can put it on the trading platform in exchange, and maybe someone will be willing to trade. As for those who have nothing, there is nothing we can do. If they don't work hard themselves, why would they join the village? When Zhang Jun saw this, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face anymore. The effect is so good that the third support was not even used. Sure enough, as long as the atmosphere is right, everyone will naturally follow the trend. With this wave, I'm going to make a fortune. They had already searched the village for everything. As for the glutinous rice, it was specially left for everyone as an introduction. After all, there are only so many of them and they don't need that much glutinous rice. There was enough stored in a whole room, enough for everyone. It's only 2 days after all. Now it seems that everything is going well. At this time, Liu An had already arrived at the entrance of the village, and he only saw half of the previous farce. But it was enough for him to blindly guess the previous plot. This group of people is interesting. I have never heard of this psychic named Zhang Jun in my previous life. I guess he died in this space. After a while, most of the people outside came in. The rest were stopped outside. The reason is that they have nothing. Now, these people only have 2 choices. Or, before leaving the village now, find a place to hide from zombies at night. Or, just stay here. When night falls, you will inevitably be the first to encounter zombies and become cannon fodder in front of the village. Liu An glanced at the remaining people before walking towards Zhang Jun. He needs to find a map. But I don't know if I can find him, so it's obviously more appropriate to look for Zhang Jun directly. Zhang Jun was happily watching his men counting the spoils when he suddenly felt a figure approaching him. He immediately looked up at the other party's direction, and at the same time, he raised the gun in his hand and said to the other party, "What are you doing? Go over there to hand over the items." At the same time, Zhang Jun began to look at the other person. There was a solemn look in his eyes. The other person's face and body were clean, and his aura gave people a sense of calmness and composure. He was not at all panicked when he was pointed at with a gun. It's not easy for someone to come here. I won't go into the village. I want to ask you for something. Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes and said playfully, if you want something from me, don't tell me you want to kill me. That's not how it's played on TV. Although he always felt an inexplicable pressure when facing the young man in front of him. This feeling is very strange. Of course, he was not afraid of the other party. After all, he had a gun. From 7 steps away, the gun is fast. From 7 steps away, the gun is both accurate and fast. What's more, he has more than one gun. In addition to guns, he also has superpowers. With all these advantages, it is impossible for him to be fooled by a young man. Liu An shook his head, why would I want your life? Do you have a map of the surrounding villages? Map? Zhang Jun raised his eyebrows. He really didn't have a map and he had never paid attention to this matter before. But seeing what the young man in front of me mentioned, it is necessary to pay attention to the map. Zhang Jun pondered in his heart, but said calmly, what if there is, what if there is not? Even if there is, what are you going to exchange for it? Liu An said something calmly that surprised Zhang Jun. How about exchanging your lives? Give me the map and I won't kill you. The golden light in Liu An's eyes disappeared. Name, Zhang Jun. Combat power rating, 1 star initial stage. Lootable item, ice control, blue. Zhang Jun's entry made Liu An certain of one thing, not only monsters, but humans also have entries, and some can even reveal entries. The opponent's ability is actually of blue quality, no wonder he acts so arrogantly. But since they are all dragon people, Liu An is still willing to give the other party a chance. As long as the other party knows what's good for him, he won't kill him for the entry. Of course, the premise is that the other party knows what's interesting. Liu An's words made Zhang Jun laugh. Kill me? Who gave you the confidence? Is it because my gun is not sharp enough, or are you just too brave? Even though I can't see through the other person, does it matter? At this time, Zhang Jun had already guessed that the other party was probably also a person with superpowers, otherwise it would be inexplicable why the other party would behave like this. Either stupid or powerful. The young man is obviously not the former, that is, he has strength. But the other party dared to come so brazenly and face the guns directly. He must be very confident in his own strength, no, or even conceited. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. He has the power of ice but he didn't float away, but the other party did. Chapter 28. But even so, Zhang Jun did not underestimate the other party. There are many kinds of superpowers. Who knows what superpowers the other party has and whether he can put down his gun? After 2 seconds of silence, Zhang Jun said, actually, if you can take my shot, I will give you the map. How about that? No matter what kind of superpower it is, just fire a few shots first. First, it can force out the other party's supernatural power. Second, if he says 1 shot, it really is 1 shot. We are all adults. Is it really okay to be so naive? If he hurts someone, he won't be polite. Any threat must be nipped in the bud. Liu An frowned, took a step, and appeared in front of Zhang Jun in an instant. Zhang Jun felt a flash before his eyes, and then a hand was stuck on his neck. At the same time, he felt suffocated. I don't have time to play with you. Hand over the map, or you know. The situation on Liu An's side immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Jun's men, and they all pointed their guns at Liu An. Brother Jun. Zhang Jun was already soaked in cold sweat at this time. There was nothing but fear in his eyes. It was fast, too fast. In the blink of an eye, the other party had crossed the 4-meter distance and arrived in front of him. He didn't even have time to react. The opponent's speed is simply amazing. Well, little brother, let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. Zhang Jun quickly raised his hands in surrender. Liu An did not answer, but began to exert force with his hands. Zhang Jun's face suddenly turned red, and he subconsciously grabbed Liu An's palms with both hands, trying to pry them open. But he sadly discovered that under his power, the other party's palm was like an iron hoop and could not move at all. Liu An lifted it slightly. Zhang Jun's feet gradually left the ground. Because his neck was choked, he couldn't breathe any air through his nostrils, and his brain was deprived of oxygen, so he struggled subconsciously. But Liu An's hands were like death shackles, and there was no relaxation at all. Zhang Jun's eyes quickly began to blur and his struggles became less and less intense. Bang! At this moment, a slight sound suddenly came from behind. Then, a bullet was seen shooting towards Liu An's back. He is one of the members of Zhang Jun. Although Zhang Jun was suffocating, he also heard the gunshots and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Which BD wants to usurp the throne? It's over, he's dead. The yellow bullet sparkled in the sunlight and flew quickly to 3 meters behind Liu An. The next second, the air shook and the bullet disappeared instantly. The man who fired the bullet was stunned. What happened? Where is the bullet he fired? He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and then his pupils shrank, and he saw a bullet enlarging in front of his eyes. Bang! The bullet penetrated the man's forehead, and then the back of his head exploded instantly, with blood splattering everywhere. Bang! The man fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spilled out and instantly infected the ground. As everyone watched the man die, they were filled with shock and horror. I don't know how he died. I don't know when the other party opened fire. No one knows why the bullet disappeared. No one knows why the brother who fired the shot died. A series of unknowns made the men feel terrified. I am not afraid of you being great, I am afraid of not knowing why you are so great. The men looked at Liu An as if he were a plague god, and were extremely afraid. The gun in my hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and I didn't know whether to hold it or not. Who? Zhang Jun, who was released by Liu An, instantly collapsed to the ground, breathing in the air greedily. It's great to be alive. Zhang Jun, who didn't understand the situation, ordered directly, "A hole, shoot me, pay attention to the vital points. Save the last shot for me, I will make him live a life worse than death." Liu An let go of his hand, and Zhang Jun subconsciously thought that the other party was shot and subconsciously let go of his hand. That's why this order was issued. But the next second, the expected gunshot did not sound. Instead, a devil's hand grabbed his neck again. You want to die, I'll grant your wish. Liu An's cold voice sounded. Zhang Jun shuddered all over and looked at Liu An subconsciously. Seeing Liu An intact, he was horrified. No, you. Crack. Zhang Jun's neck twisted and he died. Bite. Just then, an icicle fell to the ground behind him. It was obviously a killer move that Zhang Jun had secretly prepared. However, he had not expected Liu An to be so decisive and not give him any time to speak. The killing move will naturally be useless. With Zhang Jun's death, a blue light ball appeared next to his body. It is the other party's entry. Liu An kicked and touched the ball of light, and a cool feeling passed through his foot into his body. In an instant, Liu An gained the ability to control ice. After taking a glance at the four-dimensional attributes that had not changed at all, Liu An stopped paying attention to it and turned to look at Zhang Jun's men. Someone come out who can make the decision. Liu An's words made everyone tremble, and they finally came back to their senses from the shock. Looking at the dead Jun Ji and the grim-faced Liu An, everyone had complicated expressions. When they saw Liu An looking at them, they all took a step back. This is the last time. Someone who can make the decision comes out. Liu An raised his voice, then waved his hand and the desert eagle appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back. Only a fat young man did not retreat. It was not because he did not want to retreat, but because he did not react in time. Looking at the people on both sides retreating behind him, he cursed their ancestors for 8 generations in his heart. What a bummer. You can decide, right? Facing Liu An's question, the fat young man had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, yes, yes, my name is Fat Tiger, you can just call me Little Tiger. Well, don't be nervous, I'm a very gentle person. Fat Tiger's cheeks twitched as he looked at Zhang Jun, whose neck was tilted to one side at Liu An's feet. Is this what you call gentleness? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word gentle? Liu An didn't care what Fat Tiger thought and said directly, in half an hour, I want to see the map of the surrounding villages. Don't worry, I'll leave once I get the map. But if you can't see the map, you can try to resist. Fat Tiger was stunned when he heard this. The other party didn't want to enter the village, but just wanted a map? Are you serious? The conversation between Liu An and Zhang Jun just now was not loud, so they didn't hear it at all. But when Liu An suddenly took action, Zhang Jun fell into a passive position. I thought the other party wanted to capture the leader first, but I didn't know that he just wanted a map. You should have told me earlier if you wanted a map. Fat Tiger subconsciously glanced at Zhang Jun, who had a crooked neck, and a feeling of pity welled up in his heart. Liu An did not reply, but flipped his hand, took out a stool from somewhere, sat down, and then said again, start the countdown. Seeing this, Fat Tiger immediately said to the person behind him, Monkey, where is the map I asked you to collect? Hurry up and take it out. You have no eyesight at all. A thin man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks behind him fumbled in his arms, and the next second, a parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Fat Tiger snatched it away and quickly handed it to Liu An. Sir, this is the map you requested. This time it was Liu An's turn to be stunned. He thought the other party needed to look for it, and that there was strength in numbers and they could find it quickly. Who would have thought that the other party already had it? Why did Zhang Jun resist so stubbornly just now? Wouldn't it be easier to just give it to him? So rigid? Liu An glanced at the crooked-necked corpse of Zhang Jun and gave a secret comment. Chapter 29. Despite his complaints, Liu An still reached out to take the parchment scroll, opened it, glanced at it, and then stood up. Very good, you are very good, much more perceptive than that Zhang Jun. Now that I have the map, I will leave. This chair is for you. After he finished speaking, Liu An stepped on the ground, and his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Really, really gone? Fat Tiger murmured as he watched Liu An disappear. I originally thought the map was just an excuse, but I didn't expect the other party was really here to look for the map. Brother Jun, you died so unjustly. Brother who? Those people who had nothing at the entrance of the village just now have sneaked into the village. What should we do now? At this moment, a younger brother whispered. What should we do? Fat Tiger looked up and glanced at everyone, then looked at Brother Jun with a crooked neck, shook his head and said, forget it, let's keep a low profile. In this world, hiding is the best way. Brother Jun is the best example. Let's go into the village together, count the benefits we got before, divide them among the brothers, and make a living together. Oh! At this time, Liu An was following the instructions on the map and walking quickly towards another village. This was one of his goals. Jiquan village. Or rather, it is the church in Jiquan village. As far as he knew, there was a huge church on a high mountain not far from Jiquan village. There is a zombie king in the church, and behind the church is a cemetery with countless zombies. The biggest danger to Jiquan village comes from the church. There is a cemetery near the church. This layout is very common and is the same in the West. Why was it built like this? The purpose is to suppress the soul of the cemetery. Liu An quickly came to a river. The river was more than 10 meters wide, far smaller than the stream he had encountered before. Looking at the river, Liu An waved his hand and a locomotive appeared in front of him. It was the amphibious motorcycle obtained in the previous space. Liu An decisively sat on the locomotive. The next second, the locomotive headlights flashed and started running. Afterwards, Liu An drove directly into the water. Liu An does not need to manually select the mode. The locomotive automatically switches to water mode when it senses the change in the road surface below. Transforms into a jet ski in seconds. The next second, Liu An stepped on the accelerator and the water scooter quickly moved upstream in the river. A white line was drawn on the water along the way. This is the path that Liu An has long been optimistic about. Although it takes a long detour to go along the river, for him who has transportation, it is the fastest way to reach Jiquan village. After speeding on the water for half an hour, crushing 2 groups of ducks, 3 grass pythons and 4 crocodiles, they finally arrived at their destination. He decisively went ashore, put away the motorcycle, and slipped into the forest. 20 minutes later, Liu An arrived in front of a church. The church in front of me was in a dilapidated state, with the door ajar and the windows sealed with wooden boards. If it were a dark, windy night with thunder and lightning as the background, the eerie feeling would be just right. Liu An kicked the door open and walked in with a swagger. There's nothing we can do, people with great skills tend to be bolder. What's more, it was daytime. When you enter the church, you will see the hall in front of you. Although the sun is shining brightly outside, it is still dark inside, probably because the windows are sealed. Through the dim light, one could vaguely see a person tied to the wall deep in the hall. A man with a white scarf on his head, bare arms, a pale face and thin body was nailed to a huge cross. It turned out to be a statue of Yasha. Oh, that's okay. Looking at the dark hall, Liu An took out the Gatling gun and fired at the sealed windows around him. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang, bang. A few seconds later, sunlight shone into the hall through the large holes, illuminating the entire hall. Liu An put away his weapon with satisfaction. This was what he imagined a church to look like. The sun is shining, how nice. Liu An set his eyes on the coffin under the cross and walked closer. This is a mouthful. Looking at the coffin under the statue deep in the hall, Liu An walked closer. This is a Western-style coffin, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. There is also a cross pattern printed in the middle of the coffin lid. Unlike a Huxia coffin that can be opened by sliding the lid, the Western coffin in front of you needs to be opened by flipping the lid. Liu An thought about it, stepped back a few meters, took out the Gatling gun, aimed it at the coffin, and fired decisively. Those car accidents on TV are all caused by their curiosity. Look at him, there is no curiosity. Just cover with full firepower and blast away first. Da-da-da-da-da. Tongues of flame lit up from the muzzle of the gun, and countless bullets poured down. The coffin was pierced in an instant. Roar. With a roar that was neither human nor inhuman, the coffin lid suddenly opened and a figure jumped out from inside. But before he could get angry, he was greeted by a barrage of bullets. Liu An took the time to open his eye of insight and glance at the other person. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Combat Power Rating: 1 star Midterm. Lootable Entries: Zombie Body, White, Bloodthirst Recovery, Blue, Olfactory Perception, Yellow, Energy Resistance, White. Hey! This zombie was surprisingly different from the zombies he had encountered before. There is less blood tracking, but there is an additional energy resistance. Is it because of the different birth environments? Liu An was surprised, but he did not stop. He only stopped when the zombie was completely beaten into a sieve and fell out of the ball of light. Decisively absorbed the entry. Energy Resistance, White Passive, reduces the damage of energy attacks by 10%. Then, there is the detailed information about this entry. Liu An was overjoyed after learning about the capabilities of the entries. This is the energy resistance. As long as it is energy, no matter it is supernatural power or spell, it can reduce the opponent's damage by 10%. Whenever this entry is upgraded, the damage reduction effect will definitely be improved. If it can be upgraded to gold, will it be immune to energy attacks? Liu An immediately imagined a scene in his mind where he himself was standing still as a mountain amidst the attacks of thousands of elemental powers. Even when facing Brother Boss's atomic breath, he could withstand it with his pectoral muscles like Superman. Thinking of that scene, Liu An's little heart couldn't help but beat faster. The potential of this entry far exceeds all other entries except dimensional space. He collected his thoughts, and seeing that there were no other coffins in the hall, he walked towards the side aisle. Unfortunately, it is daytime now and the zombies are all sleeping. If you want to kill monsters, you can only find them one by one. There is no way to lure them together and wait for them to come to you. Somewhat of a waste of time. But Liu An also knew that his situation was much better than that of others. If someone wants to kill zombies during the day, they have to search all over the mountains and fields, and they may not find them. He was now relying on his foresight to find the zombie stronghold and kill them in large numbers, which was already pretty good. Half an hour later, Liu An cleared out all the zombies in the church, about 30 of them. But I didn't encounter any mutant zombies. The strongest of them is the one below the cross. This greatly disappointed Liu An. This is unreasonable. Logically, there must be a commander-level being in this kind of gathering place, that is, the Corpse King. But now they are all ordinary zombies, this doesn't make sense. Did the Corpse King run away from home? Chapter 30. But if not in church, where then? Liu An looked around again unwillingly, but he didn't find any entrance to any tunnel or secret room, so he stopped helplessly. He sat down on the platform under the cross, took out the trophy cards and began to count them. Killed so many zombies, but only got 3 cards. They are all miscellaneous and have little significance to Liu An. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of chaotic footsteps outside the church. Then an inspiring sermon was heard. According to my observations and deductions, this church has the most yin energy, and it must have attracted a lot of zombies. It is noon now. The sun is shining brightly. The yang energy of heaven and earth is at its peak. The zombies have all fallen into a deep sleep. This is the best time to kill the zombies. The kill value is right in front of you. It's up to you how many you can kill. Now, follow me and kill zombies together. As the man finished speaking, a round of cheers rang out. Kill zombies, kill zombies. The next second, footsteps were heard, and a group of 20 or 30 people armed with various weapons rushed into the church. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow Bagua Taoist robe, holding a Bagua plate in his left hand and an old-fashioned pistol in his right hand. I guess the sermon just now came from his mouth. As everyone rushed into the church, the first thing they saw was Liu An sitting on the platform. The two sides looked at each other and the scene suddenly became quiet. If you want to kill zombies, you can go to the cemetery behind to dig them up. There are no more in this church. Liu An was too lazy to chat with these people, so he went straight to the point and broke the atmosphere. The man in Taoist robes was stunned. He didn't expect that the zombie spot he had his eyes on was actually taken by someone else. Especially when he saw the 3 cards Liu An was playing with, a hint of greed appeared in the eyes of the Taoist man. This is 300 kill points. Little brother, do you mean that this church has been cleaned up by you? Are you the only one here? The man in Taoist robes asked with a smile. Liu An raised his eyebrows and asked, what else? Seeing that Liu An didn't seem to be faking it, the man in Taoist robe glanced around and indeed didn't see anyone. A person was so brave that he came over and successfully killed the zombies and got 3 cards. This person is not simple. Through this, Dao Bao man hit a special gesture. Sun Huayuan, the 9th-3 generation disciple of Mission, Met Daiyu, dare to ask the Taoist friends, what is it? Liu An looked at each other curiously, and subconsciously dumped the other party. Name, Sun Huiyuan. Combat Power Rating, 1 star midterm. Lootable entries, Taoist Genius, White, Feng Shui Master, Blue. There are 2 entries. Judging from the entries, there should be no activated superpowers. But the strength of a mid-stage 1 star is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even stronger than the previous psychic. This is not normal. Unless, the other party is a powerful hermit, or a martial arts master in the real world. Thinking of this, Liu An narrowed his eyes. There are actually martial arts masters in the real world. It's just that he is not as strong as in the novel, and his overall quality may be just slightly better than that of ordinary people. But in some areas, they are far superior to ordinary people. For example, Taoism and Feng Shui. The various boxing techniques, body movements, and footwork of martial arts. The poisonous insects from Miaozhong and so on. After entering the killing space, these people will feel like fish in water, and can often adapt to the space more quickly, and their strength will improve extremely quickly. Considering what the other person just said, I guess the person in front of me must be this kind of person. On the other side, seeing that the other party did not respond, Sun Huiyuan frowned. He was certain in his heart that the other party was not from his circle. Otherwise, I would have responded long ago. Since this is the case, things are simple. Sun Huiyuan retracted his gesture, the smile on his face faded, and he said in a deep voice, "Little brother, this is actually the place we found before. The reason why we didn't do anything is because we wanted to find some friends and prepare to take down the whole place. As a result, we were just about to get ready, but you got there first. You said that so many of us made a wasted trip. Can you please express your gratitude?" Liu An raised his eyebrows. The man in front of me looks decent, but I didn't expect him to behave like this. It's a waste of this outfit. Do you want this card? He raised the card in his hand. Sun Huiyuan was amused and ignored Liu An's gaze, all his eyes fixed on the card. Even if the other party is unhappy, what can they do? There are more than 20 people on their side, 1 against more than 20, so the advantage is in his hands. Haha, little brother, even though you stole our monster, we won't pursue the matter since you didn't do it on purpose. How about you just give us the card and let the matter of stealing the monster go? Actually, don't feel like you're at a disadvantage. After all, you've killed so many zombies, and your kill value has actually increased a lot. Besides, this isn't reality. Even if someone dies accidentally, no one will investigate. What do you think? Although Sun Huiyuan was speaking with a smile, his words were full of threats. Of course, he also has the capital to threaten. After all, he has a lot of people on his side. At the same time, Sun Huiyuan silently raised his pistol and pointed it at Liu An. The people following Sun Huiyuan also raised their weapons. Being stared at by so many people, Liu An actually felt a bit of pressure. Of course, just a little bit. I really can't understand why so many people are so clueless. Liu An seemed to be answering, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Alas, people will only regret when they suffer losses. In this case, then you can just die. As he said this, Sun Huiyuan was about to pull the trigger of the gun. At this moment, a blue light suddenly flashed. Puff! An ice cone as thick as a thumb pierced into Sun Huiyuan's forehead. Blood immediately flowed down from his brow. There was fear and reluctance in Sun Huiyuan's eyes, but no matter how reluctant he felt, it was of no use. He could feel his body gradually losing control and his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. He is going to die. He is unwilling. With his last bit of consciousness, Sun Huiyuan subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! After the bullet left the gun, Sun Huiyuan stared at Liu An, with only 2 words left in his mind. Buried with him. Sun Huiyuan's last consciousness was that the bullet disappeared half a meter in front of Liu An. This series of events happened so quickly that the people brought by Sun Huiyuan had no time to react before it was all over. Seeing the tragic death of Sun Huiyuan, everyone looked at Liu An with horror. To be precise, it was a slender ice cone that appeared behind Liu An. He is a superpower. Run away! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone immediately turned around and ran away. There was no way. Among them, only Sun Huiyuan had a gun, but he was killed by the enemy in a face-to-face encounter. How could those of them with hoes and machetes fight back? Just as everyone was about to rush out of the church hall, they saw a flash before their eyes and Liu An's figure appeared at the gate. At the same time, Liu An had a gun in his hand. Desert Eagle. Now, you are surrounded by me. Although the words are a bit immature, they are very effective. Everyone stopped decisively, and the leader even felt weak on his feet. A minute later, the people in the church hall dispersed and went deeper into the church to start searching. Liu An did not kill everyone, as the free labor was just right for use. Look for a secret passage or something, otherwise Liu An would not be willing to give up. Liu An moved a chair and sat at the gate, basking in the sun while waiting for the result. At the same time, it also absorbs the information of the two entries just obtained. Taoist genius, white. The speed of comprehending the magic is far beyond that of ordinary people. Feng Shui master, blue. He has made some achievements in Feng Shui and can be called a master. Chapter 31. Feng Shui master, blue. He has made some achievements in Feng Shui and can be called a master. Countless information about Feng Shui flashed through Liu An's mind. Finally it became Liu An's own. A master entry transformed Liu An from a Feng Shui novice into a Feng Shui master. Outrageous, but delicious. As for the Taoist genius, Liu An has no feeling for the time being. So what if he's a genius? It's better than just plundering the entries. Liu An didn't have to wait long before someone started shouting. Found it! Upon hearing this, Liu An jumped up and quickly walked into the church. The next second, he saw a group of people gathered under the cross. When I got closer, I saw that the originally tattered coffin on the stand had been pushed aside, and a hole slanting downwards appeared at the bottom. Liu An's cheek twitched. He had been sitting nearby and had not paid any attention to the broken bottom of the coffin. Boss, you see we have found the entrance to the cave, can we leave now? Okay, but there are too many of you. Choose 6 people to go. Although they are all small fry, they are all adults and have to pay a price for everything they do. Before doing anything, you should think about the consequences. Boss, you said before that you would let me go. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man who spoke fell on his back. Liu An looked at the crowd in front of him and said, I don't want to waste any more time. Select 6 people within 1 minute, or you can all stay. When everyone saw the man lying in a pool of blood, they felt sad. Ah! Zhou Lao-san, you! At this moment, a scream rang out. Then, a man fell down, holding his heart. I'm sorry, I want to live, my wife and children are still waiting for me in the real world, I can't. Bang! Before the man could finish his words, he was hit on the head by a stick that flew out from nowhere. The next second, a fight broke out in the hall. Everyone wants to live and become those 6 people. There were also some smart people who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave, but they were shot dead by Liu An. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, and only 3 people were left standing there. The original target was 6 people, but the battle was so intense that in the end only 3 were left standing. The 3 men were covered in blood and had bruised faces and noses. Boss, there are only 3 of us left now, can we leave now? I said 1 minute, you guys are out of time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 ice cones pierced into the 3 people's foreheads. The 3 fell down unwillingly. Liu An watched everything in front of him coldly. If they united and really selected 6 people, Liu An would really let them go. But now, it is obvious that none of these people are good people, so we might as well just clear them out. At this time, Liu An was the only one left in the church. Liu An held the laser knife and walked towards the tunnel below. The tunnel was dark and without light. Liu An took out a flashlight and turned on his sense of smell and his super hearing. It can be guaranteed that as long as there is any movement here, he will know it at the first time. The tunnel was about 5 meters wide, and when the flashlight was shown, the front was immediately illuminated. Only then did Liu An discover that the entire tunnel was paved with large blue bricks and was slightly damp. The blue brick passage extends diagonally downward, leading deep into the ground. Liu An walked quickly downwards without any hesitation. After walking about 100 meters and turning an aisle, an empty space with faint light appeared in front of Liu An. Looking at the several glowing beads inlaid on the ceiling of the space, Liu An was stunned. These beads look like, are they gems? Just open the eye of insight and scan. Name, Yin Sha Pearl. Rating, 2 stars. Lootable entries, none. There was very little information available, but for Liu An, it was enough. A 2-star rating means it is definitely a natural treasure unique to the killing ground. In some killing spaces, in addition to monsters, there are also some special treasures. These natural treasures are like cards. Once they can be found, they can be used directly and taken out of the space or exchanged for killing points when leaving the space. The Yin Sha Pearl in front of you is one of the treasures of heaven and earth, and it has a 2-star rating. Natural resources and treasures are also divided into star levels, and are converted based on killing value. Different star levels can exchange for different killing values. 1-star treasures can be exchanged for 300 points of killing value, 2-star treasures can be exchanged for 600 points of killing value, 3-star treasures can be exchanged for 900 points of killing value. By analogy, the higher the star rating, the more killing points can be exchanged. There are 4 Yin Sha beads on the top of the cave in front of you, distributed in 4 directions on the top of the cave. That is 2400 kill points. It may not seem like much, but that was for Liu An. For other survivors, it is not an exaggeration to call it a huge sum of money. A real wave of fat, picked up for free. But Liu An just glanced at it and suppressed his excitement. It's not the time to take it out yet. Who knows if a place like this will collapse if we take it out. Anyway, the Yin Sha Pearl is there and won't run away. Deal with the others first. For example, there are dozens of coffins in front of us. The entire space was filled with coffins of all sizes. What's strange is that these coffins are placed upright. Among them, the most eye-catching is the coffin in the center. This coffin is larger than normal coffins. It is silver-white in color with subtle patterns on the surface. It looks very, well, valuable. These 2 words were Liu An's first reaction when he saw the coffin. But the next second, an accident happened. The coffins illuminated by Liu An's flashlight trembled slightly, and then with a pop, the coffin lids opened automatically. Among them is the silver coffin that looks like a moon surrounded by other coffins. Liu An's eyes were fixed on the silver coffin. As the coffin lid opened, a person in a familiar outfit appeared in front of Liu An. Black stand-up collar trench coat with red collar lining and gold hemming. Isn't this a vampire costume? Is this cos, or did I go to the wrong set? Or is it that Hyuxia horror movies cannot pass the censorship, so playing Western cos makes it easier to pass the censorship? Although he was complaining in his heart, his reaction was not slow. A golden light flashed in his eyes, giving the other party a look of insight. Name, Mutated Zombie. Combat Power Rating, 2-star midterm. Lootable entries, Zombie Body, Yellow, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Blue, Super Speed, Blue, Energy Resistance, Yellow. With a quick glance, he confirmed that it was the corpse he was looking for. Liu An was no longer reserved. With a turn of his wrist, the god of fire Gatling made a brilliant appearance. He took 2 steps back to the aisle entrance and started firing at the coffin lid in front of him. Da-da-da-da-da. A metal storm bloomed in this underground space. As the flames spewed out, countless golden streams shot forward. The moment it touched the coffin, it tore it apart along with the corpse inside. With a Gatling gun in hand, I am invincible. This type of firearm is indeed a killing weapon in the early space. Unfortunately, it is only useful in this space. It will be much less effective against the monsters in the next space. Of course, this is a matter for the future, now just enjoy it. Ding! Kill ordinary zombies, killing value +1. Ding! Kill ordinary zombies, killing value +1. Ding! Kill ordinary zombies, killing value +1. A series of kill information popped up, but Liu An remained indifferent. Look ahead intently. Most eyes were on the Cos corpse. You are a Huxia horror character, but you like to play Western Cos. If not you, who else should I do it for? That Cos corpse was given special care by Liu An. Especially the legs, Liu An aimed at the opponent's lower body from the beginning. Super speed, haha, sorry, you don't have legs, how can you run? Having suffered a loss due to speed once, Liu An said that he would never suffer a loss again this time and would first eliminate your advantage. Because Liu An changed his attitude so quickly, the Cos corpse had no time to react and its lower body was shattered by the metal storm. Its legs were whipped and it fell to the ground completely. After that, Liu An never hurt the other person again. One by one, the coffins and meat shields moved in front of the Cos corpse and protected it behind them. Unfortunately, how can wooden walls and human flesh walls withstand the Gatling gun that rotates at 6,000 revolutions per minute? There were still many zombies that rushed forward fearlessly, and were turned into sieves when Liu An swept left and right. Keep away from living corpses, this is Liu An's current situation. The gunfire lasted for a full 10 minutes. Liu An retracted the Gatling gun, moved his numb hands, and then looked forward. Shattered coffins, tattered corpses, black blood were scattered all over the field, and there was a mountain of flesh in the center. The Cos corpse is being protected inside. Not dead. Chapter 32. Liu An did not receive any prompt to kill the Cos corpse, so the Cos corpse must still be alive. Looking at the Cos corpse hiding under the meat mountain and refusing to come out, Liu An thought for a moment, and suddenly a black barrel-shaped object appeared in his hand. Shoulder-fired rocket launcher set. The items that Liu An had deliberately left behind in the previous space were stored in the space, and Liu An was ready to blast open the mountain of meat. Just as Liu An was about to use it, he seemed to have thought of something and retracted the rocket launcher, replacing it with 3 high-explosive grenades. It is also one of the remaining items from the previous space. The reason why Liu An did not use a rocket launcher was because he was afraid that the basement would collapse. If it collapses, he will cry to death. High explosive is much better and makes less noise, but 3 of them are enough to blow up the meat mountain. Thinking of this, Liu An pulled the ring and decisively threw it towards the mountain of meat. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire underground space shook 3 times, countless dust fell, and the vision was blurred for a moment. When the dust settled to the ground, Liu An looked towards the mountain of corpses. Seeing the mountain of corpses being blown apart and 1/3 of it gone, Liu An's mouth curled up. Come again! Boom! Boom! There were 2 more roars, and a lot of rubble from the top fell down. Ding! Kill special mutant zombies, killing value +200. Looking at the prompt, Liu An's mouth twitched. That's it. He was still wondering if the other party would have any tricks up his sleeve, and was ready to fight back at any time, but this was the result? This is too anticlimactic. If the Cos zombies knew about Liu An's complaints, they would probably gather together and start cursing. There are Gatling guns, high explosives, and rocket launchers as the finale. Not to mention the mutant zombies, even the ancestors of zombies will have to kneel down. Who tortures corpses like this? It's really not his skill, it's just that the other party is too abnormal, and has no bottom line in cheating. 10 minutes later, the church collapsed with a loud bang amidst the tremors, and the entire church sank several meters. A few seconds later, a hand crawled out from the ruins of the church. It was Liu An. At this time, Liu An was covered in dust and dirt, and he no longer had the composure he had before. I knew it would be like this. Fortunately, I have a strong body and can run fast. As Liu An stretched out his hand, a faintly glowing bead appeared in his hand. It is the Yin Sha Pearl. The church collapsed because Liu An took away the Yin Sha Pearl. Although he was in a miserable state, Liu An had a great harvest this time. After leaving the church ruins, he found an open space to sit down and began to count his harvest with a grin on his face. There are 8 cards, plus the previous 3, a total of 11 cards. Together with the 38 cards obtained from the ancestral hall before, there are a total of 49 cards. 4 level 2 Yin Sha beads. The killing value reached 5,186 points. The properties have also changed significantly. Name, Liu An. Strength, 59. Constitution, 51. Speed, 76. Spirit, 56. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Super Speed, Blue, Dimensional Space, Yellow, Olfactory Perception, Blue, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Blue, Blood Tracking, Yellow, Iron Skin, Yellow, Ice Control, Blue, Taoist Genius, White, Feng Shui Master, Blue, Energy Resistance, Yellow. Entry Upgrade Points, 9, 1 point refreshed daily. Kill Value, 5,186 points. Free Attribute, 15 points. Combat Power Rating, 2-star Midterm. The Speed Enhancement attribute has been replaced by the Super Speed attribute of Cos Corps. The benefit is that the speed is increased by 10 points. The Energy Resistance item has also been upgraded to a higher level, making the effect even stronger. Energy damage reduction increased from 10% to 20%. Just as Liu An thought, this entry is definitely a potential stock. If possible, this entry must be raised to the top. Looking at his remaining 9 item upgrade points, Liu An hesitated for 2 seconds and decided not to keep them any longer and was ready to spend them. Originally, he planned to wait until the space ended before distributing it together. But now, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at the entry column with 2 colors mixed together, his obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. He couldn't bear it anymore, he really couldn't bear it anymore. If you can't bear it anymore, you don't have to bear it anymore. Anyway, you will be promoted sooner or later, so it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Energy Resistance, Yellow, Energy Resistance, Blue, consumes 2 item upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 7 points. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Yellow, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Blue consumes 2 entry upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 5 points. Dimensional Space, Yellow, Dimensional Space, Blue consume 2 entry upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 3 points. Energy Resistance, Blue passive, reduces the damage of energy attacks by 30%. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Blue greatly improves one's physical defense and is not afraid of ordinary firearm damage. Dimensional Space, Blue initially has an independent space of 20 cubic meters, which can temporarily store living things. Living creatures are stored for 1 minute. Looking at the large blue entry column, Liu An felt a little more balanced. Liu An did not make random choices to improve these 3 things. Both are to save lives and to make a living, and both are fundamental. Energy Resistance and Iron Skin and Bones are simply the perfect combination at this stage. Although it is impossible to directly increase his attributes, his survivability is definitely improved a little bit. Once all of them are upgraded to gold entries, it will be enough for Liu An to dominate most of the space. As for the dimensional space, this is my unique talent and must be improved. After finishing everything, it was already around 4 p.m. After calculating the time, Liu An got up and rushed back towards Tengteng village. Night is about to fall, and it is too late to go to another village to kill monsters, so it is better to go back to Tengteng village. Tonight, it was absolutely bustling there. You can use it to gain a lot of kill points. After rushing and hurrying, we finally returned to Tengteng village before the sun set. Liu An was immediately warmly welcomed by everyone. Fat Tiger also took the initiative to step forward and try to please Liu An. In fact, Fat Tiger didn't want to have any contact with Liu An, but the village was so small that he would see him every day, and he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Instead of doing this, it is better to take the initiative to lick, chat, and even gain some goodwill. Fat Tiger handed over a glass of water and said softly, "Well, do you have anything to deal with when you come back this time? Maybe I can help you solve your problem." The sun had not yet completely set, and Liu An, seeing that Fat Tiger was so sensible, did not mind pointing the way for him. The woods in front and behind the village have all been burned. So, there will be no peace here tonight. Fat Tiger wondered what Liu An meant by that, but the next second, as if he had thought of something, his expression suddenly turned into horror. "Sir, help me, I don't want to die." Fat Tiger hugged Liu An's thigh and began to call for help. Chapter 33. Fat Tiger is not stupid, but no one has pointed it out to him before, so he never thought about it at all. When Liu An specifically mentioned it at this time, he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Zombies surrounded the village. If he knew about this during the day, he could escape to the farther mountains and forests and find a safe place to hide. But now, the sun has set, if we go to the forest, we might run into an army of zombies on the road, and we won't know how we died. Another thing is that he felt that Liu An definitely had a way, otherwise he would not have come back at this point. In this situation, if you want to survive, you can only ask Liu An for help. Seeing this, Liu An also looked at Fat Tiger with a higher opinion. This Fat Tiger was smart enough to ask him for help. I need a reason. He is not a saint, he is not full of sympathy, why would he save her for no reason? But seeing as Fat Tiger was so sensible, he didn't mind giving him a chance. It depends on whether the other party can catch it. Fat Tiger was stunned when he heard this, and then he understood what Liu An meant. Yes, why did the other party save him? What reason did he have to ask for help? Fat Tiger's expression kept changing for a while. After a moment, he took a deep breath and solemnly stated his price. "I'll pay 10 million for my life." This was the only way he could think of at the moment. Although money is not everything, it is a good stepping stone. Liu An looked at Fat Tiger in surprise. "Is your family rich?" Fat Tiger hesitated for 2 seconds, but still nodded and said, "Well, my name is Pang Hu, and Pang's real estate is my family's property." Liu An suddenly understood after hearing this. Ponzi Real Estate is a well-known real estate company in the province. It's not surprising that he could come up with 10 million. Seeing Liu An's silence, Pang Hu became anxious, so he gritted his teeth and spoke again, "I'll add another 5 million. 15 million, I'll use 15 million to buy my life." "Boss, although Ponzi is my family's business, it is a joint stock company with a board of directors. The transfer of funds exceeding tens of millions must be approved by the board of directors. 15 million is really the limit of what I can raise. I really can't come up with more. How about you tell me what you want?" But before he could finish his words, he heard Liu An say coldly, 30 million, guaranteed survival. Liu An came here to kill zombies, and Pang Hu was just here to help. It would be a shame to miss the 30 million yuan as a fee. Pang Hu's words were choked and his cheeks twitched. 30 million would really cost him his life. But looking at Liu An's indifferent eyes, he knew there was no room for bargaining. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Deal. Save your life first, otherwise you will lose your life. Will you take your money to spend down there?" But then, he subconsciously added another sentence. "Well, the money can only be given after you leave the killing zone." Pang Hu regretted the moment he said it. "I wanted to slap myself." "Pang Hu, Pang Hu, why are you bringing up something else? Isn't it fine if he agrees? What if the other party is worried that he will leave the space and refuse to pay?" "Yes." Liu An nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, he was not worried at all that the other party would default on the debt, as the blood tracking term had not been used yet. As long as the other party dares to default on his debt, Liu An will make the other party disappear. It's not so easy to owe him a debt. "Boss, what should I do next?" Pang Hu asked in a low voice. Liu An directly made a request. "Give me your real-life contact number and a drop of blood." A quarter of an hour later, Liu An followed Pang Hu to a building in the village. When you open the door, what comes into view is not a house, but an entrance to a cave that extends diagonally downward. "Sir, this is the underground granary. I discovered it by accident." A few meters down the cave entrance is a small space. A lot of grain is stored there. This is actually a granary in the village, and it has now been requisitioned by Liu An. "Yes, the location here is very good. We just need to guard the front of the cave entrance." Liu An looked at the cellar and was very satisfied. "I originally tried to ask, but I didn't expect that Pang Hu actually found this place which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It was really a pleasant surprise." Although he came here to kill monsters, the village was surrounded on all sides and was inevitably attacked from both sides. It's really nice to have a place to defend that only needs to be considered in front of you. "Sir, what do you think we should do now?" "It's very simple, you can take a rest." Liu An turned his head to look at Pang Hu and said lightly. "Ah." Pang Hu was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of fear. "Don't kill me, I have money, Before Pang Hu could finish his words, he felt a pain on the back of his neck, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Liu An speechlessly withdrew his hand and complained, "Why so much drama? I just don't want you to see how I kill monsters, that's all." Looking at the fallen Pang Hu, he reached out to pick him up and walked into the cave. A minute later, Liu An returned to the cave entrance again, and at the same time, the last portion of 3-flowered pale blood appeared in his hand. The thick bloody smell rose into the sky again and spread in all directions. Liu An calmly set up the Gatling gun and waited silently. At this time, all the survivors in Teng Teng village already knew the crisis they would face at night. It was Pang Hu who told this matter in the chat channel after consulting him. Mainly to remind some of his subordinates and friends. Then all the survivors in the village knew about it. Liu An did not stop Pang Hu. Although he was not a saint, he was not a heartless person either. Knowing the crisis the village was about to face, everyone made their decision while feeling regretful. Most people chose to flee the village, thinking they could still be rescued. As long as you don't encounter a large army of zombies, escaping will be no problem. Some people also chose to ambush in the village, thinking that this was a good opportunity to gain kill points. Try to kill more zombies. Even if you can't stop them, you can still hold your breath and survive. This is a zombie. Its weakness is obvious. If they were zombies, they would never choose to stay in the village and kill monsters. It was a dark and windy night, zombies came out, and the battle between humans and zombies officially began. Jumping figures began to appear around the borders of Teng Teng village. "Zombies are coming," someone shouted. "The war has fully begun." As the zombies entered the village, there were constant noises from all over the village. These were not sounds of gunfire, but of traps, mechanisms, and houses collapsing. These are all traps set by those who stayed behind. For a while, quite a few zombies were killed by everyone. This made many survivors who voluntarily stayed behind scream with excitement. For them, one beast is worth 2 kill points. There were often 3 to 5 monsters in one trap, giving them the pleasure of killing monsters for the first time. In addition, they discovered something strange. That is, even if these zombies discovered them, they did not chase them, but jumped in one direction. It seemed as if something was attracting them in that direction. This discovery made them even more excited. It's better not to fight back. They like zombies that don't bite. Of course, there were also curious people who wanted to follow to find out what was going on, but after not going far, they dared not follow any further. Just kidding, at a glance, there are zombies everywhere. If you get any closer, you won't know how you died. These curious people decisively turned around and moved away from this place, moving around the edge of the village, looking for 3 or 5 lone zombies to harvest. Chapter 34. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless bullets were fired from the cellar, and the approaching zombies fell down in waves like wheat being cut. Soon the ground was covered with corpses. At the same time, many cards were also revealed. Any card that Liu An sees will mysteriously disappear in the next second. Liu An used the dimensional space to collect it remotely. After the dimensional space was upgraded to a blue entry, the distance that could be collected also increased sharply, reaching 10 meters. From then on, he no longer had to take risks to pick up cards. Everything within 10 meters was just a thought away. This killing took several hours. The killing lasted from nightfall until almost dawn, when the last zombie was finally eliminated by Liu An. I don't know if it's because everyone nearby was killed. When the effect of the 3 flowers blood lightning effect decreased, the number of zombies that came began to decrease significantly. Until now, no zombies have come to the door again. Liu An shook his stiff arms and fingers. Begin to take stock of your harvest. There are 87 cards of various types, plus the previous 49 cards, a total of 136 cards. The killing value reached 21,000 points. Killing value is hard to earn. If the other survivors knew Liu An's thoughts, they would probably spit at him and drown him. If you are not satisfied with getting 20,000 kills a day, why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? If it were them, they would wake up laughing even in their sleep. Liu An returned to the cellar, took out a table, and with a wave of his hand, a table full of steaming dishes appeared. Eat, eat. He didn't have a good meal that day. It's so bitter. For a moment, the aroma of the dishes filled the entire cellar. It smells good. Hey! I'm not dead, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Just then, a voice sounded from the corner. I don't know if it was because of the stimulation of the delicious food that Pang Hu woke up. Pang Hu moved his neck and felt the pain in the back of his neck was still there. He immediately looked at Liu An with a resentful look on his face. Boss, next time you take action, could you please notify us first so we can prepare? Pang Hu couldn't help but complain. Liu An sensed Pang Hu's resentment, but ignored it and said without turning his head, I'll save your life, don't forget my money. What? Pang Hu was stunned for a moment. After a good sleep, the crisis in the village was over. Looking at Liu An's clothes which were as neat as during the day, he muttered secretly in his heart. Is this boss going to keep him hiding in the cave? If so, this money is a waste. Thinking of this, Pang Hu asked carefully, Boss, what's the situation outside now? It's okay, you can go out and take a look. Liu An said after drinking a sip of chicken soup. Pang Hu nodded, thought about it, and decided that he should go out and take a look. As soon as I stood up, my stomach made a rumbling sound. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, Pang Hu got hungry. He immediately licked his face and came to Liu An's table. After seeing what Liu An was eating, he subconsciously widened his eyes. Boss, what did you eat? It smells so good. Damn, this. Do you want to ask where it came from? Pang Hu nodded repeatedly. Liu An put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Pang Hu seriously, and said meaningfully, "Do you really want to know?" "Well, how, Pang Hu was about to nod in response, but subconsciously saw Liu An's eyes, and his heart trembled suddenly. He decisively said, "How is it possible? I don't want to know. I'm not curious at all. Really, I swear to my dead great-grandfather." Looking at Pang Hu's performance, Liu An felt happy, retracted his gaze, and commented on Pang Hu. "You are a smart man." Pang Hu was relieved and no longer wanted to eat for free. He said quickly, "Boss, I'll go out and take a look first." "Well, go ahead." "Okay." Pang Hu turned and left. When he came to the exit of the cellar and saw the surrounding situation clearly in the moonlight, Pang Hu got hard. His expression froze. Through the moonlight, you can see that the cellar is covered with corpses and broken limbs everywhere. At a glance, there was no complete upper body to be seen. Black blood was flowing everywhere, forming a river. How could such a tragic situation be seen by such a flower of society under the red flag? Pang Hu came to his senses and turned his head decisively and sprayed. Ugh! 5 minutes later, Pang Hu returned to the cellar with a pale face and unsteady steps. "It's worth the money, isn't it? And would you like something to eat?" See Liu An who invited him. Pang Hu's pale face turned even paler and his stomach churned wildly again. He shook his head, covered his mouth with his hands, turned around and ran out of the cellar. He also wanted to criticize Liu An on the spot, but he was more afraid that Liu An would kill him. Looking at Pang Hu running out of the cellar, Liu An showed a malicious smile on his face. He asked this question on purpose, with the purpose of giving Pang Hu a hint and leaving him with a lasting impression. So that they dare not deny their debts, because if they dare to deny their debts, they will think of the body parts outside. Pang Hu vomited 3 more times, and finally all the bile was vomited out. He had nothing more to vomit, so he returned to the cellar. As if all his energy had been drained away, he collapsed in a corner far away from the dining table. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Liu An felt that the other person had lost a lot of weight. Can vomiting really help you lose weight? At this moment, it was early morning and a new day began. Ding! The second day's mission is released. Find Mission Village. Find and arrive at Mission Village before the end of the second day of searching for Mission Village. The second day's mission arrived as scheduled. As the time and space gets longer each time, there will be more and more tasks. Tasks have their advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there are rewards for completing the task. For example, the reward for completing the task on the first day is 100 kill points and the reward on the second day is 200 kill points. If there is a third day, it will be 300, and the fourth day will be 400. And so on. But the downside is that it is too random and there is a lot of uncertainty. For ordinary people, it is an opportunity, but for a cheater like Liu An, it is a limitation. Greatly affects his monster killing speed. Of course, you don't have to complete the task, but the rating will be lowered. For Liu An, he would rather affect the speed of killing monsters than lower his rating. The reward gap between A-level and S-level ratings is just too big. He can't afford the loss. Moreover, Mission Village was one of his targets. I remember that the zombie tomb seemed to be in Mission Village. "Boss, my mission has been refreshed." Pang Hu's weak voice sounded. Chapter 35. "Oh, what mission?" Liu An asked curiously. "Collect 10 zombies' pajamas." Liu An's cheeks twitched and he fell silent. This mission is a bit heavy. But I have to say, it's too simple. Compared to his task, the other party could complete it just by lying down. As long as you get out of the cellar, just go outside and dig one up. Liu An felt a little depressed for a moment. Did he use up all his luck on the Yin Sha Pearl? "Boss, what is your mission? Is it easy to complete?" Pang Hu was talking about something that was not relevant at all. He didn't know that he had walked directly into the muzzle of a gun. Liu An's eyes twitched, and he said with a fake smile, "Not bad. There are so many zombie pieces out there. You should pick a complete one to peel." As soon as Liu An said that, Pang Hu immediately remembered the situation outside, the piles of minced meat, and he still had to take off his pants. Suddenly, his stomach churned again, and he turned his head and started to dry heave. Vomit. Liu An finally felt a little relieved from the depression in his heart. Sure enough, happiness is built on the suffering of others. The ancients were right. Now that the mission has been refreshed, he has almost finished eating. He immediately stood up and walked outside. "I'll leave everything here to you. I'm leaving now. Remember to prepare the money when you leave. I don't think you'll want to default on your debt." Seeing that Liu An was about to leave, Pang Hu quickly shut up and stopped vomiting, and hurriedly said, "Boss, how can I contact you? Leave the space and wait for my call." Liu An waved his hand and disappeared at the entrance of the cellar. All the way to the village entrance, Liu An was unable to take action once. It's not that he didn't encounter zombies, but the zombies he encountered were killed by a group of people who jumped out from nowhere before he could make a move. After his killing spree, zombies became a hot commodity in Teng Teng village. Everyone was lucky enough to be saved by Liu An. Not only did they not die, but they could also chase and kill zombies happily. Liu An was too lazy to compete with everyone for the heads, so after leaving the village, he headed towards Mission Village. He was also going to Mission Village, and there must be a mutated zombie in the ancient tomb there. We still have to take the waterway. There is no other way. It is the fastest way. People cannot live without water. The 9 major villages are all built along waterways, some are far away and some are near. Come on, I remember there is a river ahead. It's a little far, but once we reach the river we will be safe. In the woods, a man and a woman were running away madly, hand in hand. About 30 meters behind him were 5 zombies, jumping and following happily. Oops! At this moment, a slight sound came from under the woman's feet. The woman screamed in pain, her legs subconsciously softened, and her body tilted and fell down. The man was quick to grab the woman's waist and hold her steady. But the man was in no mood to enjoy it. He asked anxiously, "Lan Mei, what's wrong with you?" "Brother Zhang, I sprained my ankle, please save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Rumei endured the pain and pleaded with a pale face. Although the two have only known each other for 1 day, sometimes, the feeling comes with just one glance. At first glance, he was the person she wanted. The man in front of her is her only support now. Damn it! The man couldn't help but swear. Just when we were about to escape, this happened. Tap tap tap. The jumping sound, like the god of hell demanding death, was getting closer and closer, and could be heard from far away in the silent forest. The zombies are coming. The man looked very upset and said with gritted teeth, "Sister Lan, hold your breath. I will lead them away." Judging from the woman's appearance, she can't run away. But if he brings the other person with him, he will definitely not be able to outrun the zombies. Rather than both of them dying, it is better for him to lead the zombies away. Maybe both of them can survive. "Brother Zhang, you..." How could Lan Mei not know what the man was thinking? She was so moved that she burst into tears after hearing his words. "Stop talking and hold your breath." With that, the man stood up and walked away 2 steps. Tap tap. At this moment, the earliest zombie had jumped next to the woman. The woman quickly held her breath while the man continued to escape. "Come after me." At this moment, the man yelled, turned around and ran away. The zombie sniffed with its nose, jumped away from the woman, and chased the man. The zombies behind them followed closely behind. The last one stood next to the woman and sniffed around. His limited IQ made him feel something was wrong. How did the original two blood foods turn into one? But seeing the blood foods getting further and further away, in the end, he didn't think much and quickly jumped after him. Wait until the last zombie completely disappears in the forest. The woman held her breath for another 10 seconds, then suddenly let go, breathing heavily. After breathing for a few seconds, the woman stood up. Looking at the man and zombie walking away, he murmured. Brother Zhang, don't blame others. Since you love me so much, you should pay for me. I will always remember you. You are a good person. If you can escape, I will still be your Lanmei. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and walked quickly towards the forest on the other side. When walking, there is no sign of sprained feet. The woman walked cautiously for 10 minutes when she suddenly felt something strange in her neck. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand to scratch, but what he touched was not the skin, but a cold touch and scales. Before the woman could think more, she felt a pain in her hand. Ah! The woman couldn't help but scream, which could be heard far away in the silent mountain forest. Bang! A slender black figure fell to the ground. The woman looked through the moonlight and saw that it was a snake. Raising his hand, 2 bloody holes suddenly appeared on his hand. She was bitten by a snake. The woman's face was pale. She lived in the city and rarely saw snakes, and she didn't know which snakes were poisonous or non-venomous. Is this snake poisonous? Will she die? Could it be that she is a 5-step snake and she cannot walk 5 steps? What to do, what to do? Tap tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps falling was heard in the distance. The woman looked quickly and saw a jumping figure in the distance, jumping towards here. It seemed that he was attracted by the sound. When the woman saw this, she didn't care about taking 5 steps or 5 steps, and she left before talking. A-hole! He couldn't help but cursed secretly, and ran away again. The zombie behind him sensed that the woman was escaping, so he chased her more enthusiastically and jumped much faster. 1 person and 1 corpse, one chasing and the other escaping. For about 2 or 3 minutes, the trees in front of the woman suddenly disappeared, and a river appeared in front of her. The woman's face was overjoyed. He immediately rushed to the river and jumped in. Plop! The woman fell into the water, and then swam up to the surface. She was immediately happy when she looked at the zombies hesitating by the river. She was alive for now. As for the snake venom, it hasn't taken effect yet, so it's probably not a 5-step snake. She still has time. Thinking of this, she swam downstream along the river. But just after swimming 10 meters, I heard the sound of an engine. Buzz! It's really an auditory hallucination. Why did I hear the sound of the speedboat? The woman thought she was hallucinating. But as the sound got louder and closer, the woman felt something was wrong. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked behind him. She saw a white water massager crashing towards her quickly. She wanted to hide but it was too late. No. Chapter 36. No. The woman just spoke, and the next second, the water roller hit her. The voice was suddenly interrupted. The water motorcycle suddenly jolted, and Liu An hurried to steady it. Turning his head to take a look, Liu An didn't see anything, and couldn't help but mutter. Something is crushed again, but I don't know if it's a crocodile or a python. This is the nth time it's happened. It's really dangerous to drive a water motorcycle at night. Buzz buzz. Liu An stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the water scooter increased by several points, and it quickly disappeared in the river in the distance. When the splashes caused by the water disappeared, a black human-shaped figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the water. Face down. The next second, a several-meter-long figure flashed under the water. The figure swayed, and was suddenly pulled into the water and disappeared. The crisis in space is never just about monsters. Liu An hurried along the way, and when he stepped into the entrance of Mission Village, the mission was completed. Ding! the second day's basic task of finding mission village is completed. Reward, 200 kill points. Looking at the dark mission village, I didn't see any zombies. Is it because of the name of the village that zombies dare not come? But he had no intention of entering the village, so he could just go directly to his destination. Just as I was about to turn around, I heard a gunshot in the distance. Bang! The next second, Liu An felt something hit his shoulder. A shock force came from the black shadow, causing him to subconsciously tilt his body. Then, something fell from Liu An's shoulder to the ground, making a soft ding sound. Looking down, it was a bullet. Liu An's eyes turned cold instantly. He had no time to react just now, and he didn't even have time to open the entrance to the space. If he hadn't upgraded his body to iron skin, ordinary bullets wouldn't have been able to kill him, and this time, he would have been killed. This is the first time I've been tricked since my rebirth. The reason why he is a human being, not a zombie. It's very simple. With the length of the zombie's nails, can it shoot? Bang! Another gunshot. This time the bullet was aimed at Liu An's head. Liu An was on guard, and the bullet disappeared as it approached him. Was taken into the dimensional space. At the same time, his sense of smell was activated, and Liu An found the person who fired the shooter in an instant. The other party was hiding on the roof of a tiled house, lying there and observing this side. Liu An narrowed his eyes, and there was a tremor in the void. The next second, a bullet appeared out of thin air and shot into the opponent's shoulder at a high speed. Ah! The man screamed and rolled down from the roof. Liu An exerted force on his feet, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the man. Ah, you, are you a human or a ghost? Liu An ignored him, grabbed his neck and said in a deep voice, "Why do you want to kill me? You can speak, are you human? The last time, why shoot?" Liu An tightened his grip. The man said in horror, I thought you were a zombie. Is that the reason? Really, I swear to God, this is really the reason, please forgive me. Crack. With a slight sound, the man was no longer alive. Liu An reached out and searched the man's body. Liu An had no psychological burden in killing such a person. He didn't believe a word this man said. Firing a shot without being sure whether it is a zombie shows that the other party doesn't care whether it is a human or a monster. Besides, people were walking to the village entrance, and they could be distinguished at a glance from zombies jumping here. Even so, the other party still opened fire. If it were someone else today, he would have been shot to death by the other party long ago. After some searching, Liu An actually found a food card. After seeing the card, Liu An's unhappiness dissipated a little. Good, 100 kill points were obtained. After looking around, Liu An turned around and left the village. After killing many zombies along the way, they arrived at a valley. It turns out that this Feng Shui master is quite useful. He actually found this valley with a strong yin energy by following the shape of the mountain and the terrain. Looking at the terrain of the valley, Liu An knew he had found the right place. Originally, he only knew that there was an ancient tomb in Mission Village, in a nearby valley, but he didn't know its exact location. Now, through Feng Shui, after some deduction and searching, he actually found this place. It seems that there are no useless terms, only applicable scenarios. Liu An did not hesitate, holding the laser knife, and stepped into the valley. The valley was filled with coffin lids, and none of the coffin lids could be held down and were blown away. The coffins were empty, with nothing in them. They all went out to hunt for blood and food. Only during the day will the corpses come back to sleep. As Liu An went deeper into the valley, he encountered more and more coffins, but only a few zombies. All the way to the end of the valley. At the end is the entrance to a large tomb. It is also Liu An's destination, the zombie tomb. Looking at the dark entrance to the cemetery, Liu An thought for a moment and did not enter. Instead, he put away his knife and took out the gat, and just stayed here. It's almost dawn, and it's time for the zombies that have been released from the cage to go home. Instead of entering the cemetery to look for it, it is better to wait at the entrance of the cemetery. Wait for the zombies to come. After thinking for a while, Liu An threw out some bloody meat, including chicken, sheep, and wild boar. They were all killed by Liu An along the way, without sparing any blood. With these blood foods, although they are not living things, the accumulation of blood is enough to attract the zombies to come and check it out. It's a pity that the three-flowered light blood is gone, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Everything is ready, just waiting for Dawn and the zombie babies to return home. This wait lasted for an hour. The morning light breaks, illuminating the earth, and all things begin to revive. Liu An also waited for the zombie army he wanted. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the valley. The gunfire lasted for half an hour before it stopped. The killing value skyrocketed again. Kill value, 3.26W. Unfortunately, we didn't encounter any mutant zombies during this period, so we guess they are still in the ancient tomb. But looking at the ancient tomb, Liu An entered with a pistol and a knife. The ancient tomb is not very big. It is just a straight passage. At the end, there is an empty space. A dark golden coffin was locked by several chains as thick as arms. Chains connected the top of the space, holding the coffin in the air. There are also many small chains wrapped around the coffin. Looking at the chains wrapped around the coffin, Liu An understood. No wonder he couldn't get out of the coffin. It's locked like this. If he could get out, there must be something fishy going on. In that case, I'll help you. Liu An put away his knife and found a good position, and the powerful weapon appeared in his hand again. Gatling made a brilliant appearance. I'll hit you. Da-da-da-da. Countless armor-piercing bullets flew. A series of bullets fired. A ding-dang-dang sound was heard from above the coffin. First, the chains tied to the coffin were broken, but the armor-piercing bullets had little effect on the coffin. The bullet only penetrated 1/3 of the coffin, leaving the tail of the bullet hanging in the air, as if mocking the power of the Gatling gun. There's something wrong with this coffin. Chapter 37. Liu An stopped attacking, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he glanced at the coffin. Name, Black Gold Coffin. Rating, 2 stars. Lootable entries, none. Sure enough, this coffin is also a kind of natural treasure. Still a good 2-star. As for Suan Jin, Liu An had never heard of it, but it was definitely a metal. Looking at the coffin that was almost undamaged, Liu An was silent for 2 seconds and then opened fire again. This time he didn't aim at the coffin, but at the hanging chain. If the coffin can't be penetrated, can't the chain be broken? Even though they are both made of black gold, the thickness of the chain is there. Cut it off. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang. With a slight sound, a corner of the coffin broke, and the coffin lost its balance and suddenly tilted. Bang, bang, bang. As the chains were broken one by one, the coffin broke free from its restraints and fell heavily to the ground. Boom. When it landed, it was standing up. The coffin lid hit the ground and was lifted several centimeters off the ground. After it landed again, it fell forward. Most of the chains were broken and it was impossible to stop them. Bang! With a bang, the coffin lid fell to the ground. Before Liu An could see clearly what was inside the coffin, dust rose into the air, blocking his vision. Liu An raised his hands to cover his eyes and mouth, took a few steps back again, and then looked forward. As the dust floating in the air decreased, the outline of the coffin gradually became clear. A touch of red appeared in front of Liu An. Inside was a female corpse dressed in red with eyes closed. Liu An's eyes widened instantly. The main thing is that this female corpse is not like other zombies and has a terrifying face. Instead, she retained her original appearance, which was quite beautiful, except that her face was a sickly pale color. Could it be that this zombie poison is also different for men and women? Men are looked at as corpses, while women remain as they were. Is this jealousy of men's looks or imitation of the Rakshasa clan? Just as Liu An was complaining, the female corpse in red suddenly opened her eyes, stared at Liu An with her green eyes, and turned up her lips, revealing her jagged fangs. It instantly destroyed the original beauty, making it eerie and terrifying. Liu An silently took back his previous words. It's not pretty at all zombies are the same. But Liu An still found the time to throw a glance over. Name, Mutated Zombie. Combat Power Rating, 2 stars early stage. Lootable entries, Zombie Poison Body, Purple, Bloodthirsty Recovery, White, Olfactory Perception, Yellow, Invulnerability to all poisons, Blue. Hiss. Liu An took a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a purple entry. This was the first time he had encountered this. Does a zombie's poisonous body mean that the opponent is extremely poisonous? No wonder the opponent looks better than other zombies, it turns out that it's all because of the poisonous body of this zombie. Women's love of beauty is indeed not limited by race. Even a corpse would subconsciously check all the appearance options. Unfortunately, Liu An would not choose the zombie poisonous body. Liu An sighed inwardly. Fortunately, there was an entry that interested Liu An. Immune to all poisons, my childhood dream is about to come true. Die. At this moment, the female zombie suddenly opened her mouth and uttered a word. Then, his body flashed and turned into a red light, rushing towards Liu An. The speed was incredibly fast, slightly faster than Liu An's current speed. In a flash, he was already 2 meters in front of Liu An. Fortunately, Liu An was prepared. The next second, the air twisted, and the female zombie's body seemed to have drilled into somewhere, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This is the new dimensional space ability that Liu An is thinking about. Since the space can absorb living things, why can't it be used as a means of defense? Now an experiment shows that it can. You are full of poison, it would be better if I don't touch you. Liu An probed into the space with his mind and could sense that the female zombie became motionless after entering the space. Even the 4th dimension stopped. There is no concept of time in the dimensional space, which means that time inside it is stopped. But precisely because he had no concept of time, Liu An was unable to make any changes to the items in the space except for the location where the objects were stored. He couldn't even pull out a hair from the female zombie. I don't know if it is possible to upgrade the dimension entry to gold. But now, he can only trap the enemy but not kill him. Even if the enemy is trapped, it can only last for 1 minute. If it exceeds 1 minute, the space will automatically expel the creatures. The location of automatic expulsion is the entrance location. Of course, Liu An can also take the initiative to expel him within this minute. Since it is an active expulsion, the exit location can be whatever he wishes. As he thought about it, the female zombie appeared again, but her position had changed, and she was even very close to the coffin. The female zombie regained consciousness and felt a dark gold color covering her eyes. She then fiercely used her head to test the defense of her own black gold coffin. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black gold coffin fell down. The female zombie wasn't feeling well either. She groaned and fell to the ground, her neck seeming to have shrunk a bit. Liu An turned his head away and couldn't bear to look directly at it. This female corpse was indeed a ruthless character. After a moment, the female corpse suddenly stood up, raised her head, and her neck appeared again. He turned around and pounced on Liu An again. Afterwards, the female corpse disappeared, reappeared, and crashed into her own black gold coffin again. Boom! This time it's even more brutal. What follows is a very inspiring scene. A female corpse launched an attack fearlessly, but each time she accidentally bumped into a metal coffin. But she is fearless and still moves forward, just for the yearning and persistence in her heart. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the female corpse, one metallic sound after another was played. A magnificent piece of music was composed for the man standing at the entrance of the cave and eating melon seeds. Bang! There was a collision with the coffin. The female corpse stood up again, but did not attack again. At this time, the entire head of the female corpse was completely deformed, and her originally perfect face was completely shattered. The phrase flying facial features is not enough to describe the appearance of the female corpse. The female corpse suddenly roared towards the sky. The next second, a black gas suddenly spread out from his body and spread to the surroundings. Before Liu An could react, it covered the area where Liu An was. Liu An paused in the action of cracking melon seeds, his eyes went dark, and his body suddenly fell to the ground uncontrollably. Oh no, it's poison! Liu An reacted instantly, but unfortunately, his body was weak at this moment, as if all his strength had been drained. My head was dizzy and I couldn't muster any energy. I just wanted to close my eyes and sleep. I secretly regretted it in my heart. I knew that the other party was poisonous, but I only prevented him from getting close to me, but ignored that the poison could be released remotely. At this time, the female corpse had also released the poison and attacked Liu An again. Liu Anqiang pulled himself together, opened the entrance to the dimensional space with great difficulty, and took the female zombie into the dimensional space. Then, with the thought, the attribute of freedom was added to the physique without reservation. Constitution plus 15. The 15-point physical enhancement increased Liu An's physical fitness from 56 directly to 71. Liu An felt his spirit lifted and a surge of strength suddenly surged through his body. The feeling of weakness was temporarily suppressed. But Liu An knew that the toxins were still there, and he could not even rule out the possibility that there were toxins in the air. There is no time to waste, we must act quickly and decisively. Chapter 38. Thinking of this, the female zombie appeared and rushed towards the coffin again. At the same time, Gatling also appeared in Liu An's hands. When the female zombie crashed into the black gold coffin, Liu An also aimed at the female zombie and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless armor-piercing shells poured down. In an instant, the female corpse was beaten into a sieve. Ding! Kill mutant zombies, kill value plus 200. At the same time, a ball of light fell. Liu An walked quickly forward and picked up one of the entries. Invulnerable to all poisons, blue passive, immune to common poisons. Increases resistance to special poisons by 50%. The next second, Liu An's strong physical fitness and ability to resist poison came into play. The discomfort in my body is fading quickly. My headache is gone, my legs are no longer weak, and I feel strong again. Only then did Liu An completely relax. Phew! I almost fell. As expected, most villains die from talking too much and joking around. I almost became a villain myself. I must change this bad habit. Liu An quickly reflected on his problems. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! The host has more than 15 entries, enable the entry fusion function. Entry upgrade points, upgraded to entry points, can be used for entry upgrades and entry fusions. Term fusion function, consumes term points to fuse two terms of the same category. Then, a string of information appeared in Liu An's mind. Liu An was overjoyed. The entries can actually be merged. I'm worried that there are too many entries and I don't know which one to upgrade. Now that we can integrate, it's easy. Unfortunately, it consumes entry points. The merging of entries does not depend on the grade, only the quantity is considered. The fusion of two entries, regardless of whether they are of the same grade, consumes 2 entry points. Of course, there are some limitations to term fusion. That is, the two entries must be of the same type. For example, Liu An's current strength enhancement and speed enhancement both belong to the category of physical enhancement and can be fused. For example, strength enhancement and feng shui master, these two entries belong to different types and cannot be combined. Although there are some limitations, there are also benefits to integration. That is to save entry points in the later stage. For example, upgrading 2 white entries to gold originally requires 62 points. Now, Liu An only needs 33 points to fuse it when it is in the white stage and upgrade it to gold. A total of 29 points were saved. Moreover, the sooner you merge entries, the better. Thinking of this, Liu An couldn't wait to try out the fusion function. But at this moment, Liu An saw an object out of the corner of his eye. This temporarily dispelled his idea of fusion. Next to the female zombie, there was a card with a question mark floating in the air. These are the lottery cards that only mutant zombies can drop. It exploded. Liu An picked it up excitedly. Not every mutant zombie will drop a lottery card, this is also a matter of probability. Liu An went to the previous space, killed 2 mutant zombies, and then the card exploded twice. But that was the first time that space opened up benefits and people's luck exploded. In this space, 2 mutant zombies were killed, but no cards dropped. This is the normal drop rate. Liu An felt depressed at the time. Now the third one finally exploded. It's not easy. Liu An rubbed his hands, took the card and chose to use it. Ding! Use the lottery card, draw successfully, get 5 free attributes. Liu An's mouth twitched, not knowing whether to be happy or disappointed. I'm happy that I got some attribute points, which is pretty good. I'm not happy why I got this. He can completely obtain attribute points through plundering entries, and now it can only be regarded as icing on the cake. But I've already smoked, so there's no point in saying more. Fortunately, it is a free attribute, so I'll keep it as a backup. Afterwards, Liu An took away the black gold coffin and left. This thing is worth 600 kill points, it must not be wasted. Having achieved his goal, Liu An returned to Mission Village and found an empty house to rest. After a busy day and night, he needed to relax and have some rest. He needs a lot of energy. The 15-point improvement in physical fitness is not only reflected in the data. With such a strong physique, the demand for energy also increases significantly. Although he had eaten before coming to Mission Village, he now felt like he was starving to death. After preparing a table full of dishes, Liu An began to eat with big mouthfuls. I ate 3 roast chickens, 2 roast ducks, 10 hamburgers, a pot of fish soup, 6 dishes, 3 bowls of noodles, and finally a liter of yogurt. Only then did Liu An feel full. Liu An himself was secretly amazed. With such an appetite, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a glutton. According to estimates, this amount of food could fill up an entire cafeteria's food bucket. He actually ate it all without weighing it. Once food enters the stomach, it is quickly digested and converted into energy which is stored in the body. After eating and drinking, Liu An leaned lazily on the sofa and took a nap. I don't want to move, I really don't want to move. Although with his current physical condition, he wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't rest for 3 days and 3 nights. But if not necessary, Liu An would still take a short nap. This allows you to always be in the best condition. This is very important for experts. Liu An considered himself a master. Moreover, it is really pleasant and rare to bask in the sun, breathe air that is much fresher than in the real world, and take a nap while lying down. At one point he even thought that he was no longer in the killing zone. Think about your past life, and then look at your present life. Today, it smells so good. After being in a daze for a while and clearing his mind, Liu An looked at his entry. There were originally 3 entry points left, but I gained another point in the early morning, so now there are 4 points left, which allows me to merge 3 identical entries. Liu An looked at his attribute list, thinking about which entries to merge. Name, Liu An. Strength, 59. Constitution, 71. Speed, 76. Spirit, 56. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, yellow, super speed, blue, dimensional space, blue, olfactory perception, blue, bloodthirsty recovery, blue, blood tracking, yellow, iron skin, blue, ice control, blue, Taoist genius, white, feng shui master, blue, energy resistance, blue, poison immune, blue. Entry point 4. Kill value, 3.28 W points. Free attribute, 5 points. Combat power rating, 2-star midterm. Chapter 39. Looking at a series of entries, Liu An began to select. He only has 4 entry points left, which means he can fuse twice. If I had known this earlier, I would have endured it. But Liu An was not the kind of person who would complain about himself. He had done it and there was no point in regretting it. A real man lives without regrets. After some screening, Liu An selected 3 abilities. Iron Skin, Enhanced Strength, and Super Speed. These 3 are all physical types, and all strengthen Liu An's body. If they were merged together, it would probably improve Liu An's own attributes. After deciding on his choice, Liu An decisively used up all his entry points. Iron Skin and Bones plus Enhanced Strength plus Super Speed equals Extraordinary Body. Super Body, blue. The body possesses super speed, super strength, and steel. Immune to thermal weapon attacks, his body is extraordinary and flawless, with no weaknesses at all. An unimaginable force emerged in Liu An's body, stronger than before. The skin and muscles on the surface of the body used to feel a bit hard, but now they have softened and feel bouncy to the touch. Liu An could feel that this change did not reduce the defense, but even improved it. This change lasted for a few seconds and then ended. Liu An clenched his fists and felt that he seemed to have become much stronger. After feeling it for a while, he quickly scanned his attribute list. The next second, Liu An opened his eyes wide. FK, 30 o'clock. Liu An's strength, speed, and physique all increased by 10 points. With a full 30 points of attribute improvement, it's no wonder that Liu An feels a lot more powerful. Even because the speed reached 86, the rating reached the late 2-star level. It's only 4 points away from the 3 stars of 90. But Liu An still has 5 free attributes. As long as Liu An is willing, he can reach 3 stars in seconds. But only a fool would do that. An increase in the rating means that the kill value obtained from killing monsters will be less. Although this made Liu An a little unhappy, he still felt that improving the attributes was really good. This improvement instantly restored the originally exhausted spirit. Forget it, no more rest, let's go kill monsters. It's a good opportunity to test out my extraordinary body. Liu An jumped up, opened the map, found his location, and left. 10 minutes later, Liu An walked out of Mission Village with a grin on his face, unable to suppress the joy on his face. There is no way, the extraordinary body is too strong. After testing, it was found that even if Liu An stood there and let zombies hit him, they could not break his defense. And there is no blind spot. Even the eyelids cannot be broken. With just this one move, Liu An's spatial survivability was greatly improved. How does that sentence go? Mom doesn't have to worry about my safety anymore. Perfect. The sun was high in the sky and Liu An was rushing towards another target village. The chat channel, however, was bustling with activity. FK, guess what I saw in the Zombie Valley of Mission Village? Zombie Valley, what can you see? Zombies. Yes and no. You would never guess. I originally planned to try my luck here during the day, but after entering the valley, I only saw empty coffins. So I risked my life to go deep into the valley. In the end, there was not a single zombie discovered until FK, you're even more shameless than those writers who only write fragments. Hurry up and tell me the rest of the story. If there's any reward in this space, I'll make you know what it means to get slapped in the face with a large sum of money. Ahem, since you're asking sincerely, I'll tell you. I found that all the zombies were blasted into pieces of flesh, and even the sun couldn't melt them all. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood are exactly this kind of scene. It must be fake. Who can kill so many zombies? Fake, can this thing be fake? If it is, you will know once you take a look at it. Look at your A, I'm in Taiping village, I don't know where your mission village is. I think this was definitely done by a serrated boss. Moreover, the boss must be from Mission Village. Mission Village should be the #1 village in the space. First, your grandma's legs. You didn't see the real person, why are you bragging? Did Arjuquan village speak up? The church in our village was razed to the ground by a sea-level boss. I saw it with my own eyes. The boss's ice power is superb. It is extremely powerful. That's right. That boss froze 1,000 miles of ice with one move. All the zombies were reduced to ashes while he was chatting and laughing. Then the church collapsed. Arjuquan village is the #1 village in the space. Bullshit, did we in Teng Teng village say anything? We saw with our own eyes that a big boss stretched out his hand and strangled another serrated big boss by the neck. At night, we fought back, united and helped each other, and killed the zombies that invaded us. Have made it difficult to find zombies nearby. Therefore, our Teng Teng village is the #1 village in the space. Go away, have we in Taiping village spoken? Yes, in our Renjia village. For a while, the 9 villages inexplicably compared themselves with each other in the chat channel, and news about powerful people were revealed one after another. Of course, the words are more embellished. The 9 space villages are competing for the title of the first village, and they are all using art. What about the thousands of miles of ice, the cracked earth, and the flames burning half the sky? The main point is that there are strong people everywhere, and masters are no better than dogs. No one is convinced by anyone. Liu An didn't check the chat channel at that time. The target village this time was a bit far away, and he didn't arrive at his destination, Jixiang village, until noon. There is also a zombie gathering place here that is easier to find. Mountain of Coffins. Coffin Mountain is the name given to this place by the survivors of Jixiang village. A few kilometers southeast of Jixiang village, there is a hill covered with coffins. Even during the day, the area was filled with black fog. Even if someone wanted to set fire to the mountain, they simply couldn't do it. As soon as the flame enters the black fog area, it will be extinguished and cannot be ignited at all. They all guessed that it was the evil spirit that was at work. There are zombies everywhere and there are many dangers. If you stay there for a long time, you will feel your movements are stiff. Survivors look for zombies during the day and will subconsciously avoid this place. And this is exactly the place Liu An was looking for. So weird, there are no mutant zombies, and his name is written backwards. It didn't take Liu An much effort to reach the edge of Coffin Mountain. Without thinking, he plunged into the black mist. Once inside, visibility was only 10 meters. Apart from the trees, coffin boards could be seen stacked in all directions. Whenever Liu An approached a coffin, it would shake, open automatically, and a zombie would jump out. Although it is daytime, the place is filled with dark fog, so it is not afraid of sunlight. Liu An took out the Desert Eagle and fired dozens of shots at the zombies that had not yet emerged from the coffin. As both are modified armor-piercing shells, the Desert Eagle is as powerful as the Gat. Liu An fought his way up the mountain. The black fog around him was getting thicker and thicker, and Liu An could only rely on his hearing and sense of smell to move forward. I don't know how long I killed, but I suddenly felt my vision become clear. There was an area without black fog ahead. Looking closely, the black fog did not disappear, but gathered in the air, covering the entire area. It was like an inverted bowl. The black fog inside the bowl dissipated, but the black fog outside the bowl was still thick. Chapter 40. Liu An knew that this was the place he was looking for. In the center of the big bowl, a huge coffin as black as ink stood upright there. The reason why it is called huge is that this coffin is far larger than an ordinary coffin. The height is at least 6 meters, and the width is at least 3 meters. It can be said that it is a giant in the coffin. Seeing such an alternative coffin, Liu An subconsciously gave it a glance. Yin wooden coffin. Rating: none. Lootable entries: none. What? He looks so domineering, but this is the result. Liu An couldn't help but complain when he saw that it was just an ordinary coffin. Since it was a coffin made of ordinary wood, he had nothing to worry about. The desert eagle disappears and Gad appears. The next second, dense golden bullets shot towards the coffin. Because the coffin was large, Liu An swept back and forth from top to bottom and from left to right. In the end, the huge coffin was completely smashed by him. The scattered coffin pieces fell to the ground, revealing a small metal coffin full of bullet holes. It is called a small coffin, but it is actually one size larger than an ordinary coffin, and much better than the previous 6-meter-long coffin. When Liu An saw the small coffin, 2 words popped into his mind: nesting dolls. This coffin also comes with a nesting doll? His cheeks twitched and he threw out another insight. Yin Jin coffin. Rating: none. Lootable entries: none. Another ordinary coffin. Da-da-da-da-da. It was placed on the metal coffin, causing a metallic collision sound. After shooting for a while, Liu An found that although the coffin was riddled with bullet holes, it was still standing. Very good. Since the gun doesn't work, let's go for the big one. The Gatling gun disappeared, replaced by individual rocket launchers. I got 2 sets of space last time, and this is a good time to try one out. The cards are all finished products, with missiles already installed. You just need to aim at the target and pull the trigger like a fool to shoot. Liu An carried it on his shoulders without making any preparations. With his physical fitness, he didn't care about the recoil anyway. He aimed at the coffin and fired decisively. Swoosh! A black line with white smoke shot out instantly and hit the coffin hard. Boom! There was a deafening noise, followed by flames shooting into the sky and a mini mushroom cloud rising. A large amount of dust was raised on the entire mountain top. For a moment, sand was everywhere, blocking Liu An's vision. Ding! Kill mutant zombies, kill value plus 200. A random reminder came, and Liu An was happy. Sure enough, missiles are more powerful. He was killed without even seeing this side. When the dust settled, the situation on the field came into view. The coffin had been completely shattered, with fragments scattered all around, and the ground in the center had sunk several centimeters. A mutilated and charred figure fell in the pit, with several balls of light floating beside it. One of the purple light balls was particularly dazzling. Purple. See also purple. Liu An stepped forward in surprise, not worrying about any further accidents. The kill points are already in hand, so why so many surprises? Affinity with the earth, purple. Get close to the earth, step on the earth, and you will receive endless gifts from the earth. Picked it up decisively. At the same time, Liu An also learned the specific information about the earth affinity. To describe it in one sentence, as long as you keep your feet on the ground, your physical condition will always remain at its peak. It can be said to be a super gain buff. But Liu An frowned because he didn't feel any change. What's happening? Liu An looked at the attributes. The attributes did not change, but the entry had indeed been absorbed. How strange! Liu An studied the earth affinity entry again. Step on the earth, step on the earth, is it possible? Liu An, as if realizing something, tried to take off his shoes and socks. When my feet touched the ground again, a different feeling came over me. There was a special energy coming from under my feet. Wherever the energy passes, physical fatigue disappears. Even my spirit was shocked. By the way, the slight feeling of hunger in my stomach also disappeared. For a moment, I felt full of endless energy. Liu An looked at his bare feet. It turns out that this is the correct way to activate Earth Affinity. Is it possible that I will never have to wear socks again? This ability doesn't seem to be as amazing as imagined. However, since it was his first purple entry, Liu An still studied it carefully. This ability really requires stepping on the ground, and it must be the feet. Using the hands won't work. But as long as you step on the ground, you will not feel tired or hungry, and you will be full of energy, just like a machine. But once it leaves the earth, although it will not return to its original form immediately, as the special energy is consumed, its state will gradually weaken and finally disappear. The whole process takes about a quarter of an hour. It will return to the state before it had energy. Although there are some pitfalls, it is still a good ability. At least when you are hungry, you don't have to eat like crazy, just step on the ground and you will be full. After calming down, Liu An looked at other entries. The result is that there are repeated entries. Liu An was not disappointed. This purple entry alone was enough to make him a fortune. Be contented. After searching around again, Liu An found a seat and sat down. No more trouble, just wait for sunset to kill monsters. It's about 2 or 3 in the afternoon now. There were only a few hours left until nightfall, and even if we got down the mountain, it would be too late to look for other villages. Might as well just sit and wait for the sun to set. There are so many zombies here, wouldn't it be nice to wait until the sun sets and then attract a wave of zombies to take them away? By the way, I don't know what kind of evaluation I will get when the settlement is made. The base should also be S. Liu An was so bored that he had actually started to imagine what would happen after his return. The sun sank below the horizon, and the familiar sound of gunfire once again echoed throughout Coffin Mountain. Dense swarms of zombies gathered towards Liu An from all directions. The killing feast officially begins. At the same time, there is a mini battlefield in a corner at the foot of Coffin Mountain. 5 zombies are being surrounded and killed by a group of people. The leader of the team had lightning flashing in his hands from time to time, electrocuting a zombie and making it twitch all over. It was Cao Bin, the lightning expert from the military. After killing several zombies in front of him, a person next to Cao Bin said, "Director Cao, this is already the 3rd wave of zombies. There must be more on the mountain, otherwise." The rest of the words were not spoken, but the meaning was conveyed. This should not be said. Being afraid before fighting is a big taboo. But he also has to think about his brothers, after all, they are not from the 816th Bureau. He is just an ordinary person, unlike Cao Bin who has supernatural powers. Upon hearing this, Cao Bin instantly understood what the other party was thinking. Listening to the faint sound of gunfire, there was silence for a moment, and then Cao Bin said in a deep voice, "Well, you guys stay here to kill the zombies. I'll go up alone. Remember, if the situation is not right, evacuate immediately. Don't fight to the end. Director Cao, if you are alone, what if?" Before the man finished speaking, Cao Bin interrupted him and said, "Don't worry, I have lightning powers, which are effective against zombies. Even if I encounter a large number of zombies, I can escape alone. But you can't." "But..." "No buts, Huang Xing, as the director of the 816th Bureau, I now order you to wait here. This is..." Afterwards, Cao Bin made some preparations, left the team, and headed towards the top of the mountain alone. Chapter 41. On the other side, Liu An, who was on the top of the mountain, was killing crazily and couldn't stop at all. Zombies are being beaten into sieves every moment. Often, one armor-piercing bullet can penetrate the bodies of 4 or 5 zombies. The reason why most of these zombies came to the top of the mountain, in addition to the noise made by Liu An, was mostly because of the animal corpses behind Liu An. A strong smell of blood rose into the sky, attracting wave after wave of zombies. There will be endless bullets and killing. The killing continued until 10 minutes before the end of the space countdown. After collecting the card dropped by the last zombie, Liu An sat down on the ground, happily counting my gains. The total number of cards of all kinds, including the previous ones, reaches 210. Items still in the auction space also sold for more than 40 lots. Liu An now has a total of 257 cards on hand. The second is the killing value. Kill value, 4.43W. There are also several 2-star rare treasures. The gains from this space trip far exceeded Liu An's own expectations. At this moment, Liu An's ears moved, the smile on his face disappeared, and an ice cone suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the black fog-covered area in the distance. The next second after the ice cone entered the black fog area, a blue light exploded, and with a bang, the ice cone was shattered by a fist wrapped in lightning. A person with superpowers. A person with superpowers. Liu An and the other party spoke at the same time, and then both of them fell silent. The person who came was Cao Bin. At this moment, Cao Bin's heart was filled with huge waves of shock. Who is the other party and how can he be so strong? Looking down, he saw that the golden gloves he had just obtained were covered with a layer of frost. There was a trickle of blood flowing out from under the gloves. He was injured after receiving a blow from the opponent, even though he was protected by the gold wire gloves. This was simply incredible. This golden glove is one of the main spoils of this space war. The texture is very strong and difficult to be damaged by swords. It can also offset some external damage without affecting his ability to perform. Since getting the gloves, he has become more adept at killing zombies. But unexpectedly, I got injured here. The opponent's ice cone is so strong that it is hard to believe. Family members know their own business. Behind him stands the entire military, with all kinds of added resources. Even though it is only 10 days, he is confident that his strength is definitely far beyond that of ordinary psychics. But now, he was actually hurt by the other party. He didn't know whether the other party had used his full strength, but he had already used it. When the ice cone appeared just now, he felt a sense of life and death crisis, so he didn't care about anything else and just punched with all his strength. And yet, he was injured. Could it be that? Not planning on coming out? Then don't come out. Seeing that the other party was not coming out, Liu An again had several ice cones appear around him, pointing far away into the black fog. Cao Bin was shocked when he saw this, and quickly stepped out of the black fog, shaking his hand and saying, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm Cao Bin, and I came here unexpectedly. I guess you are the SS level expert on the rating list, right?" Although the words were inquiring, the tone was indeed quite affirmative. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the other party is so strong. "Cao Bin, are you Thunder God Cao Bin?" Liu An looked surprised. "Hey, you've heard of me. But I don't dare to be the god of thunder." Cao Bin responded while guessing. Judging from the other party's reaction, he obviously knew him. Moreover, calling him Thunder God means knowing his special abilities. Who is this person? Is he within the system? Cao Bin tried hard to see Liu An's face clearly, but it was too dark and there was black fog in the sky, so he could only see the outline of a person. Liu An fell into deep thought. Thunder God Cao Bin, one of the first people with superpowers, was a leading figure in Dragon Country's fight against monsters and foreign forces in his previous life. He comes from a military background, is a decent person, and has mastered the power of thunder and lightning. In his previous life, Cao Bin saved the people of a city by himself. Widely praised by the public. Liu An also had a good impression of him. Unexpectedly, I met Cao Bin here, who has not yet grown up. Seeing that Liu An didn't reply, Cao Bin said again, "I am Cao Bin, the director of the 816th Bureau. On behalf of the 816th Bureau, I specially invite you to join us to jointly maintain the order of the real world. What do you think? Liu An said without hesitation, I won't join. But since I've met you, please help me pass on a message to the higher UPS. Cao Bin frowned and asked, what? The poisonous miasma in Longguan village is the product of the fusion of two worlds. When the poisonous miasma disappears, the monsters in the killing space will descend. Although I won't join the military, I can still give you a few suggestions. The stronger the country, the more obvious its advantage in the battle of national destiny. It also indirectly benefits him. Cao Bin was shocked when he heard this and asked quickly, what do you mean, sir? Do you know anything? Literally. The world is more complicated than you think. Remember to check the head of the monster after killing it. Before Liu An finished speaking, the space prompt came first. Bite. This killing zone ends, return. Cao Bin also received the reminder, and was about to speak, feeling anxious. But his eyes blurred and when he came back to his senses, he was already in the settlement space. A row of golden subtitles flashed in the void in front of him. But Cao Bin seemed not to see it, and only Liu An's words were in his mind. A monster has come to this world. Check the head. Who is it? The other party knows me. Could he be someone in the system? Liu An's settlement has begun. Killing floor ends, ratings are being settled. Survivors survive, basic rating, D. Complete 2 daily basic tasks and upgrade your rating to C level. Kill more than 100 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to B level. Kill more than 1000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to A level. Kill more than 10,000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to S level. Hold more than 100 material cards, and the rating will be upgraded to SS level. Kill 4 mutant monsters, and upgrade the rating to SSS level. Final rating of survivors, SSS level. When the final rating appeared, the entire space once again lit up with that familiar golden light. The rating list is out again. This time, there is no longer one page of the list, but 2 pages. One page is the last list, and one page is this one. Every time a space ends, a new rating list will appear to rank the ratings of this space. Liu An looked at the new list calmly. He will definitely be first again this time. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Chapter 42. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving SSS level evaluation, entering the rating list, and ranking first. The survivor has won the first place in the rating list twice, and has won the first place in the rating list 3 times in total, and will receive additional rewards. Hey! There is such a good thing. Liu An was surprised. There are extra rewards for getting first place 3 times, which I had never heard of in my previous life. But that's true, he must have cheated, otherwise it would be really difficult to get to the top 3 times in a row. First place, Liu *, SSS level. Second place, Cao *, B level. Third place, Wang, B level. 100th place, Huang, B level. A series of rankings came out, and in this space, the top 100 all reached level B. Most of the time it's because they have completed 2 days of basic tasks. The importance of basic tasks is reflected here. Directly determines the final rating and harvest. However, he still leads by a huge margin. Like a tiger leading a group of sheep. Hee, it smells so good. At this time, the chat channel exploded again. FK, SSS rating, even more outrageous than last time. Is this Liu the boss who was SS last time? 100%, who else but that big guy could get such an outrageous rating? Oh my god! SSS grade, a C grade shrimp like me can't even imagine it. Leading by a huge margin, it's hard for other B-level bosses to even reach A level. SSS is so terrifying. It's the second time in a row. The boss must have a strategy to pass the level. You big head ghost, I'll give you the strategy, can you kill so many zombies? Boss, you still need a pendant on your legs. I'm 18 years old, 360, fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Please support me, sob. The boss above definitely doesn't like you. But you can consider me. I am 180 centimeters tall, and my height is also 180 millimeter. I'm going to report it. Someone is driving upstairs. The chat channel was extremely lively, and almost everyone was discussing Liu An's rating. SSS level rating rewards, all attributes plus 7, free attributes plus 20, killing value plus 2000. Looking at the reward, Liu An couldn't help but get excited. The last SS rating he obtained was only 39 points, but this time it was directly 48 points. The settlement was still going on, and the card that had been taken out and prepared disappeared in an instant. Ding! 257 cards remaining detected, automatically converted to 2.57W kill value. Remaining killing value, 7W. Ding! The killing mall list has been refreshed, and mall items can be exchanged with killing points. The killing mall was refreshed, but Liu An did not check it immediately. Instead, he took out several 2-star treasures. Ding! 5 2-star rated items detected, should they be converted into killing points? Convert all. These things were of no use to him and it would be a waste to keep them, so he disposed of them decisively. Although the killing value is not much, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. 2-star rated items, 600 kill points per item, automatically converted to 3000 kill points. Remaining killing value, 7.5W. 75,000 kill points, who else is there? Liu An took a deep breath and directly opened the killing mall. It's still the same familiar categories, but all the items have changed. In the equipment category, the weapons were obviously of a lower grade than those in the previous space. The only firearms available were old-style rifles, the kind that required manual reloading of bullets after each shot. They are all products that conform to the background of this space. Still change the attribute class first. As the saying goes, only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong. Strength plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. Physique plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. The exchange prices have been reset, so I exchanged without hesitation. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 400 points, remaining killing value, 7.46W. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 4000 points, remaining killing value, 7.06W. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 40,000 points, remaining killing value, 3.06W. After exchanging 3 times in a row and looking at the attributes of 100,00010 points refreshed again, Liu An decisively left. It's okay to try with 10,000, but only a fool would change it with 100,000. The attribute surge ended, and Liu An's attributes also underwent a drastic change. Strength, 106. Physique 118. Speed, 123. Spirit, 93. Free attribute, 25 points. Combat power rating, 4 stars early stage. The 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 100, the highest speed directly reached 123, and the combat power rating reached 4 stars. Liu An looked at the 4-star rating and couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Next time, the experience will probably be reduced a lot. But, so what? It was the same this time, and he still spent more than 70,000. Then, Liu An turned his attention to the 25-point free attribute. After thinking about it, Liu An kept 10 points as reserves and distributed the remaining 15 points evenly between strength and spirit. Strength plus 8, Spirit plus 7. Strength, 114. Spirit, 100. After completing the attribute improvement, Liu An began to think about how to deal with the next monster. The next monster will be hard to deal with. In this space, he can rely on the Vulcan Gatling to do whatever he wants, but the next time the monsters are gone, the Gatling will be almost ineffective. Just because the next monster is the robot T-800 from the Terminator. The real T-800 is not as weak as it is shown in the movie. That is due to funding limitations. The real T-800 is terrifyingly powerful. First of all, as a robot, its entire body is made of an unknown super-alloy mechanical skeleton, and modern thermal weapons are almost ineffective against it. Secondly, he has strength and speed several times greater than an adult, unlimited endurance, efficient combat thinking, and terrifying learning ability. It is absolutely a terrifying existence. Fortunately, the T-800 still has its shortcomings. First of all, robots cannot hide, nor do they know what it means to hide their whereabouts. Survivors can stay away from it. Secondly, it has no ranged attack power, so if you can remove the opponent's weapon, the opponent can only engage in close combat. Furthermore, there is no thermal imaging or perspective capability, so as long as you hide well, even if the other party passes by you, they will not notice you. In the end, a machine is a machine, and it is easy to disable it. Such as damage to its circuit, high pulse interference. Therefore, although T-800 is strong, it is still very easy to survive if there is no head-on confrontation. It is even possible to take advantage of the terrain and kill some of them. Recalling the information about T-800 in his mind, Liu An began to choose a response method. In the past, many people have studied it, but did not get any good results. This time I can only rely on myself. He scanned the equipment area and, as expected, found nothing he needed. The space background was there, and there was no weaponry that could deal with the robots. A bunch of old and worn-out firearms, even after being upgraded in space, were really not to Liu An's liking. After taking a quick look, he skipped over it. I simply ignored the medical stuff and didn't even look at it. As he becomes stronger, he will no longer be able to take drugs. As for using poison to kill monsters, you are kidding. Which of these two monsters can be killed by poison? Not to mention robots like T-800. Even if someone is infected, it is just a software code virus. Whenever there is an antivirus software code in the options, such as 360 or something, Liu An will consider it. Chapter 43. Pass the medicine category, then remove the attribute category, and only the special category and skill category are left. Liu An first looked through the special categories. I found that they were all talismans, feng shui, spells, jade pendants and the like, most of which were used to ward off evil spirits. There are some practical things in it. Liu An thought about it and decided not to exchange them directly. He decided to take a look at the skill items first. When I opened the skill list, I found unexpectedly that there were many more metaphysical skills. Such as the outbreak of all kinds of poisons, poison infection, frost bomb, extreme cold entanglement, earth escape technique, earth wall technique, golden armor technique. It's just that most of them are in grey and cannot be redeemed. Ice and earth elements can be exchanged. Liu An was not surprised. The reason why it could not be exchanged was because he did not have the talent in this area. Take the poison infection as an example. If you don't have the poison talent, even if you exchange the skill, what can you use to infect the bacteria on your body? In other words, if you don't have the talent for the relevant skill, you can't redeem the skill. As for the ice and earth elements, Liu An estimated that it was most likely because of the ice control and earth affinity entries. But why are there more metaphysical skills this time? After thinking about it, Liu An had a rough guess. After all, the zombies are out, so what's wrong? Most of these abilities should be the skills of mutant zombies. After these many plunders, Liu An has summed up some experience in plundering entries. The looted items are talents, not skills. Reclaiming your talent only means that you have the ability, but you still have to figure out how to use it yourself. For example, ice manipulation. Since he plundered Zhang Jun's talent, he directly inherited the other party's talent, but he has not yet figured out the ice attribute skills, and he doesn't even have a clue. Following this line of thought, it is easy to understand the skills in the skill list. The outburst of 10,000 poisons was probably the skill of the poisonous corpse, the skill that almost caused Liu An to capsize. Earth escape and earth wall are probably the skills of the last short zombie. With an affinity for the earth, how could one not have earth-related skills? Fortunately, he didn't let the other party use it, otherwise he would have been dumbfounded if the other party had burrowed into the ground. The others are probably the skills of mutated zombies. After all, Liu An only encountered 4 mutant zombies. Even if there was one in each of the 9 villages, there were still 5 mutant zombies whose details were unknown. Looking at the metaphysical skills one by one, an idea suddenly came to Liu An's mind. There seems to be a simpler way to deal with the T800 robot. For example, frozen. Superalloy is also a metal. Once frozen, its texture will change. As long as it is cold enough, it is not impossible to solve the problem with a volley of bullets. With this idea in mind, Liu An started screening quickly. There are still 30,600 kill points left, hoping to exchange them for some good skills. Extremely cold entanglement, perfect level use ropes made of ice to tie up the enemy and gradually freeze them. Killing value consumed, 5000. Freezing ray, perfect level shoots out a ray of ice, freezing everything it passes through. Killing value consumed, 5000. Frost bomb, perfect level condenses a bomb made of ice, which causes a freezing effect in a certain range after landing. Killing value consumed, 5000. Frozen storm, perfect level creates a hurricane of ice to cause damage to the enemy. Killing value consumed, 5000. Ice field, perfect level forms a special field, where everything is frozen. Killing value consumed, 5000. Earth escape technique, perfect level escape into the ground and move quickly underground. Killing value consumed, 5000. Skill levels, low, intermediate, advanced, master and perfect. Corresponding to kill values 100/500/1000/2000/5000 respectively. A series of ice skills were selected by Liu An. All of them chose the perfect level. Otherwise who knows when these skills will appear next time. Moreover, the kill value exchanged for each skill is fixed. It's only 5,000 kill points, he can still afford it. There are 6 skills, 5 ice-related and 1 earth-related. The ice-related skills are used to deal with the next space monster, while the earth-related skills are used to escape or hide one's whereabouts. 30,000 kill points were directly cleared, leaving a pitiful 600 kill points. However, if the old does not go, the new will not come. There is no return without investment, right? Afterwards, Liu An returned to the special zone. All the remaining kill points were exchanged for one item. Epidemic Removing Talisman *1, after use, it will emit 1,000-foot-long golden light, and wherever it shines, all epidemics will disappear. Duration, 1 hour. Killing value consumed, 500 points. This thing is not used to deal with space monsters, but to deal with zombies that appear in the real world. Zombies are the product of viruses, but in ancient dragon country there was no such thing as viruses, only plagues. In the previous life, someone found a card with an anti-epidemic talisman, and out of curiosity, he materialized it and brought it back to reality. Intended to be used for bragging purposes. But coincidentally, this person is a villager of Longguan village. When zombies appeared in the real world, this person subconsciously used this talisman, and unexpectedly the effect was so amazing. Golden light enveloped the entire village, and all the zombies in the village fell to the ground and died. Relying on this talisman, Longguan village managed to hold out against the zombie army for an hour. It bought the military time to react. Unfortunately, when the effect of this talisman ended, the village was instantly overwhelmed by zombies, without even a ripple. Although the military had time to prepare, it was still defeated. The first wave of zombie frenzy did not subside until a small mushroom head rose from the hill behind Longguan village. Since Liu An decided to kill a wave of zombies, he naturally had to make some preparations. This anti-epidemic talisman is the best remedy. Looking at the remaining 100 points of killing value, Liu An thought about it and felt that there was really nothing good to exchange, so he just left it alone and left the settlement space directly. Real world. It was another night of revelry. After all, this time the zombies have obvious weaknesses, so as long as you hold your breath, the opponent will be blind. Except for a few unlucky ones who died on the spot, most of the survivors killed a lot of zombies. Add to that the rewards for completing daily basic tasks, and everyone has a lot of surplus food. As a result, countless people were strengthened and their special abilities were activated. There is even extra kill points to exchange for some items. The strength has been greatly improved. All major platforms were conquered again. The number of hosts with superpowers on live streaming platforms is also increasing rapidly, sparking a new craze about superpowers. In the unnoticed Longguan village, the poisonous miasma in the mountains behind it had quietly changed. The poisonous miasma began to gradually become thinner. At this rate, the poisonous miasma will completely disappear by noon the next day. At the same time, an emergency meeting was being held in a military conference room. At the same time, on the other side, there are people responsible for broadcasting the situation here live on a special dedicated platform for some big guys to watch remotely. The host of this meeting was Cao Bin. Chapter 44. This is all about this space. If you have any questions or suggestions, please feel free to express your opinions or questions. After Cao Bin finished speaking, he sat down and waited for questions from the audience. He is no longer the team leader he used to be. He is the director of the 816th Bureau and truly holds great power. His attitude is completely different from the last time he reported. Director Cao, is what Liu told you true or false? A top leader spoke first. Cao Bin frowned and thought about it. He was silent for 2 seconds before nodding and saying, I think it's 80% likely to be true. Because he has no motive to lie to me. Could it be possible that he is a spy from another country? It shouldn't be possible. He was stronger than me at the time. If he was really a spy, he could have killed me directly. Another powerful person said, Director Cao, according to what you said, this person knows a lot of secrets about this killing zone, but he told you. This shows that he has a good impression of you. So, you two, could it be that we know each other? Cao Bin, I don't know him. I compared his figure with others as soon as I came back. There is definitely no one like him among those I know. That means the other party knows you, or has heard of you. Not ruled out. Well, if that's the case, then we can be sure that he is in the system. Otherwise, your title of Thor wouldn't be mentioned. Having said that, the man turned to look at a bearded figure in the conference room. Old Hu, you are good at personnel screening. You can start screening based on the information provided by Director Cao. Lao Hu nodded and said, Don't worry, I have just written down a few key points. I will repeat them. Director Cao, please see if there is anything to add. After a pause, he picked up his notebook and said, First, the other party is within the system. Second, he entered the space twice in a row. He disappeared for 3 days, and there was no consumption record during these 3 days. Third, the voice is young, the estimated age is 18 to 35 years old, the height is over 180 centimeters, and the body shape is normal. 4th, the owner of ice power. 5th, there is no strong accent or catchphrase, so some accents can be ruled out. Heavy provinces and cities. That's about it. Director CAO, do you have anything to add? Mr. Hu, your summary is very accurate. I have nothing to add. But at this moment, the special operator in the conference room suddenly stood up and came to CAO Bin and whispered a few words. And handed a few pieces of paper to CAO Bin. CAO Bin's face changed, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "Is this true?" When everyone saw CAO Bin's expression change, they were all extremely surprised and looked at him curiously, waiting for him to explain. After a moment, CAO Bin said to the operator, "Project it on the big screen." Yes. The operator hurried back to operate. CAO Bin said seriously. "Everyone, the development of the matter is beyond our expectations. What that person said may be true. The monster is really coming." Within 2 seconds, the big screen in the conference room lit up and a video appeared on the screen. The video starts playing, first showing a quaint street with no one on it. The next second, the space twisted and a piece of the ground suddenly disappeared, leaving a hole tens of meters large. At the same time, countless grey mists appeared and instantly covered the entire block. The video screen also turned completely grey. Everyone was confused and looked at CAO Bin in confusion. This is a 5-star scenic spot in Jiang Province. Now, the entire scenic spot has been enveloped by grey poisonous miasma. It is the same as the poisonous miasma in the back mountain of Longguan village before. Fortunately, this scenic spot is closed at night, but several patrolling security guards did not have time to leave because the incident happened too quickly. CAO Bin didn't say what came next. Surrounded by the poisonous miasma, the fate of these security guards can be imagined. CAO Bin's words caused everyone to gasp. Hiss! How come there's another one? Damn it, what the hell is the research department doing? Haven't they figured out the results of the poison miasma yet? That is, with so much R&D funding every year, what are they researching? Everyone was angry and complaining at the same time. CAO Bin didn't want to listen to people's complaints, so he waved his hand again and the scene on the big screen changed. It's still a video, a bird's-eye view video. It should be taken from the air by a drone. The video shows the poisonous miasma in the back mountain of Longshan village. As the video played, the poisonous miasma in the center of the mountain behind began to fade slowly, as if it was decreasing. Then, the video screen began to move higher, and as the height increased, the full picture appeared in front of everyone. Then, the video started playing at 10 times the speed. As the speed increased, the grey fog in the central area faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, a clear boundary faded out from the side. The picture did not stop. As it played, the poisonous miasma in the central area became fainter and fainter, until only a light layer remained, and the entire scene inside could be vaguely seen. Just when everyone wanted to continue watching, the picture stopped and ended. Hey, how did it end? I seemed to see something moving in that poisonous miasma. Did the poisonous fog disappear? Did it disappear on its own? Have you found out the reason? A group of bigwigs asked CAO Bin questions. These poisonous miasma are indeed dissipating. At the current dissipation speed, it is expected that they will be completely dissipated when the sun rises. CAO Bin gave an answer, and then changed the subject, with a bitter look on his face, and said, regarding that look at the moving figures in the poisonous miasma. CAO Bin waved to the operator again, and the video on the big screen disappeared, replaced by several pictures. In the poisonous miasma, there was a person standing vaguely. Through the thin layer of poisonous miasma, one could vaguely see its pale and rotten skin and long nails. It turned out to be a zombie. This is, a zombie. CAO Bin took a deep breath and said, Yes, those moving objects are zombies. Zombies in the killing zone. That person was right. The zombies have arrived. Cao Bin secretly rejoiced. Over 10 days have passed, and the poisonous miasma has not changed at all, neither spread nor dissipated. Most people have let down their guard against the poisonous miasma. After being reminded by that person, he felt uneasy after coming out of the space. That's why we specially arranged people to monitor the changes of the poisonous miasma 24 hours a day. Finally, I discovered this. If he didn't have someone keep an eye on them, and the zombies came out when the sun rose, the consequences would be. Cao Bin couldn't imagine it. Cao Bin's words made all the bigwigs present speechless. An abandoned factory on the outskirts of High City. Liu An was standing in the workshop with a frown on his face. The surroundings were in a mess, with countless ice fragments and potholes on the ground, as if it had been baptized by some terrifying force. Liu An had just experimented with the skills he had acquired. Of course, he had kept them for experimentation, but even so, the abandoned factory had become like this. But Liu An's expression at this time was not very happy. Although these ice skills are very powerful, they are still far from the power he imagined. The difference here is mainly reflected in the fact that it is not cold enough. In terms of data, the lowest temperature he can reach now is about -100 degrees Celsius. This low temperature looks good and can even directly affect the texture of ordinary steel or alloys, making them brittle. But it is probably difficult to affect the super alloy of T800. According to Liu An's conjecture, the temperature would have to be at least -150 degrees or even -180 degrees for this to be possible. Liu An did some research and found that he couldn't lower the temperature any further. It seemed that he could only upgrade the entry. I think if the level of ice control terms is improved a bit, there should be some changes. However, this cannot be rushed and can only be put on hold for now, waiting for the entry to refresh. As for Earth Escape, it's quite useful. With the perfect level of Earth Escape technique, Liu An's movement speed underground is no different from that on the ground. After mastering his skills once again, Liu An left the abandoned factory. Instead of going home, he took a taxi and headed straight to Longshan village. Longshan village is some distance away from the city where Liu An is located, and it is estimated to take more than 3 hours to drive there. According to the time, we should be able to arrive at Longshan village around 4 o'clock. Chapter 45. A taxi drove onto the dirt road a few hundred meters away from Longshan village. The car stopped and a man got out. Then the car drove away, leaving the man standing alone on the road. Under the illumination of the street lamp, its shadow is stretched very long. In the distance, a driver who was squatting in the woods subconsciously glanced at the street. I was surprised. Why would anyone get off the bus in a place like this? This place is in the middle of nowhere and there is no shop nearby. If he hadn't had a severe stomachache, he wouldn't have stopped here. Fortunately, it was already daybreak, so he didn't have to worry about any dirty things. But the next second, the driver opened his eyes wide, because the figure on the road disappeared out of thin air. What the hell? The driver shuddered and rubbed his eyes. After making sure that there was no one around, the driver's face turned pale. He stood up decisively, and without even wiping himself, he ran to the car with his trousers lifted up. At this point, does it matter whether you wipe it or not? While running, he was still muttering, Yuan Shi Sanking, Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Tais Hang La Jun, hurry up and command. Can't see me, can't see me. He ran into the car in a panic and then drove away like the wind. 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared next to a warning sign in Longshan village. This person is Liu An. After taking a look at the keep out warning sign, Liu An disappeared again. Not to mention, Earth Escape is quite useful. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the poisonous miasma. Looking at the poisonous miasma in front of him, Liu An stretched out his hand and reached into the poisonous miasma. After waiting for 2 seconds and feeling it carefully, he raised his lips and said, "Sure enough, the immunity to all poisons can completely offset this poisonous miasma." Without hesitation, Liu An stepped into the poisonous miasma area. If it were before, he could only wait for the poisonous miasma to dissipate. After all, this poisonous miasma was the product of the superposition of space. As long as you come into contact with it, you will be contaminated with toxins. But now, he doesn't have to worry at all. Not long after entering the poisonous miasma area, we encountered several staggering zombies. After seeing Liu An, several zombies first tilted their heads to look at him, then pretended not to see him, and even subconsciously avoided him and made way for him. The zombie entry is quite useful. Seeing a few zombies, Liu An narrowed his eyes. As he raised his hand, several blue rays of light shot out from Liu An's hand. In an instant, it wrapped around several zombies, and before the zombies could react, it turned into human-shaped ice sculptures. A laser knife appeared in his hand, and he flashed in front of several ice sculptures and slashed them with the knife. Several bodies were cut in half. Liu An found a pair of gloves from somewhere and began to touch the corpse. After a while, he continued forward with a dark face and a knife in hand. They encountered several zombies along the way. Liu An did not use his supernatural powers again. He was decisive and dodged closer. He raised his knife and slashed at the zombies directly. Not long after, Liu An took out a hexahedral red crystal from a zombie's head. It is the crystallization of evolution. It can be absorbed by people to become stronger and activate superpowers. Although it was taken out from the zombie's head, the evolution crystal was not contaminated with any brain tissue and looked like a brand new one. It emits a faint red light, showing its charm. Liu An decisively threw out an insight. Name: Evolution Crystal. Rating: 1 star. Lootable entries: none. Unfortunately, if he was still at 2-star strength, this 1-star evolution crystal would still be of some use. But now he is already 4 stars, and 1-star evolution crystals are almost ineffective against him. If he wants to improve, he must absorb at least a 3-star evolution crystal. Although it was no longer useful to him, Liu An still put away the evolution crystal. Afterwards, Liu An was too lazy to kill these scattered zombies, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Earth Escape Technique. The Earth Escape Technique is simply a magical skill for traveling among these mountains. There is no need to take a detour, you can dive deep and go straight all the way without any obstruction and without worrying about any danger. Before, he was looking for zombies, but now there is no need to look for zombies, so he naturally uses Earth Escape to continue his journey. 5 minutes later, Liu An looked around with a serious expression. There was only a thin layer of poisonous miasma left around. Everything was just as Liu An expected. In an hour at most, all the poisonous miasma would disappear. The zombies will be completely exposed to the world. The real world will usher in a new chapter of people with special powers. But now Liu An has a more important matter to deal with. That is, he is lost. There was poisonous miasma before that could be used as a reference, so we just had to escape to the place where the poisonous miasma was less. But at this time, the poisonous miasma dissipated and Liu An saw everything the same. There are towering trees and scattered zombies everywhere. The hillside is high and low, and I don't even know if it is the way up the mountain. Liu An was silent. After all his planning, he forgot that he was a person with poor sense of direction. The kind that requires navigation or maps every time you go out. I was so busy enjoying the Earth Escape that I forgot to look at the map. Liu An looked at the scattered zombies around him, narrowed his eyes, and tried to say something to the nearest zombie. Then who, save you, take me to find your boss. The zombie looked at Liu An pointing at him and tilted his neck, as if thinking about what Liu An was saying. Seeing that the zombies didn't move, Liu An shook his head helplessly. He was overthinking it. The other party was just a zombie with no IQ. Just when he was about to try to find the way himself, the zombie that Liu An had just pointed at actually responded and turned and walked in one direction. Liu An Yele, is it really useful? He immediately followed happily. 5 minutes later, Liu An's face looked grim. The main problem was that this zombie moved too slowly, and was often tripped by branches on the ground. In just 5 minutes, the opponent had tripped twice. Seeing the zombie with deformed feet limping forward, Liu An killed it with one knife. At this rate, he would be lucky to reach his destination before sunset tomorrow. Liu An decisively used a burrow into the ground and quickly moved in the direction the zombies were moving. Feeling that it was about time, Liu An came out of the ground, asked another zombie for directions, and then continued to burrow underground. In just half an hour, Liu An finally arrived at his destination. This is a COL. This place was originally a low-lying area between two mountains with lush trees, but now it was strangely flattened by some force. At the center is a huge, constantly rotating black hole, quietly hovering in the open space. The air around it continued to twist, with tiny cracks appearing from time to time, and then being smoothed out by some force. This is the space channel connecting to the zombie world. In the space channel, zombies kept pouring out of the pits. The zombies that came out subconsciously moved away from the passage and scattered in all directions. Looking down from a high place, it looks like a swarm of locusts, and the space channel is the insect nest. Because Liu An was using the zombie scent, the oncoming zombies subconsciously avoided Liu An. They avoided Liu An, but Liu An would not avoid them. Now that we have reached our destination, it's time to start killing. He came here for two purposes. First, wait for the arrival of the Corpse King, kill him, and plunder the entries. Second, use the zombie army and other living things to train yourself and quickly master the existing strength. A sudden increase in attributes does not mean that one can unleash the power of these attributes. You also need to be familiar with your body. Because the space didn't increase much last time, Liu An relied on his experience and spent several days to master it perfectly. Now that we have such a good free practice object, it would be a waste if we don't take the opportunity to practice with it. With this in mind, a laser knife appeared in his hand. He put away his shoes, stepped on the ground, and adjusted his physical condition to the best. Only then did he take a deep breath and shut out the zombie aura. At the same time, he took out a basin of blood and poured it on his body. Blood flowed down Liu An's body onto the ground, and a strong smell of blood rose into the sky. Chapter 46. The rich smell of blood stunned the zombie army. Then, a pair of bloodthirsty pupils looked at Liu An. Roar! The roar of an unknown zombie rang out, like a charging horn, and countless zombies rushed towards Liu An. Zombie riot! Countless zombies rushed towards Liu An like a torrent. Liu An's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a twist of his wrist, an approaching zombie was split into two halves. As soon as he stepped on it, he had already arrived in front of another zombie. He raised the knife and dropped it, and a huge head rose into the sky. But the next second, Liu An appeared in front of another zombie. Liu An's figure kept shuttling among the zombies, using the laser knife to chop, pick, or peel, killing dozens of zombies in a short time. The laser knife in his hand is like a death scythe, harvesting the heads of the surrounding zombies. However, what zombies are least afraid of is death from injury. The human wave tactic is what scares them. Even though Liu An was extremely brave, he was still overwhelmed by the torrent of zombies. All you could see was the red sword light and human heads lighting up from time to time. The killing lasted for 10 minutes, and the zombies surrounded Liu An on 3 levels inside and 3 outside, making it airtight. But at this moment, a chill shot up into the sky. Frost field! A low roar sounded from the zombies. The next second, countless ice sculptures appeared, starting from the center of the surrounding layer, spreading wildly outwards, and everywhere they passed was covered with ice. The zombies were turned into humanoid ice sculptures one by one. The ice area spread to a full radius of 100 meters before stopping, turning the 100-meter area into a restricted area for life, a world composed entirely of ice sculptures. Such a big movement only caused the zombies 100 meters away to pause for a second, and then they swarmed in again. Within 100 meters, the outermost ice sculpture was smashed by zombies one after another. But as they entered the 100-meter range, these zombies also turned into new ice sculptures. The old shatters and new ice sculptures emerge. It seems like there is no end. The time was pushed back a few minutes ago, in Longguan village. Countless soldiers wearing camouflage were moving quickly through the village, transporting batches of ammunition and materials to the front. In the area near the back mountain, layers of defense lines have been deployed. Each soldier is armed with live ammunition, aiming at the gradually thinning poisonous miasma, and is ready for battle at any time. The original villagers of Longguan village had been moved away overnight. At this time, Longguan village was a temporary combat command center. Cao Bin and a group of military region bosses were sitting in the conference room, staring at the screen. The big screen is showing real-time satellite footage of the entire Longguan village, including the miasma area. The reason why it is a satellite picture is because there is special interference at the space channel, and no machine can get close to it within 5 kilometers. Fortunately, the poisonous miasma has almost dissipated, and the satellite images are enough to monitor the entire scene. A scene of the zombie army appearing was playing on the screen. The faces of all the bosses were extremely serious. Are the high-altitude unmanned bombers ready? When they are ready, drop bombs for me. Give them some gadgets first. A military boss took out a walkie-talkie and issued an order to it. Report, the drone bombing team is all in place and ready to be dropped at any time. There was also a response from the other end of the intercom. Okay, follow my orders. Wait a minute, old Hu, look at those zombies. At this moment, another boss suddenly pointed to a part of the screen and said. On the screen, part of the zombie army actually broke away from the large army and rushed in one direction. It is completely different from the direction in which other armies are advancing, forming a sharp contrast and very abrupt on the screen. Quickly enlarge the image in that area. Cao Bin also responded quickly. Following Cao Bin's words, the screen began to stretch and zoom in. Finally, a figure appeared on the screen, holding a red long knife and covered in blood. At this time, they were fighting with the zombies. Because it is a satellite image, the image has been magnified to this extent and is somewhat distorted, making it difficult to see the person's face. But it was enough to shock everyone. Is this a person? How is it possible? How could there be people in this area? Why are they fighting zombies? Damn it, couldn't you take a clearer picture? After seeing the scene clearly, the big guys couldn't help but exclaimed. Cao Bin just looked at the screen without saying a word. He always felt that this figure looked familiar. But at this moment, a touch of blue bloomed in the entire zombie encirclement. Within a few breaths, all the zombies within 100-meter radius turned into ice sculptures. Is this an ice-type ability? Is the other party a mutant? Ice-type abilities are so strong. All the bigwigs exclaimed in surprise. One of them said to Cao Bin, Director Cao, is he your man? The superpower is so strong. They only knew that people with special abilities possessed extraordinary abilities, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. That's 100-meter area frozen, so terrifying. Cao Bin was also shocked, and then shook his head bitterly, he is not my man. I can't do this kind of power. Even if I use my lightning power to its full potential, it can never reach this level. It's not even 1/3 of the opponents. If it's not yours, then who is it? When Cao Bin saw the iconic ice power, the figure in his mind slowly overlapped with the figure on the big screen. Then he stood up suddenly and exclaimed, it's him. He is the number 1 on the rating list we are looking for. What? It's him. But why was he there? Damn it, my bombing drones are ready, how can I bomb this? At this time, in the space channel, the zombies were still rushing inward without any reason, like moths to a flame. Then they turned into new ice sculptures. Liu An stood in the center, carefully feeling the consumption after releasing all his strength. That's right, consumption. Releasing superpowers consumes energy. Different powers consume different amounts of energy. Elemental powers consume spiritual energy, while physical powers consume physical energy. Some powers also consume blood, essence, and hair. Spiritual energy is a derivative of spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more spiritual energy there is. To put it simply, Liu An's current ice field is to use his own spiritual energy to mobilize the surrounding elemental forces, thereby achieving the effect of freezing an area of 100 meters. The more spiritual energy consumed, the more elements of heaven and earth can be mobilized, and the more powerful it will naturally be. At this time, Liu An released the ice field with all his strength for the first time. He had only felt the effect in the abandoned factory before and studied the release speed and so on. Now is the real first release. The release alone consumed about 1/3 of Liu An's mental energy. In addition, maintaining the domain field also consumes spiritual energy. At the current consumption rate, Liu An's energy will be exhausted in 30 seconds at most. After roughly calculating the maximum power and duration of this skill, Liu An decisively collected the ability. There are still many abilities that need to be tested, and they cannot all be wasted on this ability. Next, it's time to try other skills. The Ice Feast begins. Chapter 47. As Liu An turned off his supernatural powers, the ice sculptures on the outside were quickly destroyed. Liu An stepped on the ground and disappeared into the ground. When he appeared again, he had arrived at another zombie circle 100 meters away. After appearing, a small blue whirlwind appeared in Liu An's hand. Then, he swung it towards the direction of the space channel. After the blue whirlwind left Liu An's control, it gradually grew larger. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just a few seconds, it turned into a huge blue hurricane of 100 meters. The hurricane moved rapidly towards the space channel. Countless zombies along the way were sucked into the hurricane. They were first turned into ice sculptures in the hurricane, and then turned into broken ice by the power of the hurricane. But after only moving forward 50 meters, they were dragged away by the zombie army. It turned into countless ice cones and ice cubes and fell down, killing another group of zombies. In an instant, a passage 10 meters wide and 50 meters long was cleared in front. Countless zombies were killed and injured. There was silence in the command center, and everyone looked blankly at the dissipating hurricane and the vacuum zone of dozens of meters on the big screen. Is this really something a human can do? It seems that we need to reevaluate the strength of the psychics. If everyone has this ability, the world situation. Cao Bin's eyes were also filled with shock. He thought the other party was stronger than him, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. But then, Cao Bin's eyes gradually brightened. If the other party can do it, he can do it too. It's just a matter of time. The riot continues among the zombies. Liu An's hands did not stop, and a blue ray as thick as his arm flew out. Freeze ray! The zombies that accidentally touched the rays turned into ice sculptures. The rays flew straight out for 10 meters before dissipating. Then, another ice ball was thrown out by Liu An. Frost bomb! The ice ball suddenly exploded among the zombies. With the ice ball as the center, all zombies within a 10-meter radius were wrapped in cold air and gradually turned into ice sculptures. A twisted blue light extended from Liu An's hand like a rope. Extreme cold surrounds. The blue rope instantly tied up a zombie. The zombies were gradually frozen. Liu An used each skill one by one, and after using all of them with all his strength, Liu An had a good understanding of all the skills. Among them, the frost field and freezing storm consume the most. Each one requires about 1/3 of your mental energy. Compared to the frost domain, the ice storm is a one-time consumption. Of course, what we are talking about here is full strength release. If you save more, the consumption will be much less. As for the other frost bombs, consume 1/10 of them. The consumption of quick ray is 1/30 lower, and that of extreme cold entanglement is 1%. After some estimation, the group attack freezing storm is the best and can kill the most zombies. The frost field is the best for dealing with being surrounded. Frost bombs are suitable for far more than small group attacks and have considerable lethality. Freeze ray and Arctic coil are suitable for single target attacks. After a while, Liu An's mental energy was also consumed by 90%. The recovery speed is a bit slow. Operations Command Room. Looking at the blue light that occasionally flashes on the screen, every time the blue light flashes, a group of zombies turn into ice sculptures. Everyone's heads were buzzing as they watched. Even Cao Bin is the same. I couldn't help but ask myself, can he really become like the other person? Thinking about the fact that he had said before that he could reach 1/3 of the opponent's power, Cao Bin couldn't help but blush. Looking at the situation now, let alone 1/3, even 1/10 would be a problem. But this guy is really strong. Terribly strong. Hey, look at what he's holding. A questioning voice brought everyone's attention back to the picture. At this moment in the scene, there was suddenly a pitch-black object in Liu An's hand. This is Gatlin. Definitely Gatlin, it's not Gatlin. I ate the table. One of the big guys in charge of the weapons department quickly identified the items in the other party's hands. Why did he give up his supernatural powers and choose firearms? Does he have so many bullets? This weapon is suitable for battlefields, but it consumes thousands of bullets per minute. Where does he get so much ammunition? A weapons master observed it carefully and said in confusion, no, his Gatling is wrong. The structure is different. It's strange, this weapon doesn't seem to have a magazine slot. How come? How can you use this gun without a magazine? That's right, Lao Wang, you may have seen it wrong. Bullshit, I know more about guns than my wife, and I can figure out their structure with my eyes closed. You tell me I am seeing things, that is impossible. Old Wang should be right. Look at this man. He has been firing for such a long time, but he has not made any movement to reload. What does this mean? You mean, this Gatling gun doesn't need to be reloaded? How is this possible? A group of bigwigs who are familiar with firearms expressed their opinions. At this time, Cao Bin suddenly said, I think it should be a weapon produced by space. Wireless bullet version. What? There are weapons with wireless bullets in space? Director Cao, have you exchanged some? The big boss of the weapons department looked at Cao Bin with shining eyes. Cao Bin's cheeks twitched and he shook his head bitterly. No, I can't afford it. A pistol with unlimited bullets requires 5,000 kill points. I killed less than that many monsters in my 2 space trips combined. How can I afford it? Then how can he afford it? Can he kill so many monsters by himself? The weapons department boss couldn't help but add. Cao Bin opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. What he said, how does he know how the other party got so many kill points? He only knew that this guy was definitely not a human. On the battlefield, Liu An, holding a Gatling gun, strode forward towards the zombies. There is a sense of one man blocking the way for 10,000 men. There were no zombies behind him attacking him, only because he activated the zombie aura. The explosive strength has been mastered and all the skills have been tested. Only a fool would continue to let the zombies pounce on him. These guys who don't take a bath smell really bad. It's good like now. Once the zombies appear, you will have to fight them yourself. We walked forward and arrived at the space channel. Just standing not far away, he kept firing at the space channel. Countless zombies were beaten into pieces, and the scene was extremely bloody. Unfortunately, the Gatling gun's attack range is still too small to block all the zombies pouring out of the space channel. Otherwise, Liu An alone could use Gat to bombard the zombies so that they would not dare to invade. Why don't these zombies attack him? Is this impossible? Something's wrong. Just now he was fearless and ready to kill the other person. Why don't you attack him now and are walking around him? It seems like all zombies will subconsciously avoid the enemy within a 10-meter radius. Weird. Director CAO, do you know of any item that can prevent zombies from attacking or even make them afraid? CAO Bin shook his head blankly. I secretly complained in my heart, if he knew, he would have used it long ago. Why is he still discussing bullshit tactics here? But CAO Bin knew that the other party must have used something produced by some space, but he just didn't know it. Hey, the number of zombies pouring out of the passage seems to be decreasing. Wait, what is this? Just then, a cry of surprise was heard. Everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw the figure on the screen, they all gasped. Hiss. Chapter 48. In front of the space channel, Liu An stopped attacking and looked at the combination in front of him with interest. This is a combination of a zombie and a tiger. Half of the zombie's body is human, and the other half is bloated muscles that grow like a monster. At the end of the huge arm is a monster's claw. He was riding a zombie white tiger about 3 meters tall. Half of the white tiger's body was completely devoid of skin, with its white bones exposed, making it look extremely terrifying. As soon as this pair came out of the passage, they were extremely powerful. Countless zombies around them all stopped moving and lowered their heads to them. There is a feeling of surrender to it. The Corpse King finally came out. Liu An narrowed his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Name, Mutated Zombie King. Combat Power Rating, 2 stars early stage. Entries, Zombie Breath, Purple, Soul Pardon, Blue, Strength Enhancement, Blue, Accelerated Recovery, Yellow. Name, Zombie Tiger. Combat Power Rating, 1 star initial stage. Entries, Zombie Breath, Yellow, Bite, White, Pounce, White. The information he received greatly disappointed Liu An. 1 2-star and 1 1-star, that's it? With this strength, you still dare to be so high profile? Can't we learn from him? He is a solid 4-star player, but is he as high profile as the other player? Just as Liu An was complaining in his heart, the Zombie King suddenly roared towards the sky. Roar! An invisible wave emanated from his body, and when it swept across Liu An, he was stunned. Because, this is actually a message that conveys the meaning of the Zombie King. My fellow lads, follow me to fight, kill, kill, kill. Roar! At once, countless zombies responded by roaring towards the sky. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of gunfire sounded at an inopportune time, and the Zombie King and Zombie Tiger, who were celebrating with their hands raised, were instantly shot into sieves. The head exploded, he was deader than dead. The zombies suddenly stopped moving and subconsciously looked in the direction where the gunshots came from. Liu An stopped the Gatling gun, raised the barrel pretentiously, and blew into it. Who are you showing off this little bit of strength to? After Liu An finished speaking, he flashed in front of the Zombie King and took several balls of light into his body. Obtained entries, Zombie Breath, Purple, Soul Pardon, Blue, Super Recovery, Yellow. Zombie Breath, Purple. After use, you will have the breath of the Zombie King. Can control ordinary zombies and mutated zombies. Psychic Pardon, Blue. Use mental power as a medium to directly issue orders to the target. Those with lower mental power than the caster will obey the orders unconditionally. Accelerated Recovery, Yellow. Triples the injury recovery speed. As for the Zombie Tiger's biting and pouncing entries, Liu An didn't even look at them and gave up decisively. He is not a boxer who has a habit of biting people's ears. As all the entries were integrated, an aura even stronger than the previous Corpse King emanated from Liu An. The zombies, who were already confused, became even more confused. But they were stunned for only a second, and their limited wisdom made them bow their heads to Liu An. A wave emanated from Liu An. Liu An tried out the spiritual pardon. Gave the first order to the zombies. Kill the guy next to you. The next second, the zombies paused for a moment, then began to riot, and the zombies attacked the zombies next to them one after another. Either biting or gnawing, a big fight mode started. Liu An was delighted when he saw this. It really worked. This order can be regarded as a wave of benefits for the country. Things have been almost dealt with, the first wave of 100,000 zombies are no longer a threat. The next wave of 100,000 zombies will not appear until the end of the third space. Enough time to prepare for the above. The poisonous miasma has completely dissipated. I guess the military is on the way. After taking a glance at the space channel that had stopped outputting zombies, Liu An evaded through the earth. 10 minutes after Liu An left, the poisonous miasma completely dissipated. Afterwards, dozens of drone formations flew into the mountains. He glanced back and forth at the group of corpses, as if looking for something. Finally, it was discovered that there was no trace, and he immediately began to throw missiles one after another. The next day, Liu An didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, I went out, found a public phone nearby, and dialed a number. It's time to get your 30 million. The phone rang twice and was answered. Hello, who's there? Are you ready for 30 million? Liu An didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. The old man guarding the public telephone looked at Liu An in surprise when he heard this. But after glancing at Liu An's clothes, he immediately curled his lips. I secretly complained in my heart, today's young people always talk about projects worth tens of millions and billions. As long as you use your own mobile phone to call, they will believe it. If you use a public phone to talk about such a project, who are you pretending to show it to? Liu An didn't know what his boss was looking at. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then the voice came again, it turns out to be you, the great god, and the money has been prepared for you a long time ago. Liu An raised his eyebrows, surprised that Peng Hu was so trustworthy. He was prepared for the other party to default on the bill, but he didn't expect, the other party actually followed through on the agreement. This is unreasonable. That's 30 million yuan, not 3,000 yuan. You have an address in Haishi? Tell me the address. I'll go get it. Liu An couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it. A man of high skill is bold, and he doesn't care what the opponent does. In his previous life, he had had enough of a life where he could only survive by looking at people's faces, guessing their thoughts, and planning carefully. In this life, he already has the power to do whatever he wants so quickly, so why should he care about what others think? The other end of the phone decisively reported an address. Liu An wrote down the address and was about to hang up the phone, but Peng Hu's cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, are you the first person on the rating list? Following Peng Hu's words, Liu An suddenly realized. It turns out that it's because of this that I feel so happy. The other party probably made the guess after seeing those zombie corpses. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Transfer the money to an anonymous card. I'll pick it up at 7 tonight. After saying that, Liu An hung up the phone, paid and left. The uncle looked at Liu An leaving and curled his lips. Pretend, let you pretend, even you couldn't do it when I was young. At night. In a luxurious villa in High City. Peng Hu was standing in the living room, pacing back and forth, stopping from time to time, coming to the window and looking at the door. As if waiting for someone. Why haven't you come yet? Peng Hu muttered and turned around when he saw no one at the window. Just then, a voice came from the sofa. Is the money ready? Peng Hu was shocked, and his back was instantly wet with sweat. He quickly raised his head and looked towards the sofa, only to see a figure sitting on the sofa. It was Liu An. Master, how did you get in? Pang Hu looked at Liu An and then at his closed door, feeling inexplicably shocked. Some tricks? Where's the money? Here, here. Pang Hu quickly took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Liu An carefully. Master, there are 32 million in this card. The extra 2 million is a thank you to Master for helping me complete the task on the second day. Liu An looked at the sensible Pang Hu, took the card, and said calmly, what is the purpose? Just tell me. I don't like to beat around the bush. Before he came in, he had already walked around the villa. There was no ambush as he imagined. This Pang Hu was too honest. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Now that he is giving 2 million more, Liu An is sure that the other party wants something. Pang Hu chuckled and said, as expected of a great god, actually I have a merciless request. Since it's an unkind invitation, then don't say it. With that said, Liu An stood up and left. Chapter 49. Pang Hu ran over and hugged Liu An's thigh. Come on, master, I want to hang out with you. Do you need a pendant on your thigh? Liu An refused without a second thought, I don't want to form a team. If this is the case, then there is no point in discussing this. Forming a team? It's impossible to form a team in this life. It won't happen in the next life, or the next life. Pang Hu said quickly, Great God, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that if we meet in space, you just need to take care of me a little, and don't worry about my life or death. My life and death are all up to me. In the real world, you can always come to me if you have any problems. With my status and position, I can still help you share some of the things. Liu An narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This Pang Hu is quite smart. Although that's what I said, a little care is still care. After a while, when the other party gets to know him well, how can he not take action when he encounters danger? Moreover, there are real interests involved. Once there is more contact in reality and Liu An asks the other party to do some things and gets used to it, he will never let the other party die easily. Moreover, the plan is to let Pang Hu pay first, proceed step by step, and play the emotional card. This is an open conspiracy. Liu An immediately understood the pros and cons. However, he was really tempted. In reality, having someone you can order around can save you a lot of trouble. Moreover, this person has a certain social status, funds, and a large number of subordinates, which will save more trouble. After a moment of silence, Liu An nodded and said, You are very smart. If that's the case, then it's fine. Ha ha ha, thank you very much, great God. Pang Hu also became excited. At this moment, a special energy emanated from Liu An, instantly covering Pang Hu. Pang Hu's expression froze, his eyes turned black, and he fell on the sofa and actually fell asleep. It is Liu An's spiritual pardon. Pang Hu was ordered to sleep. Looking at the sleeping Pang Hu, Liu An passed another order to him. Tell me what you really think of me. Some things cannot be judged by appearance alone. What he had before was just a guess, and he needed to understand Pang Hu's real thoughts. It's a good time to try out the power of the spiritual pardon. A spiritual pardon is more effective than any truth-telling water. After receiving the order, Pang Hu began to speak unconsciously, bundle interests and rely on thighs. It will help us get through the early stage and grow quickly. Hearing this, Liu An nodded. This is a normal thought and there is nothing wrong with it. We'll see how things turn out later. If we can cooperate, we'll do it. If we can't, we'll just quietly resolve it. Liu An immediately narrowed his eyes. This is a very business-like approach. Is this what you think? I discussed this with my father. For this, my father gave me 50 million to buy people's hearts. Liu An raised his eyebrows. 50 million, what about the remaining 10 million? I'll keep it for pocket money. Liu An was actually happy when he heard it. He was given 50 million and directly embezzled more than 10 million. He must be a real son. Liu An then asked a few more questions, and Pang Hu answered them all. After understanding the situation, Liu An did not kill Pang Hu, but left an instruction in Pang Hu's heart to serve him as his master. Pang Hu's real identity is still useful. In any case, unless Pang's mental strength exceeds his, he will never be able to escape his control. As for when his mental power breaks 100 in the future, at worst he can just cast the mind pardon once more. The next morning, Liu An received a call from Pang Hu. The phone number was naturally the one he left for Pang Hu. "Boss, the house has been prepared for you. It is a 300 square meter flat near the river, in a high-end residential area. It was delivered last month with fine decoration, and you can move in any time. The surrounding facilities are complete, and it fully meets your requirements. The only thing is the price, the minimum is 8 million. Pang Hu talked a lot. Finding a house was also the order Liu An gave to Pang Hu. The house he lives in now is rented and the lease will expire at the end of the month. It's almost the end of the month and I have some money, so naturally I have to consider moving to a new place. But he didn't have time to deal with these things, so he naturally handed them over to his new younger brother. I originally thought I would have to wait 2 days, but I didn't expect Pang Hu to be so efficient. I actually underestimated the Pang family. A 300 square meter apartment by the river for only 8 million. The housing prices in High City are not low. Although the housing market has been in dire straits in recent years and housing prices have dropped a lot, they have not dropped to this level. For a large apartment near the river, 10 million is normally the lowest price. Can this be bought for 8 million? The person on the other end of the phone replied, "Yes, that is a property that my family CEO founded with someone else. The house was originally priced at 12 million, but because I was the one who came forward, I was able to get it for 8 million. But I had to pay the full amount in one lump sum. If you are not in a hurry, if you wait another 3 to 5 months, another property that my family owns will be delivered. You don't even have to pay for it, I can give you one." Liu An suddenly realized, no wonder. As for what Pang Hu said later, Liu An simply ignored it. He couldn't wait for 3 to 5 months. He immediately said, "Okay, can we see the house?" "Anytime." "Then now, give me the address and I'll go there now." "Okay." Half an hour later, Liu An saw the house. There are 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the living room alone is estimated to occupy 100 square meters. It looks quite spacious and grand. The decoration is also light luxury and simple style, which is in line with Liu An's aesthetic. A large balcony with a river view outside the window and ample lighting is well worth the price of over 10 million yuan. After visiting it, Liu An decided to buy it and paid for it immediately. "I got the property certificate in the afternoon." Afterwards, he returned to the rental house, called the landlord, decided not to renew the lease, packed up his things, and left decisively. At this point, Liu An officially moved into his new home. In the evening, after Liu An had tidied up his new home, he ordered some takeout and ate while browsing his phone. I found that just like in the previous life, the top 50 hot searches were all about news about evolvers. A video about zombies in Longguan village unsurprisingly topped the trending searches. This matter was reported to the higher authorities on their own initiative. As the saying goes, it is better to unblock than to block. It will be known sooner or later, and knowing it earlier can actually arouse public awareness. Pay attention to killing space. Otherwise, if we wait until the authorities can no longer stop it, and then realize the problem and take measures to improve it, it will be too late. It would be better to throw out some signs early to test the waters. The second is a famous 5A level scenic spot, which, like Longguan village, was suddenly shrouded in poisonous miasma. The official warning is likely to be a precursor to the arrival of a monster, just like in Longguan village. The third is the energy bead. The matter about the energy beads was finally exposed. The cause was that a rich second generation openly mobilized his connections to buy energy beads, 1 for 100,000. This is why many people paid attention to this thing. Then it got out of control and was finally exposed. A look at the comment section shows that it is full of purchase requests, with the highest bid reaching 3 million per piece. Liu An scanned the hot searches one by one. They were all familiar to me in my previous life, until I saw the 10th most searched topic. Title: The number 1 on the Killing Floor ratings list will be on air tonight at 7 p.m. Liu An was stunned. What was going on? Was he going to show his face on the show? How come he doesn't know? Then he realized that someone was trying to impersonate him. I glanced at the time. It was 7:10. Is this already aired? I clicked on it subconsciously, found the live broadcast link, and decisively entered the live broadcast room. He wanted to see who was impersonating him. Chapter 50. When I entered the live broadcast room, I saw a muscular man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a vest. My friends, let me tell you, if you want to get a high rating, you have to kill more monsters. Then the other party talked about ratings and rewards. You know what, it really looks like the real thing. It can really scare ordinary people. Liu An estimated that this person should be a veteran survivor. But the next second, the style of the live broadcast room changed. If you want to get a high rating like me, you must first have strong physical fitness. Before I entered the killing floor, I was a fitness coach. I exercised regularly and also took this nutritional powder. This powder contains nearly 100 kinds of nutrients needed by the human body. It can supplement the vitamins and other minerals needed by the human body, making you a strong survivor. Today, the anchor is really giving his heart to everyone. He doesn't keep anything for himself and directly takes out 10,000 cans. The original price is 999, but now it's only 299. First come, first served. Click the link. Liu An's mouth twitched. What the hell? Sure enough, the end of the universe is bringing goods. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the live broadcast room. Boom boom boom. Who is it? The muscular man asked subconsciously. Water meter inspector, open the door. The muscular man froze all over, and his panic could be felt in the live broadcast room. Then, the muscular man unexpectedly replied, no one is home. God damn, there is no one here. Is he crazy because of eating too much powder? The next second, there was a loud noise, like the sound of a door breaking. Afterwards, a group of uncles in uniform appeared in the live broadcast room and quickly took down the muscular man. Your name is Huang Tao, right? The first person in this space with the surname Huang. The uniformed uncle's first sentence directly broke through the muscular man's defense. The muscular man decisively followed his heart and confessed everything in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. To sum it up in 4 words, blinded by greed. When the uniformed personnel entered the room, Liu An directly left the live broadcast room. This was a farce to him. His status as the number 1 in the rating is not something that ordinary people can get. In the next few days, Liu An prepared for the next space. At the same time, he gave Peng Hu another order. Keep an eye on the airport, and inform him immediately once Zhao Tai from the Zhao group arrives in the country. According to what he knew, this traitor should return to Daxia in the near future. I don't know the exact time, but it will definitely be before the end of the 3rd space. We should keep an eye on it now just in case. It's time to settle some accounts. Time goes by day by day. The 10th day came again. Liu An was also fully prepared. Liu An spent all of his entry points earned in the past 10 days on ice manipulation and dimensional space. Ice control. Purple control the ice elements in the world to attack the enemy. Ice control was upgraded to the purple item, and the temperature was significantly increased again, reaching -160 degrees. It can be said that it has met Liu An's minimum requirements. Of course, there is nothing he can do even if he hasn't reached that level. Upgrading from purple to red requires 8 entry points and he doesn't have that many entry points. This is all for now. But in order to indirectly enhance the power of ice skills, Liu An also specially upgraded the dimensional space. The purpose is to hold more water. If you encounter a large army of robots, just flood the mountain and freeze it. It was definitely a caca-killing spree. Since you have chosen ice to fight against the robots, you must maximize your abilities. Dimensional space, purple initially has an independent space of 30 cubic meters, which can temporarily store living things. Live storage time, 10 minutes. The dimensional space changed from blue to purple, which also consumed 4 points. Liu An still has 2 entry points left. American Samoa Reserve. The initial space has become larger, and for every 10 points of mental power, the space that can be expanded will also increase accordingly. When the entry is white, the initial cube is 1, and it expands by 1 cube for every 10 points of spirit. Now the initial space is 30 cubic meters, and it expands by 30 cubic meters for every 10 points of mental power. Liu An's mental power is exactly 100 points now, which directly expands the space by 300 cubic meters. 300 cubic meters, now filled with water by Liu. Just waiting for the big action later. The only thing that made Liu An unhappy was that there was still no news about Zhao Tai. But he had no choice for the time being and could only continue to wait for news. The third killing zone is opened. Do you want to enter? Without any hesitation, I decided to enter. With a flash of golden light, Liu An's figure disappeared. Welcome to Killing Floor. The following is an introduction to space rules. 1. The highest rule, stay alive. 10. This space will be open for 3 days, and the monster will arrive in 1 minute. Countdown, 58 seconds. The rules changed again. 3 days to survive and 1 minute to prepare. The time to survive is getting longer and longer, and the time to prepare is getting shorter and shorter. Moreover, this is the last time that the space has time to prepare. When the space opens for the 4th time, you must be prepared to get in and get to work. While there was still some time, Liu An looked around. This is a small room of several square meters. The room is quite messy and there are stains everywhere. It is obvious that it has not been cleaned for a long time. There were some bottles and cans scattered on the ground, which were empty cans. Looking to the side, there is a large glass observation window. You can see everything outside through the glass. The outside was also in a shabby state, with piles of rusty scrap metal scattered on the ground. The glass faces the factory gate directly. Through the gate, you can see the dazzling sunlight outside. From time to time, a gust of wind blows, blowing up a cloud of yellow soil. This is an abandoned factory. At this moment, the countdown returned to 0 and the first day's mission was released. Ding! Monsters are coming, first day mission released, escape from pursuit. Escape from the pursuit, escape from the pursuit of the T-800 robot. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as the prompt ended, a sound of footsteps was heard from outside the workshop. Then, a figure stepped into the workshop. He has a silver-white metal skeleton, holding a small Gatling gun in both hands, and his red electronic eyes are constantly shrinking, exuding a futuristic technological style. It was the Skin T-800 robot. Bang! The metal feet stepped into the factory, and the T-800 began to continuously scan the surrounding buildings. In just 2 seconds, he locked onto Liu An who was standing behind the glass. Then, he raised his hand and fired decisively. Da-da-da-da-da. A series of bullets were fired, shattering the glass in an instant. At the same time, it walked forward, showing the robot's ruthlessness to the fullest. He walked straight to the front of the cabin, kicked open the broken door, stepped into the house, and the gunfire stopped. Looking at the empty room, the robot's electronic eyes kept scanning the room for possible hiding places or tunnels, but did not find anything unusual. For a moment, the robot tilted its head. If it had any expression, its expression would definitely be the same as that of the old man on the subway. Suddenly, the robot seemed to notice something and turned around abruptly. But at this moment, a blue light had already fallen on it. In just 2 seconds, the entire metal skeleton was completely frozen. Liu An's figure also appeared in a corner of the factory. He had escaped by earth escape before. Then he threw another extremely cold entanglement at the opponent, which froze the robot. Looking at the frozen robot, Liu An's eyes flashed with golden light as he sized up the robot in front of him. Chapter 51. Name T-800 Combat Robot. Combat Power Rating, 2 stars early stage. Entries, Machine Thinking, Blue, Mechanical Heart, Purple. Machine Thinking, Blue. After using, you will be transformed into a machine without emotions, gaining the thinking speed of a machine, and analyze and solve problems in an absolutely rational state. Mechanical Heart, Purple. Possessing a machine-like mental will, immune to mind control methods. Liu An's face twitched, although he had expected that robots might not have much talent. After all, it is man-made. I didn't expect that there were so few, just 2 entries. But, it's better than nothing. The entry is still good. The laser knife in Liu An's hand lit up, and then he cut fiercely at the neck of the frozen robot. I felt a lot of resistance, but I still managed to cut off its head. The kill prompt then floated out. Ding! Kill the T-800 combat robot, kill value +1. First kill of combat robot, public platform permission opened, chat permission opened, transaction permission opened. The permission was opened again. Liu An took a quick look and saw not a single comment. He immediately stopped paying attention to it. As for the kill value, it has shrunk even more this time. Originally, killing at the same level should have 4 kill points, but now it has been reduced by 3/4. But this was expected. The rules of killing floor are that normal rewards are given for kills of the same level. The reward for killing a target at a higher level will be doubled. If you kill a target at a higher level, it will be doubled. If you kill a target at a higher level, it will be quadrupled. But when the survivor's rating is higher than the monster's, the kill value is halved after killing it. If it is 2 levels higher, it will be reduced by 4 times. For example, T-800 is rated 2 stars, and if it is killed by a survivor with a 2-star rating, it can obtain 4 kill points. If killed by a 1-star survivor, the kill value is 8 points. If you are killed by a survivor who is not in a star, the kill value is 16 points. With this calculation, it seems that survivors with high star ratings are at a disadvantage, but this is not the case. It is easy to kill monsters and get cards when the survivor rating is high. Each card has a fixed kill value of 100. For high-rated players, cards are the main source of kill value. The kill value gained from killing monsters is secondary. Just like Liu An's previous 2 times, the kill points he gained from killing monsters were not as much as those he gained from exchanging cards. Therefore, Liu An was quite open-minded about the reduction in killing value. As he said before, he would rather be stronger. So strong that it is invincible, so strong that you can just rush in. As long as he kills enough, he will get a lot of kill points. Besides, he has entries. Ding! The first day's basic mission is completed, reward, 100 kill points. With the death of the robot, the basic mission was completed. Liu An raised his hand and absorbed the 2 entries that popped up. It is the entry of T-800. Liu An rubbed his hands and absorbed it eagerly. Ding! Obtained entries, Machine Thinking, Blue, Mechanical Heart, Purple. After absorbing it, Liu An directly experienced machine thinking. The next second, Liu An entered a special state. All human emotions faded away, leaving only absolute rationality. No desires, no demands, no waves. Even with regard to one's own body, the brain seems to have discarded some useless senses, such as touch, taste, pain, the beating of the heart pulse, etc. Liu An felt like he was just a machine without emotions. Even if someone punched him now, he wouldn't feel any pain. Instead, he will subconsciously analyze the force and angle of the punch, the probability of him taking it, and how much damage he will suffer. How should I fight back against this punch? At what angle should I punch? For the same punch, which muscles should I mobilize to maximize the power? This series of questions may seem like a lot, but they can be analyzed and judged in an instant. Liu An was obsessed with the feeling of absolute control over his entire body and surrounding objects. It was 5 full minutes before Liu An finally exited the machine thinking. The emotions returned, I felt my heartbeat and pulse again, and a feeling of being a new person returned. After exiting the machine thinking state, Liu An heaved a long sigh of relief, and his back was already wet with cold sweat without him knowing when. I felt a little scared. This machine thinking actually has side effects, and I almost got lost in that state. After turning on the machine thinking, he began to want to keep going and make rational judgments. This state allows him to better control his body and deal with danger. Even the sense of control over his body and the things around him made him unable to stop. In the end, it was thanks to Liu An's willpower that he was able to shut down his machine thinking and become a human being again. Liu An secretly decided in his heart that this ability should be used with caution. He is a human being, a living person. Although humans have many shortcomings, many of their advantages are far beyond the reach of machines. For example, the sixth sense, restlessness, joy, anger, sorrow, taste, touch, etc., these are things that machines do not have. Man makes machines, not machines make man. Humans are the masters, machines are just assistants. Liu An has always been steadfast in this idea. But this machine thinking state is not without its benefits. If he exercises after entering this state, his absolute control over strength and speed will definitely be improved to a higher level. At other times, use with caution. After a short rest, Liu An stood up and walked out of the abandoned factory with a swagger. He is skilled and courageous, and he is fearless. Even when surrounded by a large number of robots, he did not flinch. Standing at the factory door, looking outside. Under the scorching sun, the outside world is a desolate landscape. Yellow soil, dead grass, and the ground emitting heat. At first glance, everything is yellowish in color. A strong Western style appeared before Liu An. Liu An took a quick look around, then found a shady place to sit down and wait for the robot to come. The benefit of this space for him is that he no longer has to worry about finding monsters. Because, the moment he killed the robot, the signal had already been sent. He now appeared in the sunlight again, and must have been detected and locked by the satellite. Next, there will naturally be an endless supply of robots coming to his doorstep for him to kill, without him having to spend time and effort looking for them. The background this time is the future battlefield. After humans were defeated in the war, the world was taken over by robots, killing humans everywhere. Of course, these so-called humans are now survivors. The combat robots are so powerful that ordinary people simply cannot defeat them. Moreover, the machine camp not only has more people, but also knows how to wage information warfare. Satellites, drones, etc., don't be too good at playing with them. But fortunately, there are no laser weapons in this world. They still use ordinary firearms, bullets and artillery shells. There is no such cheating technology as wall penetration, perspective, and thermal sensing, otherwise the survivors would not have to fight and would have just surrendered. Liu An didn't have to wait long. 3 minutes later, several black shadows flew in the sky. The moment he saw the black shadow, Liu An knew what the other party was. A robot's long-range bombing drone. Of course, this is a future battlefield after all, and the drones are far from comparable to those in the real world. Each of these drones is equipped with 2 small Gatling guns and howitzers, which can directly carry out precise long-range strikes on targets. They are like small fighter jets, only smaller and more flexible. There was still some distance between him and Liu An, but the drone formation seemed to have locked onto his position. They started shooting directly, and countless bullets poured down, quickly sweeping down from far to near. Chapter 52. Name: Ordinary Combat Drone. Combat Power Rating: None. Entry: None. They don't even have a star rating, they are just ordinary drones, nothing special about them. Looking at the drone flying over, Liu An curled his lips. It's just Gat, he's treating everyone the same. The next second, Infinite Adder appeared in Liu An's hands. Just fire directly at the drone. Da-da-da. Being in the air, you are the best living target. When two armies fight, the brave one wins. It was obvious that Liu An was very brave as he stood there and endured the siege of several drones. Therefore, in the end, Liu An shot down all the drones with his graceful movements and sustained firepower output. This incident also verified a saying. Just being fast and powerful is useless, hardness and durability are the key. While cleaning the battlefield, a card unexpectedly popped up, which was pretty good. The drones were destroyed, so Liu An thought that the army of robots should be on the way, so he prepared to continue waiting. But at this moment, several black spots appeared in the distance. After Liu An sensed it, he turned his head to look. This is a survivor? In the wasteland, a man and a woman were running away in panic. Not far behind him, two mechanical dogs were chasing him. Brother Feng, come on, hold on a little longer, my powers will soon recover. As long as they recover, I can deal with these two guys. A woman with long hair tied in a ponytail, holding an iron rod about 1 meter long. While running, she cheered for the man next to her. But the man was obviously in a bad condition and there was no way he could recover. He could only breathe heavily with a red face. Who? The heavy and frequent breathing showed that he was almost reaching his limit. At this moment, the man suddenly felt a needle-like pain in his abdomen. The pain came very suddenly and without any warning. The man's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. It also rolled forward twice. I got a stitch in the side. At the critical moment, I got a stitch in the side. The man had no time to adjust himself, so he turned around and looked back in panic. What comes into view is a large metal mouth and 2 rows of sharp teeth. There is no doubt about the quality of the teeth of this thing. Once bitten, the worst-case scenario is a broken bone, or even a broken limb. It is the fastest mechanical dog in pursuit. The man didn't know where he got the courage from, but he raised his arms to block the robot dog's head with both hands to prevent its sharp teeth from falling. The desire to survive occupied his entire brain at this moment. Brother Feng, die! Just then, a delicate cry was heard and a black shadow flashed by. The robot dog's body was thrown backwards as if it were hit by a truck and fell heavily to the ground. I saw an iron rod stuck in his eye socket. It was exactly the one in the woman's hand before. The circuit broke, sparks flew out from where the iron rod was inserted, and the red electronic eyes of the mechanical dog flashed twice before completely dimming. Then, a white card was revealed. Huff, Brother Feng, I succeeded. Seeing that Brother Feng was saved, the woman suddenly covered her head and her body shook. But even so, the woman still endured the stabbing pain in her head and said, Brother Feng, we are still missing one more person. Together, the two of us can definitely solve it. Before the woman finished her words, a dark shadow jumped out from the dry grass on the side. He rushed straight towards the woman. The woman had no weapons in her hands at this time, and was thrown to the ground in an instant without any preparation. The woman only had time to raise one hand, and the next second, her arm was bitten fiercely by a mouthful of sharp teeth. Crack! The sound of broken bones was heard. Ah! The woman let out a scream, but her other arm wrapped around the dog's head tightly. At the same time, his legs were wrapped around the waist of the mechanical dog like the roots of an old tree. Use your body's strength to temporarily control the mechanical dog. She knew that if she let go, her arm would definitely be torn off by the dog's mouth. Enduring the severe pain, the woman hurriedly called out, "Brother Feng, hurry up, kill it now. The mechanical dog is now under her control, and this is the best time to kill it." At the same time, the remaining strength in his body exploded, firmly restraining the struggling mechanical dog. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The imagined joint efforts to kill the mechanical dog did not happen, and even Brother Feng did not respond to her. The woman was anxious. She could feel her strength gradually weakening after the outburst. Not getting the expected response, he immediately distracted himself and looked towards where Brother Feng was. Upon seeing this, the woman's expression suddenly changed. From doubt, to despair and disbelief. How could it be that she actually saw the man who loved her deeply running away into the distance? The woman felt bitter in her heart, and her eyes were wet with tears without her knowing when. Has she been abandoned? At this moment, my mind unconsciously recalled the beautiful scene of the two people loving each other in reality. In the end, all these beautiful things were shattered in an instant as the man fled. It turns out that this is love, but then, a boundless anger rose from the bottom of my heart. She can tolerate the other party's effeminateness, weakness, and even poverty, but she will never allow betrayal. She couldn't die, she absolutely couldn't die. She wanted to live, to find that man alive, and she wanted to confront him face to face. Why? What's wrong with her? She has given so much to him, why would you abandon her? Even if she really wants to abandon someone, she should be the one to abandon the other person. Amidst her boundless rage, the woman felt her mental abilities recovering rapidly. The next second, the teeth of the mechanical dog on his body suddenly broke, and his forehead instantly sank, as if it had been hit by something heavy. His body flew backwards as if it was hit by a truck and fell heavily to the ground. Click, click, click. The mechanical dog tried to get up and shook its severely deformed head in a humane way. It was fine if he didn't shake it, but when he shook it, several sparks suddenly burst out in his brain, and then his red electronic eyes went out. Another card floated out. This is incredible luck, 2 kills and 2 explosions. But the woman had no time to care about the cards at this time. After using her supernatural power, her eyes rolled up and she fainted. Before she passed out, she vaguely saw a strange man walking towards her out of the corner of her eye. The corpse is going to be picked up. This was her last thought before she lost consciousness. Chapter 53. Liu An walked out from behind a pile of dry grass calmly, looked at the battlefield in front of him, and decisively picked up the 2 cards. 500 ml mineral water *1. DBS shotgun *1. Liu An took a quick look and put it away decisively. Not bad, you can pick up 200 kill points for free by taking 2 steps. After looking at the miserable state of the robot dog, Liu An narrowed his eyes and threw a glance at the woman. Name Han Yu. Combat power rating, 1 star initial stage. Lootable entries, potential burst, white, metal control, purple. Potential explosion, white. In extreme cases, one can instantly unleash one's own potential, and fall into a weakened state after the explosion. Metal control, purple. As long as it is metal, it is under control. Purple talent, this girl has a pretty good talent. If he could survive, he would be a strong man. If I could get this talent, he. Liu An looked at the woman's body and smiled obscenely. But the next second, after seeing the other person's face, Liu An suddenly felt that the other person looked familiar. Have you seen it on TV in your previous life? Han Yu, metal control, damn, is it the disabled beauty? Liu An's eyes widened instantly. He actually knew this woman. In other words, he knows the other person, but the other person does not know him. In his previous life, he longed to be chosen by space but was not chosen. Those who are not selected cannot enter the space. There are only 3 ways to become stronger. 1. Spend money to buy evolution crystals. 2. Form a team and go to the front line to kill monsters and get crystals. 3. Join the military. Liu An chose the second option at that time. The first type is something that only children from wealthy families can consider. The second one has higher risk but is more free. During an operation, the monsters counterattacked fiercely and the team was in danger. They were finally rescued by Han Yu. At that time, Han Yu was one of the support personnel specially sent by the 816th Bureau. At that time, Han Yu had short and neat hair, a cold temperament, and a curvy figure. She was a perfect combination of beauty and capability, a definite otaku killer. Unfortunately, the other party has a flaw. One-armed. That's why they call her the disabled beauty. The other party was just passing by, saved them and left, and they had no more contact after that. Now, looking at the other person's bloody arm, Liu An fell silent. Kill or save? Reason told him that killing the other party and seizing the entry would maximize his benefits. With his attributes, once he has the ability to manipulate metal, it will be easier for him to deal with robots. But his sensibility told him to save the other person. The kindness of the last life is repaid in this life, and from now on both of them are even. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and animals? After a moment, Liu An decided to rescue. It was a trick to take someone's money. After all, he took 2 cards from someone. Besides, as a human being, it is better to have some bottom line. Besides, he had the system in his hand, and it was just a purple entry, so he didn't care. While comforting himself, he picked up Han Yu and returned to the factory. Treat the wound quickly. It just so happens that there are potions in the dimension. Special hemostatic agent, after use, it can quickly stop bleeding and remove blood stasis. This was the first space I reserved on purpose, but later I found that I had grown too fast and didn't need it at all. It has been left gathering dust in the dimensional space, but I didn't expect it to come in handy here. As soon as the bleeding stopped and he was about to bandage him, Liu An's ears twitched and he immediately stopped what he was doing. He turned around and left the factory. Da-da-da-da. A burst of gunfire rang out not far outside the factory. 3 minutes later, Liu An walked back from outside the factory. His body was no different from when he left, except that his murderous intent was stronger. Continue to deal with the wound. Fortunately, the other party's bones were bitten off and not shattered. Otherwise, Liu An really wouldn't be able to deal with it. It's easy to break it off. Just adjust the position, find a steel plate, cut it to size with a laser knife, and then fix the steel plate on the arm. It's a skill to handle it. In his previous life, Liu An had often dealt with injuries for himself or others, so it was normal to be more proficient. After finishing processing, Liu An turned around to pack his things, but suddenly said, "No need to pretend, the shaking of your eyelashes has been exposed. Open your eyes when you wake up, and I will ask you a few things." Hearing this, Han Yu slowly opened his eyes, looked at Liu An's handsome face, and then glanced at his arms before saying softly, "Thank you. If you want to know anything, you can ask." After Liu An finished packing his belongings, he looked at Han Yu and said, "Do you know the man before in real life? What is your relationship?" Han Yu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Liu An to ask this. Could it be? As if he thought of something, Han Yu immediately blushed and whispered, "I know him, he is my boyfriend Ye Feng in real life." But now, as he said this, Han Yu thought of that man again, and in his heart his anger rose again, and he gritted his teeth and added, "It's the enemy." Liu An nodded, "You just happened to get together after you came in." This is what Liu An wants to ask. The two met in real life and were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. However, after entering the space, they were still together. This probability is lower than winning the first prize in a lottery ticket. Liu An needs to know the specific reason. This is the third space opening, and it all belongs to the Novice Welfare Bureau. Special items such as team cards will not appear in the killing mall until the end of this space. But how did the other party get together without these things? This is what Liu An is curious about. It's not a coincidence, it's a teleportation stone. It's 2 red stones. Each person holds one, and no matter how far away it is, as long as he uses it, he can reach the location of the other in an instant. It's a pity that it is a disposable item and will break after use. It turned out to be so, Liu An suddenly realized. I had heard of this thing in my previous life, but I didn't expect someone to get it so early. Unlike team cards, mother-child stones are scarce. Although the team card is a team, you can open an independent team channel in the space, and you can also check the location of other team members to facilitate finding people. But when entering, they will still appear randomly in the space. But compared to not forming a team, the random range will be controlled within 10 kilometers. But the mother-child teleportation stone can instantly appear next to the mother stone. This is the difference. Team cards can be purchased in the killing mall, and each card has a killing value of 200. A team of 5 people can be formed at a time. But there is no way to buy the mother-child teleportation stone. You can only kill monsters and explode cards, and it also has to be in the metaphysical monster world. For example, zombie world, Apiao world. In the current robot world, there is absolutely no such thing as metaphysics. Liu An sighed inwardly, this Han Yu is really lucky. Liu An nodded and said calmly, okay, I'm done asking my questions. You can leave now. Ah! Han Yu was stunned when he heard this, and then drove people away. Was it so sudden? Liu An, what, why, are you still planning to stay here and not leave? Han Yu quickly shook his head and asked timidly, no, just, you saved me, don't you need me to do anything? What? Are you prepared to pledge your life to me, or are you prepared to become a slave? Liu An looked a little playful. No, just. Han Yu didn't know how to describe it for a while. You just want to repay me, right? No need, I'll take the 2 cards you used to kill the dog, as a reward for saving you. Now you and I are clean. Liu An's last sentence was addressed not only to Han Yu in his current life, but also to Han Yu in his previous life. Although he rescued Han Yu, he never thought of communicating too much with him. Again, it's impossible to form a team or something like that, it's impossible. Chapter 54. Han Yu looked at Liu An blankly after hearing this, and after a while he whispered, thank you. Take this and leave as soon as possible. Liu An threw a bottle of iodine to the other party, pretending to see him off. It's not safe here. I guess the robot army is on the way. Seeing Liu An's aloof look, Han Yu pursed her lips and said softly. Good. Then he stood up with difficulty and walked out slowly. She has a clear understanding of herself. Although she has some assets, she is not coin and cannot be loved by everyone. She didn't blame Liu An for driving her away. They didn't know each other, and it was already a great favor that he saved her and treated her injuries. If it weren't for the other party's rescue, she knew that in the current situation where there is no medical treatment, if the arm became inflamed and infected, she would probably not be able to save it. It's good enough to be like this now. Han Yu felt extremely complicated. A stranger can be so nice to her, but her boyfriend. As soon as I left the factory, I saw 4 or 5 headless robots on the ground not far from the factory. Each robot's body was covered with frost, emitting a hint of coldness. Han Yu was extremely shocked. Looking at the metal body, I knew it was not on the same level as the mechanical dog I had encountered before. With the addition of weapons and the advantage in numbers, they were all solved by that man. So strong. Could it be that the other party is a strong person on the rating list? Although he was shocked, he still took a deep breath and staggered away. Han Yu did not walk aimlessly, but walked along the road in front of the factory. To her, this was the suburbs, but she could always follow the road to the nearby city. Besides, there are abandoned vehicles on both sides of the road from time to time, and maybe you can find some daily necessities there. Not far away, Han Yu found unopened mineral water and chocolate in an abandoned RV. Just then, Han Yu suddenly heard the sound of a car. I subconsciously went to the front of the car and looked outside through the window. I saw several large trucks appearing at the end of the road ahead. Han Yu showed a hint of excitement. Could it be another survivor? But then, as if he thought of something, his smile faded and he looked at her carefully again. After taking this look, Han Yu's pupil shrank. Is this a robot? The driver was actually a robot with an exposed metal skeleton. This is not a survivor, this is a robot car. Well, what survivor would dare to be so wasteful? Han Yu subconsciously shrank his head and hid. Trucks drove past the RV quickly. Han Yu, who was hiding in the RV, was sweating profusely and was secretly glad that he did not go out. Robots. All the things on the carriage were robots. The car was filled with silver metal humanoids, mixed with electronic eyes. The murderous aura frightened Han Yu so much that he dared not breathe. It's terrifying. Once discovered by these robots, you won't even know how you died. Fortunately, the trucks drove away one by one and showed no intention of stopping. Han Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last truck disappeared. Phew, fortunately, no one found out. But where are these robots going? Wait, that man. Han Yu suddenly thought of the direction the truck was heading, and it would definitely pass by that factory. These robots are not going to the factory. Then, she thought of the man's attitude before, the way he was eager to get her to leave. Could it be? Han Yu instantly imagined a big drama in his mind. Thinking of this, Han Yu couldn't stay any longer, she had to go back and take a look. Bang! At this moment, the door of the RV was suddenly kicked open. Two silver-white figures appeared in front of Han Yu. It turned out to be two T-800 robots. Seeing this, Han Yu felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. 10 minutes later, outside the factory, Liu An put away the 3 cards, calculated the time, and fell into deep thought. This robot world is not okay either. The speed of the troops' dispatch alone was completely different from what he had imagined. At this rate of troop dispatch, even the shit they eat can only be dried. For example, this batch had more than 100 of them, but he had to wait for 20 minutes, plus the time it took to kill them. For other survivors, this time may be too short. Not enough to run far. But for Liu An, it was too slow. After a moment's silence, Liu An decided not to just sit there and wait and take the initiative. Go to a nearby city, preferably one that can find an arsenal. He stood outside the factory, manufacturing and killing at the same time, killing as he manufactured a batch. Perfect. The next second, a car appeared in front of Liu An. It was the perpetual motion solar car that Liu An saved in his first space. Today is its first appearance. The reason why he didn't choose an amphibious motorcycle was mainly because it was windy and dusty outside, and he didn't want to drive a car and get covered in dirt. Cars are better for this kind of terrain and climate. Get in the car, start it, and go, all in one go. The man and the car quickly disappeared in the distance of the road. Meanwhile, beside the deserted road, the 3 people were resting in the shade behind a big tree. 2 men and 1 woman. Women's shorts, short boots, and belly-exposing outfits make them look youthful, beautiful and full of energy. It fully displays a woman's assets, long legs, A4 waist, and a slightly flat chest, but this does not affect the overall beauty. Zioxu, this is half a bottle of water I just collected, drink it quickly. Brother Liu, you are so awesome. It's really great to have you around. Zhang Shui replied with a touched look on her face. The voice is soft and sticky, which makes people want to protect it. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. It just so happens that my special ability can be used. Hee hee. The man surnamed Liu scratched his head with a silly smile. Anyone could see that the man surnamed Liu was very happy about Zhang Shui's praise. But the other man next to her was unhappy. He immediately felt around his body, took out a chocolate, hesitated for a moment, and then handed it to Zhang Shui. Zioxiu, I have one last chocolate bar left, I'll give it to you too. Really? Brother Huang, what are you eating? I'm fine, I'm not hungry. You, just take it. As he said that, the man stuffed the chocolate into Zhang Shui's hand. Zhang Shui was immediately moved and said, Brother Huang, you are so kind to me. The man blushed when he heard this, and said innocently, well, as I should. I'll go get some fresh air. Then he quickly climbed up the big tree, raised the telescope hanging in front of his chest, and looked around. If there were other people around and saw the scene, the word dog licker would definitely pop up in their minds. These two men are definitely bootlickers. Brother Huang, Brother Liu, you are so kind to me. I will definitely thank you when I get out. Zhang Shui looked at the water and chocolate and expressed her gratitude sincerely. It's okay, it's okay. Yes, we are men, and it is our duty to take care of women. After getting the approval of their goddess, the two lickers couldn't help but smile that it was all worth it. Zhang Shui saw this and the smile on her face became even brighter. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of disdain. At this moment, the man on the tree suddenly said excitedly, Zioxiu, there is a car, a sedan, coming here. Chapter 55. Is it a robot? Another man asked hurriedly. This wasn't the first time they had encountered a vehicle. They had seen several large trucks before. Fortunately, they had binoculars and noticed something was wrong immediately and hid. Otherwise, they would have been killed by now. The man surnamed Huang hurriedly took a closer look. After a few seconds, he excitedly said again, there is a man in the car, a real person. Not a robot, not a robot. The two people under the tree were stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Zhang Shui immediately stood up and said excitedly, what are you still standing there for? Go stop a car. The voice changed from its previous soft and sticky tone to a full-bodied one, and even had a commanding tone. But at this time, the two lickers didn't think much and quickly responded, yes, stop the car, stop the car. The three of them ran quickly toward the road. Inside the car, which was driving automatically, Liu An was lying comfortably. The air conditioner in the car was turned to maximum, and the coolness filled the car, forming a sharp contrast with the steaming heat outside. At the same time, there is a bottle of iced cola in his hand. Take a big sip from time to time. The ice cola flows down the throat into the stomach, how comfortable it is. Cool. At this moment, the car suddenly slowed down and then stopped automatically. Liu An frowned, sat up and looked forward. He saw three people blocking his car. The car was driving automatically and stopped only after it detected a person. Bang, bang, bang. When the three men saw the car stop, one of them hurried around to the driver's window and knocked on it. Liu An had no intention of opening the window, and the three of them just waved their hands. It's obviously meant to drive people away. The man was stunned, then subconsciously looked at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui obviously also saw that Liu An had no intention of opening the door, so she immediately asked another person to guard the front of the car to prevent the other party from driving away. He went to the side, pushed away the man who was knocking on the window, then smiled and knocked on the window again. Handsome guy, can you give us a ride? The sound was soft and sticky, and it came into the car. Even when Zhang Shui bent down, a small spot of white on her chest was clearly visible to Liu An. Liu An narrowed his eyes. When the woman spoke, he felt a special wave extending to him. But he didn't feel any problem. It was like a gust of wind blowing by, and then there was no movement. But Liu An was sure that it was not his illusion. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Name, Zhang Shuet. Combat power rating, 1 star initial stage. Lootable item, charm, blue. Sure enough, this guy used this charm talent on him. As for why it has no effect, it is probably because the difference in mental strength is too great. Liu An turned his head and looked at the other two people. First, the man who was still blocking the front of the car. Name Lu Jianfeng. Combat power rating, 1 star initial stage. Lootable item, water affinity, yellow. Another supernatural being. Liu An turned his head and looked at the last person. Name Huang Gang. Combat power rating, none. Lootable item, survival mastery, yellow. The real world is estimated to be a master of survival. But that's all. Zhang Shuet, who was outside the window, was surprised to see Liu An didn't react. Why didn't he react? Is it because the dark-tinted windows blocked her charm? Zhang Shuet, who was unwilling to give up, immediately said again, "Handsome guy, can you give us a ride?" The next second, the car window opened. A gust of cool air blew over Zhang Shue's face, and she instantly felt refreshed. When Zhang Shue saw Liu An's appearance, her legs tightened. More than just a handsome guy. Or the kind that just fits her heart. I didn't see Liu An's appearance clearly before, mainly because the car was covered with dark heat-insulating film all around, and the sun was very strong outside, so I couldn't see the situation inside the car at all. Then, I saw the wet coke in Liu An's hand. Zhang Shui was stunned, with only one thought in her mind. Chilled, definitely chilled. I swallowed subconsciously, shocked as to why the other person could live so comfortably. Unlike her, she was sweating so much that her body was sticky and dirty. Random thoughts arose instantly and finally turned into a thought. Get in the car. She must get in this car. She also wants to enjoy the air conditioning and drink Coke. Even if you can get on the bus and eat something hot, that's not a problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Shui bent down again, showing her characteristics while using her special abilities. The charming voice sounded again, "Handsome guy, can you give us a ride?" Just as Zhang Shui was imagining herself enjoying the air conditioning and drinking Coke, Liu An stretched out a black object. It touched Zhang Shui's forehead. He pushed Zhang Shui out of the car window. "It's the Desert Eagle. Get out!" Liu An's cold voice rang out. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Zhang Shui's forehead, and she felt unbelievable in her heart. Why didn't the other party react to her charm? Impossible. Even if it was a gay man, she was confident that she could straighten him out with her charm. But what is happening now? Are we just going to give up air conditioning and iced cola? No, she had to get in this car. Zhang Shui, who refused to give up, immediately used all her strength to exert her charm, and even her voice contained the power of charm. She will definitely be able to do it this time. Brother, I'm really so cute. Bang! With a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in Zhang Shui's forehead, and the back of her head exploded directly, splashing all over Huang Gang who was standing next to her. Zhang Shui's eyes were full of disbelief. She didn't expect that the other party would open fire without saying a word. This was not the case in her rehearsal. With a strong sense of disbelief, Zhang Shui fell to the bottom. Die. Liu An's eyes remained calm. He had already warned the other party, but he still sought death himself. So don't blame him. Liu An set his eyes on Huang Gang. Huang Gang just stood there stupidly, his face covered with blood. His mind was blank at this moment. Shuer, you killed Shuer, you deserve to die. The next second, a water arrow appeared out of thin air in front of Liu Jianfeng and suddenly shot towards Liu An in the driver's seat. Bang! The water arrow hit the front windshield as Liu An had a playful expression on his face. Then, there was a slight sound. The glass was intact, but the water arrow turned into a pile of water. Swish, swish. The automatic wipers sensed the rain and started automatically. They wiped away the water stains on the windshield. This. The man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the car's glass was bulletproof. Liu An's eyes turned cold, and he decisively switched to manual mode and stepped on the accelerator. Bang! Liu Jianfeng was instantly pulled under the car. Oh, my legs, my legs! A scream was heard, but the next second, he could no longer scream. The car's chassis is not high, and people cannot escape from underneath it. Therefore, Liu An dragged Liu Jianfeng for more than 10 meters before stopping the car. Chapter 56. Liu An opened the car door, got out with Desert Eagle in hand, and walked to the front of the car. At this time, Liu Jianfeng was already unconscious, with blood all over his legs and buttocks. Bang! Looking at the unconscious Liu Jianfeng, Liu An decisively shot him to death. A ball of yellow light floated out. Liu An kicked it and the entry was directly absorbed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Liu An disappeared instantly without thinking. Earth escape! Boom! With a loud bang, the car suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of fire. Liu An's figure appeared more than 10 meters away, looking at the bombed car with a gloomy face. Da-da-da-da! Ah! A gunshot and a scream came from Zhang Shui's place. Turning his head, he saw 3 mechanical beasts appearing at Huang Gang's location at some point. Huang Gang had already fallen to the ground, with blood all over the floor. Liu An looked at several mechanical beasts. They had metal skeletons all over their bodies, wolf-like appearance, and 2 rows of machine gun muzzles on their shoulders. The most special thing was their backs. There was a black weapon similar to a bazooka on his back. This shape looks familiar. Liu An couldn't help but reveal a hint of thought in his eyes. The next second, as if he thought of something, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this Garuruman? I think its name is something like Final Crossbow Garuruman. Oh my goodness, Digimon has come in. But Liu An still opened his insight towards the 3 mechanical beasts. Name, Mechanical Wolf. Combat Power Rating, 1 star early stage. Lootable entries, Machine Thinking, Yellow, Mechanical Heart, Yellow. On the other side, after the 3 mechanical Garurus dealt with Huang Gang, they locked onto Liu An and then all entered berserk mode. Countless bullets poured down towards Liu An, with a few artillery shells mixed in. The hail of bullets formed a dense metal net, locking Liu An from all sides and above. Boom! There was an explosion, dust filled the air and the ground shook. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a big hole was blasted out where Liu An was. A string of data floated through the red electronic eyes of the 3 mechanical Garurumans. Finally, a judgment is made that the target is dead. The 3 machine Garuruman then put away their weapons. Next, it's my turn. Liu An's voice suddenly sounded from behind the mechanical beast. As he finished speaking, a red blade light quickly flashed across the bodies of the 3 mechanical beasts. The 3 mechanical beasts suddenly stopped, arcs of electricity burst out of their bodies, and their bodies broke into 2 and slid to the ground. They're so damn poor that they don't even give me a single card. Liu An couldn't help but complain as he looked at the pile of mechanical parts. I lost a car and got nothing in return. Blood loss. Think about Han Yu, 2 cards popped out when he killed 2. Look at him again, this hand is not ordinary black. Subconsciously, I looked at my hands. Is it because I didn't wash my hands before going to the toilet? Shaking his head, Liu An came to Zhang Shui and absorbed the charm entry. Although he doesn't need to charm anyone, it's always good to have too many things. As for Huang Gang, since he was not killed by Liu An, his entry did not explode. Ding! The number of entries has reached 20, the entry recycling function is enabled. Term recycling, you can recycle redundant terms and convert them into term points. White entries can be exchanged for 1 entry point. Yellow entries can be exchanged for 2 entry points. Blue entries can be exchanged for 3 entry points. Purple entries can be exchanged for 4 entry points. A piece of information about entry recycling appeared in Liu An's mind. Liu An was overjoyed. He was just worrying about not having enough entry points, but he didn't expect that a solution would come up. After quickly digesting the recycling-related information, Liu An secretly felt that the bug was no longer a problem. When Liu An learned that the entry could be recycled, an idea popped into his mind involuntarily. Plunder plus recycling plus plunder plus recycling equals infinite entry points. Previously, the same item could not be absorbed repeatedly, but now, he can absorb and recycle at the same time. Then he would have endless entry points. Unfortunately, there is a requirement in the information given. Each entry can only be recycled once. This requirement alone put an end to Liu An's previous fantasy. As expected, there was no such thing as a system bug. However, even if it is just one time, there is still a lot of room for control. For example, the mechanical heart and machine mind this time can be recycled and then plundered for new ones. He. Thinking of this, Liu An began to consider which one to return to. After some screening, 3 entries were recovered. They are Bloodthirsty Recovery, blue, Taoist Genius, white, Feng Shui Master, blue, and Charm, blue. With Super Recovery, this Bloodthirsty Recovery is a bit redundant. There is no need for a Taoist Genius, as he does not practice Taoism. Feng Shui Master, this thing can only be used to look at low-level Feng Shui. It is of no use. I will definitely recycle it. As for Charm, which woman needs his charm? What's the point of seducing a woman? A woman will only affect the speed at which he plunders entries. Recovered entries, 3 blue and 1 white, entry points obtained, 10, remaining entry points 13 points, originally 2 points remaining, it was early morning when entering, and 1 point was refreshed, a total of 3 points. There are 13 entry points remaining. Liu An has never accumulated so many entries. It must be used now. I can't wait even a second, let me merge a few entries first. Ice control, purple, plus water affinity, yellow, equals extreme cold control, purple. Extraordinary body, blue, plus energy resistance, blue, plus immunity to all poisons, blue, plus super recovery, blue, plus super hearing, yellow, plus olfactory perception, blue, equals super divine body, blue. Control of extreme cold, purple has a strong affinity and control over water and ice elements. Use water and ice abilities to reduce consumption and increase recovery. Super God body, blue possesses super speed, strength, defense, recovery, and super 5 senses. Immune to poison and thermal weapons. Reduces energy damage by 50%. After these operations, Liu An directly consumed 12 entry points. The entire entry column has also shrunk significantly, and looks much cleaner. The most unexpected thing was the appearance of the super divine body, which directly gave Liu An a 10-point increase in physical fitness. My physical fitness jumped directly from 118 to 128, which was an unexpected surprise. Name, Liu An. Strength, 114. Constitution, 128. Speed, 123. Spirit, 100. Talents, Eye of Insight, Gold, Zombie Breath, Purple, Dimensional Space, Purple, Blood Tracking, Yellow, Super God Body, Blue, Extreme Cold Control, Purple, Affinity with the Earth, Purple, Psychic Pardon, Blue, Mechanical Heart, Purple, Machine Mind, Blue. Entry Upgrade Points, 1 point refreshed daily. Kill Value, 152 points. Free Attribute, 10 points. Combat Power Rating, 4 stars early stage. Chapter 57. The super divine body cannot be tested, but the control of ice can be tested. A few minutes later, Liu An showed a satisfied smile. Yes, 1 plus 1 is better than 2. The current ice control consumes about 3 times less energy than before, and the temperature is even lower, reaching minus 200 degrees Celsius. The recovery speed has doubled. Everything is moving in a, well, good direction. Afterwards, Liu An set off again. This time I don't have a car, so I can only ride my own amphibious motorcycle. Put on sunglasses and your charm will be fully revealed. This session lasted half an hour. In the process, Liu An encountered many robots and killed them decisively. 3 more cards popped. This is not the biggest gain. The biggest gain is the entry points. Liu An's entry points increased from 1 point to 8 points. It's because Liu An recovered the mechanical heart, purple, and machine thinking, blue. These 2 talents were taken back from another new T800. All in all, I made a net profit of 7 entry points. Sure enough, it's still fun to fix the bug. With 8 entry points Liu An can upgrade 2 blue entries to purple, or upgrade a purple entry to red. Liu An thought about it and finally decided to use it in his own dimensional space. Ice control is enough for now. The dimensional space is the basis of his survival in his previous life, and Liu An has a special feeling for it. In the past, it was not easy to obtain entry points, and you could only upgrade the ones that were immediately visible and needed urgently. Now there is another way to obtain entries. Now that you are wealthy, you should naturally indulge your talents again. Set a small goal, turn the dimension space into gold. Dimensional space, purple, dimensional space, red, consumes 8 entry points, remaining entry points 0. Dimensional space, red initially, it has an independent space of 40 cubic meters. The entrance and exit of the space can be opened at will within a range of 10 meters. Living things can be temporarily stored for 10 minutes. The player can enter the dimensional space and stay for 10 minutes. The storage time did not change, but there was an additional item that allowed Liu An to enter the dimensional space himself. Before, Liu An could only let others in, and he could only see through his mind. Now I can finally go in by myself. As he thought about it, Liu An's figure disappeared from the spot. This time it was not a burrow into the earth, but entering his own dimensional space. Liu An suddenly appeared in a silvery white space, looking around curiously. Although I don't know how many times I look at it mentally every day, this is the first time I have seen it. After looking at it for a few seconds, he withdrew his gaze. With a thought, a rotating circle appeared in front of Liu An. The ring is like an observation window. Through the ring, Liu An can clearly see the outside world. It can even make the ring move. But the movement range is limited to 10 meters. Within a range of 10 meters, he can open an observation window anywhere, even underground. After thinking about it, Liu An stretched out his hand and felt the scorching heat of the sun outside, and he was happy. Isn't this Feng Xian's 100-step divine fist? It seems that I will have to add some strength attributes in the future. A punch to the opponent's head from a distance, and the opponent doesn't even know who did it. It is a must-have skill for sneak attacks and stun attacks. Not bad, not bad. After playing for a while, Liu An left the dimensional space. Looking at the city ruins not far away, Liu An approached quickly. He drove into the city in a flash. As soon as I entered, I met a mechanical dog. Looking at the mechanical dog rushing towards him, Liu An suddenly punched the air with his right hand. The fist suddenly disappeared into the void. The next second, the fist appeared from the side of the mechanical dog and hit the mechanical dog's neck hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the mechanical dog's neck was broken directly, and it fell to the ground with a burst of sparks and lightning. The electronic eye went out. Liu An was not very satisfied. He was actually aiming at the robot dog's head, but ended up hitting its neck instead. This is not accurate. You need to practice well. Thinking of this, Liu An put away his motorcycle and strolled around the city as if taking a walk. When encountering mechanical monsters, use dimensional space to deal with them. Proficient in the use of the 10-step Divine Fist. Liu An stopped when turning a street. Just because there were densely packed robots in front of me, at a glance I saw T-800, mechanical dogs, mechanical werewolves, all kinds of models. Unfortunately, the entries for these robots are all the same, they just differ in grade. It is probably due to man-made reasons. The moment they saw Liu An, all the robots locked onto him, and the next second, gunfire rang out. Da-da-da-da-da. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless bullets and shells cut through the streets and reached Liu An in an instant. Then, the air twisted and disappeared. The fire lasted for 3 minutes before it stopped. The robots' brains froze as they looked at Liu An, who was safe and sound in the field. There is no way anyone could resist this kind of attack in their machine programming. But the man in front of him not only blocked it, but was also unharmed. This is unscientific. Hehe, are you surprised? Surprised? Don't worry, the surprise is yet to come. Liu An grinned, and the air in front of him twisted again. Countless ammunition suddenly appeared and bombarded the mechanical army. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden earthquake, and the fire and explosion completely covered the mechanical army. At this moment, a T-800 leaped out from the flames of the explosion, bearing the attack. Then came the second one, the third one. After a while, most of the T-800s escaped, and only a few unlucky ones had their data cables cut by artillery shells. After appearing, although these T-800s still didn't know where the ammunition came from, their combat thinking told them that the bullets could not hurt the target and they could only fight in close combat. The T-800s changed their battle strategies one after another and rushed towards Liu An. Liu An grinned. He was not afraid of close combat. He raised his feet and walked forward slowly. Although not many T-800s died in this wave, all the mechanical dogs and mechanical werewolves were killed. He saw quite a few cards. Don't waste it. The fastest T-800 had already pounced in front of Liu An. Liu An threw a punch, and the fist disappeared, but a fist appeared on the side of T-800's head and hit him hard on the head, knocking him away. This is just the beginning. With a large number of T-800s in close combat, Liu An finally showed his current strength. One punch sent one flying, and one kick sent one flying. All the robots that flew backwards turned into ice sculptures. You have to know that this is a T-800 robot. Each of them is unmatched by ordinary people in terms of strength and speed. Even so, meeting Liu An was like a child meeting an adult. Easy to handle. This scene reminded Liu An of a movie, Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. You know what, it really does have that flavor. Just replace the enemies with robots. Even if some of the punches missed and hit Liu An, he didn't cause any harm. It couldn't even slow down Liu An's progress. Liu An walked forward leisurely step by step, collecting cards from time to time. It is in stark contrast to the ferocious T-800. Chapter 58. Just when they were enjoying the killing, all the T-800s suddenly stopped attacking, contrary to their usual behavior. Then, the abdominal cavity was opened and a black rectangular object was taken out from it, with faint arcs of electricity or green light flowing on it. The next second, the T-800s threw the black rectangle towards Liu An. Liu An saw this scene for the first time and his pupil shrank. FK. Nuclear batteries. You guys have no moral principles. Liu An opened the entrance to the dimensional space without even thinking about it, and put the nuclear energy battery into the dimensional space. This is a powerful weapon, and the power of each explosion is comparable to that of a small mushroom head. Only after receiving all of them did Liu An breathe a sigh of relief. If these things were allowed to land, the consequences would be bang, bang, bang. Just as he was thinking this, two black objects rolled from behind him to his feet. I took a subconscious glance. Liu An's hair stood on end. This black object is a nuclear battery. Crack! How come there is one behind? Cursing inwardly, Liu An took a step forward without thinking, and his figure twisted and disappeared in an instant. Boom boom boom! Two dazzling white lights lit up, like the rising sun, and then the light became brighter and brighter, even the sun was obscured by its brilliance. Then two miniature mushroom clouds rose. Because the explosion points were too dense, all the power gathered together and turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Wherever the shock wave of the explosion passed, all the streets and houses were razed to the ground as if they had been weathered. The sandstorm centered on the city and rolled towards the surrounding desert. It took a full minute for the blinding light to disappear, but the smoke and dust were still spreading. In the air, countless black flocks like goose feathers were floating in the sky. It is nuclear dust, also called radioactive fallout. Once infected, it will cause terrible radiation damage to the body's immune system. As the smoke dissipated, the scene on the field was revealed. There was no street left at the scene, only a big pit. After a few minutes, Liu An's figure appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the scene in front of me, I felt a little scared. Fortunately, he hid in the dimensional space in time, otherwise, with such destructive power, whoever came would be on his knees. As for the nuclear dust floating in the sky, Liu An was not worried at all. At worst, you can just step on the ground to restore your energy to full. But then, Liu An felt heartbroken. That's good. All the cards are gone. Liu An stepped on the ground and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, the entire chat channel exploded. Countless people saw the huge mushroom cloud. FK, who put that little mushroom head? I was hiding in the temporary toilet to take a shit. Could you have imagined that the toilet would disappear while I was taking a shit? Which boss invested in the mushroom? If you're a survivor, that's awesome. With just one mushroom head, you can kill so many robots. You'll get a lot of rewards. Do you think it's possible that the T-800 is carrying a nuclear power battery? Impossible. Who can force T-800 to attack with a nuclear battery? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's true. Is there anyone who wants to go to the nuclear explosion area with me? Maybe there are some good things to pick up. If you miss, then go ahead. Do you think nuclear radiation is a joke? Someone come and save me, I've been captured by robots. Now they want to transform me into a cyborg. FK, buddy, don't be ridiculous. Robots kill people on sight. They even want to transform you. You're overthinking it. I saw with my own eyes that a person was dismembered by them, and then the body was replaced with metal accessories. Moreover, the spatial pattern on the other person's wrist disappeared. If you hadn't said the last sentence, I would have believed it. Let me give you some general knowledge. The entrance to the space will never disappear. I saw with my own eyes that after a person's wrist was broken, the pattern automatically moved to another area of the body. Therefore, the pattern will never disappear. Really, his whole body was torn apart, there is absolutely no spatial pattern, it is really gone. I don't want to be a robot, who can save me? If I could really become a robot, I would like to. Preferably T-1000. I can become whoever I want. Female or male is fine. He. Upstairs, there's something wrong with you. As we were chatting, the building started to tilt. Or the kind that can never be straightened out. Liu An also paid attention to the news about the transformation in the chat channel. Liu An frowned slightly, he knew the other party was not lying. The spatial pattern will disappear, and once it disappears, it means that the opponent will never be able to leave the space again. There are only two ways to make the pattern disappear. The first is to change the camp and turn it into a monster. The second is death. He almost forgot that robots would transform humans. Not everyone is worthy of transformation. The robot will select some strong guys to undergo mechanical transformation. To put it bluntly, only those who evolve are worthy of their transformation. This information was ignored before. If this is the case, can he turn the tables? Liu An has been walking for nearly 10 minutes since the nuclear explosion, but he hasn't seen a single robot. I wonder if he is thinking of some new tricks. Moreover, this method of searching for robots everywhere is too slow. Can you be caught by them and taken to the transformation factory? There should be a lot of robots in the transformation workshop. The more I thought about Liu An, the more I felt there was a way forward. Next, let's find a robot to try. Liu An just rode his motorcycle and started wandering around the streets. Honk the horn from time to time, trying to attract the robot's attention. It was not until another 10 minutes later that Liu An encountered a T-800 again. Liu An had a feeling of seeing loved ones in a time. This year, it is not easy for attention. It's too difficult if readers don't give good reviews. When two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. 1 minute later, Liu An fell into unconsciousness. As expected, he was taken away by T-800. Although in the T-800 program, it feels a bit too smooth. But a machine is a machine, there is no doubt about whether it is completed or not. He decisively put Liu An on his motorcycle, got on the motorcycle and left. It took more than half an hour before Liu An was taken to an industrial park. Teams of robots patrol the park from time to time. There are 8 guards at the door alone. This made Liu An, who secretly observed everything. Big fish is definitely a big fish. T-800 brought Liu An all the way to a room without any obstruction, tied Liu An to an operating table, and then turned and left. Just after the door was closed, metal pipes suddenly appeared on the wall, and a burst of white smoke spewed out from them. Liu An opened his eyes and stood up decisively. The destination has been reached, so there is no need to install it again. He is not a masochist, so he has to let the robot play with him. After standing up, Liu An looked around. This is a room with 3 metal sides and a huge glass side. Since you can't see outside through the glass, it is most likely one way. The rest is nothing special. Seeing the white mist begin to spread, Liu An raised his foot and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the glass. The upgraded dimensional space is definitely a magical skill for jailbreaking. Chapter 59. Outside was a metal corridor. Turning back, I could see the scene inside through the glass. There were other rooms on both sides of the room where Liu An was, one next to the other, extending to the end of the corridor. Liu An flashed to the outside of the next room and saw the scene inside through the glass. An operating table with a dismembered person lying on it. Several robotic arms were holding metal parts and replacing them with each other. A row of information is displayed in the upper left corner of the glass. Heartbeat is normal, blood pressure is normal, brain activity is normal, and the transformation is 40% complete. But at this moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of the dismembered body, and the blood splashed onto the glass. Then, all the mechanical arms paused and stopped moving. A row of red letters appeared on the glass. Transformation progress 42%, test failed, reason for failure, rejection, target dead, destroyed immediately. The font flashed for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. Then, the mechanical arms retracted one by one, and a flame suddenly rose from the operating table. The human body was instantly burned. When the flames came into his eyes, Liu An showed a hint of heartache. This was a blank entry, but it disappeared from his sight in the few seconds he spent observing it. The man was dismembered but not dead yet. Liu An was just about to look at his entry when he died. Liu An's eyes flashed, and he thought of a way to obtain the entry. Rather than being mechanically modified, first living a life worse than death and then dying, it would be better for him to end the other person's life. Inherit their flowers, entries, and continue to shine. Thinking of this, Liu An was no longer in a hurry to look for the monster and walked quickly to the next room. To Liu An's surprise, the room was empty. Continue. The next room is not empty. Inside was a dark-haired woman. At this time, the woman was sitting on the operating table, half metal and half human, with pieces of epidermal tissue attached to the metal skeleton. Liu An saw this and found it very strange. He glanced at the words on the observation window. The transformation is 90% complete, the rejection reaction is normal, and the epidermal tissue is being implanted. This degree of transformation has already made it into a machine, but I don't know if there is any difference in the entries. Liu An threw out an insight. Name, TH Transformer Zhou Qi. Combat Power Rating, 1 star late stage. Lootable entries, none. As expected, for a nearly complete transformation like this, except for the main organs, everything else has been replaced with machines. As for the original special talents, they naturally disappeared with the transformation. It seems that I still have to find something that is not yet completed. With the screening criteria in mind, Liu An quickly walked through the rooms, and in the end, he only got 3 entries. The others either didn't make it in time or the renovation exceeded 50%. Liu An discovered that as long as the transformation exceeded 50%, the talent entry would disappear. Liu An could only sigh inwardly, these machines acted too quickly. However, getting 3 entries is pretty good. Mechanical Master, Blue, you have an unparalleled talent for machinery. You can quickly understand any mechanical product in your hands. Metallization, Blue, after use, the whole body can be metallized, giving it powerful defense. Super Imitation, Yellow can imitate anyone's voice. After absorbing the 3 entries, Liu An left the transformation area. Not long after walking, Liu An stopped in an aisle. Turning his head to look at the glass window on the side, his eyes widened a lot, as if there was a light shining in Liu An's eyes. That was the light that was about to shine. Behind the glass is an arsenal. Countless T-800s were manufactured like an assembly line and arranged in square arrays below. Neat and tidy. But the next second, Liu An found something wrong. The electronic eyes of these T-800s are all black, and the space on their chests where the nuclear batteries are loaded is empty. It is obvious that these robots are temporarily inactive. Liu An was speechless. I took off my pants and ended up giving me this. What's the difference between an inactivated T-800 and a pile of scrap metal? So many robots must not be wasted. Just as I turned a corner, I ran head-on into a team of patrolling robots. The leading robot's electronic eyes shrank for a moment, and then it suddenly raised the weapon in its hand and aimed it at Liu An. Detected an intruder, activated the alarm, and captured the intruder. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire corridor suddenly burst into red light. At the same time, the alarm sounded. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the bullet flew out of the gun and headed straight for Liu An's thigh. Liu An moved forward slowly, and the bullet disappeared in front of Liu An. There is only one aisle here, just guard the front. Dimensional space is most suitable for use in places like this. At the same time, 3 thumb-thick blue rays shot out from Liu An's hands. Freeze ray! Wherever the blue light passed, the air seemed to solidify and frost began to appear on the walls. The blue light instantly passed over the bodies of the patrol robots. The next second, the robots' movements began to slow down, their metal skeletons began to turn white, and finally turned into ice sculptures. A laser knife appeared in Liu An's hand, and he appeared in front of the ice sculptures in a few flashes. Then, the massacre began like chopping melons and vegetables. 1 knife each. All the heads fell off. A white card popped out. An electromagnetic pulse gun, it has 100 built-in pulse bullets, which has powerful interference and lethality against mechanical products. Wow! Unexpectedly, a magical weapon that can fight against robots was discovered. However, Liu An didn't need it, so he better exchanged it. Putting away the cards, Liu An picked up a robot's head and fiddled with it for a while. Then a picture was projected into the void. There is a huge map on the screen. It is the topographic map of the area where Liu An is located. Seeing the map, Liu An grinned. This mechanical master's entry is pretty good. The next second, a large red dot appeared on the map, marking Liu An's location. After waiting for a few seconds, I saw densely packed small red dots beginning to appear on the map. The small red dots moved quickly on the map, moving closer to Liu An's big red dot. It is the patrol robot of the base. Liu An took a quick glance and paid no more attention. Instead, he scanned the map back and forth, looking for the place in his heart. Main control room. As long as we find the main control room, we can have as many robots as we want, right? After a moment, Liu An's eyes were fixed on an area. The main control room is marked on the topographic map. After noting the route, Liu An kicked the robot's head off and quickly disappeared into the corridor. In the next 10 minutes, he encountered several waves of robots, but Liu An had no time to waste on them. Quickly deal with the opponent and continue to move quickly towards the control room. When he arrived at the passage in front of the control room, Liu An stopped. This is a metal passage about 100 meters long, and the control room is at the end of the passage. But the strange thing is that there are no robots here. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, the control room is the most important place in the base, so it is impossible that there are no security measures, unless there is a problem with this channel. After thinking about it, Liu An took out a stone pillar from the space and threw it into the passage. Whoosh! The stone pillar flew into the passage safely, and the imagined attack did not occur. Liu An was stunned. Was he overthinking? But just when the stone pier flew halfway through the passage, the front and back glass doors of the entire passage suddenly closed. White lights lit up in the corridor. Cut towards the stone squat at a rapid speed. In an instant, the stone squat broke into dozens of pieces and fell to the ground. The glass door opened again, as if nothing had happened. It looks like my door is always open. Liu An showed a sneer on his face. No wonder there are no guards here, it turns out this is our support. He knew that the laser channel, which is a must-have in science fiction movies, must be here. Although it's old-fashioned, it's unstoppable and effective. Most people would not be able to get through this, but unfortunately, Liu An is not an ordinary person. Chapter 60. He took a step forward and appeared 10 meters away again. Without any pause, he took another step forward, another 10 meters. One of the uses of dimensional space. If used well, it can be used as a flash. Halfway through, the laser channel lit up as promised, but before it reached Liu An had already appeared 10 meters away. Liu An passed the 100-meter death zone directly in such a nearly instantaneous manner. Strolling around the garden the whole time. Looking at the tightly closed door, Liu An took another step and entered. What you see is an empty space, the center of which is surrounded by a huge piece of glass. Inside is the control console. Tap tap tap. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded. Liu An turned his head and saw 4 people walking out from 4 corners. 2 men and 2 women. There was a flash of golden light in Liu An's eyes. Name, T1000 Liquid Metal Combat Robot. Combat Power Rating, Late 2 stars. Lootable entries, Mechanical Heart, Purple, Machine Mind, Blue. All 4 of them are liquid metal robots. Why haven't I heard of T1000 in my previous life? As soon as this idea came to mind, Liu An figured it out. I've never heard of anyone being able to sneak into the main control room without being discovered in my previous life. It seems that these 4 T1000s should be the last guarding force of the main control room. Just as Liu An was thinking, 4 T1000s took a big step and started running towards him. During the journey, the 4 people's arms began to move and change. Finally it turned into 4 weapons. They are a pair of double swords, a pair of double spears, a pair of sickles and a pair of double axes. Looking at these 4 T1000s, Liu An threw out 4 extremely cold entanglements. Then, 4 ice sculptures appeared. Facing T1000, Liu An really had no good way to kill it, but freezing it was as easy as eating and drinking. After freezing these 4 guys, Liu An moved his mind and put them into the dimensional space. Robots have no breath of life and are not living things, so the dimensional space can preserve them permanently. The same is true for T800. But there is no need to do this when facing T800, just kill it and explode the card. But there is no way to kill T1000 for now, let's find the high temperature furnace first. Afterwards, Liu An came to the center console without any obstruction. As for blocking the glass, that's just one step. Just as Liu An entered, the main control center projected a 3-dimensional T800 image. A series of mechanical sounds followed. Scanning identity. No identity information was scanned, please authenticate. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm print appeared on the operating table, something similar to a palm print scanner. Looking at the control panel without any operating buttons, Liu An fell silent. This is completely different from what I imagined. Originally, in his imagination, he could go to the control room, do some operations, and then directly control the entire base. Then we have as many T800 as you want. It is entirely possible to let these T800s line up to die. But no matter how much I planned, I didn't expect that there were no control buttons in the control room. Instead, identification information is required. But even if we randomly find a robot to identify it, what good will it do if it succeeds? Ordinary robots certainly do not have the authority to control the base. Ultimately, they were unable to take control of the base. After thinking about it, Liu An took out a T800 head and fiddled with it for a few times. A projection appeared in the void again. Liu An needs to know where the base's host is. If you want to take control of the base now, there is only one way, which is to reset the host system. Just like a computer, rebuilding the system can solve 99% of the problems. Moreover, the new system is as pure as paper and does not require any passwords at all. Although the system of this base cannot be reprogrammed, it should be possible to reset it. The image in the projection flickered and finally stopped in one area. After Liu An saw clearly, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the host was right below the control room. There is an empty space below it, which is where the host is located. But there is no entrance, it is a completely enclosed place. But this did not pose a problem for Liu An. Things are simple from then on. Liu An opened the dimensional space and directly entered the host space. 3 minutes later, the base's circuit was suddenly interrupted and all engineering robots stopped moving. It's like a system crash. But a minute later everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only Liu An grinned as he looked at the reset center console. There is no identity verification at this point, which means that as long as someone can sneak in, they can take control of the base. Of course, it's not that easy to get in. Not to mention the laser channels, the main control room door and this layer of glass protection alone can block 99% of intruders. Identity binding is successful, you are now the only person with authority over the base. This was the first command Liu An gave to the other party after resetting the host. Introduce the situation of the base. Liu An moved out a bench and sat down, proudly giving the second order. Okay. This is Machine Factory number 6, a new type of factory that integrates research and development, production, transformation, arrest, and detention. The factory covers a total area of 100,000 square meters, including manufacturing room, assembly room, solid waste treatment room, maintenance room, and other areas. In addition to factory number 6, are there 7 other factories? Liu An asked. There were 8 revelations in the previous life, so it's a good time to confirm it. There are 8 other factories, a total of 9 machine factories, located in Sichuan District, Hai District, Zhong District, Jing District. Liu An frowned. This was somewhat different from what he knew. But it's not a big problem. How many T800s are there in Factory No. 6? 10,000 T800s were activated, of which 8,000 went out to carry out arrest and elimination missions, and 2,000 were guarding the base. 100,000 unactivated T800s. 100,000 units have not been activated. Why not activate all of them? Due to the insufficient production of nuclear batteries, only 3,000 T800s can be activated daily. Liu An frowned when he heard this. Only 3,000 units a day, this is too few. If we don't use nuclear batteries, but use inferior energy as batteries, how much more can we increase the number of T800s activated per day? Using secondary ordinary hydrogen batteries, 5,000 units can be activated per day. Disadvantages: the battery life is reduced to 80 years, and the characteristics are unstable and prone to explosion. Using ordinary high-energy batteries, 10,000 units can be activated per day. Disadvantages: insufficient battery life, reduced to 10 years. Using temporary energy batteries, 50,000 units can be activated daily. Disadvantages: the battery life is seriously insufficient, reduced to 1 year. Liu An was happy to get the answer from the base system. The temporary energy source can last for a year. It is not enough for the robot, but it is enough for Liu An. Afterwards, Liu An asked some more questions, and only then did he have a sufficient understanding of the entire base. Only then did a series of orders begin to be issued. We are now recalling all T800s in the market so that they can be repaired or upgraded if necessary. Set all output robots to obey my orders unconditionally. Activate the T800 robots with all your strength. All new robots will use temporary energy. At the same time, we will do our best to produce nuclear batteries and collect them. They will be useful to me. Chapter 61. Liu An's series of operations indirectly caused all the robots around base number 6 to stop their previous actions and rush back to the base. The chat channel then exploded. FK, you may not believe this. 1 minute I was being chased by a T800, and the next second it gave up and left. I believe it, because I was also about to be shot, but he suddenly stopped and left. Me too, what's going on? I said I saw dozens of T800s running wildly on the road, and they passed by me without stopping. Do you believe me? Hey, you saw it too? I saw it from a distance before and thought it was an illusion. So it's real. FK, the people upstairs, you guys are not a group here to fool me. I am still being hunted down now. That's right, my T800 is really powerful. I really believed your lies and tried it on purpose. As a result, I am being chased like a dog now. I need water. Who has water? I am dying of thirst. A bottle of mineral water and a card. Would you like one upstairs? Well, I think I can still hold on. Over the next half day, the survivors around base number 6 were surprised to find that all the robots were gone. Not only robots, there isn't even a mechanical dog. All disappeared completely. Although the survivors were confused, they were happy with it and began frantically looking for supplies and water. These things are what normal survivors pursue first. Liu An was the only one who didn't have to worry about food and water. The survivors were busy looking for supplies, and Liu An was not idle either. He changed his original plan and prepared to form a T800 army of his own. It is not possible to team up with humans, but it is possible to team up with robots. At least once the program is written, it will not betray. Of course, even if it betrays, Liu An is not afraid and can turn it into parts in minutes. Even if others control an army of machines, they can only use this space, but Liu An is different. We have a dimensional space, and we finally got a factory that can produce a lot of soldiers. How can we not produce more and take them with us? Just thinking about carrying an army with you into space is awesome. No more having to do everything by yourself. Although these robots do not report cards when killing monsters, he cannot gain any kill points. But it is still a good choice as cannon fodder, reconnaissance, search, and detection. More machines mean greater power. At the same time, Liu An also asked the base system to study and transform the new T-800. They are already our own people, so naturally we have to transform them. As for the research direction, Liu An can just copy what he knows about TX. TX has a built-in metal skeleton and external liquid metal, and can change its appearance at will. It also has a weapon system to solve the defect of having no weapons. And it can also control other machines. The perfect killing machine. As for weapons, Liu An thought about it and directly used the electronic pulse gun card. The base system was dismantled and researched, then installed on the TX, and the energy source was replaced with nuclear energy. In this way, as long as the nuclear energy is not consumed, the electron pulse gun can maintain unlimited energy. By consuming a card, Liu An could save thousands of killing points in exchange for weapons, which was a good deal for him. It's a pity that time does not permit, otherwise he could have the base develop laser weapons. If I could stay for 3 more months, it would be possible. Liu An decisively gave up this idea. At the same time, the 3 T-1000s were returned to the factory for processing. Because there is a shortage of liquid metal raw materials for modifying TX, if you want to modify TX, you can only melt T-1000. This is the result of repeated thinking. 3 were melted and 1 was left as a spare. Although T-1000 is strong, its weaknesses are also obvious. It has no long-range attack power and will fall into a state of stiffness after being injured. Until the liquid metal is completely restored. It is enough to keep one of this kind of robot. If there are more, it will be just like that. It is better to use it as the raw material of TX and produce more TX. As for the T-1000 that stayed behind, Liu An directly turned it into a kitten, and then began to pet the cat endlessly. You won't know until you start stroking, and once you start, you can't stop. Afterwards, Liu An began to set the research and development direction of TX for the base program. First, decide to obey his orders. Second, the entity is female. Third, there are laser weapon loading slots and 2 nuclear battery slots reserved in various parts of the body. I don't have any other requirements. As for the appearance, TX can change its appearance anyway, so you can change it into whatever you want. After setting the R&D direction, the base will start R&D automatically and give a R&D countdown of about 2 days. 2 days later, Liu An will be able to see the new TX robot. The 3 T-1000s that were returned to the factory also gave Liu An a small surprise. He actually gave Liu An 3 lottery cards. It seems that judging by the space, these 4 T-1000s all belong to the boss category. Now it's a good deal for Liu An. Liu An resisted the urge to return the last T-1000 to the factory and opened the blind box of 3 cards. Ding! Extraction successful, obtain a set of particle impact cannons. Ding! Extraction successful, obtain a T-800 combat robot. Ding! Extraction successful, obtain 10 pounds of supermeteorite iron. Supermeteorite, fragments of alien supermeteorites, with powerful defense and self-repair capabilities, comes with a supermagnetic field, and is immune to magnetic field attacks. Liu An decisively threw the particle impact cannon to the base system, ordering it to be disassembled and studied, and then loaded on TX. In this way, each TX has 2 powerful weapons, which are enough to deal with general situations. As for the T-800 robot, Liu An was speechless and decisively threw it to the base system. As for the last meteorite from outer space, it surprised Liu An. After thinking about it, he threw the supermeteorite to the base system. Let it be applied to the endoskeleton of the TX. In this way, the outside can be repaired with liquid metal, the internal defense can be stronger, it also has self-repair capabilities, and can prevent electromagnetic interference and other characteristics. Such a TX is even more flawless. It's his stuff anyway, so it's better if it's stronger. The transformation has come to a temporary end, and Liu An has also seen the first batch of T800s using temporary energy. He opened the eye of insight and took a look, and immediately a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the temporary energy battery did not affect the robot's rating. Even the terms haven't changed. After doing all this, it was already early morning of the next day. Ding! The second day's mission is released, find the shotgun. Chapter 62. Find a shotgun before the end of the second day. Seeing the task, Liu An fell silent. That's it. Liu An flipped his hand and a shotgun appeared in his hand. Ding! The second day's basic task of finding a shotgun is completed. Reward, 200 kill points. Okay. This task was completed, but I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. But he likes it. After completing the basic tasks, Liu An was busy getting the cards. The most direct way, trading platform. If you have a base, you don't have to worry about not having weapons on the shelves. Liu An decisively put the weapons in the factory on the trading platform. One shotgun with 10 bullets, package price 1 card, metal induction mine, 1 card, one small Gatling gun with a box of bullets, package price 2 cards, individual missile set 3 cards. They put 500 pieces of weapons and ammunition on the shelves before they stopped. It's not that Liu An doesn't want to continue, but that he has reached the upper limit of single-person submissions on the trading platform. According to the prompts in the space, each person can submit a maximum of 500 items to the trading platform each time, and any excess items cannot be posted. Liu An just learned this. There was no such information in his previous life. Either it was deliberately concealed, or no one could trigger the cap. After all, not everyone is like Liu An, who can bring things into trade. But 500 pieces are enough, and it is a no-cost business. I didn't think about taking it back. Once an item is put on the trading platform, it cannot be taken off the shelf. Either the transaction is successful and appears in the hands of both parties. Either it is not sold or it is swallowed up by the space. But for Liu An, it doesn't matter. He will sell as much as he can. He didn't lose anyway. After doing all this, Liu An began to lay down and kill monsters. He found the place where the machines were destroyed, which was a high-temperature furnace. Once the T800 falls into the furnace, it will be completely destroyed. Then, Liu An sat by the furnace, drinking ice cream while waiting for the T800 that was lined up to come forward. After being kicked by Liu An, it fell into the furnace and was destroyed. Once a card explodes, Liu An can store it into the dimensional space with just a thought. You no longer have to wait next to the cards to pick them up like in the zombie space. This method of killing monsters is too cool. The chat channel exploded. FK, I just took a nap, and when I opened my eyes, I felt that the world had changed. Which big guy robbed the gunpowder depot? The trading platform is full of firearms, ammunition, and missiles. If I had these weapons, I would kill anyone who stood in my way. How many dishes are there upstairs? You're so drunk. Go to sleep quickly. You can dream about anything. Does anyone know where to get it? I want it too. I know. If there is really a place where so many weapons can be obtained, it can only be a weapons manufacturing base or a robot manufacturing base. Base, robots still have bases. Nonsense, how else did robots come about? Do you think everyone is a monkey and jumped out of a stone? Request the location of the base. I do know, but I advise you to give up. There are T800 robots everywhere, and you are too small to handle them. Big boss, please tell me first, it would be nice if you could broaden your horizons. Well, you know the desert oasis. A few dozen kilometers south of the oasis, there is a metal city. There seems to be a number 3 written on the city gate. From a distance, I saw robots coming in and out. I guess the base is there. Oasis, I'm in a forest, and you're telling me to find an oasis in the desert. I can't help it. To be honest, I don't know where I am now. If you want to go, you can only rely on luck. I also know of a base next to a very large lake. There is also a metal city there. The number 9 is written on the door. I have one here too. I was near it when the game started and was almost killed. It's near a smoking crater. The number on the door is 1. I have one here too. You know the area where the mushroom cloud exploded. A few dozen kilometers to the east, there is also a city. The number 6 is written on the door. All of a sudden, all kinds of base information appeared in the entire chat channel. Liu An also saw this message and frowned. He said directly to the cat in his hand, connect to the base system and have him deploy 1000 T-800s to patrol and guard within 3 kilometers outside the city. A series of data flashed in the eyes of the cat transformed by T-1000, and then he replied, "Okay, Master, the order has been conveyed." Now he has regarded base number 6 as his own private territory, and he cannot easily let outsiders break in and do bad things. The time spent on killing monsters is always boring, and before we knew it, it was already the 3rd day. Ding! The 3rd day's mission is released, find the base. Find a base, before the end of the 3rd day, find and get within 100 meters of a robot base. Ding! The 3rd day's basic task of finding a base is completed. Reward, 300 kill points. The mission was completed unexpectedly. It was so sudden that Liu An hadn't even finished reading the task content before it was completed. He raised his foot again and kicked a T-800 into the smelting furnace. This feeling of lying flat, he only wanted to say one word. Cool. At the same time, at the crater near base number 1. Inside the crater, dozens of meters down, 2 people were hanging inside the crater, placing a black object. Below them was the rolling red magma. The steaming heat had already made the 2 men sweat. Their clothes were completely soaked and stuck to their bodies. Both of them had a vine of unknown plant wrapped around their waists, and the vine extended upwards to the outside of the crater. About 10 meters outside the crater, where the vines end, a middle-aged man is pressing his hands on the place where the vines break through the soil. A green light appeared on his hand. It was obvious that the vine belonged to the man's supernatural power. Or it could be said that it was stimulated by the man's supernatural powers. At the same time, there was a big wavy woman lying on the crater. The woman was now constantly looking into the crater. FK, ask them if they can hurry up, I'm using too much energy here. Another minute passed, and the middle-aged man couldn't help but said to the woman at the crater. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately shouted into the volcano, "How are you guys? Are you okay? Okay, pull us up quickly." Soon, a faint echo came from below. The woman narrowed her eyes when she heard that, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Just bear with it, they said it will be done soon." Damn! The middle-aged man cursed upon hearing this and had to continue outputting energy to maintain the vines. At this moment, a silver light flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked at the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a dagger rose from the ground behind the middle-aged man. The dagger floated silently behind the man. Chapter 63. The middle-aged man knew nothing about this. When he saw the woman looking at him, he immediately said, "FK, what are you looking at me for? Go check on them and hurry them up. I can't hold on any longer." The woman tidied her messy hair, raised her index finger to her mouth, slightly opened her red lips, and slowly replied, "Don't worry, just hold on, it will be fine soon." Charming for a moment. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva when he saw this, but still cursed, "FK, why are you being so naughty at this time? Hurry up." Puff. The next second, a sound that penetrated the flesh was heard. A metal dagger pierced into the middle-aged man's back as fast as lightning, and the tip of the knife came out of his chest. It gave me a chill all over my body. The middle-aged man looked down at his chest in disbelief, then looked at the woman. You have supernatural powers. Aren't you a newcomer? Haha, I didn't say I'm a newcomer. It's just what you think. I entered the space when it was first opened. The woman answered while walking towards the man. The man's body went limp and he fell to his knees. His hands also broke free from the vines. The next second, the vines shrank rapidly and then suddenly broke. 2 screams were faintly heard from the crater. But neither the woman nor the man paid any attention to the movement in the crater. The man spat out blood and said, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Haha, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Huang Xinlan. I'm ranked 2nd in the first space, and 7th in the second space. The woman walked slowly to the man, squatted down, and didn't care that her neckline was exposed. He fumbled around on the man's body and found something that looked like a remote control. Of course it's for this. After all, one less person means less kill points, right? The woman stood up and stretched out her hand towards the seriously injured man, and the man unexpectedly flew up into the air. Slowly moved towards the crater. No, please, I don't want to die. The man began to beg for mercy, but to no avail. 10 seconds later, the man's body sank into the lava and disappeared. Huang Xinlan turned her head and looked at the metal city at the foot of the mountain, and the smile on her face became even wider. I only got 7th last time. I let you take the lead. But this time, first place is mine. He muttered to himself, then turned around and went down the mountain. Half an hour later, Huang Xinlan went down the mountain and after searching for a while, she found 3 motorcycles. It's exactly what they used when they came. After getting on the motorcycle, Huang Xinlan took out the remote control and pressed the only button. Then he threw the remote control, started the car, and started moving away from the volcano. A minute later, 2 small mushroom clouds suddenly exploded at the volcano. Then, a red light shot up into the sky. Countless red magma was blown out. When the mushroom cloud disappeared, it was seen that a big hole had been blown out of the crater. The location of the cave entrance is exactly aimed at base number 1 at the foot of the mountain. The fiery red magma quickly overflowed from the gap in the volcano, destroying all life and engulfing everything wherever it passed. In 10 minutes, they had reached the foot of the mountain and were still rapidly spreading towards base number 1. At this time, the alarm bells were ringing in base number 1. But facing this kind of natural disaster, even a strong one like T800 was powerless. Once it came into contact with the magma, it was instantly swallowed up. If it is for a short period of time, T800 can still resist. The temperature of the magma is only about 1300 degrees, which is not enough to melt the T800 directly. But the magma was too wide and kept rolling, so there was no way to escape. As time went on, the T800 could not escape the fate of being burned. Half an hour later, base number 1 was submerged under magma. This sudden disaster not only killed many robots, but also many survivors nearby who were unable to escape. The chat channel was full of insults. We are not stupid. When we see the mushroom cloud in the crater, we know it is definitely man-made. The word heartless is used to describe the instigator. Huang Xinlan stood on another mountain top, watching the disaster below with a smile. A breeze blew past him. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were full of indifference. Now, my kill value is definitely number 1. Killing a T800 at the same level will earn you 4 kill points. But she is only rated 1 star, which is a cross-level kill. Each T800 can obtain 8 kill points. 1000 is 8000, 10,000 is 80,000, this wave is about to take off. Huang Xinlan looked at her kill value proudly. But the next second, his expression froze in place. Afterwards, his face gradually turned darker and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Impossible, how could there be no change at all? Impossible, why is there no killing value? Why? Her kill value didn't increase at all. Damn it! Why is there no kill value added? So what's the point of her efforts?" If Liu An knew all this, he would definitely sneer and call him a fool. Do you really think there will be such a big hole in space? You haven't even figured out the rules of space, yet you're still messing around. Just pressed a detonator, and then the nuclear explosion went off. If a monster is killed directly by the explosion, the kill value will indeed be counted. But the explosion only blew open the crater, and eventually magma flowed out, which led to the destruction of base number 1. If we really want to calculate the killing value, it should be counted on the magma head or even the volcano head. No matter how big your head is, it is not as big as hers. There are several stages in between, and you still want the kill points? Go to sleep, dreams can hold anything. At the moment when base number 1 was destroyed, the robot cat at Liu An's feet suddenly stood up and told Liu An unbelievable news. "Master, base number 1 has been destroyed." "What? What's going on?" Liu An's face changed and he said in shock. "How is it possible that base number 1 is destroyed? Who did it? Why was there no news about it in the past?" What frightened Liu An was not the destruction of base number 1, but the discrepancy between what he knew and what he knew. Is it the butterfly effect? Wait, of the 8 bases he knew about before, could it be that because one was destroyed, he overlooked the relevant information? When I think about it this way, it seems that this is really possible. Someone detonated the crater, and then the volcano erupted and flooded base No. 1. Doraemon replied. Then, a picture was projected in his eyes. The picture captured the important parts, first the explosion in the crater, then the volcanic eruption, the magma gushing out, and finally the base being covered by magma. As the pictures appeared, Liu An finally understood the whole content. This content is from satellite video. When a base is destroyed, the situation will be transmitted to other bases immediately. At the same time, all bases will also track the situation via satellite. After watching the video, Liu An only had one comment. The person who did the blasting must be a fool. What is he trying to achieve by doing this? If you're after the kill points, you'll probably cry in the toilet. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Huang Xinlan really wanted to cry to death. I put a lot of effort into this, and I thought I was the first to try it. It turns out that crabs have nothing to do with themselves. It's too difficult. Chapter 64. How far is the destroyed base number 1 from here? 2,000 kilometers. Are there any risks of natural hazards near Site 6? Now that this kind of thing has happened, Liu An thought it would be a good idea to ask about it. There are sandstorms and earthquakes. But there have been no sandstorms in the past month. Earthquake resistance was also taken into consideration when the base was built, and the earthquake resistance level reached 11. Yes. Increase the number of T-800s patrolling the perimeter by another 1,000, and expand the range to 5 kilometers. Yes, Master. After arranging all this, Liu An went into the lying position to kill monsters again, but this time he didn't need to kick. He unlocked a new way to lie flat. Create a dimensional portal between the robot and the lava furnace. The robot has to pass through his dimensional space and directly enter the lava furnace, which is considered a normal kill. All he had to do was lie there and watch. Perfect lying method. It was not until nightfall that the base system sent him good news. The first TX was manufactured. Liu An decisively stopped killing and quickly walked towards the independent R&D room. When I entered the research and development room, the first thing I saw was a woman standing still with her eyes closed. The woman's appearance amazed Liu An. A head of smooth light blonde hair that reaches the neck. Her face is delicate and picturesque, with a small nose and a cherry-red mouth. With skin as white as snow and a short red leather jumpsuit on her upper body, her figure is highlighted with exquisite curves and her long legs are flawless. A sense of royal sister comes over you. It can be said that his aesthetic is completely in line with Liu An's. But the next second Liu An frowned. Where has he seen this hairstyle before? Where have I seen it before? TX robot. The next second, a name popped up from the depths of my mind. Shit. Android 18. Yes, he said it looked familiar. With this hairstyle, makeup, and a change of clothes, isn't she a size 18? Does the robot's aesthetic sense not distinguish between the worlds? Before Liu An could think more, the voice of the base system rang. Master, the codename TX Combat Robot has been debugged and all systems have been loaded. Do you want to activate it now? The command to recognize the master has also been implanted. Yes, all have been implanted. Okay, activate it. Received, activation started, completion 10%. 20%. Completion 100%, successfully activated. As the voice of the base system ended, 18, TX opened his eyes. Liu An looked at him and felt a murderous intent in the other person's eyes. This murderous intent instantly destroyed its beauty. After seeing Liu An, TX said with her cherry lips, Master. The calm voice made Liu An frown. I don't like the look in your eyes. Change your look. And your voice is too cold. Make it more human. What's wrong with this sexy lady with murderous eyes and cold tone? Although the other party was indeed a robot, he still felt uncomfortable listening to him. If you feel uncomfortable, change it. Yes. The next second, TX's eyes changed, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared completely. Her eyes became as clear as water and she looked at Liu An lovingly. Master, is this okay? Even the voice turned into a soft and charming sound. Liu An's cheeks twitched. This change was so huge that he couldn't react for a moment. But it's definitely better than before. Well, show your abilities first. Okay, Master. I am made of a super meteorite alloy skeleton, super alloy armor, and liquid metal. I can change into any appearance, and I can invade, copy, and manipulate any mechanical product system. I am also immune to any electronic pulse attacks. The weapon system is equipped with an electromagnetic pulse gun, a particle cannon, a flamethrower, and a blank weapon access slot. A fourth weapon can be connected. After a series of introductions, Liu An had a deep understanding of TX. The base system completely restored the TX he knew, and on top of that, it was upgraded. The perfect killing machine. Liu An turned his head and said to the base system, if we go all out to manufacture TX, how many more can we manufacture before noon tomorrow? When entering, it was noon in this world. 3 days left, and it's time to leave before noon tomorrow. It's just nightfall now, and it's estimated that there are still more than 10 hours left. I wonder how many TXs can be produced? Sufficient materials, quantity calculation in progress. Calculation completed, 3 more TXs can be manufactured before noon tomorrow. Okay, we'll make it with all our strength. Yes. Then Liu An said to TX, very good, your name will be Dongmei from now on. Just stay by my side and be my secretary. You can learn more secretarial skills. Yes, Master. At this moment, Dongmei's clothes changed instantly. Transformed into a pink professional suit. Winter Plum. What the hell, what are you doing? Boss, this is the outfit that best suits the secretary's temperament after searching. Don't you like it? Well, that's great. And don't call me master anymore, call me boss instead. Yes, boss. Upon hearing this, Liu An nodded with satisfaction. The 4 TXs just made up the 4 maids Chunlin, Xiaozu, Kaihuju, and Dongmei. Liu An also enjoyed the treatment of an ancient young master. Perfect. By the way, system, all of them must be female. Also, they don't want the same appearance. As if he had thought of something, Liu An quickly added something to the base system. Received, Master. Okay, let's start building with all our strength. After saying this, Liu An took Dongmei away. Continue boring monster hunting. While Liu An was petting the cat, he asked Dongmei to connect to the base system to learn knowledge and improve herself. The main subject of study is of course secretarial knowledge. Liu An specially found some information, such as, on the self-cultivation of a secretary fashion outfits, how to impress the boss, how secretaries with different personalities can handle the boss, massage for 30 years 6 styles. Liu An is determined to train Dongmei into an all-round secretary. How can a successful man not have an all-round secretary, a robot? Liu An did not have any special feelings for a robot. It's purely for future enjoyment. Although this robot is top-notch in both appearance and figure. But a machine is a machine. Although its chest is undulating, its surface is smooth and without embellishment. There is no finishing touch in this painting, so how can Liu An get interested in other things? According to Dongmei, embellishments are used for human breastfeeding, and robots do not need them to breastfeed. Any embellishment will only affect wind resistance, increase weight, and be detrimental to combat. Of course, if he needs it, Dongmei can also appear. This statement was impeccable, and Liu An accepted it decisively. He had no other ideas about robots in the first place, and now it's good enough that he has even fewer ideas. Just use it as a fighting vase to feast your eyes. Chapter 65. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, there was only half an hour left until noon the next day. Liu An also stopped killing at this time. There is only a little time left, so it doesn't matter whether to kill or not. It's just a bonus. Because Liu An's kill value reached a terrifying 11W. Now the number of robots produced by the factory can no longer keep up with the number he kills, otherwise he would be able to obtain more kill points. But that doesn't include 870 cards, including 110 acquired through trades. That is to say, at the time of settlement, Liu An will have 87,000 kill points credited to his account. Liu An's kill value this time is nearly 20W. Get rich, have a good harvest. At the same time, there are thousands of nuclear batteries that can be used as small mushrooms at any time. In the last half hour, Liu An successfully activated the 3 new TX-made robots. Orchid in spring, bamboo in summer, chrysanthemum in autumn. The original forms of the 3 women have different styles. Spring orchids tend to be gentle, summer bamboos are hot, autumn chrysanthemums are charming, and winter plums, not to mention, have a queen-like style. Surrounded by 4 beautiful robots, Liu An was a little dazed for a moment. The most important thing is that these 4 maids can change their appearance and voice at any time, which is simply fatal. Thanks to Liu An's strong will and firm belief, the woman only slowed down the speed at which he drew his gun. Especially since it's a robot. Afterwards, Liu An conducted a major cleanup of his own dimensional space. Clear out all the unnecessary and outdated things. Provide space for your own T800 Legion. This batch of T800s are all equipped with dual-core batteries and a large amount of weapons and ammunition. In reality, it is an absolute killing machine. The most important thing is that these ammunitions were made of pure silver by Liu An. The reason is naturally to deal with the monsters that will appear when the space opens next time. With a mechanical army, Liu An felt that he could do something big. After clearing the dimensional space, Liu An began to collect T800 in large quantities. In the end, Liu An collected 7,000 and had to stop. The reason is that the dimensional space is full. He had been very frugal in packing them, but still couldn't pack even one more. Liu An secretly regretted that if he had upgraded the dimensional space to the top level earlier, he might have been able to fit a lot more. Wait, it seems that it can be expanded. He still has 10 points of free attributes. If he adds them to his spirit, wouldn't it be able to expand by dozens of cubic meters? Although it's not much, but a little more is a little more. Thinking of this, Liu An decisively added all the remaining attributes to spirit. Spirit, 115. Afterwards, his mental power surged, and he really expanded by 40 cubic meters, and continued. In the end, Liu installed 7,500 T800 robots and stopped there. The space can hold up to 8,000 bodies, and the reason it is not filled up is to store more important things. The core intelligent host of the base. Now that he has a mechanical army, if he can build a robot base in the real world, he can also produce unlimited soldiers in reality. In the future, any space consumed will be replenished directly in reality. Even if a national war breaks out in the later stage, his idea of fighting against all the countries alone will be fully realized. When the mechanical army comes out, who can compete with it? He will be the real-life version of the Machine King. After he took away the core host of the base number 6 was completely paralyzed. At the same time, the countdown happened to return to 0. Byte. This killing zone ends, return. Liu An's eyes blurred and he returned to the settlement space again. A row of golden subtitles flashed in the void in front of him. Killing floor ends, ratings are being settled. Survivors survive, basic rating, D. Complete 3 daily basic tasks and upgrade your rating to C level. Kill more than 100 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to B level. Kill more than 1,000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to A level. Kill more than 10,000 monsters, and the rating will be upgraded to S level. Hold more than 100 material cards, and the rating will be upgraded to SS level. Kill 3 special monsters, and upgrade the rating to SSS level. Final rating of survivors, SSS level. Then, the familiar golden light and the familiar rating list appeared. The only difference is that this time there are 3 pages. 2 pages are from the previous 2 times, and 1 page is from this time. Congratulations to the survivor for receiving SSS level evaluation, entering the rating list, and ranking first. The survivor who ranks first on the rating list 3 times cumulatively will receive a special reward, 4-dimensional attribute plus 10. Ding! The survivor who ranks first on the rating list 5 times will receive an extra reward again. FK, I'm CAO. Liu An was ecstatic. You will get 40 attribute points and you can get extra rewards if you do it 5 times. Cool. The next extra reward must be obtained. Rating list. First place, Liu asterisk, SSS level. Second place, Wang asterisk, B level. Third place, CAO asterisk, B level. Number 100, Zhang, C level. A series of rankings have come out. This time, starting from the 20th place, all of them are C, which means that they did not kill 100 monsters, but completed 3 basic tasks. It's already pretty good. Hey! He is leading by a huge margin again. Liu An couldn't help but think of the song, how lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. At the same time, the chat channel exploded again. FK, Mr. Liu is still SSS rated, but this time it's T800. Is it really that outrageous? Why is Liu so strong that he can kill so many people with T800? If he doesn't have a guide to clear the game, I'll eat shit while standing upside down. Please Liu send me the photo, I want to give birth to a baby for you. BCH upstairs, Liu is mine. I'm 360, what about you? I'm 42. The guy above, are you talking about age or shoe size? Go to hell. SSS level rating rewards, all attributes plus 7, free attributes plus 20, killing value plus 2000. Ding, 870 cards remaining detected, automatically converted to 8.7 W kill value. Remaining killing value, 20.94W. Ding! The Killing Mall list has been refreshed, and mall items can be exchanged with killing points. Liu An decisively opened the Killing Mall. Categories are permanent, but items are changing. Still change the attribute class first, the basis is King. Strength plus 10, exchange required killing value, 100 points. The exchange price has been reset again, no nonsense, exchange. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 400 points, remaining killing value, 20.9W. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 4000 points, remaining killing value, 20.5W. Ding! 4-dimensional attribute plus 10, killing value consumed 40,000 points, remaining killing value, 16.5W. After 3 consecutive substitutions, he left decisively. Add 10 points of the rewarded 20 free attributes to the spirit, and keep the remaining 10 points for future use. The attributes then stabilized and the strength skyrocketed. Name, Liu An. Strength, 161. Physique 175. Speed, 170. Spirit, 172. Entry upgrade points, 3. Free attribute, 10 points. Combat power rating, late 5 stars. 5-star strength was achieved in just 3 times of space, and life was like a dream. Liu An himself couldn't help but sigh. Hanging on the wall is strong, but it's really cool. Chapter 66. Once the attributes are settled, the first priority is to find a skill. This time it is the world of robots, and the skills must be all about machines. He has mechanical heart, mechanical thinking, and mechanical master skills. Presumably mechanical skills should be exchangeable. Select to enter the ability list, and sure enough you can see that all mechanical skills can be redeemed. What about mechanical maintenance, mechanical induction, mechanical fusion, mechanical camouflage, mechanical resonance, mechanical deformation? Liu An's eyesight was opened. He didn't expect that there were so many mechanical attributes related abilities, so he must have what he needed. Liu An grinned. What he needed most now was the ability to absolutely control the machine's loyalty. He didn't want to move the base to reality, and then it would gradually evolve and eventually become Skynet. There are also Dongmei and several robots, and their loyalty now relies on programming. Once it is interfered with, damaged or rewritten, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, loyalty must be in your own hands to be safe. This must be resolved or he will never build the base. Soon, I found the ability I needed. Mechanical assimilation, perfect level using one's own blood spirit as a guide, the mechanical equipment will be assimilated into a part of oneself. You can sense its status, control its internal structure, and control its actions at any time, just like a second clone. The amount of assimilation is related to the mental attributes. Kill value consumed, 5,000. This is exactly what he needs. As long as the core host of the base is assimilated, there will be no possibility of betrayal. I exchanged them decisively, and then selected a few that suited me, or were beneficial to the later development of the base. After all, there is no shop like this after passing this village. Machine Halo, perfect level after release. The performance of machines and equipment within a radius of 100 meters will be enhanced by 30%. Kill value consumed, 5,000. This is prepared for my own mechanical army in the future. Machine camouflage, perfect level after being released. Standing around the machine can quickly integrate with the surrounding machines and greatly reduce the sense of presence. Kill value consumed, 5,000. It's a disguised form of invisibility. Driving proficiency, perfect level proficient in driving all machines and equipment. Kill value consumed, 5,000. For future use in flying airplanes, spaceships, or even mechas. Maintenance proficiency, perfect level any machine or equipment can be quickly repaired. Kill value consumed, 5000. With one more spare skill, you won't have to worry about having too many skills. Machine domain, perfect level after use, control the operation of all intelligent machines within 100 meters. Kill value consumed, 5000. Within a range of 100 meters, he is a mechanical master, a very good ability. Unfortunately, it can only be mechanical. If it were a metal field, it would really take off. Mechanical link, perfect level after use, a communication link can be established with any mechanical device that has thinking. Kill value consumed, 5000. This is for the convenience of communicating with mechanical life in the future. Just like the Autobots Liu An knew. A total of 7 related abilities were redeemed, consuming 3.5 W kill value. The remaining kill value is 13 W. Keep buying, buying, buying. Liu An set his sights on the weapon options. Just choose some enhanced weapons and equip your own robot army. Buy some more advanced weapons, research them for the base, and strive for mass production. As for the weapons to deal with the monster next time, there is no need, the special silver bullets are enough to deal with it. After picking and choosing, Liu An finally chose 3 weapons. Weapon laser knife, standard edition, needs to be used with energy stones. Kill value consumed, 500. Weapon laser knife, charged version used with solar charging. Kill value consumed, 3000. Weapon laser gun, standard version, needs to be used with energy magazine. Kill value consumed, 500. Weapon, laser gun, rechargeable version used in conjunction with solar charging. Killing value consumed, 3000. Weapon, bolt gun, standard edition, contains built-in energy bullets and must be used with energy magazines. Killing value consumed, 500. Weapon, bolt gun, rechargeable version, built-in energy bullets, used with solar power charging. Killing value consumed, 3000. I bought the 2 basic models and didn't buy the unlimited energy version. Infinite energy, that thing does not belong to science, it belongs to metaphysics. In the past life, an organization spent a lot of money to buy an unlimited revolver, but gave up on the research after 10 days. It cannot be said that there is no clue at all, it can only be said that this thing cannot be explained by science. It doesn't require anything, and even consumes no air, so how can bullets be generated out of thin air? Moreover, each bullet has a metal shell and gunpowder inside. Can science explain this? Creating something out of nothing rubs the conservation of energy against the ground. Since then, no one has been stupid enough to research weapons with unlimited bullets. You will definitely not be able to figure it out even if you buy it, and it is actually worse than the first 2. Gradually, once we understand the principle and replace the energy source with nuclear batteries, we can perfectly replicate and manufacture it. Liu An bought one of each of the 3 weapons, which was enough for him to study. The killing value consumed is 1.05 W, and the remaining killing value is 11.95 W. For the first time, Liu An felt that the killing value was really high. Keep going, keep going. After a check, Liu An used all his killing points on equipment and materials. Various melting furnaces, lathes, assembly lines, machine rooms, central control rooms. Each one is not expensive, ranging from 300 to 1000 kill values. But the quality is definitely far beyond the actual technical level. These can save a lot of time in building base facilities, and time means money. The raw materials we buy are all kinds of rare metals, such as iridium, rhodium, palladium, rhenium, lithium, beryllium, germanium. Buy whatever is rare, and buy tons of it. These raw materials are even cheaper. 300 to 500 kills are worth a ton. Fortunately, these things can be stored in the killing space, and only a little killing value needs to be paid as storage fees. 10 kill points are deducted every day and can be saved indefinitely. And can be withdrawn at any time. Liu An finally kept 200 kill points to pay for the warehouse fee. In reality, setting up a base is not something that can be done easily. Both site selection and construction require a lot of time. It is estimated that these materials will have to be kept in space for a period of time. Liu An immediately called out Secretary Dong Mei. After Dong Mei appeared, she paused for a few seconds, her body motionless, as if it had crashed. Liu An frowned, thinking, could it be that he is not used to the local climate? Just when he was about to ask, he saw Dong Mei return to normal and greeted Liu An. "Boss." Liu An said seriously, "What happened to you just now?" "Boss, I suddenly received a large amount of wireless data information nearby and subconsciously decrypted and processed it." Dong Mei replied truthfully. Liu An understood. So that's how it was. No wonder. It should be the real-world wireless network data and some phone data. This low-level signal transmission method is indeed simple for Dong Mei. Then he asked curiously, "What did you decrypt?" Chapter 67. A lot. For example, there's a TV upstairs playing a S**X movie. Someone downstairs is playing King of Glory, but ends up running into a noob. There is also a text message from Fengqing Street, and the content of the call said, "I am still on the high-speed train and can only come back here tomorrow morning." A woman in the building next door had a clogged sewer pipe, so she called a man to fix it. She also said her husband wouldn't be back until tomorrow. There were two people chatting remotely on WeChat, one calling me husband and the other calling me baby. But by hacking into their communication devices, we found that they were both men and had never met each other. As Dong Mei described everything, Liu An's cheeks twitched. Is the current social situation so serious? Why is everything so chaotic? And why did he understand everything? I can even imagine the scene in my mind, and the scene feels more real than seeing it with my own eyes. This damn sense of substitution. Seeing Dong Mei was still talking, Liu An hurriedly said, "Ahem, that's enough. There's no rush for these things. Open your core and let me check it out." "Okay, boss." As soon as Dong Mei finished speaking, the clothes on her chest began to move to both sides like mercury, revealing the alloy plate armor underneath. After a while of deformation, the plate armor pushed out its core. It is called a core, but it is actually a microcomputer host, similar to a chip or a motherboard. Of course, because it is a Terminator, it has extremely high technological content, and its appearance and functions are naturally much more high-end. Liu An took out some of his own blood, circulated his spiritual energy, and used mechanical assimilation on Dong Mei. The next second, a blue light burst out from the blood, which flew into the air and landed on the core. The blood squirmed on its own. It was just a drop of blood, but it eventually completely enveloped the core. Afterwards, the blood gradually disappeared, as if it was absorbed by the core, until it disappeared. As soon as the blood completely disappeared, Liu An established an inexplicable connection with its core. Feel like the other person is a part of your body. He can know any situation of the core at any time, and even destroy it in a moment. At the same time, Liu An can cut off and connect this connection at any time. All kinds of feelings are extremely wonderful. After getting familiar with each other for a while, Liu An temporarily cut off contact and said to Dong Mei, "Okay, take the core back." "Okay, boss." He replied and began to recycle his core. There was no change in expression. To Dong Mei, Liu An's orders were everything, and naturally there was no change. After the core was completely retracted, Liu An tried the connection again. There was no obstruction at all, and it went very smoothly. Only then did Liu An smile with satisfaction. This ability is more useful than I imagined. Now there is no need to worry about the robot's betrayal. The core now belongs to him, Liu An, unless he is willing. No program can invade Dong Mei's core. Afterwards, Liu An followed the same method and assimilated the remaining three mates, Xiaoan, and the core of the base system. Xiaoan is the cat that T1000 transformed into. Liu An gave it this name for ease of use. In order to assimilate the core of the machine, Liu An spilled a large bowl of blood. If it happened to an ordinary person, he would have suffered from anemia long ago. Liu An couldn't help but sigh that the skill of mechanical assimilation was practical, but it consumed too much blood. Furthermore, the larger the assimilated item is, the more blood and mental energy will be consumed. The number that can be assimilated is also limited, which is related to one's own spiritual attributes. Just like in the dimensional space, for every 10 points of spirit, one more item can be assimilated. With Liu An's current mental strength, he can assimilate more than a dozen of them. For the time being, Liu An only needs to assimilate 6. The base system, Xiaoan, and 4 maids. The other T800s are cannon fodder, and Liu An doesn't care even if they are lost. After doing all this, Liu An took back the base system. As for the 4 maids, he assigned them tasks. Learn about the world and how to be a human being as quickly as possible. The world situation includes all situations of domestic, foreign, official, military, and hidden forces. The way to find out is very simple, through the internet. In the past, he had no way of understanding it even if he wanted to. After all, the military and official security were no joke. But now, with robots far superior to the rest of the world, those so-called firewalls and cloud services are a joke. His 4 maids could come and go as they pleased, and they had no problem even replicating or tampering with the works at will. It can be said that once the 4 girls have learned everything, Liu An can easily know anything he wants to know. The whole world will take off its wedding dress, veil in front of him. He. The 4 girls were arranged to sit on a table with an internet router on it. Each person extends a finger and inserts it into the port on the router. Just like that, with my eyes full of code, I started learning. Liu An watched with envy. This way of learning is so easy. The 4 girls entered the learning mode, and Liu An was not idle either. He took Xiaoan to another network socket. Let it turn its tail into a data socket and plug it in directly. Help me find information about a person. Zhao Tai, the eldest son of the Zhao group. Find out where he is now and report him to me. There was no movement from Pang Hu yet, and Liu An didn't want to wait any longer. Now that there are such incredible things as robots, Pang Hu's connections are no longer important to him. Directly track Zhao Tai's whereabouts through the internet. Okay, master. Xiaoan opened his cat mouth and replied. It looked very strange for a cat to open its mouth and speak, but Liu An was already used to it. The next second, Xiaoan's eyes turned pure black, and countless data flashed in his eyes. In less than 10 seconds, Xiaoan found the target. His eyes lit up, and a virtual projection screen appeared in the void in front of him. The video was showing a man. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was neatly combed, and there was a sense of arrogance between his brows, giving him the image of a graceful and noble gentleman. It was Zhao Tai. At this moment, the other party was holding a mobile phone, lying comfortably on a sofa, watching the female anchor. When Liu An saw Zhao Tai again, he thought he would be very angry, but for some reason, he did not feel the rage he had imagined. Instead, he only felt a cold murderous intent. Where is he now? The terminal room at the US Central Airport. Check where he's going. It cannot be found for the time being. But the private plane registered under his name will take off in half an hour, and the flight time is 10 hours. The destination is Longguo Sicheng. Sicheng. Liu An narrowed his eyes. Suzhou City is not far away and can be reached in an hour or 2 by car. Haha, we're finally meeting. Chapter 68. You stay here and keep an eye on this person. I want to know all his movements. After landing, notify me as soon as possible. Liu An issued an order. In fact, he could have let the T-1000 crash the plane, or even let the US Air Defense Department send a missile over and shoot it down directly. But some grudges must be avenged with one's own hands in order to satisfy them. There are some things that you need to ask clearly. Also, how can you make the other person die painlessly? But there were still 10 hours left, so Liu An didn't wait like this. He left an order and changed the target. Looking for a man named Cao Bin, who is currently the director of Bureau 816. Find him and see what he is doing. It's time to get in touch with the authorities. In the past, I didn't have enough strength and confidence. I didn't want to contact the official, which was also a subconscious behavior of self-preservation. After all, the government has been working hard on reality for so many years, who knows what the background will be. This was what Liu An had thought before. Of course, he has never deliberately hidden himself. You have to deal with your boss sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Otherwise, he could wear a mask or even a black robe to act. As a reborn person, can I own the system and control all opportunities, or should I hide my head and show my tail? What this reborn person did was too cowardly. He is confident that he can have fearless power in the shortest possible time. Now, when Liu An successfully captured the base system, everything changed. He stopped pretending, he showed his cards. With his current strength, what can no one do to him except nuclear? He is not even afraid of nuclear competition. There are so many T-800s in the space, each with 2 nuclear batteries. Moreover, there are still many bulk nuclear batteries stored there. In the real world, no one can control him anymore, so why hide it? Yes. After a few seconds, the scene in the void changed to a conference room. At this time, the person Liu An was looking for was among them, but Cao Bin, the director of Bureau 816, was sitting at the bottom. Just because the people here are all big guys. Many are regular viewers of news channels. Sitting in the main seat is the second leader, a real deputy national level figure. To put it bluntly, every decision he makes can affect the layout and even the territory of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom Combat Command Center. All the leading figures were sitting upright, like primary school students listening to the leader's speech. The leader of the old man said with a smile, "There is no need to be so formal. This is an informal meeting. Although the current situation is very serious, there is no need to be so nervous. Our foundation is not so easily destroyed." But the old man's words had no effect. Everyone continued to behave as they should, with their bodies straight. They are all veteran officials, so just listen to what they have to say. If you really want to do that, haha, the bird that stands out, the chicken that scares the monkeys, the hero who takes the blame, the black sheep, etc., although they get attention, it is not a good thing. You taste carefully. Seeing this, the old man shook his head and said no more. He turned to Cao Bin and said, "Xiao Cao, don't have any resentment in your heart for asking you to come all the way from other places at such a late hour. The situation is really different now. We need to make a decision as quickly as possible." Mr. Zhao was joking, serving the people. "Besides, you haven't had any rest at this late hour, and I still want to learn from you." Cao Bin hurriedly replied. "Well, in that case, let's keep the story short." Mr. Zhao nodded and stopped wasting time. "Xiao Cao, haven't you found that person yet?" Upon hearing this, Cao Bin shook his head helplessly and said, returning to Mr. Zhao, "There is no progress yet. The general census of all public employees has been conducted 3 times, and no one meets the conditions. It has reached a deadlock for the time being. The national census has also begun, but the screening base is too large and the time cannot be controlled. Moreover, it is not sure whether people can be screened out." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao looked thoughtful and said for a moment, "Keep looking, but don't be too impatient. Since the other party reminded you, it means that he still has feelings for this country. There is probably some special reason why he hid himself. We can focus on the monsters that are about to appear. Yes. Cao Bin nodded in response. At this moment, a hissing sound of electrical interference suddenly came from the conference room's sound reinforcement system. The next second, the large screen that was originally displaying the map suddenly changed and turned into a cat. A silver cat. I heard you were looking for me. This cat is the incarnation of Liu An. Liu An, who was far away at home, heard what everyone said and directly asked Xiao Yin to hack into the system, preparing to have a close contact with these big guys. The reason why he did not appear directly, but appeared in the image of Liu An. It is to save yourself the trouble in case of unpleasant contact. The cat started talking, which made everyone at the scene feel strange, and then their faces changed. This is the Combat Command Center, and the system here is a military dedicated line, which is said to be immune to global hacker attacks. Yet, it was hacked silently at this time. Mr. Zhao subconsciously looked at a person sitting at the side of the conference room. This person is the big boss in charge of information security. At this time, the boss's face turned pale. He stood up with a dark face and walked towards the corner. There was a dedicated landline phone there. He picked up the phone angrily and dialed a number. This silent intrusion into the military line was a slap in his face. In front of so many senior bosses of the same level, he was completely embarrassed. After a while, the boss hung up the phone, then walked back to his seat with a serious expression and shook his head at Mr. Zhao. No problems were found here. This one sentence stunned everyone present again. If the problem is not found, it means the problem is serious. The other side has technology far superior to theirs. Mr. Zhao's face also became solemn. He was silent for 2 seconds before he said to the silver cat clone on the big screen, I guess you are the mysterious person who ranks first on the rating list. Yes. Liu An saw the actions of everyone at the scene through Liu An, but he didn't care. Are you kidding? The high technology in the Terminator world is not something that the current opponents can resist. Although the other party has paid great attention to this, Liu An even felt a special energy fluctuation when he invaded. I guess it was the psychics who participated in the defense. But in front of T1000, it was easily broken. Haha, thank you for your reminder. And for clearing out the zombies. This has helped my Dragon Country reduce a lot of losses. On behalf of Dragon Country, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Mr. Zhao expressed his gratitude with a smile. This thank you is really sincere. If the other party had not reminded Cao Bin, they might not have discovered it until the zombie outbreak. Once the virus spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. Well, I was born and raised here. Naturally, I don't want this place to become a living hell. To be honest, Liu An had a very good impression of Mr. Zhao. In the previous life, when monsters were raging in the world, it was this old man who always stepped forward to stabilize people's hearts and led the human race to resist. It is not an exaggeration to call him a spiritual leader. If Cao Bin was a brave and skilled general, this man was an indispensable pillar of the country. However, although I have a favorable impression of Mr. Zhao, my opinion of the official authorities will not change. When Mr. Zhao heard this, his eyes lit up. My friend, do you have any idea of serving the country? I told Cao Bin before that I would never join the official team in my lifetime. It seems that you have a big prejudice against the authorities. Liu An curled his lips and replied, yes, the prejudice is quite strong. Believe it or not, if I show my face today, my portrait and information will appear on the desks of major forces before dawn. Superior. As soon as Liu An said this, everyone in the meeting room could no longer hold back. One of them slammed the table, stood up and shouted angrily, what do you mean by that? Chapter 69. Seeing someone taking the lead, the others could no longer endure it. That is, do you mean to say that we actually have a problem here? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest thing I've heard this year. There's nothing wrong with the people here. I joined the army when I was 20 years old and have been in the military for nearly 30 years. This is the first time someone has doubted me. I really laughed. When I shed sweat for Dragon Country, you were not even born yet. Young people nowadays are too suspicious, which is not good. Everyone was talking at once, and the conference room suddenly became noisy. All right. Mr. Zhao suddenly said, look at what you all look like. How disgraceful. Mr. Zhao, it's not that we don't know the rules, we just can't stand it anymore. Even if I get punished today, I will still say what I have to say. The person who responded was the one who slammed the table before. Old Zhao looked at this man, feeling helpless. The man who slammed the table had a decent background. He was from the military and had some bad habits. This form is in line with the character. Bullshit. Grandmas, he is the biggest here. Shut up and sit down, this is an order. Mr. Zhao directly used orders to put pressure on others. The man's face turned dark, he was hesitant to speak, and finally sat down unconvinced. Mr. Zhao took a deep breath and said to the screen seriously, my friend, I understand your concerns. But what you said is too serious. I can't say anything else, but I can guarantee that no one here would do anything to harm Dragon Country. The situation you described is even more impossible to happen. Liu An sat on the sofa at home, looked at the people in the picture, and gestured to Xiaoan to reply. Haha, it seems that you don't believe it, Mr. Zhao. It's not that I don't believe it, but I trust my own judgment more. Mr. Zhao said firmly. Those who are here either have made great military achievements or have been pillars of the country for generations. Some of them I have watched grow up with, and I know them well. Naturally, I can trust them. Okay, since you are so confident, how about making a bet? Liu An's voice sounded again. Bet? My friend, I am not in a position to bet. But I really want to know, what do you want to bet on? I bet there's someone among you who commits adultery. Bang! The sound of a notebook falling on the table was heard. He was a square-faced man in his 50s, and his face was as gloomy as water. Mr. Zhao, if it's inconvenient for you, I'll make a bet with him. My military doesn't have so many rules. I want to see how the other party finds the traitor. Mr. Zhao ignored the man and said solemnly, my friend, there are some things you can't say casually. Haha, is that nonsense? Just try and you'll know. That guy can gamble, so just let him do it. Mr. Zhao was silent. Okay, I'll bet with you. I'll bet that the person you said is a traitor. I want to see how you find him. If you win, I will agree to any request of yours that does not harm the country, even if it means that my TV station has to run around naked. But if you can't find it, you have to show up and admit your mistake, and report to my military headquarters the next day, and I will use you for my own purposes. After the man finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room was stunned, and then looked at him with amusement. They all exclaimed in their hearts, wow! Use the enemy's own trick against them and force them to come out and join the military. The most important thing is to directly absorb him into his military. Instead of 816 games. This guy is obviously trying to steal someone. I didn't expect that Lao Li, a guy with thick eyebrows, big eyes and a square face, could be so cunning. Sure enough, those who play tactics are all dirty. Even Cao Bin's face froze and his cheeks twitched. He wanted to say something, but after looking at the military rank on the other person's shoulder, Cao Bin chose to remain silent. He is the youngest here, so it's better for him to be a good boy and act cute. When Li Qiaoqiang saw the strange looks people gave him, his old face turned red. There is no other way. This person is too important and very powerful. We must try to win him over. Besides, this is a sure win. Just as Mr. Zhao said, everyone here knows everything, and can withstand investigation. The saying that they are treacherous, haha. Okay. Xiaoan, after receiving Liu An's signal, only replied with 2 words. Li Qiaqiang raised his mouth, "It's done." "Okay, then start your performance. I want to see who you will talk about." Then, he sat down on a chair, crossed his arms, and looked at the big screen with his head tilted. "Li Qiaqiang, right? Now, you can take a look at your belt." Li Qiaqiang sneered when he heard this. "Ha ha ha, you're not going to say that I have a problem. I didn't say it was you, I just said the belt. You'll know when you look at it." Li Qiaqiang laughed and said, "Haha, you know that before entering the conference room, you will be scanned all over your body, even us. To tell you the truth, I checked my outfit from top to bottom when I came in, and there's nothing wrong with it." Liu An's calm voice came, "Don't be so confident. Some things can only be known after seeing them." "Okay. Since you won't give up, I'll convince you." Li Qiaqiang was also an impatient person. He simply pulled out his belt, grabbed the waistband of his pants with one hand, and unfolded the belt with the other hand and placed it in front of everyone. "Can you see it? Look, what's the difference?" Everyone present couldn't help but look. The purpose of entering is the first ordinary belt, or the military department is uniformly distributed, without any difference. "No problem, nothing. I'll testify. I will bear witness to that, too. It's indeed no problem." What kind of problem could there be? If there was any problem, it would have been found out long ago. Li Qiaqiang said to the big screen, "Is there anything else you want to say? If not, you can admit defeat." "Liu An, cut open the belt 10 centimeters behind the belt buckle." "What do you mean?" Li Qiaqiang said with his face. "There's something in there." Li Qiaqiang picked up his belt, touched Liu An's position directly, and then folded again. "Look, is this like something? It has been raised for a long time. I still say the same thing, you will know when you cut it open." Li Qiaqiang was so angry that he laughed. Okay, I'll make you convinced." As he said this, he asked someone to get a pair of scissors. In 3 minutes, a scissors had been handed in Li Qiaqiang's hands. Li Qiaqiang didn't hesitate at all, he picked up the scissors and started cutting. "Look carefully, how could there be, et?" Before he could finish, Li Qiaqiang exclaimed in surprise. "I saw that there was a layer of black film as thin as a piece of paper and as wide as a thumb inside the belt, and on the film there were patterns like those on a circuit board. At first glance, it resembles a coil." Chapter 70. Seeing this scene, Li Qiaqiang's face changed. "I don't know what other belts are like, but they definitely won't have this kind of stuff in them. There is indeed something wrong with this belt. How is this possible? What is this? Why do I have this in my belt? Do you have this too?" At this time, not only Li Qiaqiang's face changed, but the faces of others also changed slightly. A man of action, he quickly stood up and took off his belt. "Pick up the scissors and cut." After cutting the belt, they did not find the same thing as Li Qiaqiang's. The man then breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, 3 or 5 more people did the same thing, and their belts turned out to be normal. As everyone calmed down, they all looked at Li Qiaqiang. Even Mr. Zhao's gaze towards Li Qiaqiang became deeper. Li Qiaqiang was sweating profusely after being stared at. "No, I don't know. I really don't know. Also, this may not be what I imagined. I misunderstood. It may be a new technology used to ensure flexibility." When Li Qiaqiang said this, he himself didn't believe it. "But there is no way, I have to try my best, I really don't know." At this moment, Liu An's voice was heard on the screen again. "Haha! This is the latest recording device developed by the United States. The battery and memory card are sealed inside your buckle. Once the signal is blocked, it will start recording. With a special device, you can connect directly to it and download and save what was previously recorded. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard this, and Li Qiaqiang even sat down on his chair. I don't know, I really don't know. Believe me. Li Qiaqiang explained frantically, and the two people next to him subconsciously moved to the sides. I was afraid that I would be recorded if I got closer. Mr. Zhao stared at Li Qiaqiang. Mr. Zhao, it's not me, please believe me. I really have no reason. Li Qiaqiang explained excitedly and clumsily with a red face. Mr. Zhao remained silent and stared at Li Qiaqiang. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall suddenly became solemn. After a moment, Mr. Zhao retracted his gaze and said to the little silver clone on the big screen, "My friend, is Qiaqiang the traitor you mentioned?" For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall was extremely tense. Li Qiaqiang's heart was in his throat. He now said without a joke that his life depended on a word from the other party. Liu An was sitting at home and could feel the tense atmosphere through the screen and he grinned. Almost. He murmured, and then controlled Xiaoan to reply. In the meeting room, the silver kitten said, "No. No, did you hear that? It's not me. It's really not me." After getting the reply, Li Qiaqiang was the first to shout excitedly. He almost fell to his knees. Even he couldn't stand the ups and downs of this moment. It was so exciting, even more exciting than when he and Xiao Rizai had a bayonet fight. Mr. Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "My dear, you just said that the RT was in the conference room. If it wasn't Qiaqiang, then who was it? It's simple. Just ask him who gave him the belt." After all, after going through many ups and downs and getting redressed, Li Qiaqiang quickly regained his composure. Smart IQ once again took the high ground. Li Qiaqiang frowned, thought for a few seconds, and suddenly turned his head to look at a corner of the meeting room. At this time, there were several middle-aged men or women sitting in the corner. Everyone had a pen and paper in their hands, taking notes. These are the personal guards of the big bosses. He is someone who is absolutely trustworthy. Seeing Li Qiaqiang looking at them, the guards were all startled. He quickly sat up straight and looked straight ahead. However, among these guards, there was a thin man wearing glasses. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't even dare to wipe it off and tried hard to pretend to be calm. But none of the big guys on the scene are simple, and all of them have seen countless people. I could see at first glance that something was wrong with this person. Bang! Wu Xingguo, I want to ask you, what's going on with this belt? Li Qiaqiang slammed the table suddenly, stood up, and exuded an intimidating aura. Just now he didn't know what to do, so he pretended to be a grandson. But now, his injustice has been redressed, and he now truly shows the aura of a military leader. Wu Xingguo's legs went limp after being hit by Li Qiaqiang's momentum, and he slid directly from his seat to the ground. "Mr. Li, I was forced, I really was forced. They threatened my family. If I didn't cooperate, they would." Wu Xingguo wanted to explain. But he was suddenly interrupted by Li Qiaqiang. "That's enough. Someone, take him away and interrogate him. Interrogate him severely." The guard who was originally standing at the door quickly walked up to Wu Xingguo, lifted him up and walked out. "Mr. Li, please believe me. I really don't want to do it. I was forced to, Wu." Before Wu Xingguo finished speaking, the guard next to him was quick-witted and took out a white glove. Then he blocked his mouth. Then, he left the meeting room. Li Qiaqiang's face turned black and white. "Xingguo has been with me for 15 years, and has worked diligently for 15 years. I didn't expect, boy, you win. Old Li, am convinced. I will fulfill the bet. If you have any requests, you can tell me." After saying this, Li Qiaqiang's aura disappeared, and he sat down on the chair in a slightly decadent manner, without saying anything more. His attitude is completely different from before. Liu An at home raised the corner of his mouth. The purpose of showing off his power was achieved. I guess he could communicate normally next. Using the belt incident in the previous life to warn these big guys had a surprisingly good effect. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and Li Qiaqiang is the chicken. Only in this way can these high-ranking figures pay attention to his next words. Only then can he be placed on an equal footing. I'll owe you the money for now. I'll contact you when I think of the terms. In the conference room, Xiaoan conveyed Liu An's meaning. Li Qiaqiang nodded with a stern face and said, "Okay." Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Mr. Zhao quickly spoke up to change the subject. "My friend, you showed up this time on your own initiative. It's not just to find someone to right? Yes, today I'm mainly here to say hello and chat about cooperation." Cooperation? Mr. Zhao frowned and said seriously, "Which faction do you represent, young man?" "I have no power behind me, only myself." "Yourself?" Old Zhao was extremely surprised. He had always thought that the person in front of him was a front-end person promoted by some force. There must be a huge force behind it. But I didn't expect the other party to say this. Is it just a rhetoric, or is it true? That's right. Mr. Zhao hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, "What are you planning to cooperate with, and how will you cooperate?" Chapter 71. What are you planning to cooperate on, and how will you do it? I will provide you with the intelligence information you need, and you will also provide me with certain special supplies. Mr. Zhao's eyes condensed and he said in a deep voice, "My friend, do you mean weapons?" "No. It's high-tech instruments and equipment, a large amount of various minerals, etc." Liu An stated his purpose. He wants to build a Terminator base in reality, and the equipment and materials he exchanged are not enough. Moreover, this is a long-term supply requirement. It is enough to use the killing points to buy special metals. It is a waste to buy ordinary metal materials. We can only make large-scale acquisitions from the real world. But a lot of materials are controlled by the authorities and rarely leak out. It would be better to talk about it now. Wouldn't it be easier to let the authorities collect the information for you? His base can also get started quickly and mass-produce the T-800 army as soon as possible. Of course, he also had a little selfish motive. He didn't want his country to be too weak after the national war started. It will be troublesome if you fall behind. It is better to bring it up early. As for whether he would become stronger too quickly and thus pose a threat to himself, Liu An said that this is totally beyond the consideration of a hacker. When it comes to becoming stronger, who can be as fast as him? Mr. Zhao fell into deep thought, thinking about Liu An's purpose. Instruments and equipment and large amounts of mineral materials are not what individuals need. There must be someone behind this guy, or in other words, he has his own team. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Zhao asked again, "What kind of intelligence information can be provided?" Of course it's the changes in the killing space and the real world. For example, what kind of monster will appear in the space next time, and what will happen in the real world. What, you know the information about the monsters in the next dimension, how is this possible? Before Mr. Zhao could speak, Cao Bin, who was standing beside him, could not help but exclaim in surprise because of Liu An's words. How is it possible that Killing Zone can know monster information in advance? But the next second, Cao Bin thought of the other party's 3 ratings, and couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. Is this why it gets such high ratings? Haha, nothing is impossible. I have the ability to predict the future, so it's reasonable for me to know the information about monsters. Liu An found a seemingly reasonable reason. No one would believe such outrageous words as rebirth. It would be better to say that it is the ability to predict the future. Easier to convince. What, predicting the future? Liu An's words shocked the entire conference room. Is there such capability in the world? If this is true, how much advantage will it give us in the killing zone? No, don't you have ice-related abilities? Cao Bin noticed the problem and asked suddenly. The last time he actually saw Liu An using his ice power, the 100-meter-long ice sculpture was simply shocking. Yes, I have ice powers. But who says that knowing ice powers doesn't mean I can also have predictive powers? Cao Bin opened his mouth, then closed it again. Well, I didn't say you can't. Double superpowers. Seeing that Cao Bin stopped talking, Mr. Zhao spoke again. Could it be that my friend has predicted the next monster's situation? Yes, but I can't tell you now. I have to wait 3 days. 3 days later, is there any explanation for this time? Asked Mr. Zhao. Why 3 days and not 1 day? It's very simple. In 3 days, the national border will be drawn. All countries will be separated and independent. If your combat power level does not exceed a certain level, you will not be able to cross the border to other countries. This independent division does not only refer to the exchange of personnel, but also the exchange of information. Satellites of all countries will be restricted to their own territories and can only be used domestically. Forget about trying to spy on foreign countries. As soon as Liu An finished speaking, a cry of surprise was heard in the conference room. What? How is this possible? Why is this happening? It's too unbelievable. Everyone looked in disbelief. This was also the first time that Mr. Zhao lost his composure. The impact of this sentence is really too great. The national situation, no, it should be said that the global situation will have a drastic impact. Mr. Zhao confirmed again, is what you said true? Whether it is or not, we will know in 3 days. Mr. Zhao was silent. All the big guys were silent. At this point, the previous example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey took effect. Although it was still hard to believe, everyone believed that what Liu An said was true. Okay, you should have another meeting in 3 days. We'll talk about other things then. Oh, by the way, I have another message for you. Another 200,000 zombies will appear in Longguan village at dawn. And every time the space ends, the number will increase by 100,000. In addition, the 5-star tourist attraction that was enveloped by the poisonous miasma is filled with zombies. The number is the same as the number of zombies that appeared this time, also 200,000. Wait, we. Seeing Liu An was about to leave, Mr. Zhao hurriedly spoke again, but before he finished speaking, the big screen turned into a map again. Mr. Zhao didn't say anything else and kept it to himself. After a moment, Mr. Zhao took a deep breath and said to Cao Bin, "Little Cao, time is urgent. You go and deal with the monster first. We old guys need to discuss the correspondence of national borders." Yes. Cao Bin also knew that the monster matter was urgent, so he responded, stood up and left quickly. Elder Zhao raised his hand and rubbed his temple, then said to the rest of the people, "Don't even think about sleeping today. Tell us what you think about the border that is about to be opened." One of the big guys couldn't help but ask Mr. Zhao, "Mr. Zhao, do you really believe this outrageous statement?" Mr. Zhao did not answer, but asked, "You already have the answer in your mind, don't you?" The boss was silent. "Besides, we can't afford the gamble." On the other side, Liu An stretched lazily. The net has been cast, and after 3 days, it can be drawn in. The matter has come to an end, and it will take another 10 hours to deal with Zhao Tai. Then go deal with the zombie hordes. That scenic spot is not close to Haishi. It takes 4 hours to drive there. If we start now, we should be able to catch up. As for the zombie army, he didn't have time to deal with it. The two places were too far apart and he couldn't get there. Of course, the zombies' strength is too low for him now, so there is no need to go. Let the authorities handle it. Of course, before setting off, he also had to make arrangements for T1000. Liu An directly gave the money that Pang Hu gave him to Xiaoyan and asked him to make money in the stock market. Building a base is absolutely a bottomless pit, and you can't even buy a piece of land. However, for Liu An, who already has a mechanical master, this thing is just a matter of time. The T1000, which far exceeds current technology, can definitely help him make money. Afterwards, Liu An left the four mates and Xiaoyan behind and left alone. He said he left alone, but in fact he was carrying a large army of T800s. How about trying out new skills this time? Chapter 72. Liu An just went out with his mechanical army. Then take a taxi to your destination. After getting in the car, Liu An made a decision to get a means of transportation when he returned, otherwise it would be too inconvenient to take a taxi every time. The taxi was driving fast and Liu An in the car was not idle either. Think about what's next. First of all, it's funding. We can let T1000 do it part-time, and together with Dongmei and the others, we can get as much money as possible from the stock market and even the bank's bad debts in 3 days. 3 days later, the border was reached, information was cut off, and it became difficult to get money from those foreigners. Now that the funds are in place, the next step is to set up the base. Where to build and how to build it also involves buying land and so on. The identities of Dongmei and others also need to be resolved. It would be fine if you don't think about it too much, but once you think about it, there are really a lot of things to do. Fortunately, he is not alone now, and he has Dongmei and others to command. At around 5 in the morning, a taxi stopped on a closed road. Friend, this section of the road is closed, and even the scenic area seems to be closed. Look at the warning sign here. It seems like you came here for nothing, as you didn't check the guide in advance. Do you want me to take you to find some place to eat first? The driver asked Liu An enthusiastically as he was about to get off the car. No wonder the driver is so enthusiastic, he can earn as much as he normally earns in a day with this order. This guy is definitely a god of wealth. No need, I can just walk around on my own. Then Liu An got out of the car. Okay. If you need to travel again, remember to call me. After leaving these words, the driver drove away. Liu An looked at the closed road section and the raised guardrails, then walked off the road and disappeared on the spot. In 10 minutes, they had passed the closed road section, the restricted area, the warning area, and arrived in front of the poisonous miasma. Then, he stepped into the poisonous miasma without hesitation. Before coming, he had asked T1000 to help him connect to the satellite and transfer the location map of the space rifts to his mobile phone. There is no need to ask around in the dark like last time. After entering the poisonous miasma area, Liu An hurried all the way and soon arrived at a street. This street is exactly the one shown in the satellite video at the time. Along the way, we didn't encounter a single zombie. Just because it was almost dawn, the zombies had already returned to their caves to hide. They were not like zombies that relied on viruses to stay alive. They still need some beauty sleep during the day. At this time, there was a large pit tens of meters wide in the center of the street. The pothole is not a pothole wall. This pothole has no pothole wall. It is like a black painting drawn on the street. Very weird. Liu An knew that this was the entrance to the alien space in the zombie wasteland. And the space crack exists in the different space. Once you step in, you will enter a small independent space. The space is located in a wasteland, full of coffins and zombies. I'm back again. Looking at the familiar cave entrance, Liu An was a little dazed for a moment. It's like seeing myself in a past life. At that time, in order to become stronger, he went to the zombie space again and again, just to obtain the evolutionary crystals in the zombies' bodies. Now, taking a deep breath, Liu An withdrew his thoughts and stepped decisively into the cave. There was no feeling of weightlessness. Instead, he took a step forward and the world changed. He now appeared in a space with a blood-red moonlight hanging high in the sky. Liu An was now standing on a desolate surface, with the familiar cave behind him. There are cliffs towering into the clouds on both sides, and this is a place similar to a canyon. In the previous life, it was called Zombie Canyon. No fancy stuff, just hardcore action. On one side of the canyon is the entrance through which Liu An came in, and on the other side is where the space crack is located. If you want to see the crack in space, you have to break through the canyon. At this time, many zombies were wandering on this road. Liu An's arrival seemed to have triggered some chain reaction. A ray of blood was drawn from the moonlight and shone on him. Blood Moon Mark. This is the name given to this light by people in the previous life. It indicates that an outsider has entered the space, and all monsters will target the marked person for attack. This is the situation now, when the Blood Moon Mark marks Liu An. The zombies within sight paused for a moment, then rushed madly towards Liu An. Liu An narrowed his eyes and a Gatling gun appeared in his hand. Da-da-da-da. The harvest of heads began. While harvesting, he swung his hands and threw out a pile of folded T800s. The reason why they are folded is mainly because Liu An wanted to fit more T800s in, so he had to stack them up. After these T800s appeared, they quickly got up one by one in an orderly manner, stood aside, loaded their weapons, and started fighting without a word. Of course, they were not allowed to use silver bullets, but ordinary armor-piercing bullets. Ordinary armor-piercing bullets are enough to deal with these zombies. Subsequently, more and more T800s appeared. A few minutes later, there were already 1,000 T800s standing behind Liu An. No amount of canyons would have been enough. However, it is enough to deal with this zombie army. Because fire suppression has been achieved. The mechanical army lined up in several rows, and fired metal bullets into the zombie army, crushing it to pieces. Liu An had already stopped attacking. Throwing Gat to the leading T800, Liu An waved his hand with high spirits and gave the first order. All troops advance. Upon hearing the sound, the mechanical army took a step forward in unison. Their movements were even more uniform than those of the troops in a military parade. And this is just the beginning, the mechanical army continues to move forward. The zombies along the way are no match for me. Liu An just stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head, and marched forward with the army as if he didn't care about anyone. Looking at the brave mechanical army, Liu An felt that he had made the right move. It feels so good to have someone in front of you. For a moment, the entire zombie canyon was filled with the sound of gunfire. At the same time, outside the poisonous miasma, all the military personnel were on full alert, with their guns and cannons already set up, waiting silently. Drone bombing units can also take off at any time. Even a group of supernatural masters from Bureau 816 gathered here, including Cao Bin. As for the zombies, they are presided over by another person. The zombies' strength is already there, and their exact number is known, so there can be no mistakes. Cao Bin, the military's top psychic, naturally had to come here to deal with the more powerful zombies. Command center outside the scenic area. Cao Bin is holding a meeting with his team. The people in the team are exactly the ones in the zombie space. Data analysis experts Lao Zhang and Zhang Wei. The main damage dealer and sniper, muscular man, Deng Yang. There are also reconnaissance expert Qin's Haihao and bomb expert Luo Feng. It can be said that each of them is someone Cao Bin can trust. In order to deal with the zombie rebellion, Cao Bin specially brought everyone together. Cao Bin looked at the images from the satellite and his expression relaxed a little. It seems that our prediction was correct. Zombies will not come out during the day. Therefore, we still have a day to prepare. This is good news. But what do you think about this? As Cao Bin finished speaking, the picture on the big screen was split into two. One half was an overview picture, and the other half was a video of the entrance to the alien space. The video starts playing. Through the thin poisonous miasma, one could vaguely see jumping figures quickly approaching the entrance to the space, then decisively jumping in and disappearing. Those figures were zombies. Chapter 73. The video continues. According to expert analysis, this should be a different space. The zombies hide inside during the day and only come out at night. Therefore, I want to form a reconnaissance team during the day to go in and understand the situation. But it's extremely dangerous. You'll most likely be besieged by a large number of zombies once you enter. I will be leading the investigation team this time, so I would like to ask your opinions. Cao Bin spoke his thoughts in one breath and then stopped talking, silently waiting for everyone to speak. Boss, I can go with you. But I want to know, with such a good opportunity, why not just throw a mushroom head in? That way, no matter what's inside, our risks and losses will be minimal. Muscular man Deng Yang spoke decisively. Cao Bin also looked bitter when he heard this. Hey! I have nothing to hide from you. The higher UPS don't allow us to use it. Why? We are in a different space anyway. Why do we have to mobilize so many people and even put ourselves in danger when a mushroom can solve the problem? What are they thinking? Deng Yang asked in confusion. There was some complaint in his words. I am not blaming Cao Bin, but the decision made by the higher UPS. At this moment, Zhang Wei pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and analyzed, Boss, if I'm right, the higher UPS don't allow the use of mushroom heads. 80% of the time they're afraid of destroying the alien space and want to turn this place into a breeding ground, so as to obtain a steady stream of evolutionary crystals. Cao Bin was not surprised that Zhang Wei could guess it, and immediately nodded and said, yes. Most people are not selected by the space, so they can only improve their strength through evolution crystals. There are still too few evolution crystals now. Zhang Wei curled his lips when he heard this and said, how could it be a small amount? It was first distributed to the second generation and children of aristocratic families, and less than 10% actually went to the military. Now I understand why the top-rated person is unwilling to join the official team. In the end, he is just working for those second-generation losers. If I had a choice, I wouldn't. Bang! Before Zhang Wei finished speaking, Cao Bin suddenly slammed the table and scolded, Old Zhang, correct your attitude. Some things are not for you and me to discuss. All we have to do is to follow orders. Although Cao Bin knew that this was all true, what could he do since he was in the military? Zhang Wei curled his lips again, but said nothing more. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly fell silent. At this moment, investigation expert Qin's Haihao suddenly said, Boss, there is something wrong with the footage. Please move the footage forward to around 5:10 and set it to normal playback. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Cao Bin asked, did you discover something? A little bit, but because the picture is fast-forwarded, I don't know if it's an illusion. As a professional scout, he has a strong insight. Even if he just scanned it accidentally, he can be sure that there seems to be a person in the satellite image. But he still had to confirm it again. Okay. Cao Bin responded and asked his assistant in the distance to adjust the picture. A few seconds later, the video screen switched to the time Qin's Haihao mentioned. At this time, probably because it was almost daybreak, no zombies appeared. The picture stayed still for another 10 seconds, and it felt like I was watching a still picture. Lao Qin, nothing's wrong, are you dazzled? Qin's Haihao frowned, no, there must be something wrong. I didn't check the time just now, let me check again. Well, I guess. This is it, look. Qin's Haihao suddenly spoke, and everyone's eyes focused on it. At this moment, a figure quickly came to the entrance of the alien space. After standing still for 2 seconds, he jumped into the entrance to the alien space. This is a person. Of course it is. Whose zombie walks like this? Quick, turn the picture back and pause it. At this time, Cao Bin stood up suddenly and gave the order. 3 seconds later, the picture froze on that figure. Although there was still a thin layer of poisonous miasma blocking his view, making his appearance still a little blurry, it did not affect everyone's ability to see the other person's appearance clearly. It's him. Cao Bin said in shock. How could it be him? It's impossible. Jiang Wei also stood up with a look of shock. You all know each other. Deng Yang looked at the two of them and scratched his head. Rated first. Zombie King. Cao Bin and Jiang Wei said in unison. But the next second, they looked at each other suddenly and said in unison, what did you say? When they spoke again, both of them twitched their cheeks. Boss, you speak first. Cao Bin pursed his lips and nodded, all right. He is the number 1 on the ratings list. I will never be wrong. Jiang Wei pushed his glasses, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and after 2 seconds of silence, he said, Boss, he is also the zombie king of the first space. Although I saw him through thermal imaging at the time, I never knew his figure. It seems that we all made a mistake at that time. He is actually a survivor. No wonder he was rated SS. Cao Bin shook his head and said, no, that's definitely not right. As far as I know, he has the ability of ice, and at most the ability of foresight, but this has yet to be verified. But the Zombie King, in addition to being able to command zombies, also has a power similar to space transfer, which can transfer all the bullets. The two have completely different capabilities. Don't tell me that one person can have 4 superpowers. Boss, if 2 is fine, why not 4? Jiang Wei said dimly. Well, what Nima said made so much sense that he couldn't even refute it. Zombie Canyon. Liu An has led the T-800 army through the canyon and arrived in front of the dimensional rift. I also saw the Zombie King sitting on the throne in mid-air. Name, Mutated Zombie King. Combat Power Rating, 3-star Initial Stage. Lootable Entries, Zombie Emperor Body, Purple, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Yellow, Olfactory Perception, Yellow, Ancestral Dragon Power, Gold, Emperor's Talent, Purple. Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Gold. Possessing the energy of the Ancestral Dragon, you are immune to all evil and magic, and are immune to mental illusions. Potential of the Great Emperor, Purple. Possessing the destiny to become an emperor. In the previous life, the Corpse King was born with unparalleled power and defeated the Thunder God Cao Bin with a single move. In the end, he was blasted back to the different space by the bomb. At this point it seemed that Cao Bin's defeat was not unfair. The talents of 2 purples and 1 gold are truly terrifying. But he likes it. Chapter 74. Behind the Corpse King is a huge space crack. Endless zombies jumped out of the cracks and landed in the zombie canyon. When these zombies appeared, they were stunned. They looked at Liu An's mechanical army, then at the Corpse King's zombie army, and some even turned their heads to look at the space cracks. Due to their limited intelligence, they couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. What's going on? Isn't this your territory? What's up with these iron lumps? When 2 brave men meet in the canyon, the brave one wins. From the looks of things now, it seems that the opponent has hit the cracks. After a while, the zombies seemed to have finally determined their own camp and jumped back into the army of the Corpse King, surrounding the Corpse King in 3 layers. Now, common people, take your army and get out of the canyon. I will forgive you for what happened. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other. How do you think? Seeing that more and more zombies were gathering around him, the Corpse King spoke first. But there was no intention of attacking at all. As an emperor, you are not a reckless man and need to judge the situation. Before his eyes, these iron lumps had rushed here from the other end of the canyon, seemingly unscathed. Their strength was definitely not something his zombie army could match. As an emperor, it is okay to follow your heart when necessary. Being able to bend and stretch is the royal way. Although Liu An was surprised that the Corpse King could speak human language, he was too lazy to waste time talking to him. He has to decide on this entry, and no one can change it. Since the situation is a fight to the death, why waste time talking about it? Hit me. He gave the order and pushed forward. Da-da-da-da. The mechanical army opened fire again. This time Liu An just wanted to get rid of the opponent quickly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of T-800s appeared again. This time, everyone was carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders. My zombie warriors, kill them for me. Whoever takes the enemy's head will be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 Zombies. The Corpse King waved his hand, and the sound spread throughout the space. But what greeted him were countless missiles launched into the sky. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the earth shook and flames shot up into the sky. 1 minute later, the bombing stopped, and all the zombies on the scene were killed, leaving only the zombie king who was blown over. Although zombies were still appearing in the space cracks at the rear, they were all blown to pieces by Liu An's mechanical army. Liu An walked slowly to the side of the Corpse King. The Corpse King is not dead, Liu An left him there on purpose. Although he was not dead, he was not far from death. He was lying in the pit with only half of his body left. Just as Liu An approached, the Corpse King's body suddenly swelled up. Common people, die together. But in the next second, a blue light appeared in front of the Corpse King, and then his body turned into an ice sculpture. Liu An raised his foot and a stone was kicked away, and the place where it flew was exactly the ice sculpture that the Corpse King had transformed into. Bang! The stone fell on the ice sculpture, making a slight sound, and then it was embedded in the ice sculpture. Then, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. In just a moment, the entire ice sculpture was covered. The next second, the ice sculpture completely shattered, and several balls of light of different colors fell out. The Corpse King is dead. Liu An grinned and collected the entry. Ding! Obtained entries: Ancestral Dragon Power, Gold, Great Emperor's Talent, Purple, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Yellow, Olfactory Perception, Yellow. Except for the Zombie Emperor's body, Liu An picked up all the others. All that was previously owned has been merged or recycled, and can now be plundered again. But he no longer needed these entries, so he just threw them into the system for recycling. The olfactory perception was recycled back to the system, and 2 entry points were obtained. Bloodthirst recovery has been recycled once and cannot be recycled again. So it has been retained, and maybe there will be some surprises if it is integrated with other entries later. After taking a glance at the zombies that were still falling to the ground and turning into boxes, he turned around and left with the mechanical army. The rest should be left for the military to drink. Outside, Cao Bin and his team members were hovering over an alien space in a helicopter. At this time, Cao Bin was wearing a special suit similar to a latex suit. The body is completely wrapped inside, and even the head has a one-piece hood. If someone believes in light, they can tell at a glance that if the color of this thing is changed and there are horns on its head, isn't it the appearance of Ultraman? This set of clothing is specially prepared for poisonous miasma. It has just been developed and has not yet been mass-produced. Cao Bin was the first person to have the right to use it. Boss, the poisonous miasma will completely dissipate in 5 minutes. Are you really not going to enter after it dissipates? Yes, this protective suit is not mature yet. If there is a problem, it will inevitably cause poisoning. Cao Bin shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't take risks unless I'm sure." This time I exchanged for a skill, the lightning robe. It can cover the whole body with lightning. Even if there is a problem with the protective suit, I can still withstand the poison. The miasma has completely dissipated. Okay, that's it, I'm leaving. As Cao Bin spoke, he had already dressed, holding the zipline in his hand, and got down from the helicopter along the zipline. In the blink of an eye, he was submerged in the poisonous miasma, where only a thin layer remained. Cao Bin landed, removed the zipline, felt it for a while, and nodded silently. It's true that those guys from the research institute are quite useful. The protective suits really can isolate the poisonous miasma. Now that safety issues were temporarily resolved, Cao Bin looked towards the entrance to the alien space not far away. He pursed his lips, carefully took off the spear on his back, and walked quickly towards him. This spear was exchanged from space and is made of special materials. It has some effect on the conduction of lightning and can maximize Cao Bin's strength. Just as they were approaching the entrance to the alien space, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the entrance to the alien space. The direction it flew out was exactly where Cao Bin was. Cao Bin was startled, and his already tense nerves instantly had a stress reaction. The spear in his hand burst into lightning, turning into a blue light that stabbed towards the black shadow. Ding! The spear hit the target as promised, and a finger stretched out actively. This finger was like an iron wall, blocking all the attacks from the spear. Not even a scratch on the skin. Before Cao Bin could be shocked, the other party just stepped forward, and a huge force suddenly came from the spear. It was as if he was hit by a truck. Cao Bin and his gun were knocked away by the huge force. It hit the wall of an ancient building not far away and then fell to the ground. The spear fell to the side and his wrist was dislocated. A cold voice reached the ears of Cao Bin, who was lying on his stomach. Whether you did it intentionally or not, this is the second time. If it happens again, the director of the 816th Bureau can be replaced. Cao Bin looked up subconsciously, but there was no figure in front of him. Ahem! Cao Bin stood up and leaned against the wall, looking frightened. The feeling just now was almost suffocating. Fortunately, the other party did not kill him. Afterwards, Cao Bin felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I originally thought that I had exchanged a lot of good things this time and my strength had greatly improved. Even though there is still a gap in strength between us and the opponent, if we really have to fight, I should have no problem protecting myself. But now, his confidence was completely shattered. The gap is so huge, like a natural chasm. One finger, the other party only has one finger. Wait, the opponent can actually defend against his lightning gun. And the ability to be invulnerable to swords and guns. Which ability is this? Why is there such a big difference between them when they all entered the space in the same batch? For a moment, Cao Bin was filled with emotion. But Cao Bin has made up his mind about one thing: next time he competes with that monster, he will eat shit while standing upside down. Chapter 75. After burrowing his way out of the scenic area, Liu An found a busy street and took a taxi to leave. After several hours, he returned to his home again. As soon as they entered the door, Dong Mei came up with the three girls. "Hello, boss. Welcome home." Liu An's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like he was selecting a concubine in a nightclub? Why did you change your clothes again? At this time, Dong Mei was wearing a black tank top that exposed her navel and a pair of white jeans, which perfectly highlighted her proud figure. He was cleaning with a rag and broom in his hands. Winter Plum. The other three were fine, still wearing their previous attire, but they also held rags in their hands. "Boss, please refer to the self-cultivation of a secretary. This will make you look better and make your boss feel more comfortable." Liu An's eyes twitched. He was speechless at what he heard. "But I have to say, it does look pleasing to the eye." You guys are cleaning, right? Have you finished learning everything on the internet?" "Yes, I understand everything." Liu An nodded and thought, robot learning is really easy. "Okay, then you guys clean up first. When you're done, learn how to behave. Your expressions are still too stiff, and it looks abnormal. You won't be able to fit in here like this. Good boss. After sending the 4 girls away, Liu An came to Xiaoyan and asked, "How is the money going?" Xiaoyan lay on the table, his tail inserted into the net and said, "Master, up to now, the amount obtained is 36 billion. Everything was done according to the master's request, and no force noticed." What the hell? Upon hearing this, Liu An cursed. He had never seen so much money in his past and present lives combined. I knew robots were good at making money, but I didn't expect them to be this good. It's only been 8 hours, more than 30 billion, an average of more than 4 billion per hour. It far exceeded Liu An's expectations. This is too crazy. Very good, keep working hard. By the way, how is Zhao Tai now? Judging from the time, he should be landing soon. Master, Zhao Tai arrived at the Bear Country airport half an hour ago. Liu An frowned and said, "Xiangguo, aren't you going back to your country? What's going on?" Zhao Tai received a phone call midway, and then he turned to Xiang country to discuss a business deal. Liu An narrowed his eyes and was a little disappointed that Zhao Tai didn't show up. It seems that his reincarnation will be delayed by a few days. Keep paying attention. When he returns to Daxia, tell me as soon as possible. Good master. Afterwards, Liu An went into the bedroom to take a short rest. Although he can go without sleep for a few days without any problems given his physical condition, a short nap is still very effective in replenishing his energy. After sleeping for 3 hours, Liu An woke up. It's already afternoon. Liu An, who was in high spirits, ate some food and then began to arrange work for several people. Xiaoyan didn't need to think too much and continued to make money secretly to provide financial support for all projects. Dong Mei followed him and served as his secretary. And register a legal identity for everyone. Chunlin went to build the base, while Xiaozu cooperated in research and development, focusing on the main direction and evolving crystallization. As for Chuju, Liu An planned to let her infiltrate the official ranks, acting as his liaison with the authorities. On the surface, she is a person with mechanical control abilities. Afterwards, some details were finalized, allowing the 4 girls to continue learning how to be human beings. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Tai finally returned to Daxia, but he went to Longcheng again. Liu An didn't want to wait any longer, so he decisively asked Xiaoyan to make a phone call in the name of Zhao Tai's father, asking him to return to High City as soon as possible. At the same time, videos spread across major online platforms. Although the locations of these videos are different, the content is similar. A golden light curtain runs along the national border, completely separating countries from each other. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to break through the light curtain. Even missiles cannot shake the light curtain in the slightest. Since then, the situation of global trade has completely collapsed. Every country has become closed off from the outside world. Countries with satellites are still fine, as they can still maintain basic domestic communications. But for countries without satellites, communications are completely paralyzed. Boarders have arrived. In a meeting room in Longcheng. It was the same big guys as last time, and everyone gathered together again to discuss recent developments. After the brief communication, they stopped talking and looked at the big screen, silently waiting for that person to appear. Everything the other party said has come true, and now I have to believe him. Everyone didn't have to wait too long. The big screen flickered and a young man petting a cat appeared on the screen. It's Liu An. My young friend, you have finally revealed your true identity. May I ask what your name is? When Mr. Zhao saw Master Liu An appear on the screen, a smile appeared on his face. Liu An. This time he did not hide anymore. The time was ripe and there was no need to hide anymore. The strength is sufficient, the national borders have appeared, there is no need to worry about the information leaking out, and the trust of the big guys has been gained. So what are you hiding? Liu An, what a good name. He has achieved so much at such a young age. His future is limitless. I don't like official language, let's get straight to the point. Zhao Lao paused. He didn't expect Liu An to be so direct. However, he didn't care about Liu An's attitude and smiled, well, the border has appeared. Your prediction has come true. We believe what you said. Both sides can cooperate. You can make your own requests now. Okay. I need one of your military bases in the mountain city. As he spoke, the screen split into two and a map appeared on it. It is the map near the mountain city. At this time, a red circle was drawn on the map, representing the area Liu An requested. Building a base requires a large piece of land. If you go through formal means, you will have to go through various procedures. Even if you have money to pave the way, it will take at least a month to get approval for such a large piece of land. Moreover, once construction begins, various industrial and commercial tax authorities will come to your doorstep. It was too annoying. Liu An couldn't wait that long and asked for the land directly. The reason for choosing a military base is to facilitate transformation. This can greatly save construction time. Moreover, with the military base under construction, who would dare to check the water meter? Mr. Zhao's face turned serious and he looked at Liu An deeply. I didn't expect that the other party could find the military base in Shancheng. For a time, the evaluation of the forces behind Liu An improved a lot. As for a military base, I agree. I will evacuate the soldiers stationed there in the next 2 days. You can take over in 3 days. Liu An smiled and said, okay, Mr. Zhao is straightforward. You can ask any questions you have. We want to know about the monsters in the next space. Chapter 76. Next time the monster in space will be a vampire. Faced with Mr. Zhao's question, Liu An did not hesitate and decisively told the situation about the monster. This communication itself is for the purpose of exchange of interests and strengthening trust and cooperation between the two parties. What? Vampire? Vampires are the bats believed in by churches abroad, right? It's those bats. I don't know how powerful they are in space. Are they as powerful as the legends? Liu An's answer immediately caused everyone in the conference room to discuss. Mr. Zhao, how strong is this vampire and what abilities does it have? Based on the rating of space, it belongs to 3-star strength. As for abilities, it is as rumored, with super speed, deformation, blood-sucking, flying and other abilities. Hiss! Everyone in the conference room gasped. Samsung. Even Cao Bin, the current leader in the military, will reach 2 stars in strength even with the assistance of evolutionary crystals. The difference of 1 star is too big. For a moment, everyone in the entire conference room looked sad. Cao Bin suddenly said, the monster is so powerful, so it must have shortcomings. Is it just like the legend? Liu An nodded and said, that's right. Although the vampire is rated as 3 stars, it is mainly reflected in its speed. Its real attack power is not as good as yours. Besides, although it is strong, its shortcomings are also obvious. Garlic, crosses, holy water, Bibles, silver products, ultraviolet rays and even thunder, can all cause effective damage to vampires. Besides, there are helpers in this space. Compared with the mechanical space, it is much safer. After hearing what Liu An said, everyone's expressions softened a lot. The same is true for Cao Bin. If you really look at it this way, his game will be much easier. But the next second, Cao Bin noticed a wording in Liu An's words. Wait, you mean helper, what helper? Liu An grinned and did not answer Cao Bin's question, but instead focused on Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, I also need some copper, iron, tin, and other ore raw materials. Look. Mr. Zhao was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then he laughed and said, just make a list of what you want. As long as it's not too much, I'll try my best to satisfy you. Liu An was happy. Mr. Zhao is very happy. I will ask my assistant to make a list later. Don't worry, they are all conventional metal materials. Mr. Zhao waved his hands grandly and said, these are all trivial matters, continue what you just said. Okay. Liu An nodded. After receiving the benefits, he naturally stopped talking. After thinking about it, he thought. Actually, the first 3 spaces are just for beginners, for everyone to adapt to. There are only monsters in the space, and the basic daily tasks are also very simple. But starting from the 4th time, this time, the situation changed. There are more local forces fighting monsters in the space. You can also understand them as NPCs. Take this time as an example. In addition to vampires, there are also human camp NPCs who fight against vampires. For example, vampire hunters and members of the Holy See. 10 minutes later, Liu An hung up the connection and stretched. Having said all that needs to be said, there is only so much he can do, and the rest depends on how these big guys operate. Presumably, after this space, there should be many masters coming out. The next day, Liu An saw the official announcement. The main content is the description of national boundaries. And tell everyone about the changes in the world. The main thing is not to tell. The national border is there, everyone can see it, and you can't hide it even if you want to. At the same time, led by the 816 Bureau, each city has established its own Evolver Administration Bureau. Recruit various Evolvers in the form of applications. Some cities even offer various benefits. Once accepted, you will be covered by 6 insurances and 1 fund, food and accommodation, an annual salary starting from 10 million. At once, countless Evolvers responded. At this time, if an Evolver appears in someone's family, they will receive envy and flattery from a large number of relatives and friends. The social status of the Evolvers began to improve. At this moment, the old order dominated by money began to collapse, and the new order dominated by Evolvers began to rise. Master, Zhao Tai appeared. I know. Let your people withdraw. You don't have to worry about the rest. Yes. Liu An hung up the phone with Pang Hu. Looking at the picture of Xiaoan projected into the void. In the picture, there is a moving car. The person sitting in the car was none other than Zhao Tai, who was tricked by Liu An into coming to High City. In High City, Pang Hu's influence is indeed considerable. Zhao Tai knew it as soon as he left the airport. But with Xiaoan, Liu An kept an eye on Zhao Tai's whereabouts and no longer needed Pang Hu. Liu An just watched the car in the picture drive into a villa. He turned his head and looked at the sky. It's a dark and windy night, a good day for doing business. Inside a villa in High City. After Zhao Tai finished his work, he took a shower and left the bedroom with his phone. Through the bedroom door, you can see the mess inside, with whips, chains, candles everywhere. You can vaguely see a woman covered in scars on the bed. At this moment, Zhao Tai no longer looked like the elegant and noble young man he had been at the airport. Instead, he exuded a cold aura. I walked all the way to the living room, sat down, and drank the water handed to me by the housekeeper. Looking at the reminders of several Yundialed calls, he frowned and said, Lao Zhang, you said that Dad was anxious for me to come to High City. But now that I'm here, he doesn't answer my calls. What on earth do you want to do? Butler Zhang bowed and whispered, Master, how can I know what the master is thinking? But it must be something important. It is probably related to the national border. It's a good thing the master asked us to come back. If it was 1 day later, the border would have come and we would have been trapped abroad. Zhao Tai nodded. That's true. Forget it, I'll contact him tomorrow. Have someone clean up my room. Let's have 2 of them tomorrow. 1 is too weak to handle. Butler Zhang smiled and nodded, Okay, young master, I heard that a pair of beautiful sisters have arrived. I will send them here tomorrow. Zhao Tai smiled and nodded, Yes, sisters, I can't wait to hear what you said. Bang! At this moment, the door of the villa was suddenly knocked open. Zhao Tai's face turned cold and he turned to look towards the hallway. Go see what's going on. No need, I'll go find someone. Liu An came out from outside with Dong Mei. Zhao Tai looked at Liu An, then his gaze fell on Dong Mei. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by greed. This woman is absolutely superb. Just looking at his figure, he can have a lot of fun. Dong Mei didn't even look at Zhao Tai. In her eyes, there was only the boss. Who are you? Who let you in? Where are the security guards? Where are they? Butler Zhang took a step forward and looked at Liu An and the other man with a bad face. Since I'm already standing here, what do you think of the security outside? Liu An replied to Butler Zhang, but his eyes were always on Zhao Tai and did not shift at all. It's much younger than the figure in my memory. Chapter 77. Liu An's words made Butler Jiang's face change suddenly. A hint of fear rose in his heart, but when he thought about the Zhao family's territory and status, he immediately became tough again. I'm telling you, this is the Zhao family villa. What you're doing now is trespassing. Do you know the consequences? You. Butler Zhang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhao Tai before he could finish. Okay, old ginger. At this moment, Zhao Tai's face was not angry, but rather nonchalant. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Liu An and said, I guess you two are here to see me. I guess someone wants to kill me. So the question is, how much money did the other party offer for my life? I can offer 3 times the price, you just need to tell me who did it. As a disciple of a big family, such small scenes should not be seen too often. For him, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money. If so, triple it. Oh, are you sure you can afford 3 billion? Liu An asked playfully. When he saw Zhao Tai again, Liu An was no longer in a hurry to kill him. What? Someone is offering 1 billion to buy my life? Who is it? Zhao Tai's face changed. Before, he thought it was only a few tens of thousands. I didn't expect that the other party would use 1 billion to buy his life. How much he wanted him to die. In this situation, he couldn't help but think about it. There are not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possess such financial resources. And there are even fewer people who have a grudge against him and want to kill him. Were you sent by the second brother? Zhao Tai's face was gloomy. After thinking about it, he could only think of his brother. Whoever dies will gain the most. There is no doubt that he is his half-brother. Good, that's good, he has grown powerful enough to even hire someone to kill him. He is truly worthy of being his younger brother. Seeing Zhao Tai's face changing from cold to gnashing his teeth, Liu An pretended to be sorry and said, it seems that Mr. Zhao can't pay the 3 billion. What a pity. 3 billion, I can still afford it. But whether you can take it is another matter. Lao Zhang, take care of them. Leave the women alive. As Zhao Tai finished speaking, Butler Zhang changed his previous timidity, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, and the whole person turned into a residual shadow and appeared in front of Liu An. A Beiji Ding's elbow was thrown towards Liu An fiercely. While on the way, Butler Jiang's entire body began to turn light silver, as if it was coated with a layer of dye. The muscles on his body swelled by 3 points. This Butler Jiang is actually an evolver. Faced with this powerful attack, Liu An simply raised his hand and blocked it in front of him. A fierce light flashed in Butler Jiang's eyes. Dare to block his Beiji with your palm, you are seeking death. The next second, Butler Jiang's elbow hit Liu An's palm. Bang! With a dull sound, the scene that Butler Jiang imagined of Liu An's hand breaking and flying backwards did not occur. Instead, I felt as if I was standing on a huge mountain. But the other party still downplayed it without even frowning. Butler Jiang's face suddenly changed. His own family knows his own business. He is a physical mutant who can harden his whole body. At the same time, his strength will also increase by several points. But unexpectedly, even with this, coupled with a sneak attack, it failed to shake the opponent in the slightest. Invincible. Thinking of this, Butler Zhang prepared to retreat, but as soon as the thought came to his mind and before he could take action, a big hand grabbed his neck. It was Liu An. Superpower, I want your entry. While speaking, Liu An threw a glance at Butler Zhang. Name, Zhang Huiwu. Combat power rating, 1-star mid-term. Lootable entries, tempered, blue, martial arts genius, yellow. Tempering, blue. After using it, the whole body becomes like steel and the defense increases dramatically. The strength has been slightly increased. Martial arts genius, yellow. The speed of practicing martial arts far exceeds that of ordinary people. Before Butler Zhang could understand what the other party meant by the term, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up the next second. The big hand on the neck seemed to have a tremendous force and tightened quickly. The neck, which was originally as hard as steel, gradually became concave. No, no, master, please save me. Crack. The tempered neck was crushed like a can. Butler Jiang's eyes bulged, and then his whole body returned to normal color, but he was already lifeless. Butler Zhang, die. 2 entries subsequently emerged. Liu An took it decisively. Then, as if he had done something insignificant, he let go of the body and let it fall to the ground. He stepped over the body of Butler Zhang and sat down on the sofa beside him. Mr. Zhao, shall we chat? Dong Mei also stepped forward and stretched out her little hands to help Liu An massage. Fulfilling the duties of a secretary. Liu An's playful voice made Zhao Tai tremble all over, and he no longer had his previous calmness. He knew Butler Jiang's strength very well. He was originally a master of martial arts and later awakened his special powers. He instantly became one of the top group of people. Especially after it is tempered, the whole body becomes invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to bullets, and can even withstand 1 or 2 artillery shells. But at this moment, he was strangled to death with one hand under the toughened steel. This person's strength is so terrifying. Well, 3 billion, no, 4 billion, I'll give you 4 billion, please let me live. Zhao Tai now only regrets that he didn't bring more bodyguards. I don't mind handling your Zhao family's money. Besides, I'm not short of money. Well, then what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Liu An raised his lips and said, take off your hood first. I'm not used to you wearing such thick hair like this. You even know this. Zhao Tai's face changed. The other party actually knew this. Only a few people knew about this. There was a traitor in his team. Although he thought so, Zhao Tai still took off his wig from the bottom of his heart. A young man with a bald head appeared in front of Liu An. The shiny circle around is normal, but in the middle, there are only a few sparse hairs, which block the light on the scalp. The edge of the head is a little red, probably due to the marks of the wig. After the wig was removed, Zhao Tai's aura of a noble man changed and he became a funny man. Liu An grinned. This was the person he was familiar with in his previous life. How on earth can you let me go? Zhao Tai had figured it out by now. Although the other party came to kill him, he did not attack him as soon as he came in, which meant that there was still hope. Otherwise, he would have been like old Ginger on the ground by now. Liu An didn't say anything either, just looked at Zhao Tai quietly. At this time, Zhao Tai had not been chosen by the space, had not entered the space, and was just an ordinary person. Facing such a Zhao Tai, Liu An felt bored and for a moment he lost the mood to joke. Thinking of this, a desert eagle appeared in Liu An's hand and he pointed the gun at Zhao Tai. Don't kill me, we can talk it over. 4 billion, not 5 billion. I'll give you 5 billion, checks, cash, I have them all, take them. Bang. With a gunshot, Zhao Tai's head exploded instantly, and blood spurted all over the sofa. Zhao Tai is dead. Liu An stood up silently, with no expression of joy or anger on his face, and turned around and walked out. The cause in the previous life, the result in this life.